Chapter 1, The Young Madam is Possessed. Madam, something has happened. A maid rushed into Rongshi Hall, calling out through the gently swaying bamboo curtains that separated her from the interior. A middle-aged woman in her 40s, well-preserved and elegantly reclining on a soft couch, appeared weary, her eyes closed while a maid was massaging her shoulders behind her. What is it? The woman inquired, her voice hoarse as she kept her eyes shut. The maid bent slightly, lowering her voice. It concerns the young madam. She stammered for a moment, unable to articulate further. The woman opened her eyes, furrowing her brows in impatience. What has happened to her? With a thud, the maid knelt down, whispering urgently, Madam, the young madam has been possessed. You must go and see her at once. The woman waved away the maid, who was massaging her shoulders, and asked, in a deep voice, what exactly is wrong with her? Trembling with fear, the maid responded, this servant. I do not know how to explain. The matter concerning the young madam is governed by supernatural forces. We mortals cannot articulate or inscribe it. The middle-aged woman's expression turned frosty as she scoffed, supernatural forces governing it, and we cannot articulate? I shall see which spirit dares to cause mischief in the residence of the Ningyuan Marquis. Our family, with its dual marquises, possesses enough grandeur to subdue it. This was indeed the inner residence of the Ningyuan Marquis. The elderly Marquis Yu Qingwang had inherited the ancestral title of Marquis Ningyuan, while the middle-aged woman was the Marquis wife, known as Miao Pingsue. Their legitimate son, Yu Feiyan, had valiantly repelled barbarian pursuers multiple times during his journey south, earning the title of loyal and brave Marquis from the emperor. The Great Zhou had lost half of its territory and established a new capital in Linen, where the Ningyuan Marquis and the loyal and brave Marquis stood as the foremost nobles. Miao Pingque's fearless stance towards supernatural entities stemmed from her own confidence. Let us go and see. Miao Pingsue declared, rising with an air of determination as she moved swiftly towards the exit, coldly stating, today is a significant day for the Marquisate to select an heir. If Fang Zhongmiao harbors any dissatisfaction and attempts to create trouble under the guise of the supernatural, I shall not spare her. It was indeed a misfortune for the family. The loyal and brave Marquis Yu Feiyan had been married for 3 years without consummating the union. Just as he was preparing to do so, barbarian forces crossed the river, compelling him to don armor and confront the enemy. 3 months prior, urgent news arrived in the new capital, stating that although the barbarian forces had been repelled by the Great Zhou army, the commander Yu Feiyan had been struck by a hidden arrow, falling into the Yangtze River, leaving no trace of his remains. Upon receiving the news, the Ningyuan Marquis promptly decided to record his illegitimate son, Yu Feihu, under Miao Pingque's name as a legitimate heir, with hopes of elevating him to the position of heir apparent in the future. Years ago, when Miao Pingsue was pregnant, she nearly lost her life at the hands of Yu Feihu's mother, Lu. Naturally, she could not adopt the child of her enemy. After much contemplation, she resolved to cut off the root of the problem, uniting with the clan elders to pressure Marquis Yu Qingwang into selecting a clever and studious child from the clan to adopt in place of the deceased Yu Feiyan, nurturing him as an heir. The clan members, driven by their own interests, were more than willing to comply. In times of national decline and fragmented territories, establishing a foothold in this world required the indomitable strength of family. The Ningyuan Marquis Yu Qingwang dared not alienate his kin and thus relinquished the notion of supporting his illegitimate son. Today marked the day of selecting the heir, a significant event for Miao Pingsue. Thinking of her 2 grandsons waiting in the courtyard, her heart raced, and she hastened through the bamboo curtain. Should Fang Zhongmiao thwart her plans today, she would ensure that the latter would find it impossible to live or die. Moments later, Miao Pingsue arrived in an exquisitely adorned chamber. The house physician was wrapping a piece of white cloth, boiled in hot water, around Fang Zhongmiao's forehead. Yesterday, Fang Zhongmiao had suddenly fainted, colliding with the corner of a table, resulting in a bleeding wound on her temple. She had remained unconscious throughout the night, only awakening this morning. Fang Zhongmiao supported her forehead with one hand, her eyes closed and brows furrowed, seemingly suffering from a headache. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's footsteps, she refrained from opening her eyes and prepared to greet her. Her 3 main maids surrounded her, their expressions filled with trepidation. The maid who had summoned Miao Pingsue stood at the door, her gaze evasive. She was Fang Zhongmiao's wet nurse, Dong. Miao Pingsue scrutinized her daughter-in-law, failing to discern anything amiss. Just as she was about to inquire, a faint, ethereal voice echoed from all directions. I truly cannot recall anything at all. But I know the sky is blue, the trees are green, and the flowers are red. I still possess common sense and knowledge. The only thing I do not know is who these people around me are, nor do I know who I am. Fang Zhongmiao's thick, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if she were about to open her eyes. Yet, after a moment, her lashes fell still once more. That distant, ethereal voice, akin to a celestial chant, floated in the air. This is my most vulnerable moment. A wounded tiger must not reveal its weakness to the wolves. In this unfamiliar environment, surrounded by individuals whose intentions I cannot discern, I must not let them know of my amnesia. Being naive and ignorant would only lead to deception and exploitation. I have heard that I recently lost my husband. Judging by the decor of this room, I must be a wealthy widow. A wealthy widow attracts attention and must tread carefully. Thus, I shall feign profound grief, shutting myself away and declining visitors, which would seem perfectly normal. Afterward, I will gradually gather information to uncover my true identity. Her eyelashes trembled once more, as if on the verge of lifting, when Miao Pingsue abruptly turned and pushed the door open, leaving behind a commanding statement. Find a splendid gown for your young madam to change into, ensure it is not too bright. Today is a momentous occasion for the marquise. How can she appear so drab? The three main maids quickly bowed in acknowledgement, but when they looked up again, the lady had already departed. Fang Zhongmiao opened her eyes, only to see a hurried and slender silhouette vanishing. Young madam, please wear this outfit. The head maid, Bitao, retrieved a set of dark blue attire, trimmed with silver. Fang Zhongmiao nodded. Very well, I shall change myself. You may all leave. The three maids and the wet nurse filed out of the chamber, while the house physician swiftly packed his medicine box and bowed in farewell. Outside in the courtyard, Miao Pingsue stood beneath a camphor tree with a group of maids, waiting. The shade of the greenery cast a gloom over her already fatigued visage. She understood that her daughter-in-law disliked having anyone around while changing clothes, hence her earlier statement. She aimed to gather everyone in the courtyard without arousing suspicion from her daughter-in-law. Fixing her gaze on the wet nurse Dong, she spoke in a low voice, all the maids and matrons from Zizhu Pavilion, come with me. Dong, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly complied. In the most remote courtyard of the estate, the maids from Zizhu Pavilion stood in 3 rows. Miao Pingsue inquired, those who heard, raise your hands. That voice was not a celestial chant, it was the inner voice of her daughter-in-law. Earlier, she had attempted to discuss this matter with others, but had been unable to speak or write. An unseen force had sealed her mouth and hands. Indeed, there were supernatural forces at play. However, Miao Pingsue felt no fear, rather, she was filled with excitement. She understood that this situation would greatly benefit her. The maids exchanged glances, some displaying fear while others exhibited confusion and anxiety. What had they heard? Why were they being asked to raise their hands? Miao Pingsue intensified her tone, commanding, those who heard, step forward. After a considerable pause, 4 individuals stepped forward, Fang Zhongmiao's 3 main maids, Bitao, Hong Lu, and Lu Yun, along with the wet nurse Dong. Miao Pinghui's sharp gaze swept through the crowd, her voice cold, is there anyone else? The maids fell to their knees, exchanging bewildered looks, their eyes reflecting confusion rather than the terror of having encountered a ghost. Miao Pingsue observed for a long while, confirming that the others truly had not heard anything before leading the 3 maids and Dong into a secluded room for private discussion. Unbeknownst to her, while the maids knelt and bowed, one rough maid pressed her forehead to the floor, concealing her seething rage. Inside the room, Bitao, Hong Lu, Lu Yun, and Dong gazed at Miao Pingsue with trepidation. Miao Pingsue leisurely took her seat, her sharp, long fingernails rhythmically tapping on the table, producing a faint sound. With each tap, the 4 of them gradually broke into a sweat. Miao Pingsue fixed her gaze on Dong and slowly spoke, I have heard that your son is deeply in debt from gambling, and the gambling house has threatened to sever his hand? Dong hurriedly bowed her head, the sound of her forehead striking the floor echoing. Miao Pingsue turned her attention to Bitao, do you wish to marry the chief steward as his principal wife? Bitao was taken aback, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. Miao Pingsue smiled at Lu Yun, gently stating, you have 6 sisters, 1 younger brother, and your grandparents have already surpassed their old age. Your uncles and your father, a total of 3 families, all reside in 2 dilapidated, thatched houses. A household of over 20 mouths relies solely on your monthly wages for survival. Do you not wish for them to live a better life? Luyan's eyes flickered, her thoughts wavering. Lastly, Miao Pingsue turned her gaze to Hong Lu, her expression playful. How did the young madam's gold bracelet find its way into your possession? I saw her wearing it just yesterday. Could it be that you knew she had lost her memory and stole it from her dressing box? Hong Lu quickly hid her hand behind her back, tugging at her sleeve with all her might. Miao Pingsue smirked derisively, scrutinizing the faces of all 4. You know Fang Zhongmiao, best I want you to earn her trust, guide her to grow close to me, and ensure I have control over her. Furthermore, you must monitor her every word and action daily. If you succeed, I will allocate a prosperous shop for you to share in the profits. The 4 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hesitation yet glimmering with greed. Miao Pingsue raised her hand, glancing at her well-manicured nails, and carelessly remarked, I have heard that Fang Zhongmiao's most profitable shop yields several thousand taels of profit each year. If you 4 share it, each person will receive no less than several hundred taels. Their cheeks flushed, and their breaths suddenly quickened. Miao Pingsue was exceedingly pleased with their emotional transformation. Rising gracefully, she spoke softly, You have 3 days to procure the keys to Fang Zhongmiao's storeroom, along with the account books, land deeds, banknotes, property deeds, and the contracts of service for the Fang family servants. I intend to completely deplete her dowry. At that time I shall return your contracts of servitude. You have acquired a shop and some silver surely, it would be more advantageous for you to establish your own independence outside, would it not? The 4 felt a surge of excitement and hastily agreed. Once they found these items, they could also discreetly appropriate some treasures for themselves. To think that a mere prosperous shop could be used to dismiss them was nothing short of a fantasy. Miao Pingsue was well aware of their ulterior motives, but chose not to expose them. Once the items were in her possession, whether to eliminate them or to eradicate the roots of their existence would ultimately be at her discretion. Were it not for the untimely death of her son and the need to care for her 2 grandsons, she would have relished the opportunity to dispose of Fang Zhongmiao directly. The timing of her innermost thoughts was impeccable, though she wondered if her grandsons could hear her. If utilized wisely, they could lead to substantial outcomes. Fang Zhongmiao, your wealth is rightfully meant for my grandsons to spend, and your connections should pave the way for their success. In life, you are a servant of the Yu family, and in death, you shall be a ghostly servant. You shall never rise again. When my grandsons are grown and have promising futures, I shall send you on your way with a bowl of poison. A wounded tiger must not reveal its vulnerability to the wolves. Ha ha ha, indeed, I am a wolf, but alas, you are no tiger. Even the heavens cannot bear to watch and are punishing you. With this thought, Miao Pingsue suppressed her murderous intent, bestowing 4 silver ingots upon the Dong family members before smiling and making her way towards the Zizhu pavilion.
Chapter 2, the half-sage Miao Pingsue gently pushed open the door, her face radiating maternal affection as she gazed upon the woman standing within. Fang Zhongmiao possessed a striking visage, bearing a resemblance to her father by 8 parts. Yet her facial contours were softer, and her features, seemingly plain, concealed an inner charm that was more akin to a finely aged wine. The longer one beheld her, the more one became enchanted, sensing her unparalleled beauty and ethereal grace. Alas, no matter how exquisite her appearance or how admirable her demeanor, her son remained indifferent. How proud she had been before marriage, yet now she spent her days weeping, contemplating this. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Miao Pingsue's eyes. Fang Zhongmiao was gently smoothing the slightly wrinkled sleeves of her attire, oblivious to her mother-in-law's scornful gaze. Eye in the air, a melodious inner voice floated, both distant and near. It is truly strange. I possess common sense and can take care of myself, yet I cannot seem to wear this ceremonial robe properly. I always feel as if I am at odds with this estate, this dynasty, and even this world. Who am I truly? As confusion welled within her eyes, Fang Zhongmiao lifted her gaze, yet she repressed all signs of vulnerability upon seeing Miao Pingsue standing at the threshold. Her expression remained calm, though her inner voice betrayed her ignorance. Who is this? The moment of doubt was fleeting, and Fang Zhongmiao gracefully bowed, softly addressing Mother. You have arrived, though her inner voice was speculative. It was remarkably certain, with throngs of servants, adorned in splendid garments with jewels upon their heads. This person's status must be slightly above mine, likely in her early 40s, she must be Lady Ningyuan, my mother-in-law. Indeed, perceptive and astute, she was indeed the daughter of Fang Chenzi, yet, alas, no matter how capable you are, you cannot contend against the heavens, that if fate seeks to bring your downfall, what can a mere mortal do to resist? Your inner voice is your most fatal weakness. Henceforth, you are destined to be a stepping stone for the Yu family. A sense of pleasure filled Miaoping Sui's heart, and her smile grew even more benevolent. She slowly stepped over the threshold and inquired with concern, Miao Miao, is your forehead injury feeling better? Does it still hurt? Fang Zhongmiao touched the white cloth wrapped around her forehead and replied, it hurts less now. Thank you for your concern, mother. Miaoping Sui approached gently, took Fang Zhongmiao's hand, and chided, the wound has yet to heal, you must not touch it recklessly, bear with it. She then asked again, will you still be able to attend the banquet for selecting the heir? If your health cannot withstand it, I shall request leave for you. I believe your father-in-law will not hold it against you. A ripple of emotion stirred in Fang Zhongmiao's cool eyes, her thoughts raced. And her inner voice fluctuated, the heir will be adopted under my name, to be my son, he will need my care, call me mother, spend my money, consume my energy, and in the future, he will inherit my dowry. To some extent, he will influence the course of my life. After a brief pause, she resolutely declared, such a significant decision, how could I not be involved? With that thought, Fang Zhongmia shook her head. A touch of emotion gracing her features as she softly said, thank you for your concern, mother. My injury is merely a slight pain, I can endure sitting for a couple of hours without issue. All the family members will be present, as the future biological mother of the child, how could I not attend? Truly a daughter-in-law with a keen understanding of propriety, yet, unfortunately, the heavens grant you no opportunity to feign virtue. Your little schemes have not escaped our notice, you wish to partake in the heir selection, you seek to influence the course of your future, what a foolish dream, the choice of the heir has long been decided between me and the Marquis. Today's banquet is merely a formality. The more Miaoping Sui pondered, the more satisfied she became, her smile becoming increasingly difficult to restrain. She moved closer to assist Fang Zhongmiao, speaking softly, then let us proceed. The family members should be gathering. If Fang Zhongmiao carefully adjusted her skirt and replied gently, no need for mother to support me, I can manage on my own. Miaoping Sui, feigning concern, released Fang Zhongmiao's hand and warned, walk slowly, if you feel dizzy, just say so. As she spoke, her gaze turned cold and sharp as she swept her eyes over Dongshi and the others, commanding, you all pay attention and take good care of your young mistress. The four responded in unison, stepping forward to encircle Fang Zhongmiao. Surrounded closely, Fang Zhongmiao maintained a tranquil expression, yet her inner voice betrayed her discomfort. These people know me well, yet I have forgotten everything about them. I do not know if I can trust them, but I must find someone worthy of trust. Only with her assistance can I establish my footing in the Marquis's residence more swiftly. Upon hearing this inner voice, Miaoping Sui's gaze flickered momentarily before she cast a glance at Dongshi. Dongshi hurriedly moved to Fang Zhongmiao's side, adjusting her slightly disheveled collar, reminiscing, Miss, you are still just like when you were young. Refusing to let me assist you in dressing, yet you never manage it well. It's either disheveled here or wrinkled there, just look at your collar. Fang Zhongmiao offered a faint smile, remaining silent after Dongshi straightened the collar. She reached out to adjust a silver hairpin that was askew atop Fang Zhongmiao's head. With a teasing tone, she remarked, Miss, you are still a child, you haven't even grown up yet, and now you are to become a mother. How time flies, I still remember how I cradled you to sleep in my arms. In just a few exchanges, Dongshi had revealed the closeness of their relationship, akin to that of mother and daughter. Bai Tao, Honglu, and Lu Yun were not to be outdone. One supported Fang Zhongmiao's arm, another bent to straighten her skirt, and the third opened an umbrella to shield her from the scorching summer sun. The entourage progressed through the Zijou pavilion, with the servants lining the path. Standing respectfully, kneeling and greeting. Miaoping Sui was highly pleased with the performance of Dongshi and the others, straining to catch Fang Zhongmiao's inner voice. Did she not wish to find a trustworthy person? What could be more trustworthy than her maid of over 10 years and her wet nurse who had raised her? Indeed, Fang Zhongmiao's inscrutable gaze subtly swept over Bai Tao, Honglu, Lu Yun, and Dongshi. Her inner voice floated in the air, these three young girls are my chief maid, and this elderly woman is my wet nurse. I can extract valuable information from their words. They are quite talkative. Upon awakening in her dazed state, Fang Zhongmiao had already gleaned much useful information from the four. Miaoping Sui smiled with satisfaction, knowing Fang Zhongmiao would choose to ally with these four. After walking a few more steps, her inner voice suddenly conveyed a hint of suspicion. Wait, I seem to not need to extract information from others, my eyes alone can gather all the intelligence I require. Miaoping Sui's steps faltered slightly, unable to resist glancing back. What did Fang Zhongmiao mean by that? What was this about her eyes being able to gather all information? Fang Zhongmiao continued walking slowly, her clear yet profound eyes seemingly admiring the scenery, yet intentionally or unintentionally scanning the faces of everyone around her. Her inner voice resonated in the air. This maid in the green skirt has a prosperous fate. Her peach blossom position is in the greedy wolf sign, lusting for love yet often wounded by it. A few sweet words from a man can easily ensnare her. She would betray her master for a man. She is untrustworthy. Bai Tao's heart raced, and she abruptly released her hold on the young mistress's arm. This maid in the light blue skirt bears chaotic patterns in her fortune palace. Surrounded by dark energy, she is greedy and self-serving. Though a servant, she lacks loyalty, she is untrustworthy. Hong Lu, who was helping to lift the skirt, stumbled for a moment, her expression revealing alarm. This maid in the light green skirt encounters misfortune in her fortune palace. A sign of family ruin. Her parents' palace is shadowy, with ill health and misfortune. The palace of siblings bears intricate patterns, thus despite having many siblings, they are all a burden to her. Her family is discordant and impoverished. Her thoughts shallow, and her abilities severely lacking. She is untrustworthy. Lu Yun, holding the umbrella, felt her hand tremble uncontrollably, quickly biting her lip to suppress her fear of Fang Zhongmiao's gaze ultimately fell upon her wet nurse. Dongshi, her inner voice resonated softly. This elderly woman in the dark green skirt bears the 7 killings in her fate palace, with the broken army starkly present in her wealth palace. And the greedy wolf intruding into her official position palace. While the child palace is guarded by the auspicious goat, she is destined for financial loss in the near future, her children facing calamities, which will later implicate the entire family. She too is fated for a tragic end. If she cannot secure her own fate, how can I rely on her? She is untrustworthy, and should not be used. Dongshi suddenly stumbled, quickly grasping a nearby maid to steady herself. What was the young mistress saying? She merely glanced once. How could she discern all their secrets and futures? Could it be that she had not lost her memory? Did she still remember everyone's backgrounds? Impossible. The inner voice stemmed from the most direct thoughts of her heart, and it could not lie. Dongshi's face turned pale as she looked towards Miao Pingsui. Miao Pingsui was in a state of turmoil, struggling to maintain her composure while continuing to eavesdrop on the inner voice. Fang Zhongmiao strolled leisurely, occasionally glancing at the surroundings, seemingly enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Yet her inner voice was icy. The wealth palaces of these 4 individuals all bear a faint sinister pattern. They must have recently received a windfall. 4 people coming into fortune at once, what a coincidence. Fang Zhongmiao lowered her gaze thoughtfully, her inner voice cold. No such coincidences do not exist in this world, someone has bribed them. Fang Zhongmiao's clear gaze swept over Miao Pingsui's face. Her inner voice steady and unhurried. Who is the one who has bribed them? Is it you, mother-in-law? Miao Pingsui's heart tightened, cold sweat trickling from her nose. So the meaning behind knowing everything with just a glance was this. Fang Zhongmiao could tell fortunes. Fang Zhongmiao lowered her gaze, pretending to admire a cluster of purple hydrangeas by the roadside. Her inner voice, filled with confusion, floated in the air. Who am I truly? Fang Zhongmiao raised her head to gaze at the azure sky. A sense of bewilderment flooding her eyes, her inner voice shed its frailty, taking on a tone of pride. My eyes are the heavenly eyes. My art is the art of fortune-telling. The art of fortune-telling is the pinnacle of Taoist divination. Capable of discerning heavenly fate, probing life and death, and distinguishing fortune from misfortune at a glance. I am likely not an ordinary person. Miao Pingsui beckoned, calling out, Miao Miao, I can hear the clamor of voices ahead. You must hurry. As she watched Fang Zhongmiao approach her step by step, Miao Pingsui clenched her teeth in her heart, thinking, you are indeed no ordinary person, you are the daughter of that sorcerer Fang Qinzi. Everyone claims that Fang Qinzi is a charlatan who deceived the late emperor and toyed with the world, yet today, I realize he is no fraud. He has imparted all his skills to you. You can divine fate, investigate life and death, and predict fortune and misfortune. Were it not for this inner voice, I would never have known my dear daughter-in-law is a half-immortal. With such abilities, should I kill you? Fang Zhongmiao, Chapter 3, Wealth-rivaling nations. Miao Pingsui harbored murderous intent towards Fang Zhongmiao. She had originally believed she could easily control her daughter-in-law, and with the aid of her inner voice, she could seize every secret and leverage against her. Fang Zhongmiao's connections, wealth, and even her very life would be stripped away, leaving nothing behind. This act would be akin to extracting marrow from bones. Yet she felt no shame in it. Everything was for Honor and his descendants, and all was worth it. Once her 2 grandsons reclaimed the Ningyuan Marquis mansion and were inscribed in the family tree, Fang Zhongmiao would no longer have a reason to exist. A bowl of poison would send her to the afterlife, and then Miao Pingsui would pry open every brick in her courtyard. She believed that by then, she would be able to uncover all of Fang Zhongmiao's gold and silver treasures. With venomous thoughts swirling in her heart, Miao Pingsui extended her hand towards her slowly approaching daughter-in-law. Waiting to grasp hers, her smile was gentle, her eyes filled with affection and concern, resembling a true doting mother. Fang Zhongmiao reached out her hand, lightly grasping Miao Pingsui's, and they walked together. The surrounding, oblivious servants watched the scene, sighing in their hearts at the bond shared between this mother-in-law and daughter. Law. In the air, the inner voice chimed in with a hint of amusement. My mother-in-law's features are truly exquisite. Miao Pingsui immediately perked up her ears to eavesdrop, secretly feeling proud as she mused. My features are exquisite, of course. My husband is a marquis, my son is also a marquis. I am destined for wealth and nobility. As Fang Zhongmiao held Miao Pingsui's hand and slowly moved forward, the inner voice grew cold and distant. Her fate palace, brother palace, spouse palace, and parent palace are all dim and dreary. She was born without parental love, without the affection of siblings, without the admiration of her husband, and without filial respect from her descendants. She may appear prosperous on the surface, but inside, it is a mess of chaos. Miao Pingsui nearly jerked her hand away from Fang Zhongmiao, her anger surging violently within her. What nonsense is this? Utterly ridiculous. How dare Fang Zhongmiao show such disrespect to her mother-in-law? Yet, it was precisely because the predictions were so accurate that Miao Pingsui felt such rage. She despised the fact that they were surrounded by outsiders, otherwise she would have drawn her belt and strangled this daughter-in-law right there. Suddenly, the inner voice shifted its tone, playfully stating, however, her offspring palace is remarkably full. She has indeed given birth to a proud son. Her current stable position is entirely due to this son, yet, her offspring palace is also shrouded in blood and mist, nearly transforming into dark calamity. This is the fate of a mother tiger. For her son, my mother-in-law could be capable of anything. Wait, since her son is already dead, her offspring palace should be devoid of light. The cold inner voice finally stirred. Pondering, so my husband is indeed not dead. It is a pity that my forehead is wrapped in white cloth, obscuring my view of the spouse palace. Had I seen it, I would have known that the loyal and valiant marquis is merely missing. Not to cease, Miao Pingsui suddenly tightened her grip on Fang Zhongmiao's hand. Fang Zhongmiao let out a soft gasp and asked in confusion, "Mother, what is the matter?" Miao Pingsui's eyes glistened with tears, her voice hoarse as she said, "I suddenly thought of Honor. My heart aches. Quickly, tell me Honor is not dead. You have inherited Fang Chenzi's true teachings and can divine fate. Surely you can ascertain where Honor is, can't you? Speak quickly." Fang Zhongmiao said nothing, only sighed as she gently patted Miao Pingsui's hand. Her own eyes were also red, wearing a sorrowful expression, yet her inner voice remained indifferent. If I could obtain the birth date of the loyal and valiant marquis, I could discern his whereabouts, but what benefit would it bring me if he returned? I am already suffering from amnesia, and all the maids and servants around me have been bribed, surrounded by greedy wolves. I possess status, power, and ability, thus I am naturally unafraid of these people, but the loyal and valiant marquis is different. Fang Zhongmiao cast a sidelong glance at Miao Pingsui, her inner voice devoid of warmth. Two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. In my domain, there can only be one true deity. Miao Pingsui felt a surge of blood rise in her throat, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Well, Fang Zhongmiao, your husband is lost. And you are not the least bit anxious. You even hope he does not return. The Ningyuan Marquis mansion belongs to Honor. Who do you think you are, trying to claim the throne? Anger and hatred surged within her. Yet Miao Pingsui suppressed her intense murderous intent. After several predictions, Fang Zhongmiao had been consistently accurate. She was no charlatan. She truly possessed abilities. She could find out where Honor was. She must not be killed. She must live. Miao Pingsui's heart seethed with rage, but she feigned sorrow on the surface. Several threads of blood quietly crept into her murky gaze. However, even if she temporarily dismissed the thought of killing Fang Zhongmiao, she would never seek to please this woman. She needed to devise a way to extract information from Fang Zhongmiao, to see if her inner voice would betray Honor's whereabouts. The two women, each with their own thoughts, continued to walk slowly. As they approached the drooping flower gate of the Zijou pavilion, Fang Zhongmiao caught sight of a kneeling maid at the roadside, her gaze flickering momentarily. The maid raised her head to look at her, and her expression was also quite subtle. The inner voice, with a light laugh, drifted in the air. I have found her, a trustworthy person. Miao Pingsui halted her steps, following Fang Zhongmiao's gaze to search. A trustworthy person? Who could it be? The maid stared intently at Fang Zhongmiao. Fang Zhongmiao walked past her without pausing, not even casting her an extra glance. The maid appeared as insignificant as an ant by the roadside, unworthy of her attention. Yet, the inner voice, in stark contrast to her outward indifference, was filled with warm amusement. This little maid in a deep blue coarse cloth dress is enveloped in a strong aura of vitality, which directly resonates with me, indicating she is my loyal servant, capable of living and dying for me. As the sight of her lady's skirt fluttered past her eyes, the little maid no longer felt the earlier pangs of sorrow. She quickly lowered her head, concealing her tear-glazed eyes. Miss, you know of my loyalty, but you do not realize that heaven is playing tricks on you. It has stripped your inner voice from you, exposing it to the wolves of the Yu family. These beasts wish to devour you whole, while your inner voice has revealed my existence. So be it. I shall no longer pretend. I will risk my life to take you away from the Yu family. Miss, wait for me. As the maid thought, a throbbing began to swell in her temples. With just a fleeting glance, Fang Zhongmiao's inner voice was already filled with delight. The throbbing temples, the bulging veins in her arms, the rich vitality overflowing. Though her frame is slight, she possesses the strength of iron and bronze. My little loyal servant is indeed a master of martial arts at its peak. Truly impressive. Miao Pingsui had already noticed the blue-clad maid standing by the roadside, and her murderous intent surged once more. Hearing Fang Zhongmiao's words, she was momentarily deflated. A master of martial arts at its peak, unless Hana was present, who could contend with her, if pushed to her limits. She might unleash a massacre on the spot. The inner courtyard was filled with the elderly, weak women and children. Who could withstand that? Miao Sui was both furious and resentful but felt powerless. The maid raised her head. Fixated on Fang Zhongmiao's retreating figure, since her lady was aware that the Ningyuan Marquis mansion was a den of wolves and tigers, why did she not leave the domain, the only true deity? Could it be that her lady intended to seize the Ningyuan Marquis mansion? As she pondered, the inner voice came from ahead. I must find an opportunity to have a private conversation with the little maid. No one can know of my amnesia, but I can let her be aware. The maid was so moved she nearly burst into tears. Miss, I thought you would never approach me again. It turns out your heart still trusts me. The impulse to cry quickly dissipated, replaced by worry and urgency. The maid's face turned pale as she thought, but miss, many can hear your inner voice. What you think is a private conversation is actually a public declaration. My poor lady, why must heaven torment you so? Before the maid could think further, Fang Zhongmiao, walking ahead, suddenly stopped, raising her arm in frustration as she said, Mother, I find this rose absolutely beautiful. I simply wish to touch it. But my sleeve got caught on the branch. I must return to change into another outfit. Miao Sui glanced at her sleeve, fully aware that Fang Zhongmiao was doing this on purpose, yet she could not erupt in anger and could only respond softly. You go quickly, do not keep the guests waiting. Fang Zhongmiao bent her knee, expressing genuine remorse. I shall return to change my clothes at once. I trouble mother to apologize to father-in-law for me. It was my clumsiness and impatience. Miao Sui could only feign compliance, saying, It's nothing, you may go. Fang Zhongmiao turned and left. Dongshi, Bitao, Honglu, and Lion wanted to follow but were rejected. Let this little maid assist me with my dressing. You may accompany mother to the front courtyard. You all are my close attendants and represent my dignity. Since I am already late, you should go ahead and entertain the guests. It will also lend me some face. With the words spoken, what more could Dongshi and the others do? The four of them knelt in acknowledgement, reluctantly following Miao Sui to the main courtyard. Fang Zhongmiao cast a light glance, and the blue-clad maid immediately trailed behind her. The two hurried back to the side room, closing the doors and windows tightly. Fang Zhongmiao shrugged off her outer robe and, without any preamble, stated, The collision yesterday injured my head. I have lost my memory. The maid did not display any signs of surprise as she stepped forward to take the outer robe, softly inquiring, Miss, do you have any instructions? Fang Zhongmiao replied, Time is limited. I will ask you a few crucial questions, and you need only answer. The maid immediately acquiesced. Miss, please ask, who am I? You are Fang Zhongmiao, the only daughter of Fang Qinzi, married to Yufeian 3 years ago. I have heard that I have not consummated my marriage with Yufeian. Why is that? You were wed just before the late emperor passed away. In order to uphold filial piety, you did not share a bed. What is my father's status? Your father, the master, is the national teacher of the great Zhou, who has been buried alongside the late emperor 3 years ago. The maid's voice wavered, her gaze flickering. Fang Zhongmiao, being a person of considerable stature, could easily sense the anomaly. She commanded, You are concealing something from me. What is my father's true identity? Speak plainly. The maid bit her lip and quickly replied, I have not hidden anything from you. The master is indeed the national teacher of the great Zhou. However, Fang Zhongmiao grew more curious and pressed. What? I trust you completely, and you must trust me in return. There is nothing between us that cannot be discussed. The maid's eyes glistened with emotion. She understood that the miss was not deceiving her. Her heart was sincere, thus she divulged everything in one breath. But outsiders say the master is a charlatan, having deceived the late emperor without him knowing east from west. They also say that the master was the late emperor's favorite, with an unclear relationship with him. Fang Zhongmiao was stunned for a long moment before slowly responding, Nonsense, my father could never be a charlatan. How could ordinary people comprehend my father's abilities? The maid had not believed this before, but now she was utterly convinced. If the miss was so formidable, what kind of extraordinary figure must her father be? Although the master's predictions were often inaccurate, and his prayers for rain or blessings had never been fulfilled, he had certainly won the late emperor's favor and trust through sheer appearance. Yet the master must be pretending. A tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. Was not the miss pretending to be an arrogant and willful young lady? Had it not been for the sudden emergence of her inner voice, she would never have revealed herself. Reflecting on this, the maid nodded in guilt and agreed, What you say is true. We mere mortals cannot comprehend the master's methods. Fang Zhongmiao quickly changed into a moon-white skirt and continued her inquiry. What is my relationship with the Ningyuan Marquis house? The maid spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. The master was willing to be buried with the late emperor, which deeply moved him, leading to the late emperor emptying the treasury to provide you with a dowry. After the new emperor and the noble families crossed the Yangtze River, you purchased half of Linen City and spent money to build this magnificent marquis house. You are wealthier than a nation, and everyone in the Ningyuan marquis house relies on you for their livelihood. How much treasure is in the emperor's private treasury? One can only imagine. The one seated high on the dragon throne in the palace may not even be as wealthy as I. Fang Zhongmiao was taken aback for a moment, then slowly smiled. So I am the god of wealth for the Ningyuan marquis house. If I were to perish, the Ningyuan marquis house, and even the new emperor, would receive an immense fortune. The maid immediately knelt down, her head bowed deeply. She dared not respond to such words. It was enough for her that the miss understood the miss's intelligence likely surpassed that of the master. Otherwise, how could she have grasped the situation so quickly? Yet, why did the miss insist on compelling Yufei to marry her? Did she not know that the Ningyuan Marquis house was a den of danger? Could it be that the miss had a deeper purpose? Fang Zhongmiao removed her elaborate headpiece, adorning herself with only a white flower at her temple, and spoke in a chilling tone. Now that I have come to Linen, this place shall be my domain. Not if someone wishes to harm me and seize my fortune, let them challenge me in a battle of wits. The maid lowered her head even further, feeling a mix of astonishment and trepidation. Could it be that the miss intends to dominate not only this Linen city but also the entire Great Zhou? Chapter 4, Enemies everywhere. The guests in the front had already assembled. Time was of the essence. Fang Zhongmiao quickly donned her skirt and draped a sheer veil over her shoulders, lowering her voice to ask, "Did my father leave any contingency plans?" The young maid stared at her in bewilderment, her mouth agape, producing a sound of confusion. As Fang Zhongmiao bent down to change her shoes, she explained, "The late emperor's private assets are beyond ordinary imagination. In this realm, even the emperor cannot rival my wealth. Do you think I, a girl without parents, without support, and reliant on others, can safely traverse a bustling market while clutching such a massive gold ingot?" She straightened, locking eyes with the young maid, emphasizing, "Moreover, we are in troubled times. Rebels, bandits, and marauders roam freely. To them, I am merely a piece of fat meat, a wealthy yet powerless individual." The young maid shivered violently, finally comprehending the miss's implication. Yet, no matter how hard she thought, she could not conceive of any instructions or arrangements the master might have left behind. She could only shake her head in confusion. Fang Zhongmiao, however, remained unconvinced, asserting, "What kind of person is my father? He would not be unaware of the significant peril posed by the late emperor's bequeathal of the private treasury as my dowry. He must have left behind a contingency plan." The young maid's previously bewildered eyes gradually began to exhibit determination. Indeed, if the master had trained the miss to be so capable, he himself must be even more formidable. Surely he had a backup plan. What could it be? What exactly was it? The young maid scratched her head in thought when suddenly her eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, the master once said that if you encounter difficulties in the future, you can seek out Zhou Qiansui, who will protect you. Fang Zhongmiao furrowed her brow. Who is Zhou Qiansui? The young maid knelt before her, helping to adjust her trousers, speaking rapidly. Zhou Qiansui, whose real name is Qi Xiu, is the current chief eunuch of the Imperial Rights Bureau, overseeing the Feiyu Guard and the Jinlong Guard, with trusted allies in all 6 ministries, controlling the imperial city and wielding military and political power. Even the new emperor's memorials are submitted through him for review. Due to his immense power, he is known as Zhou Qiansui, second only to the emperor. Years ago, his entire family was accused of treason and executed. And it was the master who pleaded with the late emperor to spare him and his brother. Afterward, it was also the master who recommended him for the palace, enabling him to attain his current power and status. Our master is his great benefactor. He is the contingency plan left for you by the master. Fang Zhongmiao stood before the mirror, adjusting her attire, and refuted, "That is not a contingency plan, it is merely a favor. You must understand, favors are the most unreliable. When a person departs, tea becomes cold. Once my father is gone, who would still recognize me? Chasing after debts of gratitude will only breed resentment. Perhaps even this Zhou Qiansui covets what I possess." Upon reflecting on this, Fang Zhongmiao frowned slightly and sighed. "I have an unsettling feeling that I am surrounded by enemies." The young maid felt her heart sink as well. If even Zhou Qiansui harbored covetous thoughts regarding the miss's dowry, then her mistress would surely be doomed. "What shall we do, miss?" The young maid momentarily panicked, then resolutely suggested, "Shall I lead you to break out of Linen and flee far away?" Fang Zhongmiao suddenly smiled, affectionately ruffling the young maid's hair, softly whispering, "Silly girl, since I, Fang Zhongmiao, have established my domain here in Linen, I must accept the incense of this land. To flee in disgrace would be to tarnish my reputation." The young maid experienced a moment of enlightenment and joyfully exclaimed, "Miss, I have realized what the master's contingency plan is." Fang Zhongmiao tilted her head to look at her, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, what is it?" The young maid held the miss's delicate hand, her eyes filled with admiration as she declared, "The contingency plan left by the master is you. The skills he taught you are sufficient for you to navigate any predicament. Miss, you will surely be able to attract good fortune and avoid calamity." What a proud person Fang Zhongmiao was. Just a fleeting thought brought a light-hearted smile to her face, with unwavering confidence. She mused, "Indeed, I am my own greatest contingency plan. What fear do I have when the world stands against me?" Upon hearing such a powerful declaration, the young maid felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Fang Zhongmiao checked her reflection in the mirror to ensure her appearance was flawless before making her way to the door. She quietly stated, "One last question. Who are you?" After discussing so many secrets, she had not even inquired about my identity. "The miss indeed trusts me completely." The young maid felt her eyes welling with tears again, hastily following behind, lifting the hem of her skirt, and softly saying, I am called Daisher. Once Fang Zhongmiao interrupted her. From now on, when speaking with me, there is no need to refer to yourself as a maid. The young maid was taken aback, her eyes shimmering with tears as she quickly lowered her head to conceal them. Her voice hoarse as she replied, "Yes, miss, I am called Daisher, and I was once your head maid, but later demoted to a servant." Fang Zhongmiao was greatly perplexed and furrowed her brow, asking, "Why did I demote you?" The young maid hesitated. Fang Zhongmiao gently reassured her, "Speak freely. I believe in you and cherish you. I harbor no ill intentions." The young maid hurriedly wiped her eyes, her voice muffled as she said, 3 years ago, when the marauders invaded the capital, the new emperor fled south with a group of nobles. In the midst of their escape, we took refuge in a village. In the dead of night, a thief broke into your room with ill intentions, and I resolved the matter for you, resulting in a rather bloody scene. You were frightened and thereafter kept your distance from me. Fang Zhongmiao could hardly believe it. She stood frozen in place, speechless, yet her inner voice firmly denied, "No, I would never commit such a foolish act. To be loyal, protective, courageous, resourceful, and yet innocent and endearing, this is not the demeanor of a mere maid, but of a precious treasure. I would cherish her deeply. How could I possibly distance myself?" The young maid's eyes brimmed with tears, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the miss's words. "The miss said she would cherish me deeply." Upon careful reflection, the young maid quickly found a reason for her mistress's behavior. She hastily remarked, "Miss, you must have had your reasons for acting that way. After that night, Yu Feian began to doubt my loyalty. After being relegated to the status of a lowly maidservant, it became evident that Yu Feian no longer sought to test me. Otherwise, he would surely devise means to expel me, or even quietly eliminate me. My lady, you are not distancing yourself from me, you are in fact protecting me." With this revelation, everything fell into place. Fang Zhongmiao's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed as she opened the door and stepped outside. In a gentle tone, she declared, "From now on, this Ningyuan Marquis' residence will bear the Fang surname, not the Yu. You may accompany me openly, without the need for concealment." "Yes, my lady," Daisher responded loudly, her spirit soaring. The two of them entered a courtyard bathed in golden sunlight, surrounded by blooming flowers and fluttering butterflies. After taking a few steps, Daisher's joyful expression faltered, and she quietly inquired, "My lady, since you have inherited the true teachings of the master, can you discern where Yu Feian has wandered, whether he lives or has perished?" She sensed her lady's thoughts and knew she could ascertain the truth, yet she could not divulge such peculiar matters and could only probe. Fang Zhongmiao did not conceal her intentions, nodding as she replied, "Indeed." Daisher hesitated before asking, "Then, do you wish to retrieve him?" Fang Zhongmiao continued her leisurely stride, softly murmuring, "I shall pose 3 questions to you, and you must answer me. First, does Yu Feian respect me?" Daisher immediately shook her head, asserting, "He has never respected you. That he constantly claims that he was forced to marry you, and treating you with courtesy is already his greatest tolerance." Fang Zhongmiao pressed on with her inquiries. "Second, does he care for me?" Daisher's brow furrowed with indignation as she retorted, "For 3 years, he has never set foot in your chamber, spending all his days in the military camp. How could he possibly care?" Fang Zhongmiao's final question was, "Am I appreciated for the sacrifices I have made for his family?" Daisher scoffed, "How could he know gratitude? He takes your contributions for granted every few days. He demands large sums of silver from you to pave his path to power, and he complains that the master's reputation tarnishes his own." The more Daisher spoke, the more incensed she became, unable to suppress her disdain at that wretched man. Yet Fang Zhongmiao remained unfazed, merely smiling gently as she replied, "If that is the case, then let him fend for himself." Daisher, still anxious, asked, "What if he returns of his own accord? Should I not ascertain his whereabouts and eliminate him?" Fang Zhongmiao frowned slightly and stated, "He has not harmed me, thus I shall not harm him. To entangle myself in his malevolent deeds would be a detriment to my cultivation and unworthy of my efforts." After a brief pause, she added thoughtfully, "By then, this Ningyuan Marquis' residence, and even the city of Linen, will have undergone a transformation. What could he possibly return to? Does he intend to turn the world upside down?" Upon hearing such audacious words, Daisher's anxious heart found solace at last. In the front courtyard, Niaoping Tsui addressed Ningyuan Marquis Yu Chengwang and several esteemed clan elders, saying, "My daughter-in-law has fallen under a curse. If you sense anything amiss, please maintain your composure and do not raise her suspicions." Yu Chengwang replied with displeasure, "Today is a day of great joy. Do not speak of such supernatural matters. My daughter-in-law is perfectly well in the rear courtyard. How could she be cursed?" The eerie voice was audible to some, yet not to others. Niaoping Tsui could not discern the pattern but deemed it necessary to issue a warning, since Fang Zhongmiao had indeed fallen under a curse and transformed into a demon. It was likely the clan would privately consent to her demise. Niaoping Tsui chose not to elaborate further, murmuring, "When she arrives, you will understand." No sooner had she spoken than Fang Zhongmiao entered the front courtyard. Accompanied by a maid in blue with so many clan members present, the parlor could not accommodate them all, prompting Niaoping Tsui to instruct the servants to set up tables and stools outside. Children frolicked around the blooming flowers, a scene brimming with vitality. Upon seeing the young mistress, the clan members greeted her with bows and salutations. Fang Zhongmiao smiled and nodded as she passed, observing nothing amiss. Yu Chengwang cast an irritated glance at Miao Pingsui, feeling discontent, when suddenly a soft, ethereal voice echoed from all directions. "Where is the designated heir? I shall seek him out." The elders, who were sipping tea, trembled in shock, their eyes wide with astonishment. However, being seasoned individuals who had endured war and hardship, they quickly regained their composure and looked toward Fang Zhongmiao. After a moment, the implications of the ethereal voice began to sink in. They abruptly turned their gaze toward Yu Chengwang, their eyes ablaze with fury. The designated heir. Was it not agreed that selection would be based on merit, with everyone given an opportunity? You deceitful Yu Chengwang. Chapter 5. Thunderstruck, faced with the accusatory stares of the clan elders, Yu Chengwang had neither the time nor inclination to dwell on the bizarre voice. Lowering his voice, he smiled as he explained to the elders. "If I can cultivate the heir into a talent like Feian, the entire clan will benefit in the future. I possess this foresight. I will select only the most outstanding child, and the elders may await the results." The four elders nodded slightly, suppressing their dissatisfaction. What of being designated? Everyone harbored their own agendas regarding the heir selection, and it would be a contest of who could outmaneuver whom. Miao Pingsui scanned the surroundings and noticed that beyond the four esteemed elders and her husband, the second branch's family and a child in the courtyard displayed expressions of shock. It was evident they too could hear Fang Zhongmiao's thoughts. Miao Pingsui felt a surge of delight, for the child in question was none other than her beloved granddaughter, Yu Shuangshuang. Having raised her grandchildren in the manner, Miao Pingsui had always felt a twinge of unease. If her granddaughter could also hear Fang Zhongmiao's thoughts, then her safety would be assured. Furthermore, Miao Pingsui was aware that though her granddaughter was only 8 years old, she was remarkably precocious and possessed a hint of the extraordinary. Even as a child, she often uttered prophecies that ultimately came to pass. It was through this little granddaughter's insights and warnings that her son had climbed the ranks, eventually being bestowed the title of loyal and brave marquis. Fang Zhongmiao was indeed formidable, yet this reincarnated celestial child of mine was no less impressive. With this thought in mind, Miao Pingsui raised her teacup for a sip, her half-closed eyes gleaming with pride. In the sunlit courtyard, a charming and delicate young girl quickly mastered her expression. She blinked her bright, expressive eyes, feigning curiosity as she gazed at the approaching Fang Zhongmiao, quietly contemplating, was that voice just now the thoughts of a cannon fodder supporting character? It wasn't mentioned in the book. Could it be the butterfly effect triggered by my arrival? Nevertheless, this is a fortuitous event. Being able to hear Fang Zhongmiao's thoughts will allow me to more swiftly manipulate this legitimate mother. In a couple of years, when the male lead returns, I shall become the most esteemed princess of the Great Zhou. Under my persistent urging, my mother has worked diligently over the years and has finally born a son for the male lead. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this time, the heir of the Ningyuan Marquis' residence will undoubtedly not be Yu Sanglan de My brother is the male lead's own flesh and blood. By any measure, this residence should be inherited by my brother. Yu Wenqing, with my knowledge of the plot and foresight of the future, how could my brother possibly falter against the male lead's numerous favored concubines and lowly bastards, especially with my assistance? The one destined to inherit the male lead's throne must be my brother, and I shall be the grand princess. Changing fate and reversing the narrative depends on me. With these thoughts, the charming young girl hid behind a graceful woman. Stifling her laughter with her hand, a lively little boy of about 5 or 6 dashed over, tugging at her garment and calling a sister. Fang Zhongmiao arrived at the main seat and knelt in reverence to the elders. The others regarded her with trepidation, wary of being tainted by her ominous aura, and did not press her but rather exchanged a few polite remarks before allowing her to take her seat. Daisher presented a cup of hot tea and softly inquired, "My lady, is there a criterion for selecting the heir in this marquis' residence? You just mentioned the heir is predetermined." Fang Zhongmiao replied in a barely audible tone. "There are many eyes and ears here. I shall explain in detail when we return." However, her thoughts had already begun to unfold. There are indeed criteria. The optimal choice is an orphan, devoid of parents, possessing a pure disposition and remarkable intelligence. Such a child, lacking any reliance, will be wholly devoted to the marquis' residence and can be nurtured well. The second best option is a child from a well-off family with both parents present, but who also comes from a strict and harmonious household, exhibiting pure character and keen intellect. While such a child may not be entirely devoted to the marquis' residence, they will not disrupt its peace either. The least desirable choice is a child from a single-parent family, struggling in life, regardless of their potential. The matter of their parents is critical. These parents have already lost their spouse and are consumed by worries over finances. With their only hope resting on their sole son, sending their son to the marquis' residence for selection signifies what intentions? Fang Zhongmiao sipped her tea, a smirk concealed in her gaze. Her thoughts murmured, their intentions are undoubtedly to usurp a place they do not belong. Sacrificing their only child must be for the sake of greater gain. Their future wealth and glory are entirely dependent on this child. To achieve this, they will undoubtedly strive to win the child's favor, constantly reminding him not to forget who his true parents are. They require the child to be wholly devoted to them, even teaching him how to feign loyalty to the Ningyuan Marquis' residence. Such a child is difficult to nurture and must never be chosen. My father-in-law has likely scrutinized every candidate thoroughly. He knows who can be selected and who cannot. Ning Yuan Marquis raised his cup to sip tea, his smile strained. The identity he had arranged for his grandson was precisely that of a single-parent child from a struggling background. His daughter-in-law's analysis made him appear exceedingly foolish. Moreover, he could discern that his grandson's biological mother, Zheng, indeed harbored intentions of usurpation. Zheng's family covets the very position that Fang Zhongmiao currently occupies. Upon hearing this unspoken sentiment, the elders of the clan each displayed expressions of satisfaction. They often listened to Miao's complaints about her daughter-in-law's lack of decorum, ignorance of propriety, and inability to manage domestic affairs, living in a muddled manner. However, in light of this revelation, Fang Zhongmiao appeared to be an exceptionally clear-minded individual. The clan leader, Yu Dehong, cast a glance at Fang Zhongmiao and announced loudly, "The time is drawing near. Let us summon the children to introduce themselves." The playful and frolicking children were promptly gathered by the servants, forming 5 neat rows. These children, aged between 3 and 7, had already begun their education, revealing varying degrees of aptitude. The graceful woman embraced Yu Xuanchuang. Stepping aside under a large tree, both their gazes were fixed on the 5-year-old boy standing in the center. Yu Changwang and Miaoping Sui, despite their efforts to restrain themselves, occasionally cast glances at the boy, who was none other than their beloved grandson, Yu Wenqing, the offspring of Yu Feiyan's concubine Zhang Yuro. Their son was infatuated with Zhang Yuro, yet she was the daughter of a condemned man and had once been a courtesan. Her origins utterly disgraceful. Since their son could not marry Zhang Yuro, he chose to keep her as a mistress outside. It was precisely due to this decision that the direct line of the Ning Yuan Marquis family had not been severed. The Ning Yuan Marquis, feeling pleased, eagerly stated, "Let them come forward one by one to introduce themselves." The servants complied, ushering the children forth while instructing them to present themselves. This was the first test, evaluating their ability to articulate. Suddenly, Yu Xuanchuang grasped her mother Zhang Yuro's hand tightly, her heart racing. Zhang Yuro bent down and asked, "Xuanchuang, what troubles you?" Yu Xuanchuang quickly shook her head, brushing it off. Only she understood how crucial the ensuing events would be. It was precisely because of the unforeseen incident that followed that Fang Zhongmiao's character would twist, transforming her into the malicious supporting character that tormented the narrative for over 100 chapters. Yu Xuanchuang, filled with anticipation, instinctively tiptoed and craned her neck to glimpse the main seat. Meanwhile, Fang Zhongmiao's inner voice echoed softly, "My position faces the main entrance. Seated at the side is the white tiger position. Opposite me is a full mountain representing the vermilion bird, with a stone resembling a sharp beak aimed directly at my eyes, as if it intends to peck at my very soul. This position is extremely ominous." Upon hearing her thoughts, the onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. They thought with scorn, "Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will surely burrow." They had presumed that Fang Zhongmiao would not indulge in such superstitions. Being a person of propriety, little did they know she had inherited her father's knack for deceit and trickery. Did Fang Qinzi have any knowledge of geomancy? If he did, how could the dragon vein he selected have turned into a dead vein? After the late emperor was buried in what he claimed was a dragon vein, the gates of the Great Zhou were immediately trampled by the iron hooves of barbarian invaders. Fang Qinzi was truly a source of lasting calamity. Fang Zhongmiao was even more pitiable than Fang Qinzi. At least Fang Qinzi was aware of his deception and dared not face public scorn, ultimately choosing to accompany the late emperor in death. But Fang Zhongmiao had deceived even herself. She genuinely believed her geomantic insights were accurate. All present wore expressions of disdain. The slight goodwill that had begun to form in the hearts of several elders towards Fang Zhongmiao dissipated entirely. Only Yu Xuanchuang remained frozen in place, her heart filled with astonishment. How could Fang Zhongmiao's predictions be so accurate? Wasn't her father Fang Qinzi a charlatan? Wasn't she merely a pawn? Would the plot truly change? Fang Zhongmiao turned her head and spoke to the woman seated beside her. "Sister-in-law, could you possibly shift to another seat?" Throughout the proceedings, Daisher had quietly and swiftly introduced the important figures within the household, even sharing juicy gossip about various family scandals. Thus, Fang Zhongmiao recognized who was who. The woman beside her was Wang Anzheng, the legitimate wife of the Marquis' illegitimate son, Yu Feihu. Behind her sat a boy and a girl, her legitimate son and daughter, twins who had just turned 6. Her in-laws would rather adopt other children to inherit the family title than allow their own husband or son to become the heir. Wang Anzheng was filled with resentment, consequently she harbored a deep jealousy towards Fang Zhongmiao. With a cold expression, she remarked, "Everyone is seated in an orderly manner, yet you leave an empty seat, which is both rude and unbecoming. I advise you to sit quietly and not provoke my in-laws' displeasure." Seeing her reluctance, Fang Zhongmiao had no choice but to rise and move to the opposite position, requesting Daisher to add a table and chair for her. All eyes were upon her as she adjusted the furniture, the sound of creaking echoing, yet she felt no embarrassment. Yu Qingwang's face turned ashen, his anger simmering beneath the surface. He could only suppress his rising fury. Mindful of the clan members present, the 4 elders shook their heads slightly, sighing inwardly. What a tragedy for such a fine young man like Feiyan to marry such a nonsensical wife. They say that a good man does not have a good wife. There is indeed some truth to that. Miao Pingsui, having interacted most frequently with Fang Zhongmiao, was aware of her capabilities and fixed her murky gaze on that seat, her eyes flickering slightly. Suddenly she spoke. Feihu, the main seat has been left empty for too long. You should take it. It would be fitting for you two to sit together. Yu Feihu, cunning in nature, though skeptical of Fang Zhongmiao's words, smiled and declined. Mother, I am fine sitting behind father. The sun is scorching. If father and the elders cannot endure the heat, I can help fan them and serve tea. This was a charming response, earning smiles of approval from the four elders and Yu Chengwang. Seeing this, Miao Pingsui could only relent. In the courtyard, the first child had been brought forward by a servant to introduce himself. Having only spoken a few words, the other children began to exclaim. Clan leader Yu Dehong spoke sternly, who was causing a ruckus. A servant stepped forward, leading a 6 or 7-year-old boy, who clutched a slingshot in his hand. The surrounding children touched their heads, covered their faces, and one had a bruise on his forehead from a stone shot by the slingshot. The boy, oblivious to fear, boldly proclaimed, "It was me." Yu Dehong, suppressing his anger, asked, "Why did you use a slingshot to hurt others? Do you not understand the significance of today's occasion?" The boy, glancing sideways, replied, "I thought it was fun, so I wanted to shoot them. They look like a bunch of silly pigs." With that, he burst into hearty laughter. Yu Dehong's beard bristled in fury, smoke seemingly rising from his head. The boy's mother hurriedly rushed forward, pulling him away from the scene, knowing her son had no chance of becoming the heir. Fang Zhongmiao observed closely, her thoughts drifting. This child is surrounded by dark, malevolent energy, as dense as a storm cloud looming overhead. He is destined to cause great trouble, if today's banquet is to proceed smoothly. It would be best to send this child away. Although Yu Dehong was furious at the boy's mischief, he was even more contemptuous of Fang Zhongmiao's alarming words. He had never considered expelling the child, merely intending to reprimand him and then sternly inquire who was next. Fang Zhongmiao signaled to Daisher and glanced at the boy with the slingshot. Daisher quietly approached, urging the mother and child to leave. However, the pair was exceedingly obstinate, glaring at Daisher and pushing forward toward the front. Daisher wished to persuade them again, but saw the young lady beckoning her. A cold, indifferent voice echoed in the air, "Little stone, come back. Since the Yu family disregards my words, I shall not concern myself with their fortunes or misfortunes." Daisher's lips curled into a smile as she happily returned. The young lady fondly called her little stone. Giggling. In the center, the boys took turns stepping forward to introduce themselves. After about half an hour, it finally came to the turn of the 5-year-old boy standing in the middle. He spoke clearly and adorably, with a sweet voice as he shared his story. He mentioned that his grandfather had recently passed away, and his mother was raising him and his sister alone, making life quite challenging. He expressed his determination to study hard to repay his family in the future. It was the family that had spent considerable resources to bring them, the elderly and weak, to the city of Linen across the Yangtze River. Without the clan's support, they, as orphans and widows, would not have survived. In conclusion, he knelt down sincerely, bowing 3 times to the elders seated in the main position. A 5-year-old child demonstrating such articulation, logical reasoning, and an understanding of right and wrong was indeed rare. Yu Chengwang applauded with a smile, and the elders nodded in agreement. Miao Pingsui's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly moved to sob. This was her little grandson, so clever, so bright, regardless of Jiang Yuro's disgraceful origins. Because she bore this prodigy, she was undoubtedly an exceptional woman. Jiang Yuro took a step forward, holding her daughter's hand, her face alight with pride. Then she subtly glanced at Fang Zhongmiao, her smile laced with mockery. What did it matter that this woman was the Marquis's legitimate wife? The Marquis would hardly dare to lay a finger on her. The properties under her name, along with the gold and treasures gifted by the late emperor, would eventually belong to Shuangshuang and Qinger. To spend her dowry raising someone else's child, what a pitiful existence. At this thought, Jiang Yuro nearly burst into laughter. Yu Shuangshuang gently squeezed her hand, signaling her to restrain herself. After this ordeal, the 3 of them would be the true masters of the Marquis's residence. They must endure and not become complacent. Yu Chengwang eagerly proclaimed, "This child is excellent. Make a note of his name. He shall be closely evaluated henceforth." The steward neatly inscribed the name Yu Wenqing in the ledger. Just then, Fang Zhongmiao's inner voice resonated with a hint of amusement. "This child's parental palace bears a blood-red aura connected to Yu Feihu. He is indeed Yu Feihu's son." Judging by the Ningyuan Marquis's delighted expression, this child must be his designated heir. If that is the case, why would the Ningyuan Marquis seek distant connections? He could simply designate Wang Anjing's legitimate son as the heir. What advantage does an illegitimate child raised outside have over the legitimate son of the second house? How intriguing. I shall observe closely who this child's mother truly is. Fang Zhongmiao's inscrutable gaze slowly swept over the assembled clan members standing outside. Yu Shuangshuang's face was a mask of disbelief, swiftly transforming into one of fury. The younger brother is undeniably the son of the male protagonist. Yu Fan, what nonsense is this malicious pawn-spouting? Just as Miao Pingsui lifted her cup, her wrist trembled violently, causing several droplets of scalding tea to splatter onto her fingertips. What had Fang Zhongmiao just asserted? That her own grandson is the illegitimate child of Yu Feihu? Impossible. Chapter 6. 2 marriage contracts. Fang Zhongmiao's inscrutable gaze slowly swept over the women and children gathered outside, watching the spectacle. All who sensed her inner thoughts followed her gaze. The 4 clan elders were seething with rage, silently contemplating. Well done, Yu Chengwang, your illegitimate son Yu Feihu, whose identity is dubious, is the offspring of a vile woman engaged in adultery, and it's uncertain whether he is truly your blood. Our refusal to recognize him as the heir is to ensure the purity of the Yu family lineage. Yet here you are, performing a duplicitous act, secretly maneuvering behind our backs. What do you intend by bringing that bastardess child into the residence? Everything belonging to the Yu family must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Yu Chengwang felt a deep sense of despair, realizing the anger radiating from the 4 clan elders. He found himself at a loss for words. He longed to leap forth and proclaim that this child was not Yu Feihu's, but rather Honor's, a legitimate scion of the family. Fang Zhongmiao, you are sowing discord among us. Just wait until the banquet concludes. I shall deal with you then. Yu Chengwang was infuriated, his countenance dark as a stormy sky. Miao Pingsui was equally incensed, cursing inwardly. Fang Zhongmiao, you speak without basis. Her eyes narrowed as she followed Fang Zhongmiao's gaze. She knew better than anyone else that Fang Zhongmiao had never encountered Jiang Yurua and had no inkling of her illicit relationship with her son. She was eager to see if Fang Zhongmiao truly possessed the extraordinary insight she claimed. In the next moment, a voice echoed softly, found her, clad in a pale pink muslin dress adorned with a butterfly-patterned silver hairpin. The child's parents bear a blood-red aura that points directly to you, does it not? Miao Pingsui fixed her gaze upon Jiang Yurua, who stood obliviously in the crowd, dressed in a pale pink muslin gown, her butterfly hairpin glinting in the light. How could it be so accurate? Fang Zhongmiao truly recognized her at a glance. Miao Pingsui gently set down her trembling teacup and took a deep breath. The 4 clan elders, the second branch of the family, and the Ningyuan Marquis Yu Chengwang all turned their attention towards Jiang Yurua. Yu Feihu fanned his father gently, attempting to hide his trembling hands, but the tension in his clenched jaw betrayed his agitation. Wang Anjing slammed her teacup down, her hands clenched into fists. Was this wretched woman truly her husband's mistress? Was Fang Zhongmiao's accusation fact or fiction? Daishi's keen gaze locked onto Jiang Yurua, while Yu Shuangshuan felt an icy dread wash over her. The scrutinizing glances directed her way sent shivers down her spine, making her feel exposed. In her previous life, she had been the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, possessing remarkable psychological resilience and personal capability, yet she had never experienced such a profound sense of anxiety. She raised her head to meet her mother's beaming face, and for a fleeting moment she longed to flee together. However, she quickly scoffed internally. She was the biological daughter of the male protagonist, with powerful backing and a golden finger. Why should she fear Fang Zhongmiao, a mere cannon fodder female antagonist? What if Fang Zhongmiao discovered her mother was the male protagonist's mistress? Her slanderous words would never be believed by her grandparents, with her grandparents protecting her younger brother. Fang Zhongmiao could only choke on her indignation, yet, in the next moment, the disdain in Yu Shuangshuan's eyes dissipated entirely. A voice, laced with amusement, floated through the air. Indeed, remarkable, this woman's marriage palace is suffused with a dense rosy aura. 3 lines of fate intertwined, 2 glowing faintly, 1 darkened, indicating 2 husbands in the light and 1 in the shadows. In other words, she has 2 marriage contracts, being the lawful wife of both men. While secretly engaging with another, Fang Zhongmiao lightly tapped her finger on the table, her expression enigmatic. Yu Shuangshuan pondered uncertainly, what 2 marriage contracts? How could my mother possibly be married to 2 men simultaneously? Miao Pingsui closed her eyes, her mind settling. It seemed she had overestimated Fang Zhongmiao. Jiang Yurua had signed only 1 marriage contract, arranged by her, to secure a clean identity for her grandson, Yu Wenqing. 2 husbands in the light and 1 in the dark. Could anything be more absurd? Yu Chengwang and the 4 clan elders also found it ludicrous, lifting their cups to drink tea, their eyes brimming with unquenchable fury. This bewitched young mistress would surely not be allowed to remain. If her insinuations continued, the marquisate would inevitably face turmoil. Wang Anjing squinted, half convinced. 3 husbands. Could such an indiscreet woman truly exist, unbeknownst to all? Yu Feihu, seated in the back, felt his skin twitching, his gaze fierce. Did others not know about the situation of a woman with 3 husbands? Damn Fang Zhongmiao, he must devise a way to silence her. Yu Feihu quietly rose, sidestepping the main seat to retreat into the shade of the trees. He had to find a maidservant to pour a pot of boiling tea over Fang Zhongmiao, leaving her in agony. However, the voice continued to resonate in the air, its tone increasingly playful. One of the faintly glowing lines has snapped. This woman's public husband has perished. The dimmed line, seemingly broken yet not, points to a man with whom she has clandestine dealings, far away, encountering great calamity. Miao Pingsui's hand, hidden in her sleeve, clenched into a fist. The husband she had arranged for Jiang Yurua was indeed deceased. The one facing calamity was none other than Honor, was it not? No need to panic, no need to panic. Jiang Yurua's widowhood had already been mentioned by her grandson. Fang Zhongmiao must be merely speculating this time. Yet Miao Pingsui's heart raced faster. Yu Fei, who nearly ran to the back courtyard, hastily locating a trusted maidservant, slipping a silver ingot into her hand. The four clan elders and Yu Changwang continued to sip their tea leisurely. Regarding Fang Zhongmiao's musings as mere amusement, the children in the midst were still introducing themselves, blissfully unaware of the surging undercurrents. Yu Xuanshuang stood rigidly at the edge, gripping her mother's hand tightly. Fang Zhongmiao could discern that the male protagonist was far away, facing misfortune. At this moment, everyone believed the male protagonist to be dead. Surely Fang Zhongmiao was merely guessing, she could not be that astute. In this peculiar atmosphere, the voice suddenly lifted, a light-hearted tone spreading. How intriguing! The unbroken lines of fate intertwine, revealing that these two men share the same bloodline. They are brothers of Fang Zhongmiao's finger. Poised to tap the table, suddenly stilled, her eyes gleaming with insight, the voice echoed in the air. Let us see what I have uncovered. The intertwined lines of fate, one bright and one dark. Could it be that one belongs to Yu Feihu and the other to Yu Feian? This woman is Yu Feihu's wife, while simultaneously being Yu Feian's mistress. Do they both know of each other? Will they come to blows? Can a woman maintain relationships with 3 husbands and a man be so magnanimous? How amusing, truly amusing. The hands of the 4 clan elders, holding their cups, trembled violently. Yu Chengwang forgot to blow on his tea. Letting out a low cry as he burned himself. A young maidservant approached Fang Zhongmiao, carrying a full pot of hot tea, her arm raised, but her wrist was firmly gripped by Daisher. Fearing to disrupt the young mistress's deductions, Daisher sealed the maidservant's acupoint, rendering her as still as a statue. Fang Zhongmiao's playful gaze flitted back and forth between Zhang Yurua and Yu Xuanshuang. Ultimately settling on Yu Xuanshuang's face, the voice flowed slowly and mockingly. The 7 or 8-year-old girl shows no trace of fine lines in her brother's palace. Her complexion is smooth and unblemished. She must be the sole daughter. The blood-red aura in her parents' palace points skyward. Her father is far away. Her fortune and land palaces are both full and radiant. Her grandfather holds a high position. And her grandmother hails from a prominent family. Fang Zhongmiao leaned back against her chair, her voice sighing with wonder. All the details align perfectly. This girl is Yu Feian's daughter, while the boy in the crowd is Yu Feihu's son. These 2 children are siblings, sharing the same mother but different fathers. Fang Zhongmiao's fingertip resumed its gentle tapping on the table, her gaze drifting into the void, her voice flowing in a teasing manner. It appears that your family truly knows how to play. Brothers sharing a wife, is this a sign of poverty that prevents them from marrying proper spouses? To choose an heir not from the legitimate offspring of the second branch but from an illegitimate child, this is a matter of family reputation. Yet it is handled so disgracefully, truly a disgrace to the family. The expressions of the 4 clan elders darkened progressively, their beards trembling as if caught in a breeze. Yu Chengwang covered his burned mouth, his gaze ominous as he looked towards the illegitimate son, Yu Feihu, lurking at the edge of the gathering. He harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing that Fang Zhongmiao's words were nothing but nonsense. Miao Pingsui felt as if her teeth might shatter. Why did it seem to her that Fang Zhongmiao's words grew increasingly credible? The voice suddenly rose, tinged with doubt. Miao Pingsui quickly perked up her ears to listen. Fang Zhongmiao discreetly scanned the Ningyuan Marquis, contemplating, could it be that the Ningyuan Marquis is unaware that this boy is Yu Feihu's illegitimate child? Fang Zhongmiao tilted her head slightly, a soft laugh escaping her. This makes perfect sense, otherwise the Ningyuan Marquis would not go to such lengths to bring an illegitimate child back to the residence as an heir. His mind is still intact. Fang Zhongmiao tilted her head again, carelessly glancing at Miao Pingsui, her smile filled with amusement. My dear mother-in-law, are you aware of the designated heir's situation? You must be aware. Otherwise, you wouldn't keep stealing glances at this boy. You must love him dearly. But what would you do if you knew he was the offspring of Lu Yang, the one you despise the most? At that moment, Miao Pingsui bit her tongue, the metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth. Thick as the hatred festering within her, the voice lingered in the air. After the banquet concludes, I must send Xiao Shi to this pink-clad woman's home to retrieve those 2 marriage contracts. With the evidence in hand, it will be easy to deal with matters. Miao Pingsui forcefully swallowed the blood pooling in her mouth and beckoned the stewardess standing behind her with a finger. The stewardess approached, bending down to listen to her whispered words, before hastily departing with several maidservants. Yu Changwang, in a flurry, called for his attendants, rapidly conveying instructions. Each of the 4 clan elders summoned a servant, issuing a few commands. Yu Fei, who bolted outside, his demeanor frantic, his clothing dampened by cold sweat. As he fled, Yu Xuanshuang felt as if struck by lightning. It dawned on her that everything Fang Zhongmiao had just said was indeed true. Her brother Yu Wenqing was genuinely Yu Feihu's son, otherwise, why would Yu Feihu be so agitated? Could he hear thoughts as well? Was he returning to retrieve the marriage certificates? There were indeed 2 marriage certificates. Zhang Yuro, you foolish girl, you have doomed me. With no time to ponder further, Yu Xuanshuang shot a fierce glare at her mother and rushed towards the door with utmost speed. Zhang Yuro extended an arm, her face a mask of confusion, calling out, Xuanshuang, come back. Where are you going? Witnessing this scene, Wang Yanjin could hardly remain oblivious to the truth of the matter. She promptly dispatched several maidservants. In a matter of moments, the once crowded front courtyard was considerably emptier, and Daishur internally marveled at the chaos unfolding within the Yu family. Realizing the urgency, she decided to make a trip to retrieve the 2 marriage certificates. With a swift motion, Daishur disappeared from sight. Fang Zhongmiao felt a gust of wind pass behind her, and upon turning, discovered that her precious treasure had vanished. Blinking her clear, watery eyes, she slowly reached out to poke the small maidservant standing nearby. Who was holding a water jug? Are you made of wood? She curiously inquired. Chapter 7. A most inauspicious position. The undercurrents of tension at the main seat had no impact on the selection of heirs. Inside the venue, boys were being brought forth by servants, each introducing themselves in high-pitched voices. Fang Zhongmiao focused on one boy who was currently speaking, silently assessing him. By my standards, this child is indeed an excellent choice. He is an orphan, still young, without support, possessing a pure disposition, articulate speech, and a keen intellect. However, there are signs of dark energy clashing within his fate and health indicators, indicating that this child harbors significant hidden ailments. The 4 clan elders were visibly perturbed, their gazes flickering. They had conducted thorough investigations into the participating children and were well aware of each child's circumstances. This boy indeed bore significant hidden ailments. Fang Zhongmiao's calculations were astute. If she truly possessed such talents, what she had said earlier, the anger of the 4 clan elders reignited, their breaths quickening. If this were true, it would be a disgrace for the entire Yu family. Yu Chengwang was singularly focused on reclaiming his grandson to the marquisate as an heir. How could he possibly investigate other children? He knew nothing of this boy's condition, but he could glean some insight from the expressions of the clan elders. His eyelids twitched violently as he quietly asked, disbelief tinging his voice, does this child truly have hidden ailments? Miao Pingchui also turned her gaze towards the 4 clan elders, her expression darkening. The elders exchanged glances, preparing to respond when a thought reverberated through the air. This child has a red tongue, devoid of coating, and a fiery countenance. Fire corresponds to the heart. This child is actually afflicted with a congenital heart condition, susceptible to emotional turmoil and overexertion. If he is made to study, he will expend excessive energy, worsening his condition. If he is trained in martial arts, it would be akin to sending him to his doom. Fang Zhongmiao gently shook her head, contemplating inwardly. Later, I shall find a good family to adopt him, providing sufficient funds monthly so that this child may grow up safely. He cannot bear the heavy responsibility of being the marquisate's heir. A sigh escaped the lips of the 4 clan elders at that moment. Such precise facial reading skills, such a compassionate heart. They had mistakenly underestimated the young madam, with their admiration growing. Yu Dehong couldn't help but whisper to Yu Chengwang, Han heir has found a splendid wife. Why Yu Chengwang was momentarily taken aback, then comprehension dawned on him. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, does this child truly have a heart condition? The 4 clan elders nodded slightly. Why Yu Chengwang leaned back against his chair, pausing for a moment, then suddenly struck the armrest, speaking with urgency, so it is indeed miraculous. What she said earlier about my Han heir facing great peril means that my Han heir has not perished. The 4 clan elders finally grasped the implications, all stunned into silence. Why Yu Fei Han was alive? This was wonderful news. The most promising descendant of the Yu family was none other than Yu Fei Han. If he were still among the living, he would undoubtedly lead the Yu family to prosperity. After the banquet, you may have the young madam calculate the situation for you, Yu Dehong suggested. Why Yu Chengwang nodded repeatedly, joy illuminating his eyes. Meanwhile, Miao Pingchui's heart had already turned cold. The reality repeatedly proved that the daughter-in-law she had always looked down upon was, in fact, an extraordinary individual. Yet, her daughter-in-law had lost her memory and harbored no feelings for her son. The daughter-in-law had no desire to find her son. What was Han heir doing at this moment? Was he in danger? How much suffering had he endured? As Miao Pingchui pondered, her eyes reddened, wishing to end the banquet immediately so that she could go find Fang Zhongmiao to extract information. If that did not yield results, she would distract that formidable maidservant and find a way to confine Fang Zhongmiao. But if Fang Zhongmiao refused to divulge Han heir's whereabouts, she would resort to severing Fang Zhongmiao's limbs and imprisoning her in a vat filled with salt water. She could not believe that at that point Fang Zhongmiao would still refuse to relent. Miao Pingchui's heart brimmed with malice when Yu Dehong interjected, if the young madam truly possesses such abilities, then the matters concerning Yu Feihu and Jiang Yuro must also be true. Yu Chengwang's smile froze on his face, nearly forgetting that troublesome matter. Miao Pingchui's eyes became bloodshot with uncontainable hatred. If this matter were proven true, she would surely flay Jiang Yuro and Yu Feihu alive. Fang Zhongmiao continued observing the faces of several children, finding none satisfactory, and thus turned to the small maidservant, who resembled a wooden post. Do you know where Daishur is gone? The maidservant merely blinked, remaining motionless. Meanwhile, Daishur had already tucked the 2 marriage certificates into her bosom, swiftly making her way to the marquisate. Along the way, she encountered Miao Pingchui's maidservants, Yu Chengwang's attendants, servants of the 4 clan elders, the panting Yu Feihu in a frenzy, and the 2 anxious maidservants of Wang and Jin. as well as the breathless and panicked Yu Shuang. A cacophony of footsteps filled the air as they chased after one another. Daisha hid amidst the lush branches of a large tree. Chuckling to herself, what a lively scene, to whom should I deliver the marriage certificates? Indeed, she had no intention of handing the certificates over to her mistress. If her mistress were to inquire how she had come to know of their existence, how could she explain? The matter of thoughts had been silenced by the heavens. She could neither speak of it nor write it down. If she were to stammer in front of her mistress, it might provoke her displeasure, and worse, lead her to suspect that Daisha was withholding information, thus questioning her loyalty. After much contemplation, Daisha resolved to find a scapegoat to assist her mistress in this matter. Her mistress could sit back and enjoy the show, standing atop a high branch, arms crossed, her robe fluttered with the wind. She pondered, in the matriarch, whose temperament was the most impulsive, who was most likely to disregard propriety and create a scene. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she soared towards the two maidservants of Wang and Jin. At the Ningyuan matriarch, the selection of heirs continued. A 5-year-old boy stood in the center, introducing himself slowly yet coherently. He stated his name as Yu Tsonglan, mentioning that both his parents were alive. Should he be selected as the heir, he would dedicate himself to the prosperity of the matriarch and the entire clan. If not, he would return home to serve his parents, finding joy in that as well. Behind him, only one boy remained to wait. This child, stout and cheerful, smiled brightly, showing no signs of nervousness. Both boys captured Fang Zhongmiao's attention. She scrutinized their features, a glimmer of light dancing in her eyes. Thoughts filled with delight echoed through the air. Both of these children are quite remarkable. The 4 clan elders quickly perked up their ears to eavesdrop. Yu Chengwang wished to cancel the banquet. His son was alive. Why should he adopt another child? No matter how exceptional, they were not of the Marquisade's bloodline. Yet, having spoken, the words were like spilled water. The clansfolk were watching, making it difficult for him to halt proceedings immediately. After the banquet, he would discuss the matter with the 4 clan elders to determine how to proceed. Miao Pingchui was indecisive. Deep in thought. If Fang Zhongmiao were lying, then Yu Wenqing was indeed Han Heir's child. However, since Wenqing was born of an outside woman, he had no right to be considered as the heir. If this banquet concluded with him being recognized as the heir, his lineage would remain unblemished. But what if Wenqing was not Han Heir's child? She would wait, once the marriage certificates were in hand. Fang Zhongmiao's words could be validated. Miao Pingchui clenched her teacup, suppressing her growing anxiety. At that moment, a maidservant rushed to Wang and Jin, bearing a gleaming golden metal plate and a piece of paper. Whispering urgently, Wang and Jin's face turned ashen, her expression twisted with rage. Yu Chengwang, the 4 clan elders, and Miao Pingchui's dispatched servants returned one by one, reporting to their respective masters in hushed tones. Yu Fei, who entered the courtyard drenched in sweat, his countenance pallid. Yu Shuang, dragging her heavy legs, stumbled over to Jiang Yuro. Jiang Yuro grasped her hand, scolding her for being mischievous, but Yu Shuang's face was filled with resentment and panic. Fang Zhongmiao felt a gust of wind blow at her back and turned to see Daisha appearing seemingly out of nowhere. "Little stone, where have you been?" she immediately inquired. Daisha grinned, saying, "Mistress, I went to the restroom." Fang Zhongmiao nodded at her pert little nose, playfully reproaching, "I guessed as much. Next time you leave, please give me a heads up, don't just vanish into thin air." Daisha blushed, covering her nose, murmuring, "Got it, mistress." Mistress's fingers smell so nice. Fang Zhongmiao cast a curious glance at those seated at the main table, asking, "Little stone, what are they discussing? Can you hear them?" She observed that everyone across the table was huddled with their servants, whispering conspiratorially, creating a rather strange atmosphere. As the jade-like eyes of Daisha shifted, she whispered softly, "They are deliberating on the selection of a successor. Both the Marquis and his wife have resolved to choose Yu Wenqing as their heir. My hearing is exceptionally keen. I can assure you I heard it distinctly." Fang Zhongmiao nodded in agreement, her expression impassive, yet her inner thoughts danced with amusement. "Indeed, my in-laws have been deceived by Yu Fei, who, intending to appoint the son of a woman in pink as their successor. All affairs of the Marquis will henceforth belong to Yu Fei and Yu Wenqing. How unfortunate for my siblings and the 2 legitimate children." The 4 clan elders cast dark looks towards Miao Pingchui and Yu Chengwang. They had already learned from the servant that the marriage certificate was missing. However, Yu Fei had rushed out in haste, which they observed with clarity. There could be no doubt regarding Yu Wenqing's origins, yet, despite this, Lord Ningyuan and his wife still insist on selecting Yu Wenqing as their heir. Could it be that this couple has become senile? Miao Pingchui and Yu Chengwang felt the elders' accusatory gazes upon them, wishing they could stand up and protest their innocence. When had they ever advocated for Yu Wenqing as the successor? They were merely listening to the reports from their servants. Although the marriage certificate was lost, the matter remained suspect. They would never hastily confirm Yu Wenqing's status as heir. Fang Zhongmiao, you truly speak nonsense this time. Before Miao Pingchui and Yu Chengwang could explain to the clan elders, Wang Anjing suddenly stood up, brandishing a glimmering metal plate and the paper marriage certificate, exclaiming loudly, "Jiang Yurua, how dare you? That boy named Yu Wenqing is clearly the illegitimate child of my husband and you." Yet you secretly informed my in-laws, claiming he is the son of my elder uncle, and urged them to establish you wenching as the heir. You are usurping a title from the court. Your crimes are heinous. Zhang Yurua was left dumbfounded. A cacophony of gasps erupted from the surrounding women and children. Yu Xuanshuang grasped Zhang Yurua's hand tightly, urgently urging mother run. Wang Anjing roared in anger, stop them. Several servant women immediately blocked the mother and daughter, seizing the standing Yu Wenqing. Yu Fei, who rushed forward to pull his wife back, whispering urgently, Jingyang, in front of so many, do not create a scene. Wang Anjing's voice grew louder. It is precisely because of so many witnesses that I must make a ruckus. If I endure in silence today, that bastard Yu Wenqing will snatch away my son's title. My son is the legitimate heir of the second household. If a successor is to be adopted, it should be my son. What right does Yu Wenqing have, I ask you, what right? Wang Anjing's eyes reddened. Her features contorted in anguish. Niaoping Sui approached, forcibly pressing down on Wang Anjing's shoulder, whispering reproachfully, Wang, be silent. We shall discuss this later in the courtyard. No, I shall speak clearly today. Look, this is the marriage certificate between my husband and Zhang Yurua. What does it mean to be inscribed on a copper plate? Is it to imply that their bond is stronger than gold? And this marriage certificate belongs to Zhang Yurua and Yu Dongming. How scandalous, Zhang Yurua, you are not merely a woman with 2 husbands, you are a woman with 3 husbands. Our fine sons of the Yu family have all been squandered by you alone. How can such a debased person exist in this world? Do you still have any shame? My uncle is truly a green-haired turtle, raising a son for his brother for 5 years. Yu Fei, who struck Wang Anjing fiercely across the face. Wang Anjing's 2 children were frightened into tears. In that moment, consumed by hatred, Wang Anjing's face revealed a resolute expression, seeing the scornful gazes of her kin and recalling the humiliation her son had suffered. Niaoping Sui lunged forward in an attempt to cover Wang Anjing's mouth. In a fit of rage, she shouted, I will tear out your tongue. Let us see how you will spout nonsense, Wang Anjing. Having completely lost her reason, forcefully pushed Niaoping Sui away. Niaoping Sui fell backward, landing in an empty chair beside her. In an instant, a stone hurtled through the air, piercing Niaoping Sui's eye with a swift whoosh, causing it to burst, blood spraying forth. A chilling scream shattered the silence. Everyone stood in shock. Yu Xuanshuang remained frozen in place, her mind blank. After a long moment, she could hardly believe her thoughts. The anticipated drama has indeed unfolded. But why was it her grandmother who suffered such a fate, not Fang Zhongmiao? Fang Zhongmiao was the greatest scapegoat in this tale. A sigh echoed hauntingly in the air. I had long foretold that this position was fraught with peril. Chapter 8. If you cannot comprehend reason, then let us resort to blows. Niaoping Sui clutched her left eye, wailing in agony, blood seeping continuously through her fingers. The servant women hurriedly gathered around to assess her condition. Some gasped, others sobbed, while some anxiously shouted, quickly fetch the physician, hurry. The clan members too were engulfed in chaos. A few of the elders followed the trajectory of the stone and spotted a young boy standing atop a sharp rock on the opposite side of the artificial hill. Sticking out his tongue and making faces, thunderclaps erupted in their minds. Each pronouncement made by Fang Zhongmiao echoed in their ears, near yet distant. This position faces the main gate, seated to the side. It is the white tiger's position. The artificial hill across resembles the vermilion bird. The sharp stone aimed at my eyes, as if to peck out my eyeballs. This position is doomed. This child carries an abundance of dark energy within his fate, as thick as ominous clouds. He is bound to bring calamity. If today's banquet is to proceed smoothly, it would be best to drive this child away. It has come to pass, all of it has come to pass. Fang Zhongmiao is no mere half-sage, she is truly extraordinary. The elders, glancing at the inscrutable Fang Zhongmiao and then at the pitifully wailing Niaoping Sui, felt an unnameable sense of reverence slowly rising from the depths of their hearts. Fang Chenzi's title as the national master. Perhaps it is not without merit. The foolish world cannot comprehend the methods of the immortal. Yu Chengwang, both astonished and horrified, struggled to regain his composure, rising to shout, quickly take the lady to the courtyard for treatment. He then turned his gaze back to the boy making faces atop the hill. Bellowing, seize him, the boy's mother hurried to the base of the hill, extending her arms and anxiously calling, son, jump into your mother's embrace, I will take you away. But mother and son, being in the marquee, could not escape. Several burly guards quickly apprehended them and took them to the woodshed for confinement. The servant women lifted Niaoping Sui, preparing to take her for treatment, yet Niaoping Sui gritted her teeth and shouted fiercely, the banquet is over. A grave incident has occurred in the marquee. The selection of a successor shall be determined at a later date. Her son has not died. Yu Wenqing is not her son's child. What successor is there to choose? She will wait for her son to return and remarry him. Once she extracts the whereabouts of her son from Fang Zhongmiao, she will send that wretched woman on her way. She will flay her alive and chop her into meat paste. The clan members, fearing entanglement in this turmoil, hurriedly scattered. Wang Anjing stood frozen in shock, clutching her children, dazed. Yu Fei, who embraced her and the children, stroking them while casting a glance at Niaoping Sui, his eyes gleaming with the delight of vengeance. In an instant, he suddenly recalled the old crone instructing him to sit in this ill-fated position. Gnashing his teeth in fury, "You vile woman, how dare you harm me? It seems you have long known that Fang Zhongmiao possesses true abilities, thus Yu Fei Huan must still be alive. He lives." Yu Fei Hu's gaze flickered towards Fang Zhongmiao. A faint thought emerging in his mind, perhaps he could extract Yu Fei Huan's whereabouts from the sister-in-law, eliminating the rival first. Yu Chengwang, sensing the poisonous glare cast by the illegitimate son, shot him a warning look. Yet he had no time to deal with the family's disgrace and could only suppress his anger, commanding the servant women to swiftly take his severely injured wife away, then accompanying several clan elders to see the guests off. Just as the crowd surged towards the door, ready to disperse, a gentle and melodious voice slowly resonated, "Everyone, please stay." They turned to see the speaker was the young lady of the house, who among them did not know that this young lady was one who garnered no affection from her husband, nor favor from her in-laws, rendering her nearly superfluous in the household. Who would heed her words? With such a serious incident unfolding in the marquisate, why would she wish for everyone to remain? What was her intention? The clan members turned a deaf ear, continuing to rush towards the door. Given the gravity of the turmoil within the estate, what chaos was the daughter-in-law trying to stir? Yu Qingwang's anger surged within him, yet he did not dare to reprimand her, only managing to maintain a stern demeanor as he addressed her. "Fang, you should return to care for your mother-in-law. The matters here will be handled by me and the clan elders. There is no need for you to concern yourself." Fang Zhongmiao merely cast a fleeting glance at Yu Chengwang, then turned her attention back to the thronging clan members, stating slowly, "The selection of a successor is yet undetermined. Everyone, please stay. You know well that Honor is not dead. Why would you still choose a successor? Have you lost your mind?" Yu Chengwang's anger surged. Unable to be contained any longer, he erupted. "Fang, as a woman of the inner chamber, how dare you presume to decide such a significant matter as the selection of a successor? Have you rebelled against heaven?" Fang Zhongmiao paid no heed, merely gazing at Daisher, gently saying, "Little stone, they cannot comprehend my words. You must use a little force to make them understand who holds the authority in this realm." Daisher chuckled, joyfully responding, "All right, miss." Before her words had fully settled, Daisher lifted her palm, reducing the nearby massive artificial hill to mere rubble. The thunderous crash resonated as though mountains were collapsing, fragments of stone falling like torrential rain. Dust billowed forth, resembling a dense fog that enveloped all directions. Everyone stood in stunned silence. It was not until they inhaled a copious amount of dust that they seemed to awaken from a dream. Coughing uncontrollably, Yu Chengwang and the four clan elders, closest to the chaos, were even more profoundly affected by the shock and awe. They returned to their seats in a daze, discreetly hiding their trembling hands within their sleeves. None had anticipated that Fang Zhongmiao would have such a formidable expert by her side. To shatter an artificial hill with such ease, wouldn't it be as simple as chopping vegetables to eradicate everyone in the marquisate? Amidst the terrified crowd, only a small child gazed at Daisher with wide, shining eyes. Daisher stood with her hands on her hips, exuding a moment of self-satisfaction, before cheerfully retreating behind Fang Zhongmiao. Fang Zhongmiao surveyed the crowd and spoke softly, "Everyone, please return to your seats." The assembly obediently took their places once more, "And you three, please come and sit." Fang Zhongmiao directed her gaze towards Jiang Yuru and her two children. The household servants promptly ushered the trio back into the center of the gathering. Fang Zhongmiao smiled gently and inquired, "May I speak now, everyone?" "Yes, yes, yes. Whatever the young mistress wishes to say, please proceed." The clan members trembled in response, each of them shrinking back, their heads bowed and legs crossed, resembling a flock of quails in their timidity. The children, having already been frightened to tears by Miao Pingsui's tragic fate, now appeared exceptionally docile. The display of force remained the most effective means of maintaining order. Fang Zhongmiao's gaze, cold and piercing, swept across the assembly as she spoke deliberately. "Today, I shall determine the heir to the marquis estate. I ask that you remain as witnesses." Yu Qingwang's trembling hand clenched into a fist as he spoke sternly. "Fang family, you are being outrageous. The selection of the heir is a matter of great importance to the entire clan. How dare you, a mere woman, take it upon yourself to decide? Do you think I and the Miao family are powerless? Do you not regard the four clan elders at all?" Yu Feihu, who had already discreetly retreated to the entrance with his wife and children, dashed back upon hearing this. What had he been scheming for all these years if not for the position of heir to the marquis? He could not allow Fang Zhongmiao to sever his path. Thus, he gently nudged Wang Anjin, urgently whispering, "Jinyang, if you wish for Qiubai to assume this title, step forward and declare it." Wang Anjin glanced down at her son, then resolutely rushed into the center, exclaiming, "What heir are you selecting? My son is still here. The heir to the marquis should rightfully be my son. Both family law and national law stipulate that an adopted heir must follow the principles of blood relations. My son is the biological nephew of the elder uncle and a legitimate child. With him present, how can an outsider claim the title?" Yu Chengwang did not hinder Wang Anjin's outburst. He had no intention of naming an heir as long as his legitimate son was alive. The stewardess left in the front yard to assess the situation immediately interjected, "The second young master's mother was a woman drowned in disgrace. The second young master may not even be the marquis's blood. If we speak of bloodlines, your branch has the least qualification to inherit the title." Unable to endure any longer, Yu Feihu stepped forward. Declaring, "My mother has never been unfaithful, she was framed by the Miao family." Seizing the opportunity, Yu Chengwang exclaimed, "Enough of this bickering, family scandal should not be aired publicly. If Feng family disperse the clan members, we shall discuss our matters privately." Feng Zhongmil lifted her teacup, sipping slowly, her lowered face enveloped in the rising steam, her expression obscured and unreadable. In her silence, Yu Chengwang found himself reluctant to dismiss the clan members. They remained frozen in place. Paralyzed by fear, those whom Daisher cast her icy gaze upon trembled violently. The languid yet firm voice echoed in the air. "Yu Feiyan is not dead, this is a secret I alone possess. If I do not establish an heir now and secure control over the Marquis estate, what means do I have to obstruct Yu Feiyan's return?" Yu Chengwang stood in stunned silence, his ears ringing with disbelief. What did the Feng family propose? To control the Marquis estate and to cut off her son's prospects? This audacious woman, how dare she harbor such ambitions? The four clan elders were equally incensed, their beards trembling and faces turning pale. So it was Feng Zhongmiao who sought to usurp the nest. How could a mere woman possess such grand aspirations? Did she intend for the Yu family to adopt her surname? Daisher observed the deepening shadows on Yu Chengwang's face, internally lamenting, "Miss, the news of Yu Feiyan's survival has already spread far and wide. Everyone is now aware of your grand schemes. If you wish to control the Marquis estate, it seems you must rely on my strength." With this thought, Daisher grinned and blew lightly onto her small, hardened fists. Chapter 9. Floating weeds cannot disturb the lake. As Feng Zhongmiao remained silent, everyone stood rigidly in place. Yu Chengwang wary cast a sidelong glance at Daisher and softened his tone. "Feng family, you have married into the Yu family, sharing in the honor of our Ningyuan Marquisate. The matter concerning Han and Zhang's family has reached the public. As the legitimate wife, you two would lose face. Let us handle this privately. I assure you that our Ningyuan Marquisate will not slight you." Hearing the Marquis mention her, Zhang Yuru felt the disdainful gazes directed her way and quickly released her daughter's hand, raising her arm to shield her face with her sleeve. Yu Shuangshuang felt her face flush with embarrassment, her chest constricted with agony. Feng Zhongmiao smiled playfully, murmuring, "To have me raise the illegitimate child of Yu Feiyan as if I were unaware, dedicating all my time, energy, finances, resources, and connections to pave a path for an illegitimate offspring, this is what your Yu family deems as not slighting me? If so, I extend this generous treatment to each and every one of you present. May I ask, do you accept?" Yu Qingwang's face flushed crimson with shame. Yu Dahong shot him an infuriated glare, then closed his eyes in embarrassment. Such behavior was truly mortifying. Every clan member bowed their heads, rendered speechless. Which legitimate wife would willingly adopt an illegitimate child without any prior knowledge, even in the case of fostering a legitimate son? They would deliberate for months before making a decision. The actions of the Ningyuan Marquisate were nothing short of a profound humiliation for the Feng family. Zhang Yuru released her grip on her son and covered her face with both hands. After today, she would have no face left to show the world. Yu Shuangshuang's frustration boiled over, nearly causing her to spit blood. After her brother's birth, she had believed she had finally reversed her fate as a foil character, only to meet a disastrous end at the very first plot point. Why was it that Feng Zhongmiao could so easily turn the tides? She could not comprehend. Feng Zhongmiao, observing the uncomfortable expressions of those present, nodded and remarked, "Indeed, you are still aware of shame." Not at her words, the crowd felt a wave of humiliation wash over them. Feng Zhongmiao extended her hand towards Wang Anjin, speaking calmly, "Hand me the marriage certificate." Wang Anjin instinctively clutched the certificate tightly, while Yu Feihu reached out to snatch it away and hide it in his bosom. Daisher clenched her small fists, the sound of knuckles cracking echoing in the air. Yu Feihu hastily returned the certificate to Wang Anjin, who looked at him incredulously before hurriedly approaching Feng Zhongmiao. Presenting the marriage certificate before her, Feng Zhongmiao picked up the marriage document embossed with intricate designs and scanned it swiftly, saying, "I did not expect that you had been together for 10 years. By this timeline, Zhang Yuru is indeed your original wife." Wang Anjin protested, "The marriage certificate was never registered with the authorities. What right does she have to claim the title of original wife? At that time, she was but a lowly prostitute, unworthy of marriage." Zhang Yuru, covering her face, felt her shoulders begin to tremble, the sound of her quiet sobs escaping her palms. The disdainful glances from the crowd filled her with unbearable shame. She felt as if she had been stripped bare, walking naked through a bustling market. For a woman, what a profound humiliation, at this moment. Yu Shuangshuang's resentment dissipated, replaced by sympathy. She raised her voice in rebuttal. "Had our family not encountered such calamity, my mother would have been a respectable woman of noble birth. Her origins are not lowly." Wang Anjin scoffed. "She had 3 husbands. Does that not count as lowly? I see no one more base than her in this world." Yu Shuangshuang stepped forward, her face flushed with anger as she shouted. Silence. While the two were embroiled in their quarrel, Feng Zhongmiao had lost interest in the marriage certificates and was unwilling to delve into the love and hatred entanglements of Zhang Yuru and the 3 men. She casually tossed the marriage certificates aside, which Daisher deftly caught and tucked into her bosom. Feng Zhongmiao extended her finger to tap the table, smiling at the tear-stained Yu Wenqing. "Come forward. I have something to ask you. Wai Yu Wenqing stood frozen in fury. Jiang Yuru, no longer able to conceal her face, quickly pulled her son into her embrace, kneeling down and urgently pleading, young mistress, all mistakes are mine. Please spare Wenqing's life, he is just a child, he knows nothing. Yu Shuangshuang, caught in her argument with Wang Anjin, felt a chill run through her, having once been the CEO of a major corporation. She was not blind to human emotions. When she fought for her mother would retreat, yet when her brother was questioned, her mother would immediately step forward to shield him from harm. It became apparent that even maternal love was not entirely equitable. Wai Yu Shuangshuang fell silent, her face pale as she retreated to her seat. Wang Anjin looked expectantly at Fang Zhongmiao, hoping she would swiftly deal with this troublesome illegitimate child. Yu Chenghuang opened his mouth several times, only to close it again, finally letting out a long sigh. He had never favored Yu Feihu, and naturally felt no compassion for the illegitimate child born of an affair. If allowing his daughter-in-law to vent her frustrations could restore peace to the marquisate, then the child's death would not be in vain. The four clan elders stroked their beards, sipping their tea. Entirely indifferent to Yu Wenqing's fate. An illegitimate child born of a courtesan drowning in disgrace was hardly worthy of lamentation. Yu Feihu stepped forward, his face filled with anxiety. Wang Anjin tugged at him, subtly glancing at her father-in-law, and Yu Feihu retreated once more, closing his slightly reddened eyes. Given the current circumstances, the child had lost all value. Leaving him behind would only serve as a stain on his reputation. Let him die, death would be a blessing for all. Jiang Yuru cast a pleading look at the Ningyuan marquis, then at the four clan elders, and finally at Yu Feihu. In despair, she realized that they all wished for her Wenqing to perish. My poor child, a surge of indignation welled up within her, and she raised her head to shout at Fang Zhongmiao, young mistress, I am willing to die in place of my son, allow me to return home. And I will hang myself with a white silk ribbon tonight. Tomorrow, if you cannot find my corpse, you may still seize my son. I beg the young mistress to grant me this opportunity. She prostrated herself with fervor, and a blood-stained mark appeared upon the azure stone floor. Wai Yu Shuangshuang was overwhelmed with anger and frustration, regret and pain, had it not been for her incessant urging to her mother to ensure that Yu Feian bore a son. Her mother would not have resorted to such perilous measures as seeking seed from Yu Feihu. She too bore her share of the blame. Yu Shuangshuang knelt heavily, offering her respects to Fang Zhongmiao. Accustomed to selfishness, she could not utter words of self-sacrifice on behalf of her mother and brother. She could only endure this despair and suffering alongside her mother. Fang Zhongmiao's fingertips gently touched the table's surface, her expression inscrutable, her dark eyes deep and unfathomable. Wai Yu Wenqing sobbed quietly, afraid to make too much noise. He vaguely understood the dire predicament faced by himself, his mother, and his sister. All present were acutely aware, should Fang Zhongmiao decide to condemn this mother and her children to death, no one would speak on their behalf. They were a stain and a disgrace upon the clan, and their elimination would serve the interests of the entire family. If the loyal and valiant marquis were still alive, he might have taken matters into his own hands. When Yu Shuangshuang offered her final bow, she could no longer rise. She closed her eyes, her fevered forehead pressed against the cold azure stone slab, waiting amidst an indescribable sense of despair and suffocation. Suddenly Fang Zhongmiao laughed softly and spoke slowly. The surface of the lake is always adorned with floating duckweed. Lacking firm roots, they can only drift along with the currents. Yu Shuangshuang slightly lifted her gaze to the tips of Fang Zhongmiao's shoes. She understood that this rootless duckweed referred to her mother, Jiang Yuru, as well as herself and her brother. Fang Zhongmiao surveyed the trio, continuing, even if the duckweed proliferates to completely cover the lake's surface, only the winds and rains from heaven and earth have the power to stir the waters. Wai Yu Shuangshuang suddenly raised her head. Astonished, as she regarded Fang Zhongmiao, she realized that the lake's waters referred to the opposing side. Only the mighty forces of heaven and earth could sway them. Did she grasp that meaning? Could Fang Zhongmiao truly possess such breadth of heart? Fang Zhongmiao's next words confirmed Yu Shuangshuang's conjecture. In a calm tone, she declared, You may leave Linen City at any time. No one shall impede your departure. This is my word. The unspoken thoughts resonated in the air. They are merely three weaklings, at the mercy of fate, tyranny, and the fleeting nature of existence. To trouble them would tarnish my dignity. Jiang Yuru suddenly raised her head, incredulous as she looked towards the elevated figure. Wai Yu Wenqing hurriedly dove into his mother's embrace, softly urging, Mother, let us depart swiftly. Wai Yu Shuangshuang's mind went blank, her expression dazed, and she unknowingly shed two streams of warm tears. A sudden self-deprecating laughter escaped her lips. The author of this tale is truly a genius. With such spirit and breadth, as well as strength and depth, how could the author cast Fang Zhongmiao as a malicious pawn? What must the true heroine be like? Chapter 10. The territory. Fang Zhongmiao's decision was utterly unexpected to all present. Clan leader Yu Dahong was momentarily stunned, then sighed deeply. If the Fang family could unite with Feian, the Yu clan would flourish with such a matron. What concern would they have for the family's prosperity? It was simply a pity that Feian had been too cruel to the Fang family, causing the couple to drift apart early on. Alas, what a loss! Wai Yu Qingwang's eyes flickered, and the tension in his heart slowly began to ease. Yu Wenqing and Yu Shuangshuang were, after all, his grandchildren, and he felt a twinge of compassion. Yu Feihu, in disbelief, opened his eyes wide and turned to Fang Zhongmiao. His expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Thoughts swirling within him. In that moment, he found himself filled with a sense of awe and gratitude towards the sister-in-law. He felt so weak and selfish, unable to compare even to a woman. Yet to be fair, his sister-in-law was no ordinary woman. Some clan members supported Fang Zhongmiao, while others opposed her. However, none dared to intervene in the family matters of the Ningyuan Marquis' residence, choosing instead to remain silent. Only Wang Anjin was taken aback for a moment before she began to shout, "Fang Zhongmiao, by what right do you allow them to leave? This wretched woman has committed adultery with both your husband and mine. She deserves to be punished." Fang Zhongmiao replied calmly, "Your husband married her first and then took you as his wife without a proper divorce. This constitutes bigamy, a violation of national law, and she ought to be exiled." Wang Anjin's eyes widened in terror, her words stumbling as she exclaimed, "Exile, uneducated and only familiar with a few characters, she was wholly ignorant of the laws of the land." She glanced at Yu Feihu, then at the surrounding crowd of clan members, and suddenly her face drained of color. If any of these people chose to report this matter, her husband would be in grave danger, cursed be it. Even if she wished to silence them, she lacked the means to do so. Wang Anjin immediately yielded, stepping forward to kneel heavily, pleading, "Sister-in-law, I beseech you to devise a way to shield my husband from this matter." How strange it was, faced with a calamity, she did not turn to the most powerful figure in the household, her father-in-law, but instead thought first of Fang Zhongmiao. This clearly indicated that in her mind, Fang Zhongmiao was already regarded as a person of great capability. Yu Feihu gritted his teeth, standing rooted to the spot, his eyes gradually reddening. Seeing Jin Yang so distressed for him, how could his conscience not ache? He had wronged Jiang Yiru, and he had wronged Jin Yang even more. Yu Shuangshuang's eyes brightened, and she spoke hastily, "Young madam, second young madam, as long as the Ningyuan Marquis' residence is willing to spare us three, we promise to leave far away. My mother has no ties to the second young master, nor have they signed any marriage contract. Mother, do you not agree?" She tugged at Jiang Yiru. Jiang Yiru glanced back at Yu Feihu, and tears instantly fell, yet she felt powerless to change anything and could only affirm her daughter's words. "Young madam, second young madam, I will take Shuangshuang and Wenqing far away, never to return to Linen City. As for the marriage contract, I shall keep that buried in my heart forever." If Fang Zhongmiao paid no heed to the mother and daughter or Wang Anjin, instead surveying the clan members with an inscrutable gaze. The unspoken thoughts reverberated in the air. "Your keeping it buried in your hearts is of no use. What matters is that all must keep it buried. I fear there may be greedy individuals among the clan, coveting the Marquis' wealth, who might report Yu Feihu's bigamy to the authorities if the clan members are unaware that Yu Feian is still alive. To them, if they could dispose of Yu Feihu as well, the Marquis' lineage would be extinguished, and all his properties would fall into their hands. This is the best opportunity and the strongest leverage to divide the Marquis' estate, if one is inclined. There will surely be those who cling tightly to it. Yu De Hong sighed once more, a dull ache in his heart. "Feian, oh Feian, why did you neglect the Feng family? Do you not know what sort of woman she is? With her assistance, you would soar like a tiger with wings." Yu Chengwang also surveyed the clan members, his eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness. He understood that his daughter-in-law's concerns were justified. The hidden dangers of the Marquis' residence lurked within this very group. Upon hearing the unspoken thoughts, Wang Anjin trembled violently. Had she known, she would have personally ensured that Jiang Yiru and her children were sent far away. How could she have been so relentless? Yu Feihu, filled with regret, also cast his gaze over the clan members, yet who among them harbored ulterior motives, who was loyal to the Marquis' residence, who was honest, and who was greedy and treacherous, he could not discern. His sister-in-law might be able to see through these people's true natures, but would she help him? The clan members were left in confusion, feeling anxious and unsettled. Of course, among them, a few had secretly begun to grow excited. Fang Zhongmiao suddenly smiled and beckoned to Yu Wenqing, saying, "Come forward, I have a question for you." Jiang Yiru quickly held her son tightly, her eyes filled with fear. Yu Shuangshuang gently pushed Yu Wenqing forward, unaware that she had already begun to place her trust in Fang Zhongmiao. With tears welling in his eyes, Yu Wenqing approached, his childish voice trembling as he said, "Wenqing pays his respects to the young madam. Whatever question the young madam has, Wenqing shall answer well. I ask the young madam to spare my sister and mother." Upon finishing, he cupped his hands in a formal gesture to Fang Zhongmiao, unable to suppress a smile. Softened her tone significantly. "I ask you, you previously mentioned that the family expended considerable resources to bring you old, weak, women, and children to Linen City across the Yangtze River. Do you know how much silver the family spent on you?" Yu Wenqing furrowed his brow, racking his small mind for an answer, but he was still too young to grasp the concept of money. Returning to the young madam, "It must have cost a great deal of silver." He spread his hands wide to indicate a large amount. Fang Zhongmiao continued to inquire, "A great deal is how much?" Yu Wenqing turned to look at his mother and sister. Both silently shook their heads. He then glanced at the clan members, who wore puzzled expressions. Yu Wenqing, unable to contain himself, knelt down, his small voice trembling as he pleaded, "Young madam, Wenqing does not know. I ask the young madam to punish me." Fang Zhongmiao gently pulled him up, saying slowly, since you do not know, let me tell you, during the 3 months of fleeing, each of you needed to spend 1 tael of silver per day, totaling over 13,000 taels for 149 people. Additionally, you consumed over 20,000 pounds of grain, 12 carts of medicinal herbs, 30 boats, and 67 horses, which amounted to a total expenditure of 22,000 taels. Once you arrived in Linen, you needed to purchase land, build houses, construct roads and bridges, and acquire shops. This expense amounted to over 9 million taels. In total, it sums up to over 10 million taels. On the way to the front courtyard, Daishir had recounted the amount of dowry the Marquis's residence had spent on the young lady. She remembered it vividly. Due to her indignation, the assembled crowd was only aware of the conveniences afforded by the family. They had never considered the costs involved. Upon hearing this unfathomable figure, the clan members' eyes widened in astonishment, gasps echoing throughout. Some murmured in disbelief, heavens, did it truly cost so much silver? Others sighed deeply. Ru clan occupies half of Linen City's territory. The best shops, estates, and fields are in our hands. 1 million taels is not mere illusion. Some stood in a daze, unable to regain their composure. 10 million taels, merely uttering this unfathomable figure causes their hands to tremble. Fang Zhongmiao surveyed the crowd with a hint of satisfaction before turning her gaze to Yu Wenqing and asking meaningfully, do you know where this 10 million taels originated? Yu Wenqing shook his head in bewilderment. Yu Chengwang and the 4 clan elders instantly felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Yu Shuangshuang, suddenly enlightened, eagerly raised her hand and declared, I know, the sum of silver is the dowry of the young lady. The young lady is a great benefactor to the Yu clan. The houses we reside in, the fields we cultivate, and the shops we operate, all of them are rented from the young lady. The young lady sustains our entire clan. She bowed deeply, knocking her forehead against the ground 3 times, tears of gratitude streaming down her face as she exclaimed, thank you, young lady, for saving us from the ravages of war and famine. Thank you for providing us with a place to live and thrive. Without the young lady, our Yu clan would not exist. As she straightened up, she gently tugged at Jiang Yuru's sleeve. Jiang Yuru hurriedly followed suit. Bowing in gratitude. Yu Wenqing, quick-witted, bowed fervently. Yu Feihu gradually grasped the situation, stepping into the center, kneeling on one knee, and bowing. Sister-in-law, you are the great benefactor of our Yu clan. Please accept this bow from your brother. Only then did the Yu clan realize their predicament, and they collectively knelt, prostrating in reverence. Just as Yu Shuangshuang had said, the houses they lived in, the fields they farmed, and the shops they ran, all belonged to the young lady. They depended on her for their very survival, and thus kneeling was their only recourse. Yu Chengwang had sought to take credit for saving the entire clan, and he had almost succeeded, yet, at this moment, his daughter-in-law stripped away his veil of pride in front of the entire clan. His face turned from red to pale, then to green, an expression of utter dismay. Yu Dahong shot him a fierce glare and pulled him back to his feet. Compelled by the weight of public sentiment, forcing him to bow deeply to his daughter-in-law, the 4 clan elders bowed respectfully, their demeanor solemn and grave. How to describe the Fang family? The words magnificent and imposing seemed insufficient. To marry such a matriarch was indeed a colossal fortune for the family. Fang Zhongmiao rose and also bowed to the 4 elders, performing a dignified salute. Standing upright, she looked around at the clan members and spoke slowly. Regarding the matter of the second young master taking a wife again, I hope you will refrain from spreading it. The reputation of the clan is a responsibility we all share. The clan members echoed their agreement. Bowing repeatedly, even those with ulterior motives greedily inclined to report Yu Feihu now quelled their intentions, for they had just realized that the Marquis possessed little in terms of assets. Everything the Marquis owned was merely the young lady's dowry. Protected by both familial and legal statutes, clan leader Yu Dahong had never witnessed such unity among his clan members, and he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. His thoughts floated in the air at that moment. Very well. The Yu family finally understands that in my domain, they can only revere me as their true deity. My mention of Yu Feihu taking a wife again was not in vain. Yu Dahong's smile froze upon his face. Yu Chengwang's skin twitched, a fiery anger igniting within him. So the Fang family, it turns out, merely used my son as a tool for their own gain. Yu Feihu stood in shock, his face contorting in disbelief. Indeed, had it not been for Fang Zhongmiao's deliberate reminder, how would the clan members remember his transgression against the law? Fang Zhongmiao, you are both the person and the ghost. How do you possess such cunning? Yu Shuangshuang's bowing became more fervent, her heart silently cursing. Unprincipled author, come out. You tell me that such a formidable character as Fang Zhongmiao is merely a vicious foil. I have been thoroughly duped by you. I curse you. Chapter 11. Commanding the scene. Fang Zhongmiao stood high above, gazing down at the kneeling crowd. This was the very outcome she sought to achieve, since the Yu clan had benefited from her generosity. They were obliged to pay her homage and offer their sincere devotion. There was no reason to hold her bowl while cursing her mother. Dashi was rendered speechless. Was it truly so easy to unify the Yu clan? Just a few words, her little fist seemed utterly useless now. At this moment, all members of the Yu clan knelt before the young lady. Henceforth, the Ningyuan Marquis would bear the Fang name. Dashi placed her hands on her hips. Tilting her head back with a wide grin, Fang Zhongmu waited for everyone to sincerely perform 3 respectful bows before feigning embarrassment and gesturing for them to rise. Do not bow to me. Please, rise. I am, after all, the matriarch of the Yu family and owe it to them to contribute my efforts. As she scanned the faces filled with gratitude, she continued, the new capital is in dire need of revitalization. And the world outside is fraught with conflict. The old, the weak, women, and children have scarcely a place to stand, while the able-bodied men find no means of survival. Only by uniting as a clan can we forge a path through this chaos and carve out a way to live. The crowd nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting understanding. During the 3 months of fleeing, they had witnessed the grim fate of solitary refugees being devoured like lambs. They understood better than anyone else what a robust clan could offer them. Their survival in Linen City, their ability to reside in the finest houses, and cultivate the most fertile lands spoke volumes. Had the young lady harbored even a shred of selfishness and refused to aid the clan, they would have perished on the road to escape. With this thought, the clan members knelt once more, bowing deeply. The 4 elders bowed deeply, their faces solemn. Yu Chengwang suppressed his fury and bent to bow to his daughter-in-law. Even in his reluctance, he understood that after today, Fang Zhongmiao's prestige within the clan would far surpass his own. Yu Shuangshuang continued to bow fervently, repeatedly. As she straightened, her gaze lowered, unable to meet Fang Zhongmiao's eyes. Her sense of superiority as a book traveler had long since vanished. The fact that her inner thoughts were overheard by so many and still failed to overshadow the scene only underscored the vast chasm between her and Fang Zhongmiao. It was not merely a difference in rank, but in atmosphere. How absurd it was for her to think that she could leverage her mother and brother to gain an advantage over Fang Zhongmiao. Fang Zhongmiao called for everyone's attention again and finally broached the subject at hand. I have decided on the candidates for the heirs. Shall we settle this today? She politely glanced at Yu Chengwang and the 4 elders. The 4 elders froze, exchanging glances filled with concern. They were aware that Feiyan was still alive. If Fang were to establish an heir, Feiyan would return to find himself merely a figurehead marquis. At that point, the entire Yu family would be unable to oppose the Fang family, and all matters, great and small, would be dictated solely by the Fang family. This would be a reversal of roles. An upheaval of the natural order. Yu Dahong's expression darkened, and he bellowed, this matter is one that women should not interfere with. Yu Chengwang, suppressing his anger, stated, establishing an heir is of utmost importance to the Yu clan. The elders and I will deliberate and decide. A Fang family, I acknowledge your merit to the Yu clan, but you have overstepped. Fang Zhongmiao smiled and asked, my lord, your title is not hereditary without replacement. When the next generation inherits the title, the marquisate will be downgraded to a viscountcy, and 3 generations later, the Yu clan will become an ordinary family, with no hope of rejoining the ranks of nobility. Is that not so? Yu Chengwang nodded, frowning. Indeed. It was a source of personal anxiety for him. The 4 elders shook their heads and sighed, their faces etched with worry. Fang Zhongmiao looked at their defeated expressions and casually dropped a bombshell. What if I said that I could change the marquisate from hereditary to non-hereditary? Would I not have the right to decide the heirs? Yu Chengwang's heart skipped a beat, and he abruptly looked up at his daughter-in-law. What did you say? He could hardly believe his ears. The 4 elders' breaths quickened, their faces reddening with barely contained desire. Fang Zhongmiao remained silent, then asked, if I say that even if Yu Feiyan has died, I can still reclaim his title of loyal and brave marquis, changing it to non-hereditary, would I not have the right to decide the heirs? Yu Chengwang sprang to his feet, urgently inquiring, is that true? The 4 elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from difficulty to restrained excitement. Fang Zhongmiao picked up her teacup and sipped slowly, waiting until the clan members were all caught up in excitement, whispering among themselves, before continuing, today, I wish to select 2 heirs, one to inherit the title of Ningyuan Marquis, and the other to inherit the title of loyal and brave marquis. The Yu clan will remain a family of 2 marquises, still the most prosperous noble family in the new capital. What do you think? How splendid! This was an unprecedented fortune, a momentous piece of news. Just as the 4 elders opened their mouths to smile, their hearts sank. Achieving this would be as challenging as relocating the entire clan back to Kaifeng. How could a mere woman like Fang accomplish such a feat? Yu Chengwang also regained his composure, letting out a sardonic laugh. Fang family, you speak so boldly, non-hereditary titles are not to be trifled with. Even if the emperor were here, to grant a family 2 non-hereditary titles, he would first consult his ministers, deliberating for 3 to 5 days before issuing a decree. If it is a matter that even the emperor finds troublesome, do you think you can easily accomplish it with just a few words? Ha, this must be a ruse to deceive the Yu family. Just as Yu Chengwang thought this, a languid voice echoed above him. It is time to utilize my connection with the 9,000 years. Yu Chengwang's breath caught, and he felt his face flush. Indeed, he had almost forgotten, Fang Chenzi had saved the life of the 9,000 years and had a debt of gratitude to him. Matters the emperor would hesitate to agree to could be easily resolved if the 9,000 years nodded in approval. The military, the affairs of state, the promotions and dismissals of officials, the changes in titles, each of these was firmly grasped in the hands of the 9,000 years. With this realization, Yu Chengwang's heart, which had cooled, ignited with fervor once more. The four elders exchanged glances, sensing a ray of hope. If the Fang family could sway the 9,000 years, this matter was likely to succeed. Yu Fei, who stood in a daze for a moment before he sighed in utter defeat, he never imagined that the obstacle in his path would not be the astute and capable Yu Feian, but rather the seemingly unassuming elder sister-in-law. Oh, Yu Feian, how could you have pushed away such a talented wife? You have indeed severed your own path. With this thought, Yu Fei felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart, and the bitterness in his eyes faded away. I in the air, a voice echoed softly. Plans concealed lead to success, words revealed lead to failure. I will not divulge my strategies or methods to you. In half a month's time, await the outcome. Fang Zhongmiao raised her cup to sip tea, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Daisher, standing behind her, supported her forehead in exasperation. Miss, you've already let slip your thoughts. I scarcely know how to convey this. Upon hearing this, Yu Chengwang and the four clan elders were momentarily caught in a mix of amusement and bewilderment. The Fang family was indeed cautious and possessed foresight. Yet her inner musings seemed to hinder her progress. No, it appeared that these musings had not, in fact, held her back. With a complex emotion swirling within him, Yu Chengwang nodded, saying, if you truly can restore 2 titles to the Yu family, then you may freely choose your heir. The four clan elders stroked their beards, nodding slightly. The clansmen harbored no objections, all gazing expectantly at the young mistress. Who would she select as the heir? Fang Zhongmiao set down her teacup and beckoned to the 2 children standing in the crowd. Yu Kanglan, Yu Jiangchuan, come here. Yu Shuangshuang turned to look, an inexplicable emotion surging within her. The plot remained unchanged. The heir to the marquisate was still Yu Kanglan. However, this Yu Kanglan was exceptionally unique, and it remained to be seen if Fang Zhongmiao would perceive this. Yu Kanglan and Yu Jiangchuan stepped out from the throne, approaching Fang Zhongmiao slowly. This is Kanglan. Greetings to the young mistress. Yu Kanglan performed a bow, his cherubic face already hinting at the handsome demeanor he would possess in adulthood. Yu Jiangchuan, with his chubby cheeks and innocent smile, was oblivious to the formalities. Upon seeing Yu Kanglan's actions, he followed suit, his voice booming. This is Jiangchuan. Greetings to the young mistress. Fang Zhongmiao chuckled softly and urged, come closer, let me have a look at you. The 2 children stepped forward, their large, curious eyes fixed on the young mistress. Yu Shuangshuang stared intently at Yu Kanglan. Having read the original text, she knew that Yu Kanglan would, in the future, engage in a fierce struggle for the position of heir, contending with Yu Feian and his family for over 200 chapters. If Fang Zhongmiao was the vicious pawn, then Yu Kanglan was one of the antagonistic bosses. His capabilities were certainly on par with Yu Feian's. After Yu Kanglan's demise, Yu Feian had mourned for quite some time. If Yu Kanglan's ascent to heir was propelled by the plot's momentum and the original narrative, what then was the reason for Fang Zhongmiao's choice of him now? Yu Shuangshuang fixed her gaze upon the 3 individuals above her. Yu Chengwang and the 4 clan elders were equally curious about Fang Zhongmiao's immediate preference for these 2 children, for they seemed no different from the others. At that moment, Fang Zhongmiao's inner voice resonated. This child named Yu Kanglan possesses an extraordinary fate, brimming with talent. He embodies the auspicious sign of the Wenchang star. If properly nurtured, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of governance for the nation. This child named Yu Jiangchuan is vigorous and possesses a unique physique. Although destined for difficulties, he wields the might of a conqueror. If adequately taught martial skills, he will surely achieve mastery. Send him to the battlefield, and he may become a commander, possessing the strength to stabilize the nation. Yu Shuangshuang's eyes widened, her heartstrings quivering. Once again, it was a matter of fortune-telling. Moreover, it was astonishingly precise. She was unaware of Yu Jiangchuan's future, but she knew that Yu Kanglan was indeed a reincarnation of the Wenchang star. This child had passed the imperial examinations at the age of 6, achieved the title of Shotsai at 12, and subsequently excelled in 3 successive examinations, gaining fame on the golden list. Even knowing of Fang Zhongmiao's extraordinary abilities, Yu Shuangshuang continued to be astonished by her prowess time and again. Yu Qingwang's eyelids twitched, his emotions in a state of turmoil. The Wenchang star, a pillar of governance, how could he not believe it? The 4 clan elders breathed heavily, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Yu Fei, who scrutinized Yu Kanglan and Yu Jiangchuan, equally skeptical, Wang Anjin drew closer to his son Yu Qiubai, examining his face closely, finding little difference between him and Yu Kanglan and Yu Jiangchuan. Yu Dahong, struggling to contain his excitement, asked in a low voice, Fang family, what have you concealed? The couple exchanged glances at their son, tears welling in their eyes. They bowed deeply, murmuring, young mistress, your keen insight has indeed revealed our secret. Our Kanglan possesses an extraordinary memory, able to read rapidly and comprehend deeply what an ordinary person would take months to finish. He can skim through and recite perfectly, grasping the essence within. At these words, a cascade of gasps and exclamations erupted in the courtyard. A prodigy, someone shouted from the crowd. Yu Dahong hastily summoned books, commanding Yu Kanglan to demonstrate on the spot. Under the gaze of so many, Yu Kanglan's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he endured the discomfort and obediently flipped through the texts. reciting them flawlessly in various formats. By this point, Yu Dahong was wholly convinced of Fang Zhongmiao's assertions. This child was indeed the reincarnation of the Wenchang star. Excellent, excellent, our Yu clan has produced another genius. The family's future is bright. The other three clan elders stroked their beards, laughing heartily. Fang Zhongmiao gently tousled Yu Jiangchuan's hair and said softly, "Go move that stone over there to me, and I shall treat you to chicken legs tonight." Yu Jiangchuan's eyes lit up and he scampered off to retrieve a massive stone partially buried in the grass. As the crowd gaped in astonishment, gasps erupted. What incredible strength! Someone exclaimed, that stone must weigh at least 100 pounds. Yu Jiangchuan carefully placed the boulder before the young mistress, grinning widely. "Young mistress, here is the stone you wanted." "Good boy," Fang Zhongmiao said, ruffling Yu Jiangchuan's hair. She turned to the four clan elders and Yu Chengwang, slowly stating, "This is my reason for selecting these two as heirs. Do any elders have objections?" Having witnessed the extraordinary talents of the two children firsthand, the four clan elders and the gathered clansmen held no dissent. If they did not choose these two as heirs, they would surely be deemed irrational. Yu Dahong promptly declared, "Kanglin shall inherit the title of Marquis Ningyuan, and Jiangchuan shall inherit the title of Marquis Zhangyang." "It is settled." The other three clan elders nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with satisfaction. Despite harboring countless grievances, Yu Chengwang could do little more than close his eyes, seething silently. "Feiyan, if you do not return soon, the Marquisate of Ningyuan will change hands." Yu Fei, who gathered his wife and two children, letting out a resigned sigh. Well, he would no longer contest the title. Sensing the favorable atmosphere, Yu Shuangshuang seized the opportunity to inquire, "Young mistress, may we take our leave now?" Fang Zhongmiao entrusted the boisterous Yu Jiangchuan to Daisher and instructed Yu Kanglin to bid farewell to his parents. Only then did she lift her gaze to scrutinize Yu Shuangshuang's face. Yu Shuangshuang felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. She was particularly apprehensive of Fang Zhongmiao's penetrating gaze, but as fate would have it, Fang Zhongmiao gently said, "Step forward, let me have a look at you." Yu Shuangshuang's heart raced, and the two characters all is lost flashed in her mind, yet she dared not disobey Fang Zhongmiao's command and could only approach slowly. Fang Zhongmiao's delicate hand rested lightly on her shoulder. Yet it felt as if a colossal weight had been placed upon her, leaving her breathless. "Why, young mistress, what are you observing?" Yu Shuangshuang stammered, her voice trembling. Fang Zhongmiao smiled faintly, offering no reply, yet her inner voice flowed softly through the air. "I see the overly mature soul beneath your exterior. I see your half-short hair and your half-short skirt. I see your peculiar makeup and the defiance in your eyes. Are you a soul transgressor, and from another world?" Yu Shuangshuang's knees buckled, and she knelt before Fang Zhongmiao. You can see that too. The four clan elders were struck with astonishment. Yu Feihu and Wang Anjin stood in stunned silence. Yu Chengwang recalled the various prophecies his granddaughter had uttered, and suddenly everything became clear. It turned out this granddaughter was not an ordinary person. Fang Zhongmiao gently assisted Yu Shuangshuang to her feet, chuckling lightly. "Little girl, it seems you may not be able to leave." Yu Shuangshuang forced a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. Author, I'm doomed. Chapter 13, Deception and Trickery. Having long anticipated her inability to escape, Yu Shuangshuang could not help but smile bitterly. Jiang Yuro was taken aback and hurriedly rushed forward to kneel, bowing her head. "Young lady, did you not promise to let the three of us leave? Why are you going back on your word?" Fang Zhongmiao delicately grasped Yu Shuangshuang's chin, turning her face from side to side for a closer inspection. While Yu Shuangshuang was drenched in cold sweat, her heart racing wildly. She had not expected to encounter someone as divine as Fang Zhongmiao in this world. She had visited the Guoguan Temple, climbed the Xianqing Temple, met enlightened monks, and consulted with transcendent masters, yet none of them could discern her origins. Yet Fang Zhongmiao could. What then was the status of her father? Fangshenzi, she had not anticipated the national master to hold such weight. She felt misled by the plot, anger bubbling within. Yu Shuangshuang forced a flattering smile and whispered, "Young lady, have you seen enough?" Is there something on Shuangshuang's face? But for now she could only feign ignorance. At last, Fang Zhongmiao released her chin, casting her gaze upon the kneeling Jiang Yuro, speaking in a gentle tone. "I have reconsidered and decided to keep you in the manor. Given the constant warfare outside, and the prevalence of bandits, you three, being delicate and precious, lack the means to protect yourselves. If I were to let you leave, you would likely encounter calamity the moment you exit Linen City. The two children, after all, are of the Ho family bloodline, and my heart cannot bear to see them harmed." These words showcased the young lady's benevolence. Among the clan, some soft-hearted women subtly nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuro's anxious expression gradually transformed into one of hope and joy. Having fled to Linen City herself, she was acutely aware of the chaos that reigned outside. A beautiful fragile woman accompanied by two small children would become nothing more than a tool for the desires of the desperate or a meal for the hungry the moment they crossed the city gates. She crawled forward, her tone trembling with excitement. "Young lady, do you mean?" Fang Zhongmiao sighed compassionately, nodding. "You may stay. After the turmoil of war, the Yu clan has dwindled in numbers. Every child represents the future of the family and must be well protected." Jiang Yuro was overjoyed, quickly bowing her head in gratitude. A voice echoed softly in the air. "Do not thank me. I only wish to uncover this little girl's secret. Information from another world must be quite intriguing. No? Yu Shuangshuang, drenched in sweat, Jiang Yuro, not content with her own bows, pressed her son and daughter to bow repeatedly, exclaiming that the young lady was a goddess incarnate. Outside, some clan members displayed dissatisfaction. Believing the Jiang family should be punished, yet dared not speak against the young lady's authority, the four clan elders and Yu Chengwang exchanged glances, tacitly agreeing to this matter. They too were eager to know what this other world was like. And Yu Shuangshuang held considerable research value. Wang Anzheng loathed Jiang Yuro and her children but did not voice any opposition, knowing the young lady had ulterior motives. Yu Feihu gazed curiously at Yu Shuangshuang. Sensing the scrutiny upon her, Yu Shuangshuang felt a wave of fear. She bowed deeply to Fang Zhongmiao, silently pleading, "Great one, please spare me." However, Fang Zhongmiao could not hear her silent cries. Fang Zhongmiao helped the mother and children to their feet, surveying the crowd, and pointed with her finger, you. After indicating over 20 individuals, she gently said, "Step forward." The 20-odd individuals, faces filled with apprehension, entered the space. Among them were women in their 30s or 40s, elderly individuals in their 50s or 60s, and young men and children under 18. Yu Dahong, puzzled by Fang Zhongmiao's intentions, asked, "Fang family, why have you called them forth?" Fang Zhongmiao replied slowly, "These individuals are all elderly, weak, and without support, struggling to survive. I will waive their rent, providing the elderly with 2 taels of silver each month for living expenses. Widows may come to the Ho residence for washing and cleaning work, and their wages will not be scant. As for the orphans, whoever is willing to adopt them, I will provide 2 taels of silver each month for their upkeep." Fang Zhongmiao looked around and asked, "Anyone wishing to adopt a child may raise their hand now." In pursuit of silver, dozens of hands shot up immediately. Fang Zhongmiao carefully observed and selected a few kind-hearted families to take the children under their care. Once this matter was settled, her inscrutable gaze swept over the clan members as she slowly stated, "In the future, any clan member who loses their means of livelihood, whether young or old, may seek my assistance at the manor, and I shall not refuse, for the sake of the clan's future. I will establish a school and invite esteemed scholars to teach. Every child of the Yu family shall receive a quality education, with all expenses borne by me." As soon as her words fell, the courtyard erupted into a cacophony. "Establishing a school, this is wonderful news. The elderly and orphans will be cared for. Is the young lady a living bodhisattva?" "Thank you, young lady. Our Yu clan is truly fortunate to have such a virtuous wife." The clan members, initially filled with excitement, soon knelt in reverence. Those who had been struggling on the brink of poverty shed tears of gratitude. This moment of appreciation was far purer than the feigned gratitude they had shown earlier out of fear of her wealth. This heartfelt loyalty was genuine. The 4 clan elders bowed deeply, once more performing a formal salute. "Feian, do you realize the caliber of wife you have married? You neglect her while keeping concubines. How foolish." Yu Chengwang could only follow suit, feeling a mix of anger and reluctant admiration. Setting aside Fang Zhongmiao's ambitions, she was indeed a capable matriarch. At that moment a whisper broke through the crowd. "Strange, how does the young lady know these 20-odd individuals are all pitiable souls without support? Surely someone must have reported it to her." Came another response. Fang Zhongmiao caught the exchange, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. She seized the opportunity to speak. "Do you find it odd that I am so well informed about clan matters?" The clan members fell silent for a moment before nodding in unison. Fang Zhongmiao lightly tapped her fingers on the table, casually stating, "There is nothing strange about it. Before the late emperor passed, he left me a covert guard, hidden in various places, constantly monitoring the situation around me. Every word and deed of yours is reported to me by these guards." Therefore, she emphasized her gaze on the families adopting orphans, lowering her tone ominously. "Should you receive my silver yet mistreat the orphans entrusted to you, you may await my reckoning." The families turned pale, hastily kneeling to pledge their loyalty. The remaining clan members could scarcely fathom the terrifying power of the late emperor's covert guards. They scanned their surroundings, finding no suspicious figures, which only heightened their anxiety, leading them to prostrate themselves in a frenzy. Yu Shuangshuang, once again pressed down by her mother Jiang Yuro to bow, felt a painful bump on her forehead. She was truly in awe of Fang Zhongmiao's methods. At first, she extended kindness, then delivered a warning, and repeated this cycle, akin to the steel-making process. It would not be long before the Yu clan would be tamed and transformed into her loyal hounds. Upon hearing of the Fang family's possession of the late emperor's covert guards, the 4 clan elders and Yu Chengwang felt a surge of fear. As they pondered whether to bow in submission, a languid voice echoed above, "What covert guards? It is merely my keen eyes that discern your secrets." The 4 clan elders and Yu Chengwang, "Well done, Fang family, I did not expect you to be so duplicitous." Yu Shuangshuang abruptly straightened her back, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Young lady, you are deceiving us," the voice continued. "However, by saying this, the news will surely spread. The one on the dragon throne, as well as the in-laws coveting my dowry, must weigh their actions carefully." Yu Shuangshuang realized, her heart filled with admiration. Had it not been for the voice revealing the young lady's deception, the bluff she had crafted would have had a profound intimidating effect. The young lady was truly clever. The corners of the four clan elders' mouths twitched, struggling to contain their laughter. They shot a fierce glare at Yu Chengwang, silently blaming him for daring to covet his daughter-in-law's dowry. Yu Chengwang scoffed inwardly. The Fong family could be both astute and foolishly laughable at times. Did she truly believe that fabricating such a monumental lie would secure her safety? Impossible. Such actions would only invite ceaseless probing from various powers. Once her true nature was uncovered, the lurking wolves and tigers would pounce upon her and tear her apart. Fong family, while attempting to intimidate your foes, you have embarked on a path to destruction. However, in the next moment, the mocking smile at the corner of Yu Chengwang's lips froze. A nonchalant voice rang out, "But lies can only protect me temporarily. I ultimately must still establish that covert guard. Tomorrow, I shall take little Shirtu to visit the refugee camp and the orphanage outside the city. My vision is exceptional. I will always be able to identify the orphans with the greatest martial potential. I am wealthy enough to rival nations, and with a martial arts master like little Shirtu at my side, it will be easy to recruit top-tier experts from the martial world. Entrusting these children to elite trainers, with little Shirtu providing guidance and pouring in generous amounts of silver to strengthen their physiques and expand their meridians. In 3 to 5 years, 1T the legendary covert guards be formed?" Yu Chengwang felt a surge of blood rush to his throat, his heart seizing in pain. To recruit experts and train covert guards. Was Fang Zhongmiao truly intent on seizing control of the Ho residence? Did she not care for Honor's feelings at all? A few clan elders' faces twitched, their expressions caught in a quandary. At this moment, an inner voice remarked, "The Marquis' residence also possesses house servants, guards, and dozens of blade-wielding attendants. If I seize the authority of the household, I can allocate monthly wages and salaries to these individuals, instituting several assessments each month to gauge their merits and flaws. Those lacking capability will either face salary reductions or dismissal, while the competent shall receive ample rewards. Over time, will they not vie to showcase their talents before me, who would not wish to serve me? In due course, they shall comprehend who the true master of the Marquis' residence is. Wealth can command even the most stubborn, and immense wealth can even compel the unyielding. I am precisely that immensely wealthy master. Controlling the Marquis' residence is as effortless as turning my palm." Contemplating this, Fang Zhongmiao could not help but smile. Standing behind her, Daisher placed her hands on her hips, grinning with satisfaction. Yu Chengwang hastily covered his chest, racked with pain, and slumped back into his chair. It was over. The Ningyuan Marquis' residence was truly on the brink of upheaval. Yu Feihu pulled Wang Anjing into his embrace, speaking in a despondent tone. "Anjing, let us live a quiet life in the Marquis' residence from now on. Let us not contend for anything." Wang Anjing nodded tearfully. Yu Shuangshuang wiped her face and silently pondered, "Why did I come to the Marquis' residence to engage in a battle of wits with Fang Zhongmiao? How audacious I am to think so." Chapter 14. Startle the one on the dragon throne. The heir's selection had been finalized, and the banquet should come to an end. The four clan elders were acutely aware of the Fang family's ambition to control the Marquis' residence. Yet they found themselves powerless to obstruct it. If they were to impede her, what would become of the two titles that had yet to be grasped? What would happen to the unestablished clan school? What would become of the Yu clan members, who had no resources or support? The Yu family relied heavily on the Fang family, and aside from submitting to her authority, what other choice did they have? Even if Yu Feiyan returned safely, he would be unable to effect any change. Whether he could re-enter the court, assume military command, and engage in political affairs still depended on the Fang family's wealth and connections to pave the way. Money can make the impossible possible, and immense wealth can accomplish feats beyond imagination. Although the Fang family's words were crude, the truth remained. Clan leader Yu Dehong cast a glance at Yu Chengwang, who was clutching his chest, appearing as if he might cough up blood from frustration. Alas, one must resign to fate. Yu Dehong shook his head in resignation, then gently patted Yu Chengwang's shoulder, whispering words of comfort. "As long as the Marquis' residence thrives under the Fang family's stewardship, you need not overthink it. You are growing old. Take care of yourself and strive to live a few more years." Yu Chengwang gritted his teeth and retorted, "Live a few more years? I fear I may not have that long." The other three clan elders, apprehensive that Yu Chengwang might erupt in front of the many clan members, quickly raised their voices. "It is getting late. All necessary affairs have been concluded. Everyone may disperse." The clan members stood frozen, their gazes fixed on the young lady. After this ordeal, they had come to understand who truly held authority within this clan. Fang Zhongmiao sat in her seat, sipping tea, neither rising nor speaking. Of the four clan elders grew increasingly irate. Moments ago, they feared Yu Chengwang might explode, yet now they themselves were inclined to overturn the table. "Fang family, you have grown arrogant with your power. What a despicable countenance." However, at that moment a voice, distant yet near, drifted through, carrying a slight chill. "There remains a matter of greater importance than selecting an heir. How can this banquet be concluded?" Those who heard the voice froze in astonishment. What could be more significant than selecting an heir? The voice continued with a haunting tone. "In my domain, only believers are permitted, and outsiders are not tolerated." What outsiders? Confusion arose among the crowd. Of Fang Zhongmiao set down her teacup, delicately dabbed her lips with a handkerchief, and cast a fleeting glance over the dense crowd with her slender Phoenix-like eyes, the voice murmured playfully. A few nests of red-footed hawks have already occupied the magpie's nest, devouring many eggs, yet this group of magpies remains blissfully unaware. What red-footed hawks? What magpies? Yu Shuangshuang felt bewildered. Yet Yu Dehong and Yu Changwang had already come to understand the so-called magpies being displaced referred to the red-footed hawks, meaning that outsiders had infiltrated the Yu clan. Even more troubling was the implication that these outsiders had already killed several members of the Yu clan. Otherwise Fong would not have mentioned the red-footed hawks devouring so many eggs. The thought sent chills down their spines, and they quickly turned their fervent gazes towards Fong Zhongmiao, hoping her voice would swiftly reveal the identities of the red-footed hawks. Allowing them to apprehend these thieves in one fell swoop, however, Fong Zhongmiao stood and waved her hand, declaring, "The banquet is over, everyone may disperse." The previously motionless clan members now bowed and took their leave in unison. The faces of the four clan elders and Yu Changwang turned in ashen. Is this how it ends? The banquet concludes. Fong family, you have yet to disclose who the red-footed hawks are. This is your domain, how can you wash your hands of it? At that moment, the voice echoed softly, I could address this matter right now, but the benefits would be minimal. I hold information regarding the late emperor's dark guards, which will likely be disseminated soon. The first to probe into my affairs will undoubtedly be the one seated upon the dragon throne. If he were to uncover my true circumstances, I might face an untimely demise by dawn. Thus I must use these nests of red-footed hawks to shake the very foundations. If this succeeds, I need not worry for a year or two, perhaps even 3 to 5 years, about the one on the dragon throne taking action against me. Hearing Fong Zhongmiao devise a plan against the emperor and express intentions to intimidate him, Yu Changwang found it utterly absurd, even with the boldness of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. He would not dare entertain such thoughts. Of Fong family, you have reached the height of arrogance, you deserve a fate worse than death. Yet the pressing question remained, who are these thieves? How would you intimidate the emperor? Would it implicate the Marquis's residence? Speak up. Regardless of how Yu Changwang raged internally, or how the four clan elders and Yu Shuangshuang strained their ears to eavesdrop, the voice ceased to resonate. Fong Zhongmiao, supported by Daisher, took a few steps before suddenly turning to Jiang Yuro, stating, Jiang family, your 2 children will remain here under my care, while you return to gather your belongings and move over tomorrow morning. Jiang Yuro promptly bowed in agreement. Yu Shuangshuang, quick to perceive the situation, grasped her brother's hand and obediently followed Fong Zhongmiao. At that moment, the haunting voice drifted once more, imbued with amusement. Jiang Yuro, you came to scheme against me at this banquet. Had I not possessed the ability to glimpse the will of heaven, I would have likely become a mere tool for your upbringing of your 2 children. If that is the case, may I borrow you for a time? Is that too much to ask? Borrow what? Yu Shuangshuang's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the ethereal, enigmatic figure ahead. The influential figure intended to borrow her mother for some purpose. What could it be? Would Jiang Yuro be harmed? Yu Shuangshuang's heart constricted, and her breath quickened. She longed to hear more from the voice, but it had fallen silent. Fong Zhongmiao turned her head, her tone laced with mockery, and inquired to Jiang family, how much silver did my husband spend on you? Jiang Yuro's heart sank, and she stammered, no, he didn't spend any silver on me. Fong Zhongmiao smiled lightly, slowly stating, your little uncle had no silver to redeem you, so you turned to my husband, did you not? With your beauty, the redemption fee must have been considerable. My husband often takes silver from me, each time in the thousands or tens of thousands. He dotes on you, and having fathered children with you, he would never deny you personal funds. Of Fong Zhongmiao scrutinized Jiang Yuro, adorned with jewels and silks, speculating, how much silver has he stored with you? Perhaps 200,000 taels. The mention of 200,000 taels was an unimaginable sum for most. Upon hearing this, the clan members who had not yet dispersed gasped in unison. Some cast envious glances towards Jiang Yuro. Jiang Yuro hastily knelt, crying out in protest, young lady, I truly did not take any of the young Marquis's silver, certainly not 200,000 taels, I swear. She raised her hand, vowing to the heavens. Fong Zhongmiao interrupted her protest. No need for oaths. Tomorrow, when you move, I will send a maid to search your belongings. Just wait and see. With that, Fong Zhongmiao, supported by Daisher, elegantly departed the front courtyard. Jiang Yuro collapsed to the ground, her beautiful face drained of color. While she did not possess 200,000 taels, she certainly had 100,000. She had pursued Yu Feian precisely because of his wealth and generosity. She had initially believed Fong Zhongmiao to be a foolishly kind-hearted person. Now it seemed the true fool was herself. Of Fong Zhongmiao's kindness in taking them in was not due to compassion but rather to reclaim those funds. Jiang Yuro's lips trembled, her face a mask of despair. The onlookers, seeing her countenance, quickly grasped the truth. The young marquis had undoubtedly stored a fortune with the Jiang family. Certain outsiders hidden among the crowd were suddenly ignited by greed. Yu Shuangshuang suddenly understood, the so-called borrowing of her mother was precisely this. Something significant would surely unfold at her mother's side tonight. What was the young lady's intention in luring out the snake? Was it merely to capture these thieves and intimidate or even scare off the emperor? No matter how she considered it, such a maneuver seemed implausible. Chapter 15, Marrying a Poisonous Snake. Yu Shuangshuang Concerned for her mother's safety that night, wished to offer some advice, thus releasing her brother's hand just as she took a step. Fang Zhongmiao, as if she possessed eyes at the back of her head, immediately turned to look back at her. Little girl, be obedient, alright? The lightly rising tone struck Yu Xuanzhuang's heart like a heavy hammer. Her face turned pale, and she quickly grasped her brother's hand, standing still. She glanced back at the dazed Zhang Yuro still kneeling on the ground and then at the crowd, a chill running through her. Lacking the acumen of Fang Zhongmiao, she could not discern who bore ill intentions. The clan elders and Yu Changwang also sensed Fang Zhongmiao's motives, yet they could not fathom how she intended to intimidate the one within the palace using a band of thieves. How could the insignificant mayfly possibly shake the vast heavens and earth? Yu Feihu hesitated, fixating his gaze on Zhang Yuru, his legs shifting slightly. Wang Anjin pulled him back and shot him a glare, prompting him to depart with his two children. As Yu Feihu's silhouette began to fade around the corner, Zhang Yuru turned her head back, casting a lingering glance. The others gradually dispersed, and the servants began to tidy up the tables and scraps in the courtyard. Zhang Yuru, feeling awkward, unsteadily rose and left the whole residence in a daze. The two children remained in Fang's custody. She didn't dare entertain any thoughts of absconding with the funds. Yu Changwang, clutching his agonizing chest, made his way to the main courtyard. Before he could step through the gate, a shrill cry from Miaopingsui pierced the air. A servant emerged, carrying a basin of blood, her face ashen. Yu Changwang quickly stepped aside, his concern evident as he inquired about his wife's condition. The servant set down the basin and bowed, reporting, "My lord, the house physician is still extracting stones from her eye socket, but my lady cannot withstand the pain and keeps struggling," making it difficult for the physician to proceed. A chill coursed through Yu Changwang as he heard his wife's increasingly anguished cries, compelling him to enter for a glimpse. The physician held a sharp blade, its tip aimed at Miaopingsui's blood-soaked eye socket, evidently intending to extract both the stone and her shattered eyeball. Miaopingsui thrashed violently, a servant standing behind her struggling to restrain her head, yet repeatedly losing grip, causing her neck to twist painfully. The physician, fearing the blade might cut into her eye socket or cheek, hesitated, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Upon seeing Yu Changwang enter, he hurriedly set down the knife and bowed, succinctly explaining the situation. Miaopingsui, gasping weakly, asked, "My lord, must my eye be gouged out? I cannot endure this pain." Yu Changwang averted his gaze from her bloodied eye, addressing the physician, "Is there no way to extract the stone with forceps or a needle? Using a knife is rather terrifying." The physician hesitated, but upon witnessing Yu Changwang's grim demeanor, ultimately agreed, swiftly using forceps to remove the stone from the eye socket, wrapping it in boiled white cloth before bowing and excusing himself. Miaopingsui, barely clinging to life, still pondered the situation in the front courtyard. She lay down weakly, her breath faint as she asked, "My lord, have you dealt with Jiang and Yu Wenqing's illegitimate child? Have you expelled Yu Feihu from the estate?" Yu Changwang sat beside the bed, letting out a long sigh. "Jiang and the children have been taken in by Fang." "What did you say?" Miaopingsui bolted upright, disbelief etched on her face. "Does Fang not despise Jiang and that illegitimate child?" Just as the words left her lips, realization dawned on Miaopingsui, murmuring, I almost forgot, she has lost her memory. She harbors no feelings for honor and naturally would not feel jealousy." This revelation rendered Yu Changwang's expression one of shock. He hastily pressed, "Fang has lost her memory. When did this happen?" "She struck her head yesterday and lost her memory. How could I have not noticed? She manages family affairs with such ease." Miaopingsui's eyes flickered, quickly questioning, "What right does she have to manage family affairs? You and the 4 clan elders are present. How could she overstep?" Yu Changwang closed his eyes, sighing. "Not only has she managed family matters, but she has also selected 2 heirs." Miaopingsui's remaining eye widened in disbelief, her tone incredulous. "She has chosen heirs? 2 nonetheless? Are you all mad, allowing her to run amok?" Yu Changwang, his face filled with embarrassment, replied, "She has also won the hearts of the clan members. Now the entire family supports her as their leader. Even my words hold no weight with the 4 elders." Miaopingsui, in a daze, murmured, "She has garnered the support of the entire clan, just from one banquet." Yu Changwang, witnessing her face contort with rage, felt compelled to recount in detail all that transpired in the front courtyard. Miaopingsui gradually crumpled, fists clenched as she pounded the bed. "Wretched woman, wretched woman, wretched woman, Fang, I will see you dead." Yu Changwang gently patted his wife's hand, lowering his voice to comfort her. "Once we secure the 2 titles, we will retrieve honor, and then I shall send her to her demise. Do not fret." Miaopingsui struggled to rise, the 2 servants rushing to assist her. She pointed to a nearby trunk, "Fetch Honor's marriage certificate and summon Fang." "I shall feign allowing her to safeguard the certificate. Upon seeing Honor's birth details, she will inevitably deduce his whereabouts. If there is any outcome tonight, I shall immediately send someone to search." Miaopingsui had long since devised this scheme and was now eager to test its effectiveness. She urged fiercely, "Hurry and bring Fang here, quickly." The maids, witnessing her fierce countenance resembling that of a demon, hurriedly rushed to find the young mistress. The room was left with only Yu Changwang and a managing servant. Miaopingsui then pointed to another trunk. "Bring out my secret stash." The managing servant nodded and retrieved a small box made of rosewood from the trunk. Upon opening it, a translucent jade bracelet gleamed within. Xiaoping Sui did not touch the bracelet but instructed the servant to hold it up for her to see, a sinister smile curling her lips. Yu Chengwang felt a chill run down his spine as he observed his wife's peculiar behavior. He cautiously inquired, pointing at the bracelet, "What is this?" Xiaoping Sui met his gaze, her intact eye glinting with a frenzied light. "This was passed down from my mother. She said if my daughter-in-law or concubine disobeyed, I should pass this bracelet to those wretches." Yu Chengwang, bewildered, stammered, "Shouldn't it be given for obedience?" Xiaoping Sui's smile turned even more sinister. Her voice hoarse and ragged. "This bracelet was soaked in 49 types of poison for 81 days to achieve such pure green. Once Fang wears it, her body will gradually weaken, and within 3 years, she will surely perish. By then, she will heed my words. I will command her corpse to be burned, and she will have no objections." Xiaoping Sui stared fixedly out the window, her expression obsessive. "I refuse to believe that in 3 years I cannot retrieve honor. Once Fang is dead, we shall offer half of her dowry to the emperor, securing a duke for honor." At this point, Xiaoping Sui had succumbed to a blissful reverie, her expression one of wild ecstasy. Yu Chengwang gazed at the jade bracelet for a long while, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Only today did he realize he had married a viper. Could it be that the affair involving Lu and her submersion was a plot by the Miao family? Never mind, she is just a woman. If she dies, so be it. Yu Chengwang lowered his gaze, secretly contemplating, "Let Miao and Fang engage in their battle, while I await the opportunity to profit from their strife." Just then, a maid's voice called from outside, "My lord, my lady, the young mistress has arrived." Chapter 16, infuriating me. I am a professional. Fang Zhongmiao stepped into the chamber, her face etched with worry and urgency. The moment she raised her eyes, she caught sight of Xiaoping Sui's bandaged eyes, and her lips quickly curved into a smile before she lowered her head. Pfft! A soft chuckle echoed in the air. Yu Chengwang and Xiaoping Sui exchanged bewildered glances. Was that Fang stifling a laugh in her heart? Could they have misheard? How could such a venomous daughter-in-law exist in the world? Daisher grinned slyly. Secretly musing, "The young lady's laughter is truly delightful." Fang Zhongmiao hastened to the bedside, gently grasping Xiaoping Sui's hand, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as she asked, "Mother, does it hurt?" Xiaoping Sui clutched her hand tightly, her long nails digging into her flesh, gritting her teeth. "It doesn't hurt." Fang Zhongmiao did not struggle. Instead, she raised her other hand, seemingly wanting to touch Xiaoping Sui's bandaged eyes. Xiaoping Sui trembled in pain, too fearful to allow her to come near. Hastily retreating her hand, Fang Zhongmiao lowered her gaze, surveying the bloodied imprints of fingernails on her wrist, a cold glint flickering in her eyes. Simultaneously, her inner voice resonated. "The claws of the mother tiger are quite sharp, perhaps they should be clipped." Yu Chengwang's complexion shifted, sensing a grave situation. Xiaoping Sui had yet to grasp the severity of the predicament. Panting heavily, secretly grinding her molars, "Clip off my claws, Fang, do take action. Dare to show disrespect to your mother-in-law, and I will report you to the court for your great disobedience." However, Fang Zhongmiao's words abruptly halted Xiaoping Sui's heavy breathing for a moment, turning her face a deep shade of purple. "Mother, you are gravely injured, and there are numerous household matters that may disturb your recovery. Why not entrust me with the keys to the storeroom, the account books, and other items? I shall manage this household for you." Simultaneously, her inner voice echoed, "Once I gain control of the household, I will gather the servants and clip the mother tiger's claws. As long as the funds are adequate, it won't take long before the guards in the front yard and the maids in the back, along with the young attendants in the main hall, will all be mine. In the Ningyuanhou residence, there will be no room for others to meddle." Xiaoping Sui quickly covered her chest, feeling her heart throb more painfully than her shattered eye. "So clipping off claws meant this, Fang, you harbor grand ambitions. It seems I can only send you to your demise." Yu Chengwang's lips quivered with anger. Fang even sought to lure and buy off the people in his courtyard, who truly held the title of Ningyuanhou. Daisher observed Xiaoping Sui's nearly fainting state and Yu Chengwang's frustrated expression, unable to suppress a grin, although the young lady's inner thoughts were often overheard by the wrong people. It seemed there was no harm in this. These two old beasts were on the verge of madness due to the young lady's pressure. Xiaoping Sui gasped, clutching her chest, struggling to speak. "Previously, I urged you to learn about managing the household, but you never listened. You are utterly ignorant of how to manage finances, how to oversee the household, how to distribute monthly allowances, or how to train servants." She paused for a moment, then resolutely replied, "I cannot entrust the management of the household to you all at once. It makes me uneasy. I have 4 senior maids and a stewardess to handle these mundane affairs, while you should focus on raising the children properly." Upon noticing Fang Zhongmia's lips moving as if she wished to protest further, Xiaoping Sui intensified her tone, declaring, "Nurturing the children to adulthood is your most pressing responsibility." Yu Chengwang chimed in from the side. "Fang, the success of the children directly impacts your future as well as that of the marquisate and the entire clan. Do not lose sight of what is truly important." With the matter laid bare, Fang Zhongmiao could only lower her gaze and acquiesce, her inner thoughts drifting into the ether. "You let me manage the household. Very well, since the money is in my hands. When the time comes to distribute wages, I shall simply close the door and ignore it. For 3 consecutive months, the matriarch has been unable to pay wages, and there are many servants willing to kneel before me, begging for a morsel of food. Where there is wealth, there is power. Money and authority have been intertwined since ancient times. My mother-in-law still does not comprehend that without my financial support, she would be utterly incapable of managing this vast matriarch. A gentle laugh rippled through the air, while Fang Zhongmiao maintained a facade of deep concern for her mother-in-law. Suddenly, Miao Pingsui clutched her chest and collapsed, groaning in agony. This was unbearable. She was truly on the verge of dying from the vexation caused by this wretched woman. Yu Chengwang took several deep breaths, attempting to quell the fury boiling within him. He recognized that Fang's words held truth. Where there is wealth, there is power. The world is bustling with people pursuing profit. And common folk toil endlessly for the sake of money. Thus, the wealth in Fang Zhongmiao's hands must belong to the matriarch. With this thought in mind, Yu Chengwang patted Miao Pingsui's trembling hand. Subtly directing her gaze towards the marriage certificate and jade bracelet on the table, Miao Pingsui struggled to rise and handed the 2 items to Fang Zhongmiao. This daughter-in-law must be dealt with. Fang Zhongmiao held the box and marriage certificate, her face a mask of confusion as she asked, "Mother, what is this?" Miao Pingsui forced a tender smile, feigning melancholy as she sighed. "This is the marriage certificate between you and Honor. This bracelet is a family heirloom, meant only for daughters-in-law. You are now raising 2 children, which qualifies you as a mother, so I entrust these items to you for safekeeping. You should come to my courtyard more often. Learn from the stewardess about managing the household, and in a few years, I can confidently hand over the authority to you." Miao Pingsui patted Fang Zhongmiao's hand, speaking earnestly. "Miao Miao, Honor has passed away. And I hope you can support this family. You will be the mistress of the Ningyuan matriarch from now on." If Fang Zhongmiao's eyes immediately glistened with tears, her heart moved to the core. Daishi was taken aback by the authenticity of her performance. Miao Pingsui stared at this daughter-in-law in a daze, her heart greatly shaken. Were it not for her inner thoughts, she would have undoubtedly believed that this was an exceedingly timid and foolish woman. Easily swayed by a few flattering words, Fang Zhongmiao clasped Miao Pingsui's hands, solemnly pledging, "Mother, I assure you, I will not disappoint your expectations. I will raise the 2 children well and uphold the dignity of the matriarch." Miao Pingsui squeezed out a response, her smile more akin to a grimace than genuine joy. What a heart-wrenching performance of mother-daughter-in-law affection. Yu Chengwang nearly believed it, yet the chilling inner voice shattered this facade of harmony. A bracelet laced with deadly poison. What a splendid family heirloom. Miao Pingsui's eyelids twitched, sensing disaster. Damn it, how could Fang possibly perceive the poison in the bracelet? Her mother had assured her that it was soaked in a secret court remedy. Imperceptible even to the imperial physicians, the inner voice quickly provided an explanation. Since ancient times, the art of medicine and the path of the Tao have been intertwined. I am skilled in both. Thus I naturally excel in healing arts. Miao Pingsui's face nearly contorted in agony. Had it not been for Yu Qingwang's immediate intervention, forcefully pressing down on her shoulder, she might have lost her composure on the spot. The intertwining of the Tao and medicine, she had heard of this but had not taken it to heart. Fang Zhongmiao, oh Fang Zhongmiao, you truly conceal your depths. You are not only adept in the mystic arts but also possess such extraordinary medical prowess. You can discern the hidden truths that even imperial physicians cannot detect. With such talents, why did you not reveal them during the marriage discussions? You sought to feign ignorance and mock our Ningyuan matriarch. Did you not? Since Honora's demise, you have turned the world upside down. You, a wretch raised without a mother. As Miao Pingsui's features began to contort once more, Yu Chengwang pressed down harder on her shoulder. He too was infuriated, yet had no outlet for his wrath. Did Fang Zhongmiao truly have no weaknesses? The bracelet was now rendered useless. Yu Chengwang could only gesture towards the marriage certificate, implying, "Fang, you should keep the marriage certificate safe. It contains the birthdates of you and Honor. Your father once remarked that you and Honor were a match made in heaven, yet who could have predicted that in just 3 short years? Honor would. Why? Yu Chengwang lowered his head, feigning sorrow as he wiped away a tear. Miao Pingsui's intact eye remained fixed on Fang Zhongmiao's face. Upon seeing the birthdates, did you not wish to calculate Honor's fate? I refuse to believe you are not curious about his whereabouts. Daishi, sensing the intensity of Yu Chengwang and Miao Pingsui's gazes, suddenly discerned their scheme very well. You 2 old wretches, how dare you use the young mistress? Tonight, I shall sneak into your chambers and shave your heads. Fang Zhongmiao lowered her head to examine the marriage certificate, her gaze flickering as she caught sight of Yu Feiyan's birthdate. The inner voice whispered coldly, almost ghostly, "Yu Feiyan, you have never threatened my life, and I had intended to let you be. However, the trouble arises from your mother harboring murderous intent against me, and she has launched a deadly strike. This malevolent seed has already been sown. The time for retribution has come. Once I ascertain your whereabouts, I shall send Little Stone to escort you to your final rest. To kill you now will not hinder my cultivation. To kill you now is a matter of divine justice, a cycle of cause and effect. You shall die as you should, and may you find peace in the afterlife." Daishi hurriedly covered her mouth. Stifling a laugh, how adorable the young mistress is, Yu Chengwang was left in a state of shock. Miao Pingsui, momentarily stunned, suddenly lunged forward, her voice a shattered windbag, urgent and torn, return the marriage certificate to me. Chapter 17, Scaring is my specialty. The marriage certificate in Fang Zhongmiao's hands was violently snatched away by Miao Pingsui, who clutched it tightly to her chest. Fang Zhongmiao's expression was one of astonishment. Yet her inner thoughts lingered in regret. Such a pity, I have yet to clearly see the birth dates. Miao Pingsui let out a sigh of relief. The inner voice continued, I can look again. Fang Zhongmiao stepped closer, bending slightly to pat Miao Pingsui's shoulder, softly inquiring, Mother, what troubles you? Did you not say you would entrust the marriage certificate to me for safekeeping? As she spoke, she reached toward the scroll nestled within Miao Pingsui's embrace. Miao Pingsui twisted and turned, her voice laced with sorrow as she cried, I will not give you the marriage certificate. I miss Honor. I think of him by day, by night, even in my dreams. This belongs to Honor. I cannot bear to part with it. I want to keep it as a memento. If only my Honor could come back to life, how wonderful that would be. Oh heaven, why must you be so cruel? Miao Pingsui wept and wailed, cursing the heavens, portraying the image of a mother nearly driven mad by the loss of her son with vivid intensity. She could not believe that, upon witnessing her profound anguish, Fang Zhongmiao would still endeavor to seize the marriage certificate. Indeed, Fang Zhongmiao withdrew her hand, refraining from pulling at the marriage certificate any further. She bent down gently to embrace Miao Pingsui, letting out a deep sigh into her ear. Her actions radiated warmth and compassion, making her appear to be the most dutiful daughter-in-law. However, her inner thoughts were laden with cold, murderous intent. No birthdates, that is acceptable. I shall pay a visit to Yu Fei's chambers shortly and procure a strand of his hair, which will suffice to reveal his whereabouts. Mother-in-law, it was you who initiated this conflict, thus, it is only just that I take your son's life. Since you believe him to be long deceased, I shall ensure he truly meets his end. In this way, you shall be spared the turmoil of great joy and sorrow, safeguarding your fragile heart. I will also instruct Little Stone to return his body for burial. There will be no need for him to wander as a lost soul. Surely his parents will find solace in knowing that Yu Feian has been laid to rest, correct? You must agree. I am indeed a considerate daughter-in-law, am I not? Miao Pingsui trembled violently. There is no more venomous daughter-in-law in existence. If Honor has perished, it would be her own doing. No, Honor cannot die. Help, who can save Honor? Fang, I will not harm you any longer. I will reclaim the bracelet. Shall I kneel before you? Just as Miao Pingsui was about to push her daughter-in-law away to kneel at the bedside, a powerful hand pressed down on her shoulder. Following the hand, she saw Yu Chengwang shaking his head slightly, discreetly signaling her with his eyes. His face was ashen, his jaw clenched tightly, clearly struggling to suppress his rising rage. Fang Zhongmiao was becoming increasingly brazen. If this continued, the Ningyuan Marquisate and the entire Yu clan would fall under her dominion, becoming her vassals. She must be eliminated. The bracelet had proven ineffective. Alternative strategies must be devised. But it was imperative that she remain unaware of their ability to hear her inner thoughts. Should she gain that awareness, controlling her intentions would become an insurmountable challenge. The immediate priority was to locate and destroy all of Honor's hair. It was essential that Fang not discover Honor's whereabouts. Honor is the only hope for the Marquisate. Seeing his wife still in a daze, Yu Chengwang signaled again. Miao Pingsui finally reacted, throwing her arms around Fang Zhongmiao and beginning to wail uncontrollably. Fang Zhongmiao gently patted Miao Pingsui's back, soothing her with tender words. She exhibited remarkable patience towards friends and even more so towards foes. Observing that his wife had detained Fang Zhongmiao, Yu Chengwang turned and left. Daishi, sensing something amiss, attempted to follow but caught sight of the lethal jade bracelet on the table, compelling her to halt her pursuit. The courtyard was filled with the presence of Miao Pingsui, who harbored murderous intentions towards the young lady Dai. In the fleeting moments of her absence, should anything untoward befall the young lady, Miao Pingsui would bear the weight of countless deaths upon her conscience. Gritting her teeth in silence, Daisher could only watch helplessly as Yu Chengwang hurriedly departed. In mere moments, flames erupted outside, and voices cried out, Fire, fire, the young lord's courtyard is ablaze. What? Miao Pingsui immediately pushed aside Fang Zhongmiao. Incredulous as she gazed outside, her heart twisted in pain, ready to unleash her fury, but in an instant, clarity struck her. This was undoubtedly the work of her husband. Honor spent his days in that courtyard. His shed hair concealed in every nook and cranny. It was impossible to recover every strand, and even if just one were to fall into Fang's hands, the consequences would be dire. To ensure absolute safety, the Marquis would have no choice but to incinerate Honor's courtyard. You vile woman Fang, you have forced my Ningyuan Marquisate to the brink of arson. I shall see you dead one day. Miao Pingsui's hatred for Fang Zhongmiao ran deep. Yet she dared not betray it with a single expression. Struggling to rise, assisted by her maidservants, she made her way outside, gazing at the towering flames in the distance, ultimately unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Everything of Honor's was lost, his cherished chess manuals, military texts, guqin, and paintings, all reduced to ash in the fire. If Honor were to return, how could she explain this to him? Miao Pingsui beat her chest and stomped her feet. her cries of anguish louder than the servant's shouts to extinguish the flames. In her agitation, the cloth binding her eyes became soaked with blood. The maidservants gasped in alarm, hurriedly pulling her back inside to summon the physician for fresh treatment. Fang Zhongmiao stood beneath the corridor, watching the flames illuminate half the sky, letting out a deep sigh. The courtyard was a scene of chaos, with servants rushing about in a frenzy, ensuring no one would notice her. Fang Zhongmiao whispered softly into Daisher's ear, "I originally intended to find a strand of Yufeian's hair to ascertain his whereabouts and then trouble you to eliminate him. I hadn't anticipated such misfortune." Daisher feigned curiosity and asked, "Did you not say you would not kill him?" Fang Zhongmiao quietly clarified, "Previously, I could have spared him, but now he must die. The bracelet his mother gave me is poisoned. If he lives, I shall remain unable to breathe easily." She pointed to her heart, a visage of sorrow etched upon her face. "If I cannot breathe easily, my resolve will falter. Do you understand?" "I understand, my lady," Daisher quickly replied, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh at her lady's endearing concerns. What a charming notion of a faltering resolve. Daisher glanced back at Miao Pingsui within the room, lowering her voice to inquire, "My lady, why do you not eliminate that old witch? She is the one who has wronged you." Fang Zhongmiao smiled softly, whispering, "Killing her would be simple yet futile. Once she is dead, she will feel nothing, and my anger will remain unquenched. Only by slaying her most cherished son can I strike at her core, rendering her existence a living hell." Daisher, enlightened, clapped her hands joyfully and asked, "My lady, is there no other way to ascertain Yufeian's whereabouts?" Fang Zhongmiao shook her head, letting out a regretful sigh. "Blood, hair, nails, even personal belongings could reveal his location, but all those items have been consumed in the fire." The two stood beneath the corridor, lamenting the devastation wrought by the flames. After a while, they turned to return indoors. The physician sprinkled the last of the medicinal powder onto Miao Pingsui's shattered eye, eliciting sharp cries of pain from her. The maidservants gathered around, soothing her in gentle tones. Fang Zhongmiao fixed her gaze upon Miao Pingsui's bloodied eye sockets for a moment, dark glimmers flickering in her eyes. The physician, drenched in sweat, departed, while Yu Changwang returned, his face covered in soot, recounting the firefighting efforts in brief. The study, bedroom, front hall, side hall, and training grounds, along with the quarters of the servants, had all been consumed. Miao Pingsui, fully aware of the circumstances, feigned anger and demanded, "How did this happen? What were the servants doing?" Yu Changwang sighed deeply and replied, "Do you recall the child who blinded you? He escaped the woodpile with his mother, but could not exit the estate, so he set a fire, incinerating Honor's courtyard. While the servants rushed to extinguish the flames, he and his mother took their leave. In truth, that mother and child were pushed into the inferno by Yu Qingwang's lackey and had already been reduced to charred remains. In such a brutal conflagration, it was not uncommon for lives to be lost." Miao Pingsui feigned indignation, cursing a few times before pretending to be exhausted. Collapsing onto the ground, she feigned covering her left eye and said, "Miao Miao, I am weary, you may return now." Once that wretched woman departs, she could then close the door and discuss with her husband the various plans to eliminate their adversaries. Why Yu Chengwang pretended to be caring, saying, "Indeed, Fang, you should return, you have been quite startled. I shall have the physician prescribe some calming herbs for you. After taking the medicine, rest early to avoid falling ill. You must nurture 2 children, manage the household, and learn to be a competent mistress. Your responsibilities are considerable." "Thank you for your concern, Marquis," Fang Zhongmiao replied, kneeling in respect, picking up the jade bracelet on the table, and readily added, "Mother, I shall take my leave. I will return to see you first thing tomorrow." The moment she crossed the threshold, her inner voice echoed softly, "Tonight, I still need to use those red-footed falcons to pressure the emperor. I am quite busy. Jiang Yurua's place must have Yufeian's hair. Little Shirtu can conveniently assist me in retrieving it while he attends to his matters. Oh, and do not forget to tell that old hag that if she does not extract the shattered eye from its socket, the other eye may also go blind. This might be for the best. If the tigress loses her sight, she will be quelled." The master and servant moved further away, their thoughts fading into the ether. Yu Qingwang's expression darkened to the point of dripping with malice. He nearly forgot that there was also hair belonging to Honor on Zhang's side. "That vile woman must die. I shall deal with that concubine." Yu Chengwang steeled himself as he strode outward. Miao Pingsui sat in a daze for a moment before clutching her eyes and crying out in agony, "Quickly fetch the physician, hurry!" When the physician arrived, she intended to inquire thoroughly whether she would truly become blind if the eye was not extracted. Certainly not, the other eye was perfectly fine, without a scratch. Fang was undoubtedly exaggerating, yet deep down, Miao Pingsui knew that Fang Zhongmiao's inner voice was never false. Today, she would have to endure the punishment of having her eye gouged out, whether she wished it or not. Chapter 18, Intimidating the Emperor. Yu Changwang, accompanied by several skilled guards, stealthily approached Jiang Yurua's residence, only to see a throng of officials brandishing torches charging down the long street, surrounding the courtyard. Yu Qingwang's heart sank, and he quickly concealed himself with his guards. The 4 clan elders had also dispatched numerous individuals to lurk nearby and spy. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from within the courtyard. The leading officer kicked open the gate and stormed in with his subordinates. There followed the sounds of clashing weapons, shouts of anger, and cries for mercy. After a brief interval, 5 cloaked figures were brought out by the officers, their hands bound behind their backs, forced to kneel by the roadside. The black cloth covering their faces already torn away, revealing 5 faces that were neither entirely unfamiliar nor entirely known to Yu Chengwang. Squinting, he recalled that they had indeed attended the Marquis's banquet during the day. Could it be that they were outsiders infiltrating the Yu clan? Zhang Yuruwat, disheveled and pale, dashed out. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in official robes, accompanied by a lovely young girl, emerged from the shadows into the light. Yu Chengwang recognized that the girl was none other than Fang's chief maid Daisher, while the middle-aged man was the prefect of linen. Ignoring the weeping Zhang Yuruwa, they focused solely on the 5 captured thieves. The prefect, with an authoritative tone, inquired, "Who are you? Why are you impersonating members of the Yu clan?" "We are not impersonating. We are indeed members of the Yu clan," one thief vehemently asserted. The prefect scoffed coldly, ready to deliver a few threats of severe punishment, but Daisher leisurely interjected. "My lord, my lady has already investigated their backgrounds thoroughly. Allow me to report to you one by one." Daisher retrieved a letter filled with neat, delicate script, scrutinizing it before pointing at one of the thieves. "This man killed his wife and children during his escape and consumed their flesh and blood. By law, he deserves execution." The thief's head snapped up in shock. He had indeed slain his wife and children, but that fateful night was dark and stormy, with no witnesses around, and the crime occurred in a secluded cave, making it hard to discover. The remnants of their remains were crushed with stones and scattered into a deep ravine, washed away by the waters. Only the heavens, the earth, and he knew of this. How did this woman learn of it? Impossible. The prefect, having served as an official for many years and interrogated numerous criminals, could tell with just a glance that Daisher spoke the truth. He immediately commanded, "Put him in shackles." 2 officers brought forth wooden boards, locking them around the thief's neck with a clatter. Only then did the thief regain his senses and cry out in protest. Daisher sneered, "Do you think your deeds were so well concealed that no one else in the world knew of your crimes?" The thief continued to protest his innocence, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of guilt. Daisher mused, "Your bloodstains in the palace of your wife and children are vivid and dark, a clear testament to your heinous acts. My lady need not investigate further, she can see it at a glance." Yet she could not reveal this truth, so Daisher merely smiled mysteriously and stated vaguely, "Even if you possess the ability to deceive the heavens and the earth, you will not evade my lady's scrutiny." The thief lowered his head, avoiding Daisher's piercing gaze. Daisher turned to the magistrate, clasping her hands in salute, and said, "My lord, if you fear that my young lady might wrong him, you may take him back for your own interrogation. I am confident you possess 100 methods to elicit the truth from him." The magistrate, recalling a rumor he had heard not long ago, resolved to interrogate this individual thoroughly. Daisher glanced at the letter in her hand before slowly approaching another bandit, her tone as frigid as ice. "You lost your parents at an early age and were raised solely by your elder brother. Yet, during your flight from calamity, you callously murdered your brother's entire family for the sake of food and riches, did you not?" The bandit protested his innocence loudly, yet the guilt was evident in his eyes. Daisher moved on to the next bandit, accusing him anew. "In your youth, you committed adultery, and upon being discovered, you killed your lover's husband, did you not?" He too cried out for justice, but Daisher paid him no heed as she approached the next bandit. "Your beloved scorned your parents for their frailty, deeming them a burden rather than a blessing, refusing to marry you. Thus, you callously abandoned your parents in the mountains to be devoured by wolves. Did you not?" The cries of innocence rang out once more. Daisher continued to the next bandit, stating, "Your elder brother married into the Yu family, and through his fortune you gained passage to Linen City. Yet, consumed by jealousy over his prosperous life, you deceived him into the wilderness and killed him, assuming his identity. You are twins identical in appearance, and your crimes went unnoticed until now, yet my lady is aware." The man paled, collapsing to the ground, with the sins of all 5 laid bare. Daisher meticulously folded the letter and concealed it within her robes, the magistrate's gaze fixated on the thin sheet of paper, silently pondering, could this be the intelligence relayed by the late emperor's shadow guards? Were Daisher able to hear the magistrate's thoughts, she would undoubtedly laugh heartily. Hands on her hips, what shadow guards? Such notions are unfounded. All intelligence was derived from Relady's skill in divination. Murders driven by hatred, love, jealousy, and greed, all would manifest within the 12 palaces. With just a glance, Relady could discern an individual's past, present, and future. She alone was worth an entire battalion of shadow guards. Daisher patted her chest and declared to the magistrate, "You may investigate the veracity of their crimes yourself. Rest assured, my lady would never wrong an innocent." The magistrate chuckled softly, probing, "Though these individuals have mastered refined speech, they still carry slight accents. I have delved into the accents of various regions, and I can discern that they hail from distant lands." He continued, "Your young mistress possesses remarkable insight. She even knows of their transgressions committed back home among the bandits. 2 hailed from distant provinces in the north and south, separated by thousands of miles. The north had descended into chaos, with many provinces ravaged by barbaric hordes, leaving no survivors. Even the imperial shadow guards would find it impossible to uncover such matters under the dominion of the barbarian cavalry. The magistrate's description of Fang Zhongmiao's prowess as remarkable was far from an exaggeration. Dai Shi feigned a haughty demeanor, brazenly asserting, "What does that matter? If my lady wished, she could even know which concubine the emperor lies with tonight." The magistrate chuckled again, yet a tempest brewed within him. To know the emperor's whereabouts would make assassinating him seemingly effortless. The shadow guards left by the late emperor certainly possessed such capabilities. Contingent only upon Fang Zhongmiao's intentions, the magistrate, feeling a sense of urgency, promptly ordered his subordinates to escort the 5 bandits to the magistracy for interrogation. Once they confessed and signed their statements, he would take the documents to the palace to report. The emperor was likely growing impatient. A group of men hurriedly departed, brandishing torches, while Yu Chengwang, lurking in the shadows, suddenly comprehended the true meaning of Fang's intimidation. She had succeeded. The emperor, in a bid for self-preservation, would refrain from taking rash actions against the Fang family for a considerable time. This mere ephemeral creature had shaken a mighty dragon. What cunning! What audacity, what skill! Yu Chengwang silently praised her thrice, yet his murderous intent intensified. He harbored no doubt that if Fang Zhongmiao were not eliminated soon, the Ningyuan marquis residence would surely face upheaval. Even if Hana returned safely, he would likely find it impossible to recover his standing. Set fire, Yu Chengwang commanded his guards. A few rushed to the rear courtyard and quietly ignited a blaze. Dai Shi seized Jiang Yuro by the nape and dragged her inside. And at that moment, she raised her gaze to behold flames leaping towards the heavens. Chapter 19, Yu Feiyan's rebellion. Jiang Yuro gazed up at the inferno, her expression vacant. Moments later, she shrieked, "My house! My silver notes, my silks and satins, it's all gone, it's all over." She dashed out of the courtyard, frantically shouting, "Fire! Quickly, someone put out the fire! Whoever extinguishes it shall receive 10 taels of silver." Those lurking nearby rushed forth to help. Even the guards brought by Yu Chengwang stirred into action. Why Yu Chengwang shot them a fierce glare, decisively ordering, "Return to the residence." The group departed quietly, while nearby residents hurried to join the firefighting efforts. Fortunately, Yu Feiyan had procured for Jiang Yuro a secluded, private residence to evade prying eyes. Otherwise, the fire would have inevitably spread to the surrounding neighborhood. Dai Shi plunged into the blaze, kicking open the door to the master bedroom. The dressing table, wardrobe, and canopy bed had all been consumed by the flames, and the scattered hair offered no hope of survival. Furrowing her brow, Dai Shi swiftly exited the conflagration. This calamity was undoubtedly orchestrated by that old wretch of Ningyuan marquis. The fact that my lady's thoughts could be overheard is a major drawback, and that old crone's eyes, which could have been blinded, alas, what a pity! Dai Shi lightly descended to the ground, observing the crowd dousing the flames. Jiang Yuro kept urging them on, her face a mask of anxiety. An hour later, dawn broke, the fire extinguished, and the entire residence lay in ruins. Everyone sat amidst the ashes, weary and gasping for breath. Jiang Yuro, her eyes shimmering with desperation, addressed the crowd. "Everyone, my house has been completely burnt down, and I can no longer offer the promised silver. How about I bow to you in gratitude?" As she spoke, she knelt heavily, banging her head on the ground. Witnessing her misfortune, the crowd felt a twinge of pity and began to shake their heads, intent on departing. Dai Shi scoffed, "A great fire may consume silver notes, but it cannot destroy silver ingots. Jiang Yuro, if you wish to evade your debts, you must first seek my consent. If you treat those who rescue you from peril with such insincerity, it is no wonder that you would betray Yu Feiyan, who has been utterly devoted to you." Jiang Yuro was most fearful of others mentioning her infidelity toward the young marquis, and her pitiful expression twisted at the accusation. Yet, a more disturbing turn of events unfolded. Dai Shi strode into the house, stomping down on the charred floor tiles and uncovering a hidden cellar. Within lay 10 redwood chests, emitting a pungent odor from the heat, yet miraculously unharmed. During her previous visit in search of the marriage certificate, Dai Shi had thoroughly scouted this place, knowing where the treasures were hidden even better than Jiang Yuro herself. She called out, "Bring these 10 chests out, each of you may take 1 ingot of silver." Jiang Yuro's promise would not be fulfilled by her. "I shall fulfill it for her." The eyes of the clansmen gleamed, and they rushed into the house, crowding around the cellar. Do not touch my silver! Jiang Yuro shrieked, "That is my silver, leave now, or I shall report you." Dai Shi leaped into the cellar, smashing open one of the chests and extracting a silver ingot, raising it high for all to see. Morning light streamed through the cracks, illuminating the ingot and causing it to shimmer. All eyes were drawn to its brilliance, their hearts swayed. Dai Shi flipped the ingot over, revealing the inscription on the bottom. Boldly etched in the center were the characters Rin Xian, the era name of the late emperor. Dai Shi emerged from the cellar, thrusting the engraved side of the ingot toward Jiang Yuro's face, and sneered, "Now tell me again, whose silver is this?" "It is imperial silver, and every user must report its use to the magistracy. If it calls your name, do you dare respond? If you do, you will be guilty of embezzling imperial silver, and the penalty is death." Jiang Yuro had not anticipated the severity of the situation, and she collapsed to the ground in shock. No wonder the young marquis had warned her vehemently against using this silver. It turned out there was such a stipulation. The remaining onlookers were equally stunned. 2 years prior, an imperial silver theft had occurred, and the thief had been subjected to a brutal execution, their blood staining the market square. The horrific scene remained etched in their memories. Daishir too was taken aback to discover that this silver was indeed imperial. Had the late emperor feared others would recklessly use her lady's dowry? The late emperor truly loved her lord. A hint of moisture welled in Daishir's eyes, but she quickly composed herself, saying, "You cannot touch the silver. Help me carry the chests back to the marquis residence. And my lady will pay you the promised 10 taels with market silver." Upon hearing of such a favorable arrangement, the crowd eagerly jumped into the cellar, working together to transport the chests to the Ningyuan marquis residence. Fang Zhongmiao was not stingy, distributing 1 silver ingot to each, earning their heartfelt gratitude. After the bystanders departed, Fang Zhongmiao paced around the 10 redwood chests, her gaze deep and inscrutable. Daishir, filled with concern, asked, "My lady, is there something wrong with this silver?" Fang Zhongmiao shook her head, speaking slowly. "The issue does not lie with the silver, but with Yufeian." Daishir was perplexed. What problem could he possibly have? Fang Zhongmiao seated herself at the vanity, gently unwrapping the white cloth that bound her forehead. Examining her reflection in the bronze mirror, she spoke gravely. "He intends to rebel." Daishir's heart raced, yet she did not doubt her mistress's judgment. Instead, she inquired, "How do you know this, my lady?" Fang Zhongmiao pointed at the box and inquired, "Aside from taxes and disaster relief, what other purposes does the official silver serve?" Daishir pondered briefly and swiftly grasped the implication. With a tone of astonishment, she exclaimed, "It can also be used to distribute military pay." "Miss, are you suggesting that Yufeian is using your silver to support his army?" Fang Zhongmiao nodded approvingly, saying, "Little stone, you are quite astute. The emperor is both foolish and extravagant. Corruption runs rampant among the officials, who engage in partisan favoritism. The national treasury is often raided by these individuals, leading to a significant deficit. When the military fails to receive their pay, the soldiers suffering from hunger and cold will inevitably revolt, which is a principal reason why foreign invaders can easily penetrate the central plains." Fang Zhongmiao gazed intently into the copper mirror, her expression grave as she contemplated her own fate. "While other armies are disintegrating, why does Yufeian's army achieve repeated victories? Is it due to his superior capability? No, it is because my silver is bolstering him. When the court cannot provide military pay, he simply appropriates my dowry. He cunningly uses my wealth to sustain his private army. It is indeed a clever calculation." Turning to Daishir, she pointed at the wound on her temple and whispered, "What does this injury resemble?" Daishir examined it closely and murmured, "It resembles a snake." Fang Zhongmiao suddenly chuckled softly, dismissing the notion. "Not a snake, but a jiao." Daishir was momentarily taken aback. Fang Zhongmiao's smile grew increasingly icy as she elaborated, "This wound clings to my flesh, rupturing my fortune in veins. It foretells that my husband shall transform a jiao into a dragon, and I shall be his sustenance. Without me, he shall forever remain a jiao. Consuming me will make him a dragon." Daishir's heart trembled violently, her complexion turning pale. "Miss, do you mean?" After a prolonged pause, she whispered, "You mean Yufeian will rebel to become emperor?" Fang Zhongmiao gently nodded, her beautiful eyes glinting with cold light. She declared, "Yufeian must die. If he does not perish, then it will be I who meets my end." Daishir clenched her fists tightly, a murderous aura emanating as she vowed, "Miss, I will certainly help you kill him." Fang Zhongmiao affectionately ruffled Daishir's hair and softly replied, "There is no need for you to take action against him, just stay by my side." Her thoughts grew somber as they echoed in the air. Thus, it seems that Yufeian is indeed a chosen one, blessed with immense fortune. Should Daishir attempt to slay him, she would undoubtedly be thwarted by fate and meet her demise. A mere mortal cannot slay a jiao. Only another dragon can kill a dragon. If Fang Zhongmiao's gaze flickered as she pondered, could it be that my desperate cries to marry Yufeian stemmed from an instinctual recognition of his latent dragon potential? If I can manipulate circumstances to ensure that Yufeian incurs a lifetime of misfortune, I will align myself with destiny to slay the concealed dragon, thereby obtaining his fortuitous energy, greatly benefiting my own cultivation. She smiled gently, her inner voice flowing with delight. "This makes perfect sense. The foolish individual who weeps and clings to love cannot possibly be me. My schemes, mere mortals cannot comprehend." Daishir's eyes widened in realization. Now filled with fervent admiration for her mistress, "Miss, you shall slay the dragon. You are so formidable, surely you will ascend to greatness." Chapter 20. The Monkey King cannot escape the Five-Finger Mountain. Yu Chengwang returned to the Marquis's residence before dawn. Upon entering the main courtyard, he heard the anguished cries of his wife. A short distance away, a servant emerged from a side room, pale-faced, and carrying a basin of blood. In a daze, Yu Chengwang momentarily felt as if time had reversed, bringing him back to the moment the banquet had just concluded. The familiar scene, the familiar cries, the familiar faces. Upon seeing the Marquis, the servant quickly set down the bloodied basin and knelt in respect. Yu Chengwang steadied himself and asked, "Wasn't my wife's injury already tended to?" The servant quickly replied, "Marquis, the physician stated that if the shattered eyeball is not removed, the other eye will also go blind. The physician is currently performing the procedure." The servant swallowed hard, her voice strained. The gruesome scene was enough to make her shiver at the mere thought. She could hardly fathom how the lady endured such torment. Yu Chengwang shuddered, his scalp prickling with horror. He recalled that before setting fire to Jiang Yuro's home, Fang Zhongmiao had expressed similar sentiments. His wife must have consulted the physician, confirming the truth of those words. Leading to this calamity, what manner of person is Fang Zhongmiao? She possesses knowledge of both the Tao and medicine, is adept in strategy, and has wealth and connections. She is, without a doubt, the most remarkable daughter-in-law. If my son could harmoniously unite with her, their bond stronger than gold, the Marquis of Ningyuan would bask in her full support, leading to a glorious future. Yu Chengwang dared not entertain further thoughts. His heart felt as though a piece had been excised, leaving a searing pain. It is all that wretched Jiang Yuro's fault. Had she not tempted my son, the Fang family would not have been so ruthless. With a darkened expression, Yu Chengwang entered the side room, only to raise his gaze and witness the physician plunge a knife into his wife's eye socket, twist his wrist, and extract a bloodied, shattered eyeball. Miaoping Sui was firmly bound to a chair by 4 strong maidservants, her head held in place by 2 robust matrons, leaving only her mouth free to scream. Her wails were so excruciating that the birds perched in nearby trees took flight. Flapping their wings in fright, the physician swiftly applied medicine, bandaged her wounds, prescribed medications, and after a few instructions, hurriedly took his leave. The moment the maidservants untied Miaoping Sui, she slumped down, her internal and external garments soaked with cold sweat. As if she had just been pulled from water, that wretched Fang Zhongmiao must die. She stared with dim, lifeless eyes, uttering curses filled with malice. Yu Chengwang dismissed the maidservants and recounted the events of the evening. Miaoping Sui's mind was a blank slate. Had Yu Chengwang not spoken, she would have never imagined such a turn of events. Would the emperor believe it? She struggled to rise, fixating on her husband's expression. Yu Chengwang countered, he intended to say if we cannot hear Fang Zhongmiao's inner voice, but such words had been forbidden by the heavens, leaving him unable to speak. Instead, he extended his hand, gesturing towards the air and rephrasing, if we cannot, would you believe she has many hidden guards protecting her? Miaoping Sui, enduring the pain, contemplated before despondently replying, I would believe it. Daisher is highly skilled yet never leaves her side. How else could she acquire such intelligence? Yu Chengwang responded, it must be delivered to her by others. Just imagine how large of a covert force would be required to gather such detailed intelligence in these chaotic times. Miaoping Sui, both furious and helpless, retorted, thus, the emperor would believe it as well. Once he does, he would hesitate to act against her. Yu Chengwang sighed in acknowledgement. Miaoping Sui's countenance twisted in rage as she whispered, Marquis, let us report to the emperor. Yu Chengwang's eyes flickered before he shook his head. Until we secure the title, Fang Zhongmiao cannot die. Moreover, if the emperor takes action, he will surely capture her and force her to reveal the location of the late emperor's private treasury. Our family would gain nothing from that. We must take matters into our own hands and extract the treasure's whereabouts to maximize our benefits. Miaoping Sui, drenched in cold sweat, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. With venom in her voice, she remarked, the emperor needs my son's army to protect his journey south, otherwise, he would have killed her long ago. She owes my son a debt of gratitude for saving her life. Yet now she repays him with malice. What a treacherous ingrate! Yu Chengwang's expression grew somewhat uneasy. He recalled how, during the invasion of the Central Plains, armies across the land revolted due to a lack of military pay. Only his son's forces remained valiant and united, for the Fang family had provided military funds using her dowry, otherwise his son's head might have been severed by treacherous soldiers. Yet, these words need not be spoken. Since Fang Zhongmiao had married his son, everything she possessed rightfully belonged to him. If they could extract the location of the late emperor's treasures, would not his son rise like a concealed dragon, soaring to great heights? With this thought, Yu Chengwang's heart ignited with fervor. He mused, once the title is bestowed, I shall find a skilled assassin to eliminate the maidservant, allowing the Fang family to be at our disposal. Previously, we underestimated her, unaware of her true nature. This time, we shall not falter. Miaoping Sui shook her head. It is not the Marquis's fault. It is merely that the Fang family excels at disguise. Had it not been for heaven's assistance, we would still be in the dark. The couple consoled each other briefly before lying down for a short rest. Jiang Yuro was brought back to the Marquis's residence by Daisher, having taken nothing but the clothes on her back. Yu Shuangchuang had anticipated this outcome, pouring her mother a cup of hot tea and reassuring her, wealth lost can be regained. What matters most is that you are unharmed. Jiang Yuro lay on the table, sobbing and cursing. I thought Fang Zhongmiao was a fool, a do-gooder, but I never imagined her to be so sinister and malicious. She burned my possessions, and now the three of us can only survive under her thumb. She once claimed she would spare us, but now, the one who has harmed us is she. Her words are nothing but empty promises. Yu Shuangchuang found herself stifling a laugh. To speak frankly, had Fang Zhongmiao truly wished for Jiang Yuro's demise, she would have become nothing but a charred corpse by nightfall. While Jiang Yuro believed their conflict revolved around petty squabbles and silver, Fang Zhongmiao viewed competition in an entirely different light. What was it exactly? Yu Shuangchuang suddenly found herself unable to imagine. At that moment, a maid knocked at the door, announcing, the young mistress has prepared breakfast. Please accompany you wenching to dine. The two, feeling like unwelcome guests, dared not refuse and quickly tidied themselves before waking Yu Wenqing in the adjacent room, hastily making their way to the young mistress's courtyard. The table was already set, the dishes steaming and fragrant. Yu Kenglin and Yu Jiangchuan had already taken their seats, their expressions tense and uneasy. Yifang Zhongmiao sat at the head of the table, one hand lightly tapping the surface while the other absent-mindedly caressed the corner of the white cloth covering the table. Her inner thoughts floated softly in the air. From my appearance, it is evident that Yu Feiyan has become a dragon lurking in the depths, and when he returns, he shall soar into the sky, turning the world upside down. I married him for his fate and fortune. Not if I kill him, I shall surely attain the great way. Yu Xuanxuang stumbled over her own feet and fell to the ground with a thud. Soaring dragons and a world turned upside down, is this referring to the male protagonist's rebellion and ascension to power? Has Fang Zhongmiao figured it out? Good heavens, who is truly the one who has traversed the pages of this book? Suppressing her overwhelming shock, Yu Xuanxuang hurriedly got up, wiped the dust from her face, and cast a flickering glance towards Fang Zhongmiao. The vicious female antagonist's notion of conflict turned out to be this: kill the male lead, defy fate, seize fortune, and contend for the great way. If the female antagonist plays this way, how can I, as a traverser, survive? Perhaps I should simply find a rope to hang myself. While the thought of death lingered in her mind, Yu Xuanxuang still managed to put on a pleasing smile, obediently bowing to Fang Zhongmiao before timidly taking her place at the table. Jiang Yuru held her son's hand, sitting precariously on the edge of the bench. Fang Zhongmiao picked up her chopsticks and spoke gently. Let us eat. I suspect everyone is quite hungry. The others quickly nodded in agreement, taking small bites of their food. Fang Zhongmiao looked at Yu Xuanxuang and suddenly remarked, "Little girl, your eyes conceal many secrets." Why? Yu Xuanxuang dropped her chopsticks with a clatter, her face turning pale. She hastily picked them up and feigned innocence, saying, "Young madam, I have no secrets. I tell my mother everything." The matter of traversing the book, however, she would never divulge. Fang Zhongmiao smiled and asked, "Can you share your little secret with me? After all, I am now your mother." Why? Yu Xuanxuang continued to play the fool, replying, "Young madam, I truly have no secrets. I am merely a child." Jiang Yuru anxiously observed the two. Fang Zhongmiao slightly nodded, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. She refrained from pressing further, her thoughts playfully dancing in the air. "No worries. You will soon reveal it willingly, for you have a weakness." Yu Xuanxuang's heart jolted, and the food in her mouth instantly lost its flavor. What does Fang Zhongmiao mean by this? Is she planning to harm my mother and brother? Given her temperament, she should not stoop to such despicable acts. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the housekeeper from Miao Pingsui's household entered with a grim expression, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Yuru, and announced, "Young madam, the lady has ordered Jiang to bring the two children to the main courtyard to see her." It was then that Yu Xuanxuang comprehended Fang Zhongmiao's earlier words. Her mother had betrayed the male lead. Miao Pingsui, that madwoman who adored her son, would undoubtedly seek to kill her mother to avenge the male lead. Perhaps even her brother would not be spared. Now, the only one who could save her mother and brother was Fang Zhongmiao. However, Fang Zhongmiao would not act without reason unless she could barter with her secrets. With this realization, a profound sense of helplessness engulfed Yu Xuanxuang. This little monkey of hers could never escape Fang Zhongmiao's grasp. Chapter 21, whose golden finger has fallen. Ahead lay the main courtyard. Just as they approached the threshold, Jiang Yuru's legs gave way. She gripped her son and daughter's hands tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes. Even now, she could not comprehend how her affair with Yu Feihu had been exposed to Wang Anjin. Fang Zhongmiao walked ahead at a leisurely pace, secretly contemplating to uncover Jiang Yuru's affair with Yu Feihu. "It seems my sister-in-law possesses some skill." Yu Xuanxuang felt a wave of frustration. "Young madam, Wang Anjin possesses no abilities. She merely overheard your inner thoughts and thus triumphed effortlessly. The true mastermind." Daisher stifled a giggle behind her hand. Upon entering the main hall, they found Miao Pingsui seated at the head, her left eye bandaged with blood-stained cloth, beads of sweat sliding down her forehead, presenting a woeful sight. Yet, her uninjured eye sparkled with a sinister light, resembling a sickly mother tiger eager to devour its prey. Jiang Yuru's knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Earlier, she had secretly met with Miao Pingsui at the Marquis's residence, revealing that Yu Wenqing was Yu Feiyan's offspring. At the time, Miao Pingsui had been exceedingly kind to her, even giving her 2,000 taels of silver before she left. She had genuinely believed that this woman was the best mother-in-law in the world. But now, Jiang Yuru crawled forward, bowing her head in supplication. "Madam, my life is of little consequence. I implore you to spare Wenqing." No matter how one views it, he is still of the Marquis's bloodline. This mention only served to infuriate Miao Pingsui. Further, regarding Yu Wenqing's impersonation of Yu Feiyan's legitimate son, she shot a glance, and immediately a burly maid approached and ruthlessly slapped Jiang Yuru's face. Blood streamed from Jiang Yuru's nostrils, staining her pink dress, her fair cheeks swelling, resembling a steamed bun. The harrowing sight terrified Yu Wenqing, prompting him to wail loudly. Why? Yu Xuanxuang immediately embraced her brother, anxiously looking up at the head of the table, exclaiming, "Grandmother, I am my father's trueborn daughter. I beg you to spare my mother and brother for my sake." Miao Pingsui turned her gaze towards Yu Xuanxuang, her eyes coldly assessing her as if evaluating an item for sale. In that moment, Yu Xuanchuang realized that her secret of being from another world had been widely broadcast by Feng Zhongmiao's thoughts. From this day forth, her stable life had slipped away, having read the original work. She knew all too well Miaoping Sui's character. For the sake of her son's interests, that madwoman would spare no means. Should she fall into the hands of the other party, she would be imprisoned, tortured, and abused. If she wished to live a slightly better life, she would have to exchange the information from her world, but that would only be temporary. The abuse would persist and even escalate. For the information could not be exhausted all at once. I will meet a most dreadful end, a fate 1,000 times worse than that of my mother and brother. With this thought, cold sweat drenched Yu Xuanchuang. Just then, a soft, smiling voice resonated in the air. Beg me. Yu Xuanchuang's eyes brightened, and she immediately turned to Feng Zhongmiao, who was sitting nearby. Miaoping Sui, of course, also heard this thought, her expression twitching slightly as she immediately said, Yu Xuanchuang, considering you are the only true flesh and blood of Huaner, I can spare you and your mother and brother. You may move to my courtyard. Zhang Yuru, still wiping her nosebleed, could hardly believe her ears. The madam would let her off just like that. A single slap could have resolved the matter of her cuckolding the young marquis. Yu Wenqing threw himself into his mother's embrace, sobbing and looking up at Miaoping Sui with hopeful eyes. This grandmother treated him very well, often visiting to play with him and bringing him many delicious treats. He was willing to stay in the main courtyard. However, Yu Xuanchuang turned to Feng Zhongmiao, her determination solidified, and swiftly crawled over to cling to Feng Zhongmiao's legs. Young madam, I wish to live with you. You are my true mother, and I will share all my little secrets with you. She looked up, her eyes brimming with pleading. Feng Zhongmiao chuckled softly, reaching out to pat Yu Xuanchuang's head, her thoughts drifting gently in the air. What was this soul from another world doing in her past life? She indeed possesses keen insight. If Yu Feiyan were to return alive, this soul would realize how astute her decision to ally with me today was. Yu Xuanchuang's gaze flickered. Only then did she recall that the male protagonist would eventually return. The male protagonist was a ruthless wolf who recognized no kinship, capable of killing wives, children, and brothers without a second thought. She dared not imagine the methods he would employ against her mother and brother. Who could possibly contend with the male protagonist? Two names sprang to her mind. One was Qi Xiu, who wielded immense power and was known for his ruthlessness, and the other was Wei Yingyan, the cavalry general who stabilized the realm. Yet, Qi Xiu was in the palace, out of her reach, and Wei Yingyan was still a lowly stable hand, struggling for survival. Why Yu Xuanchuang gritted her teeth and clung even tighter to Feng Zhongmiao's legs, resolutely declaring, Mother, in the future, I shall be dutiful and filial to you. You tell me to go east, and I shall not dare to go west. You tell me to chase chickens, and I shall not dare to tease dogs. You tell me to enough. Feng Zhongmiao interrupted Yu Xuanchuang, taking the little girl by the hand and rising to curtsy to Miaoping Sui. Mother, you have sustained serious injuries and must be in great pain. You likely did not sleep well last night. The day is still early. Why not take a dose of calming medicine and lie down for a good rest? I will take Zhang Yuru and her children back to deal with. You need not worry about that. Miaoping Sui, with a sinister tone, ordered, release Yu Xuanchuang. I will certainly keep this mother and her children. Feng Zhongmiao walked directly towards the door, casually taking Yu Wenqing's hand as she passed him. Zhang Yuru was momentarily stunned, quickly scrambling to her feet to follow closely behind Feng Zhongmiao. The maids and servants of the main courtyard swiftly surrounded the entrance, while Daisher clenched her fists, her expression fierce. This was the first time the two women had openly displayed their antagonism in broad daylight. An impending clash seemed inevitable. Just then, Feng Zhongmiao's voice, laced with laughter, echoed softly, Mother, do you still want the two titles? Miaoping Sui's venomous expression froze on her face. The maids and servants all turned to look at her. Without waiting for Miaoping Sui to respond, Feng Zhongmiao elegantly bypassed the group and strolled away. It was a sunny day, and the warmth of the sunlight enveloped them. Feeling the warmth, Zhang Yuru suddenly broke down in tears. She realized how close she had come to death. Her son could have perished too. She rushed forward, choking back sobs. Young madam, thank you. Feng Zhongmiao spared her the niceties, stating plainly, I saved you for your daughter. She possesses a secret I desire. Zhang Yuru halted in her tracks. Her body, which had just begun to warm, felt as if it had plunged back into an icy abyss. Why Yu Xuanchuang could only manage a wry smile. With young madam being so straightforward, it would be futile to pretend any longer. Matters of other realms may be spoken of, yet the subject of transmigration she would never divulge, not even under duress. Furthermore, she is not entirely incapable of resisting Feng Zhongmiao. The esteemed General Wei Yingyan currently finds himself in the lowly position of a stable boy within the Marquis' household. Bestowing favors upon him and winning his allegiance could prove advantageous. In a few years, should he distinguish himself on the battlefield, achieving remarkable feats, he may become her greatest support. One must remember that in the original narrative, Wei Yingyan was the very one who dealt the fatal blow to the formidable antagonist Zhou Qiansui, and served as the mightiest general under the male protagonist, Yu Feiyan. Without his prowess, the male protagonist's rebellion would have been utterly impossible. He is the strongest asset of the male lead, surpassing even the princesses, ladies, and noble daughters combined. If she can secure this invaluable ally, she might stand a chance against Feng Zhongmiao and Yu Feiyan. Perhaps she could even aspire to become an empress. The more Yu Shuangshuang contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, all the while maintaining an appearance of demure compliance. She refused to believe that, with the support of narrative contrivances, she could not emerge victorious in the end. As a group traversed the garden, the distant sounds of whinnies and neighs emanated from the nearby stable. Yu Wenqing, momentarily forgetting her tears, turned her curious gaze. Yu Shuangshuang, aware that the stable lay in that direction, feigned innocence and tiptoed to peer inside. There, a man with a bare torso groomed a magnificent black steed. The horse was robust and muscular, exuding a formidable aura of strength, yet the man, whose body glistened with sweat, appeared even more wild and untamed than the majestic creature. Just moments ago, Jiang Yuru felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. But now her cheeks flushed, and a warmth enveloped her. This man exuded an allure surpassing that of the young marquis, and his physique seemed even more impressive. If only she could have a taste. Oh, how embarrassing! Yu Shuangshuang's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she mused. Is this the most formidable supporting character? Wei Yingyan, how tall, how strong, the very embodiment of raw masculinity. This golden asset shall be mine. Yu Wenqing, ever so innocent, pointed at the stable with her tiny fingers and exclaimed, "There is a big horse, a big black horse." The man turned his head and, upon seeing Fang Zhongmiao, hastily set down his brush, donned a cloak, and knelt in greeting. I have seen the young mistress. Fang Zhongmiao halted, her gaze dark and penetrating as she regarded the man. Her thoughts flowed like a gentle stream, rich with intrigue and amusement. Look what I have discovered. Fangs of a dragon crown the heavens, his brow adorned with the essence of a dragon, a celestial star behind. Mountains bear jade, rivers hold pearls. This man's fate is indescribably noble. The sun's voice, the sun's spirit, the sun's essence. He is the sovereign of the sun, his head crowned with purple light, a herald of the rising sun, a transformation akin to a serpent shedding its skin. I have found one capable of slaying Yu Fan. Yu Shuangshuang, but it's over. My golden asset has been intercepted. Who, pray tell, is this person blessed with narrative advantages? Wei Yingyan, kneeling on the ground, suddenly lifted his head, revealing a face that was both handsome and marked by suspicion. His gaze flickered towards Fang Zhongmiao and then upward, as if contemplating something. Dai Shi felt a jolt of alarm. This man could hear the young mistress's thoughts, and his fate was of the highest peril. Yu Shuangshuang, feeling despondent, noticed Wei Yingyan's unusual reaction and couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. There was still a chance. If the supporting character could hear Fang Zhongmiao's thoughts, he would soon realize that her kindness was merely a means to an end. His somewhat obsessive nature would likely prevent him from genuinely submitting to her. Perhaps she could seize an opportunity. Chapter 22, The Golden Asset Reborn. Fang Zhongmiao circled around Wei Yingyan, her eyes meticulously assessing him from head to toe. Wei Yingyan lowered his body further, bowing his head. Was the voice that had resonated from all directions truly that of the young mistress? How could such a peculiar phenomenon exist? Lost in his musings, he heard the young mistress's voice softly inquire, "What is your name?" He quickly raised his head to look, realizing her lips were moving. The distinction between her thoughts and her spoken words was stark. Her thoughts resonated like sacred music drifting from the heavens. Tranquil yet powerful, with utmost respect, Wei Yingyan lowered his head and replied, in response to the young mistress, "My name is Wei Yingyan." Fang Zhongmiao pondered over these three syllables, murmuring, "Wei Yingyan, not a name befitting a servant." "Did your parents receive an education?" Wei Yingyan knelt, palms pressed against the stone floor, forehead resting on his hands, and timidly replied, in response to the young mistress, "My mother knew a few characters. It was she who named me." Fang Zhongmiao nodded slightly, murmuring, "No wonder." Yu Shuangshuang, feeling quite pleased with herself, thought, "The female antagonist truly lacks emotional intelligence, calling someone a servant in front of the male lead." One must remember, however, that the male lead's background is not superior to that of the supporting character. He hails from a legitimate military lineage. Just then, a distant yet clear voice floated through. "Your mother was not merely literate. From your parental palace, it is evident that your mother hailed from a prestigious family. A true lady of refinement." Yu Shuangshuang's sense of pride swiftly dissipated, replaced by a wave of resentment. How remarkable it is to have such advantages. The narrative described how Fang Zhongmiao could perceive things at a glance, but it seemed she could discern even what was not written. How infuriating. Could it be that Fang Zhongmiao could even see the past 19 years of the supporting character's life? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard the voice softly say, "Your fortune and residence encounter 6 ominous stars: the sheep, camel, fire, belt, void, and calamity. Your maternal family has met with death and ruin, embroiled in calamities and tragedies. Your parental palace is filled with dark omens. Your mother has long passed, and your father abandoned you. You were once the son of nobility, yet now you find yourself in this wretched state. You bear a deep-seated grudge, harboring lofty aspirations not to be underestimated." In just a few sentences, Wei Yingyan's life was laid bare, perfectly aligning with the original text. Yu Shuangshuang was truly impressed. Could she not acknowledge Fang Zhongmiao as an extraordinary being? At that moment, the voice took on a playful tone and added, "This man possesses conviction, ambition, and wild aspirations. He can be of use to me." Yu Shuangshuang lowered her head, kicking a small stone by the roadside. Appearing somewhat dejected, yet she had not entirely given up, for she knew there was but one way to fully control Wei Yingyan. Bestowing kindness alone would never elicit his loyalty, yet he harbored a deeply concealed vulnerability. Only by seizing this weakness could he be made to submit completely. Wei Yingyan suppressed the doubts swirling within him, resisting the urge to look up. How could the young mistress know of his family background and circumstances? Was it some form of divination? Such bizarre occurrences were hard to fathom. Suddenly Fang Zhongmiao spoke. "Come with me." Wei Yingyan, apprehensive, dared not follow her in feigned timidity, saying, in response to the young mistress, "I was just grooming the horse. And I fear I might dirty your premises." Fang Zhongmiao waved her hand dismissively. "It matters not, just come with me." Before the words had left her lips, she had already taken Yu Shuangshuang and Yu Wenqing ahead. Wei Yingyan, left with no choice, followed suit. While Yu Shuangshuang glanced back at him repeatedly, Zhang Yuru slowed her pace to walk alongside him, stealing glances from the corner of her right. Daisha furrowed her brow. Casting a wary sidelong glance at him, Wei Yingyan inhaled deeply, keeping his head down and maintaining a careful distance. What did these women intend to do? As Fang Zhongmiao stepped through the hanging flower gate of the purple bamboo pavilion, she spotted the wet nurse, Dongshi, along with Bai Tao, Hong Lu, and Lu Yun, kneeling at the entrance of the main hall. The sun blazed overhead, causing the four to sweat profusely, swaying as if on the verge of heat exhaustion. The passing maidservants and servants cast puzzled glances in their direction. Wei Yingyan's heart tightened. After years of servitude, he had long grown accustomed to such scenes, those of lowly birth, in the eyes of the noble young mistress, were likely deemed inferior to livestock. In the brief span of a few steps, Wei Yingyan's perception of Fang Zhongmiao had diminished significantly. Dongshi crawled forward, bowing her head repeatedly. "Young mistress, this servant has something to discuss with you." Bai Tao and the others chimed in. "Young mistress, we too have something to say." Upon witnessing Miao Pingsui's eyes blinded by a slingshot, the four were so frightened they nearly lost their wits. Hastily retreating, once the commotion subsided, their fear only deepened. The young mistress was aware of their collusion with Miao Pingsui. How could she ever trust them again? In these tumultuous times, should they lose their positions, their entire families would face starvation. Hence, they found themselves in such a submissive posture. If Fang Zhongmiao, without a sideways glance, passed over the four, speaking in a languid tone, "Daisha, they are too noisy. Silence them." "Understood, young mistress." Daisha replied, and before her words had fully registered, she flicked 4 stones from her sleeve. Dongshi and the others instantly became as stiff as wooden posts. The purple bamboo pavilion fell into silence. Zhang Yuru and her son were rendered mute with fear, while Wei Yingyan's vigilance reached its peak. As he crossed the threshold into the main hall alongside the young mistress, a sudden roar echoed in his mind. This inexplicable thunderous sound was akin to mountains collapsing, heavens fracturing, and constellations swirling in chaos. The overwhelming dizziness surged through him, causing his body to sway. He quickly grasped the doorframe to steady himself. Lowering his head, closing his eyes, and then reopening them, in an instant, he found himself imbued with a new memory. He remained himself, yet he had endured the trials of battle, traversed endless dunes, witnessed rivers stained with blood, and savored the glory of triumph. He was still Wei Yingyan, yet he was no longer the Wei Yingyan of this moment. He had been reborn. He was the future General Wei Yingyan. Just as he crossed the threshold, his once unsteady gait returned to normal. The fleeting peculiarity went unnoticed by anyone present. At that moment, he comprehended everything. He believed he had uncovered Fang Zhongmiao's great secret. This woman had also been reborn. What divination was this? Such notions were mere fabrications. She had also experienced everything that the future held, which was why she deliberately ventured to the stable in search of herself. She was aware that His Majesty had not perished, and she understood that should he return, there would be no place for her in the estate. Moreover, she knew she was the only one capable of approaching His Majesty and bringing about his demise. In this life, having been reborn, she intended to strike first. Wei Yingyan bowed his head, parting his lips to reveal a cold and mocking smile. He silently mused, "Fang Zhongmiao, His Majesty was indeed correct in his assessment. You are truly a woman of insidious and ruthless nature. Your death would not be regretted even 1,000-fold. I shall engage you in a few exchanges and ascertain your true intentions towards His Majesty." Fang Zhongmiao sat at the head of the table, extending her right hand. Daisha promptly placed a cup of cool tea into her fair palm. Zhang Yuru, eager to steal another glance at the robust horse servant, noticed that the young mistress had not dismissed anyone and quickly gathered her children to sit beside her. Wei Yingyan knelt obediently in the hall, his tone submissive as he inquired, "Might I ask why you have summoned me here?" "Young mistress, this woman must have committed numerous heinous acts in her past life, incurring divine retribution, which allowed her thoughts to linger in the air, perceptible to certain individuals. His Majesty's daughter, Princess Rongxi, as well as a maid named Xiao Shi, were certainly able to hear her, while the rest were not so fortunate." With an additional lifetime of experiences, Wei Yingyan's powers of observation had ascended to a significantly higher level. He had attained a general understanding and judgment of the surrounding circumstances. However, his overwhelming confidence and pride crumbled in an instant. His speculations regarding Fang Zhongmiao were swiftly revealed to be a grand jest. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above, filled with suspicion. How has this person's visage transformed? Fang Zhongmiao set down her teacup, rising from her seat to stride swiftly toward Wei Yingyan, extending her delicate fingers to firmly grasp his remarkably handsome face. Her thoughts were laden with gravity. I see two overlapping faces, one youthful and spirited, the other weathered by the passage of time, yet the features of both countenances are identical. Thus, the soul residing in this shell is indeed his own. Fang Zhongmiao tightened her grip on Wei Yingyan's face, her thoughts flowing like a gentle stream, seemingly laced with a smile, yet chillingly severe. You are still you, but not the youthful version. You are the you from the future. You have traversed back through time. Reborn at this moment, Wei Yingyan's pupils dilated sharply, his mind reverberating with thunderous echoes. A piece of cake that Yu Shuangshuang had just picked up fell to the ground with a thud. What? The male counterpart has been reborn? Is that even possible to discern? Chapter 23. The love-struck brain dies early. Fang Zhongmiao's eyes sparkled like lightning as she fixed her gaze intently on Wei Yingyan's face. Her slender fingers pressed down with such force that they contorted his cheeks. Wei Yingyan could keenly sense the warmth transmitted through her fingertips, as well as their extraordinary strength. It felt as though his very soul was being grasped. He had never observed Fang Zhongmiao from such proximity. In his recollections, she had always been a figure of distorted features, peculiar temperament, and venomous methods, either mad or on the brink of madness. Yet at this moment, he beheld a pair of sharp and sagacious eyes, captivating and piercing, capable of seeing through the world. This was no madwoman. Fang Zhongmiao's previous assertions were indeed derived from her insight into his appearance. She possessed the ability to peer into the fates of others, otherwise how could her awareness have been so immediate upon his rebirth? She was no mere reincarnator, she was extraordinary by nature. As his mind swirled with thunder and tempest, Wei Yingyan's countenance remained ensnared in fear and trepidation. He understood that any hint of abnormality on his part would be perceived by Fang Zhongmiao. Yet, was Fang Chenzi not a charlatan? That was the common belief. Could it be that everyone was mistaken? Doubts began to creep into Wei Yingyan's mind. A lifetime of ingrained stereotypes cannot be easily overturned. If Fang Zhongmiao truly possessed such abilities, how could she possibly falter against the concubines in His Majesty's harem? Though those women held exalted status and remarkable talents, they paled in comparison to Fang Zhongmiao's capabilities, akin to the difference between mortals and celestial beings. This Fang Zhongmiao before him could not possibly suffer the same dismal defeat as in her previous life. As he wavered between belief and skepticism, Fang Zhongmiao gradually released her grip on Wei Yingyan's cheeks. She returned to her seat, casually picking up a wooden box from the tea table to toy with. Her thoughts icy. Miaoping Sui gave me this bracelet laced with deadly poison, intending for my demise. I killed her son, which is merely tit for tat, a matter of justice, yet I have just acquired a suitable weapon. And in the blink of an eye, it has dulled. Could it be that Yu Feiyan's destiny truly cannot be defied? The weight of this revelation left Wei Yingyan momentarily dumbfounded. After a few moments, he lifted his gaze slightly toward the wooden box. The lid was ajar, revealing a translucent, jade bracelet brimming with verdant brilliance. Sunlight slanted into the hall, causing it to radiate a lustrous glow. Wei Yingyan's pupils contracted as a memory surfaced in his mind. Was this not the bracelet that His Majesty had personally bestowed upon Fang Zhongmiao? In her past life, His Majesty had intended to elevate the Princess of Qi to the status of a primary wife. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhongmiao had become increasingly unhinged. To pacify her, His Majesty had commanded the purchase of this bracelet from the Kingdom of Myanmar. Wei Yingyan recalled this trivial matter vividly, for he had been present when the Myanmar envoy delivered the bracelet to the Ningyuan Marquis estate. The Princess of Qi had taken an immediate liking to the bracelet, even arguing with His Majesty over it. She coveted the bracelet, yet His Majesty refused to part with it, and the next day it had appeared on Fang Zhongmiao's wrist. Now she claimed that the bracelet was poisoned. How could that be? His Majesty's rise to power and eventual ascension to the throne was entirely contingent upon Fang Zhongmiao's dowry. His Majesty was profoundly grateful and treated Fang Zhongmiao with utmost respect. How could he possibly harm his benefactor? Wei Yingyan could not accept this reality. Yet at that moment, he heard the distant voice echoing once more, "Wearing this bracelet, I shall gradually weaken and perish over the course of 3 years. As for Yu Feiyan, I shall ensure he does not survive beyond 3 years. Whether this dull knife of Wei Yingyan can be of use remains to be seen." Gradually weakening and dying over 3 years, this statement struck Wei Yingyan like a thunderbolt, cleaving through the fog in his mind. If he recalled correctly, after donning this bracelet, Fang Zhongmiao had indeed become less deranged. She grew increasingly frail, and 3 years later, on the eve of His Majesty's ascension, she had quietly passed away in the back courtyard of the Ningyuan Marquis estate. Had His Majesty personally orchestrated the demise of his first wife, who had once saved his life? Wei Yingyan bowed his head, unwilling to reveal the profound shock that enveloped him. This conjecture utterly dismantled the image he held of Yu Feiyan. His Majesty was known for his deep loyalty, gratitude, and a demeanor as radiant as the clear sky. How could he possibly? Wei Yingyan's heart wrestled with turmoil. At that moment, Fang Zhongmiao descended from her seat once more, gripping his face to compel him to look up. Her soul-piercing gaze fixated on his extraordinary visage. Her thoughts resonated softly. "The scar on your brow has severed the dragon's horn, thus shattering this person's latent potential. A once great Sun King, and yet In this life, his highest achievement is merely that of a general. Wei Yingyan's breath hitched at that moment. He was only 19 years old, and had never set foot on a battlefield. Where had the scar on his brow come from? Yet, the 30-year-old Wei Yingyan bore a distinct scar precisely above his brow, a testament to the injury he sustained while saving his majesty. Regardless of how Wei Yingyan doubted and recoiled, he could not deny the irrefutable truth. Fang Zhongmiao's eyes could indeed perceive the fates of others. Her divination techniques were astonishing. With such abilities, how could she possibly be bested by mere mortal women? Could it be that her madness was also a result of his majesty's poison? Wei Yingyan's held breath was released in a heavy sigh. Filled with dread at this conjecture, however, in the depths of his mind, he realized that this theory was the most plausible. The Fang Zhongmiao he had known as a madwoman was merely a victim of poisoning. Her mind clouded. The extraordinary individual standing before him, gripping his face and penetrating his soul, was the true Fang Zhongmiao. With this understanding, Wei Yingyan struggled to regulate his breathing, slowly lowering his gaze to conceal the flicker of reverence deep within his pupils. He had never approached Yufeian with such caution, yet Fang Zhongmiao had previously been the woman he held in the utmost contempt. Eye in the air, her thoughts echoed again. His servant in the palace bears a trace of azure energy that points skyward. With its destination unknown, his master is far away. This azure energy is tinged with a hint of black malevolence. His master is encountering great peril, constantly facing the threat of death. A familiar visage. I feel as though I have seen it before. The voice paused momentarily before speculating. Could his master be Yufeian, a potential dragon? Yet at the critical moment of transformation, his dragon's horn was severed, reducing him to a mere dog under Yufeian's command. The voice chuckled coldly, murmuring, "I refuse to believe such coincidences exist." Wei Yingyan's gaze sparked with electricity, his thoughts in disarray. A new conjecture began to emerge, causing him great turmoil. He forced himself to dispel such thoughts, yet the voice in the air allowed no room for escape. Fang Zhongmiao tightened her grip on Wei Yingyan's cheeks, her voice icy as she stated, "Could it be that Yufeian also has a master of divination by his side? In chaotic times like these, one could harbor several potential dragons. Is it possible that Yufeian is consciously taming or even eliminating other potential dragons? If so, then all destiny shall belong to him. Ultimately, he will become the sovereign of the realm." Wei Yingyan closed his eyes, silently pondering. No, that cannot be. How could I not know if such a remarkable figure was by his majesty's side? Fang Zhongmiao elevated Wei Yingyan's face slightly, scrutinizing him closely. Her thoughts flowed slowly. "Let me see how you met your end, whether your fate was usurped." Wei Yingyan strained to hold his breath. Yu Shuangshuang nervously rubbed her small hands together. She too was eager to learn the story that followed the grand conclusion. Zhang Yuro leaned closer to her daughter and whispered, "The young mistress has scrutinized that horse servant's face many times. Could it be that she is infatuated? If I were the young mistress, I would surely keep 10 or 8 male companions." "You know nothing. Your mind is filled with nothing but crude thoughts." Yu Shuangshuang shot Zhang Yuro a glare, raising her finger to her lips to silence her. I in the stillness, her inner voice floated through the air with a hint of amusement. "Peach blossom calamity? How intriguing. This hidden dragon has perished due to love. A great black peach blossom has completely shrouded his fate palace. He has been ensnared by love throughout his life, and in that entrapment, he has met his demise." Wei Yingyan immediately felt a flush of embarrassment. Fang Zhongmiao had accurately perceived this. In his previous life, he had died in melancholy. More precisely, he had succumbed to the longing for his beloved. Is this the peach blossom calamity? How could it be? Yu Shuangshuang looked at the male lead in astonishment. He was actually blushing. Was this an acknowledgement? At that moment, Yu Shuangshuang wished fervently that she were a zombie. Otherwise, she would surely crack open Wei Yingyan's skull and spit into his love-stricken mind. Fang Zhongmiao's fortune-telling skills were indeed remarkable. The original text stated that Wei Yingyan was infatuated with a married woman, yearning for what he could not have, and remained unmarried throughout his life. In the end, he had actually perished due to this infatuation. With a forceful flick, Fang Zhongmiao dismissed Wei Yingyan's handsome face. She returned to her seat at the head of the table, her fingertips lightly tapping the surface, her expression far from pleasant. Her inner voice coldly murmured, "The general did not die on the battlefield, but rather perished amidst love affairs. The tender embrace of a woman becomes the grave of a hero. How utterly useless this blade is." Her tone revealed no hint of concealment in her disdain. Wei Yingyan felt a mix of embarrassment and inexplicable shame. For him, this moment was more unbearable than public execution. Wei Yu Shuangshuang curled her lip in disdain, thoroughly disappointed with the male lead. According to Fang Zhongmiao, this man had the potential to successfully rebel and ascend to the throne, yet for the sake of a woman, he chose to be a mere follower of Yufeian. Truly pathetic. Fang Zhongmiao lifted her cup and took a sip of cool tea. Her thoughts gradually settling, she fixed her gaze upon Wei Yingyan's face, coldly contemplating. Indeed, there are formidable individuals surrounding Yufeian. Only by devouring my fortune can he transform into a dragon. Only one of us can survive. This blade, Wei Yingyan, is of little use to me, yet in Yufeian's hands, it becomes extraordinarily sharp. While they have yet to meet and recognize each other, should I destroy this blade? Fang Zhongmiao narrowed her eyes. Her stunningly beautiful face taking on an ominous chill, her inner voice resonated with murderous intent, his soul is brimming with vitality, an invisible force flows around him. Before his rebirth, he was likely a master-level expert. Yet his body is merely that of a youth with mediocre martial skills, yet to endure the trials of the ensuing decades. It would be as easy as pie to kill him now. The corners of her robe fluttered without wind, a manifestation of the energy she exuded. At this moment, should she merely raise her hand, Wei Yingyan would meet his demise on the spot. Wei Yingyan's body tensed, cold sweat pouring down him like a waterfall. Yu Xuanchuang nearly leaped up in protest. No, this golden finger Fang Zhongmiao, you may not need it, but I can utilize it. I can win over the one Wei Yingyan secretly admires. Thus indirectly controlling him. Chapter 24, Retreat from me. Yu Xuanchuang truly wished to divulge the original plot to Fang Zhongmiao. Controlling Wei Yingyan's blade was, in fact, quite simple. One merely needed to identify the key individual. However, doing so would expose her greatest secret, her hand, which had just been raised frozen mid-air before she stealthily withdrew it. Fang Zhongmiao remained oblivious to her abnormality, her keen gaze fixed on Wei Yingyan. Wei Yingyan, supporting himself on the ground, attempted to rise, only to feel an immense force pressing down on his back. It was the true energy released by Daisher. His knees struck the stone floor, sending pain shooting through him, yet he could only bury his head, concealing his restrained expression. Rendered as the sacrificial lamb, he had never anticipated that his first day of rebirth would also mark his day of demise. In retrospect, he found himself utterly ridiculous the moment his eyes met Fang Zhongmiao's. How could he not feel a trace of reverence? How could he be so oblivious to the heaven's might, attempting to spar a few words with her? Was there any difference from courting death? Wei Yingyan lowered his head, a silent smile on his lips though his eyes brimmed with bitterness and regret. Suddenly, he heard a distant inner voice drifting through the air. Killing him is most advantageous for me. Yet, he possesses the ability to pacify the realm. Allowing him to escape will soon bring about the end of chaos. Wei Yingyan's dim eyes involuntarily sparkled. What did this mean? Would Fang Zhongmiao truly spare him? Just as the thrill of surprise flickered in his mind, it was swiftly extinguished. No, that would not happen. He understood Fang Zhongmiao's style of operation all too well. To them, profit was always paramount. In pursuit of the greatest advantage, they would not hesitate to slay countless innocents without a moment's hesitation. Wei Yingyan struggled repeatedly, yet he remained pinned in place by the true energy. Gradually succumbing to despair, the inner voice drifted softly. Slaughter is a path. Idleness is a path, ruthlessness is a path, and affection is a path. I have lost my memory and do not know what path I tread. The sound of nails gently tapping against the table resonated. Wei Yingyan lifted his sweat-drenched head to gaze upward. He saw Fang Zhongmiao with her eyes closed, seemingly in a light slumber, her countenance devoid of sorrow or joy, transcending the mundane. Her inner voice resonated clearly in the air. But I can ascertain that the path I walk is certainly not that of demons. Should I allow him to depart today, the merit for pacifying the realm will be shared between us. Heaven has treated me unfairly. I oppose this decree of fate rather than the common folk ensnared in turmoil. At that moment, Wei Yingyan's heart trembled violently. He fixated on Fang Zhongmiao, unable to bear even a blink. Fang Zhongmiao opened her eyes, locking gazes with him. Provide me with your birth date and time. What? Wei Yingyan was momentarily taken aback. Fang Zhongmiao gently tapped the table with her nails, producing a soft sound as she reiterated. Provide me with your birth date and time. Holding onto a glimmer of hope, Wei Yingyan reported his details. Fang Zhongmiao closed her eyes once more, silently calculating in her mind. Her inner voice echoed in the air. He possesses a destiny of thick soil. Though he may die 100 times, he shall still have a chance at life. As Earth is neutral, he can traverse all directions, thus he is most suited for warfare. Sending him to the military is akin to placing a dragon into the depths of the sea, sure to stir up a tempest. Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena and saw white mist rising into the sky, settling in the central region of the lower Yangtze River. That is the banner of Qiyu unfurling. With the emergence of the Qiyu banner, there shall surely be military disasters and warfare. What military strongholds are located in the central region of the lower Yangtze River? Jiankong Prefecture. It must be Jiankong Prefecture. The barbarians are highly likely to cross the river and attack Jiankong. After the white mist, there will be a surge of blood. Many lives will be lost in Jiankong this time. Will there be a city slaughter? Fang Zhongmiao remained with her eyes closed, the rhythm of her fingertip tapping on the table quickening significantly. Unbeknownst to her, her inner voice was not merely a prophecy but foreshadowed impending calamity. This was the essence of peering into the decree of heaven. Wei Yingyan's complexion had drastically changed, with the added memories of another life and as a general who had personally pacified the realm. How could he not recall the tragedy of Jiankong? Calculating the days, he realized the horrific massacre of 200,000 citizens in Jiankong was imminent. Oh, Your Majesty, do you know what sort of person your wife truly is? Do you know she can discern the fate of the world without ever leaving her home? As he felt a surge of shock, Wei Yingyan couldn't help but be filled with intense longing. In his previous life, he had often envisioned, if only he could seize military power earlier. If he were the commander defending the city when the tragedy of Jiankong unfolded, could that bloodbath have been avoided? Now, it seemed heaven had heard his prayers, offering him a chance to know this opportunity was not bestowed by heaven but by Feng Zhongmiao. Would she indeed send herself to Jiankang Prefecture, knowing full well that she was the sharpest blade in Yufeian's grasp? Wei Yingyan yearned for this, yet hesitated to allow himself to hope too fervently. As the adage goes, no man is a true man without ruthlessness. Feng Zhongmiao must surely understand that killing him at this juncture would be the most prudent course of action. Daisher had already retracted her true energy, allowing Wei Yingyan to straighten his back, his gaze fixed intently on Feng Zhongmiao. In that moment, Feng Zhongmiao slowly opened her eyes. In an exceedingly calm tone, she stated, "I see that you possess an extraordinary aura." With a unique bonestrow he lay in wait, allowing the formidable barbarian army to exhaust itself, and upon his triumphant return, he was met with lavish rewards from the emperor. Yet, this battle was a subject he never broached in public. The haunting images of corpses piled high within the city walls and the blood-soaked moat plagued his thoughts, leaving him in a state of restless unease. He had questioned the emperor's decisions countless times, only to repeatedly remind himself that the emperor's actions were justified. After all, a great achiever does not concern himself with trifles. However, as he cast his gaze towards Feng Zhongmiao, standing upon the steps, he suddenly found this notion utterly laughable. What does it mean to disregard trifles in the face of great achievements? What does it mean that a true man is devoid of malice? Such phrases were merely elegant excuses to mask one's vile nature. While some might overlook the minutiae, there are those who hold righteousness and virtue above their very lives. Wei Yingyan parted his lips. His voice hoarse. "Lady, why?" He intended to inquire why she chose to spare him, but instead, he altered his query, asking, "Why do you wish to assist me?" Feng Zhongmiao met his gaze directly, speaking slowly, "In the future, when you hold great power and occupy a high position, I want you to see me retreat." Wei Yingyan's eyes flickered as he enunciated each word carefully. "To see you retreat? Is that all? You do not ask me to betray my former lord, you do not demand my loyalty." Feng Zhongmiao nodded, emphasizing each word with equal gravity. "Yes. To see me retreat." Wei Yingyan bowed deeply, raising his hands in a gesture of respect. His voice raspy, "I shall certainly fulfill this promise. Oh, my emperor, I now comprehend why you sought to poison the lady, driving her to madness. If she were not mad, how could you hope to triumph?" Feng Zhongmiao turned to re-enter the room, her tone unfazed as she instructed, "Go to the treasury and collect 10 taels of silver to procure clothing, medicinal supplies, and weapons. Jiankang Prefecture is no safe haven. Prepare yourself for the possibility of never returning." Wei Yingyan remained rooted in place, deeply bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, lady, for your guidance." As Feng Zhongmiao's silhouette vanished from the hall, her inner voice drifted back. "You are destined for greatness, yet your journey will be fraught with toil and suffering before you can achieve monumental success. However, I shall hasten your fate. I want you to reclaim your former glory and return as a king. I desire to see you flourish in your youth, brimming with ambition. In the days to come, when you stand at the same height as Yufeian, will you still bow to him? I eagerly anticipate that moment." Her inner voice was laced with a light-hearted, cunning laughter. Wei Yingyan stood frozen in place, gradually coming to an understanding. The lady harbored profound schemes for men, possessing supreme authority. How could they ever willingly remain subordinate? When that day arrives, the clash of dragons and tigers will undoubtedly lead to unending conflict. One will no longer be a mere servant, the other no longer a noble. One will command military power, while the other will be stripped of all memory and dignity. With their roles reversed, could he still remain loyal and submissive? This is the epitome of a grand strategy. Wei Yingyan's emotions surged. Feeling a fire ignite within his veins. Born a slave, he knew not of his parents, nor did he possess kin or friends. No one had ever uttered to him, "I wish for you to reclaim your former glory and return as a king." Such lofty expectations felt like a burden capable of crushing him, yet simultaneously, they seemed to pour molten metal into his very spine. He lifted his head, straightened his back, and stared intently in the direction where the lady had disappeared. After what felt like an eternity, he bowed once more, silently vowing, "Lady, for this encounter today, I assure you that when we meet again, I shall surely retreat 3 steps." Chapter 25. What is meant to be will eventually come to pass. Wei Yingyan stood transfixed in the hall, where the ethereal figure had long since vanished. "Lady, is this truly the essence of who you are?" He bowed deeply again, straightening momentarily before bowing once more. Feng Zhongmiao, accompanied by Daisher, made her way to the back courtyard, while Yu Shuangshuang, lacking permission, dared not follow. She stood at the entrance of the hall, witnessing the male counterpart bow deeply again and again. Such a distinguished individual, paying respects to the very air that Feng Zhongmiao once breathed. What an immense show of respect! Did this male counterpart remain as loyally devoted to the male lead as in their past lives? How do Feng Zhongmiao's breadth, spirit, and vision compare to that of the male lead? Yufeian, Yu Shuangshuang longed to rush forward and inquire, but she already saw the answer reflected in Wei Yingyan's eyes. His gaze shimmered with fervor, perhaps having never encountered someone like Feng Zhongmiao before. He had seen enough and turned towards the drooping flower gate. Why Yu Shuangshuang hurriedly pursued, yet she was at a loss for how to leave a lasting impression on the male counterpart's heart. She felt disheartened knowing that whatever she said or did could never be as unforgettable as Fang Zhongmiao. Wei Yingyan glanced back at her, nodding slightly without uttering a word. As they passed through the courtyard, they spotted the 4 members of the Dong family kneeling on the ground. A wave of shame washed over Wei Yingyan. Before his rebirth, upon witnessing such a scene, he had thought Fang Zhongmiao to be a cold-blooded and cruel noble, one who regarded her servants as less than human. Now, reflecting upon it, he sensed there were deeper implications at play. Wei Yingyan's gaze was fixed on the Dong family, who were also observing him, their murky eyes darting with sinister thoughts that they could not conceal. Bi Tao and the others cast their glances over at each wearing a different expression. They tacitly pondered, this slave is remarkably handsome and possesses a robust physique. What does the lady intend to do by bringing him back? Could it be that she has taken a liking to this slave, planning to keep him as a male concubine? Is this a potential leverage against her? Can this be used to threaten her? How could the vile intentions of the 4 escape the perceptive Wei Yingyan, who had lived a second life? At that moment, he suddenly chuckled softly, his eyes filled with self-mockery. Perhaps many things and people are not as he perceives them, nor as he imagines them. He quickened his pace towards the courtyard door, but just as he crossed the threshold, he glanced back once more. Standing in the hall was a slender woman, gazing back at him with sparkling eyes, yet she was not the lady. Wei Yingyan concealed the shadows in his gaze, reaching up to touch his jaw, which had been pinched by the lady, and turned back, striding forward with purpose. Yu Xuanxuang halted at the doorway, no longer pursuing, mimicking Wei Yingyan's earlier action of looking back. She saw her mother, Zhang Yuro, leaning against the doorframe, her eyes filled with affection as she craned her neck to gaze, a handkerchief fluttering in her grasp. A mix of anger and amusement welled within Yu Xuanxuang. Surely, this woman is not a lovesick fool. Is she? Should I ask the lady to help her alter her fate? After all, Wei Yingyan in his past life was a formidable figure, wielding power and influence far above the ordinary woman. Speaking of which, who was the object of Wei Yingyan's unrequited love? Mu something. The specific name eluded Yu Xuanxuang's memory, but that woman was now married to a count, a man of some influence, known for taking concubines and domestic violence, a veritable scoundrel. This woman had been drugged by her husband's favored concubine and had an affair with Yu Feiyan during a banquet, only to be caught in the act. The count, infuriated, sought to drown her. At that time, Wei Yingyan had been powerless, without influence or position, unable to rescue her. He had knelt before Yu Feiyan's door for 3 days and nights, pleading until Yu Feiyan, despite the humiliation, entered the palace to seek forgiveness. Receiving a stern reprimand from the emperor. Yu Feiyan then shed his clothing, bore the thorny lashes, and carried a fortune of gold, walking the entire circumference of Linen City before arriving at the count's residence. Pleading for the disgraced woman to be handed over to him, the count, having received both gold and face, readily divorced her. As described in the annals, the entire city of Linen flocked to witness the spectacle. Pointing and gossiping at Yu Feihan. To save Wei Yingyan's beloved, Yu Feiyan had sacrificed his own reputation. Such a sacrifice could not fail to move Wei Yingyan, despite his beloved becoming Yu Feiyan's concubine. Wei Yingyan remained fiercely loyal to him. Now, with Wei Yingyan reborn and Fang Zhongmiao having facilitated his early entrance into the military, it would not be long before he ascended to a high position. When that plot unfolds, he would possess the means to save his beloved, rendering Yu Feiyan's past sacrifices moot. However, Fang Zhongmiao had mentioned that Wei Yingyan was cursed by the peach blossom calamity, which had disrupted his latent potential. That woman could very well be a pawn sent by Yu Feiyan to scheme against him. After hearing Fang Zhongmiao's inner voice, would a thorn be planted in his heart? Would he harbor resentment towards that woman? Would he still, as in his past life, selflessly serve Yu Feiyan merely to ensure that his beloved enjoyed a better life in Yu Feiyan's courtyard? Yu Xuanxuang shook her head, burdened with thoughts, as she returned to the living room. Meanwhile, Daisher opened a hidden door, leading Fang Zhongmiao into an underground palace. The entire Ningyuan marquis residence had been excavated, creating an endless storeroom. Countless redwood boxes filled with gold, silver, pearls, agate, jade, and coral were stored here. The air was thick with the scent of wealth, chilling yet intoxicating. Daisher lit several oil lamps, speaking softly, "Miss, this is your dowry." Fang Zhongmiao opened a redwood box. Under the glow of the lamps, the neatly stacked gold bricks radiated a dazzling orange-yellow light. Daisher's eyes widened, her breath becoming heavy, heart-racing, regardless of how many times she entered this place. She remained profoundly impacted by the sheer opulence. Despite her nature as a woman devoid of desires. One could only imagine how an ordinary person would react upon entering. They would likely go mad. The young lady had lost her memory. For her, this scene was a first. What would her response be? With such thoughts, Daisher looked at Fang Zhongmiao with a sense of playful curiosity. Fang Zhongmiao maintained an impassive demeanor as she navigated between the boxes of gold and silver. Her expression unchanged. She found a bundle of contracts of servitude and tucked them into her bosom, pausing intermittently before retrieving a dusty box from a corner shelf. Is this truly all that remains of the late emperor's private treasury? Her tone was steeped in disappointment. Daisher nodded, affirming the somber reality. Indeed, the previous emperor's private fortune was contained within this very location. Fang Zhongmiao shook her head in denial, countering, "No, the wealth accumulated by the great Zhou over centuries is certainly more than just this. These are merely a trivial fraction. My dowry is stored elsewhere. Daisher scratched her head, her face reflecting deep frustration. Miss, only you, the master, and the late emperor are privy to the amount of your dowry. I am not entitled to such secrets. Fang Zhongmiao lowered her gaze to the small box in her hand, her eyes revealing a contemplative depth. Daisher approached her, peering curiously at the box. Noticing a line of small text inscribed on the lid, "What is destined to be will surely come to pass." What does it mean? Chapter 26. The young madam is a celestial being. Fang Zhongmiao returned to the front hall. Clutching the box along with a stack of contracts, Daisher followed closely behind. Yu Xuanchuang and Zhang Yurua were still seated in the parlor waiting, while Wang Anjin had inexplicably arrived, casting a fierce glare at Zhang Yurua. Sister-in-law, you're here. Upon seeing Fang Zhongmiao, Wang Anjin immediately suppressed her envious demeanor, replacing it with an ingratiating smile. Fang Zhongmiao nodded slightly. Do you have something to discuss? Wang Anjin spoke with malicious intent. I came to inquire about how Yu Wenqing's illegitimate child will be arranged. He is my husband's child. May I take him back to the second household? Before Fang Zhongmiao could respond, Zhang Yurua shrieked, absolutely not. Wang Anjin shot her a disdainful glare, scoffing, do you have any say in this matter? What is your status? Zhang Yurua retorted defiantly, I am your husband's legitimate wife. We have signed a marriage contract. You shameless woman, how dare you say that? Watch me tear your mouth apart. Wang Anjin erupted in fury, lunging at Zhang Yurua, and the two women collided in a tangle, pulling each other's hair. Fang Zhongmiao glanced at Daisher, who promptly intervened to separate them. Yu Xuanchuang sat in her chair, staring blankly at the box Fang Zhongmiao was toying with. Her mind in turmoil, the inscription on the box caused her pupils to constrict sharply. What is destined to be will surely come to pass. It was indeed that object, in the latter half of the original narrative. All characters and plotlines revolved around this box. Inside it lay a treasure map, and obtaining it would lead to the late emperor's treasury. The wealth accumulated by the great Zhou royal family over centuries was all contained within that treasury. To state it without exaggeration, whoever possessed this item could seize the world. The method to open the box was unknown to anyone. It was not until the day Fang Zhongmiao perished that Yufeian strategist finally deciphered the code to unlock the Pango Great Lock embedded in the box. If the box were to be forcibly opened without the code, the chemicals concealed within its layers would incinerate the treasure map. In the original story, Fang Zhongmiao was also oblivious to how to unlock it. Otherwise, Yufeian would not have died without extracting the code from her. Moreover, now Fang Zhongmiao had amnesia. She might not even remember what was contained within the box. Could I possibly get my hands on this box? If I feign innocence and ask Fang Zhongmiao for it, will she acquiesce? In her previous life, Yu Xuanchuang was a top student in finance, having entered Tsinghua University's youth program at the age of 15. Completing her bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies with outstanding results, and working for a Fortune 500 multinational corporation, the code that even ancient scholars could decipher should be easily calculable by her. With this thought, Yu Xuanchuang felt a surge of confidence and quickly leaped from her chair, hurrying to Fang Zhongmiao's side, pretending to be curious about the box. What is destined to be will surely come to pass. Catching sight of this phrase made her days burn with intensity. Upon examining the lid more closely, she felt her heart sink. The Pango Great Lock was actually a compass, composed of numerous concentric circles, each inscribed with small characters, featuring the 8 trigrams, heavenly stems and earthly branches, and the 64 hexagrams, among others. To unlock the lock, each concentric circle needed to be shifted into the correct position, aligning every trigram's stems, branches, and hexagrams according to a specific pattern. The permutations of the heavenly stems and earthly branches amounted to 60. While the 8 trigrams had 40,320 variations, and the arrangement of the 64 hexagrams was factorial 64, what was 64 factorial? Yu Xuanchuang roughly calculated, her mind nearly overheating. Ignoring the minor details, 64 factorial equated to 1 followed by 89 zeros, a number exceeding the total stars in the universe. This did not account for the 60 permutations of the heavenly stems and earthly branches or the 40,320 arrangements of the 8 trigrams that also needed consideration. The resulting number could potentially explode the entire world. How could this be calculated? Heavens, how is this even possible? No wonder this lock was called the Pango Great Lock. Unlocking it was akin to Pango creating the world. In the original narrative, Yufeian's strategist was a nameless character, an inconspicuous figure, yet, this minor supporting role astonishingly managed to unlock what was deemed impossible, even in modern times, if he were given a supercomputer. It would take him a billion years to compute. Yu Xuanchuang stared blankly, her expression one of profound disbelief. She abandoned this golden opportunity. She was eager to see how Yufeian's strategist would unlock the lock. Even the 3 pure ones could not rival his calculating prowess. Fang Zhongmiao sensed Yu Xuanchuang's odd demeanor and cautiously inquired, do you know what this is? Yu Xuanchuang snapped back to reality, shaking her head in confusion. I don't know. This box is covered in characters, and it makes my head spin. Young madam, what is this? Fang Zhongmiao smiled gently, responding, this is destiny. At Yu Xuanchuang gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Fang Zhongmiao retrieved several copper coins from her pocket and casually tossed them onto the table. The coins clinked melodiously as they settled into a divination pattern. Her voice, laced with a hint of amusement, lingered in the air. What is destined to be will surely come to pass. What is not destined should not be forced. This box, left to me by my father, naturally aligns with my fate. I cast a divination, and all subsequent patterns shall follow accordingly. She slowly rotated the compass, aligning it according to the divination's guidance. After a moment, the lock clicked open, and the lid sprang open on its own. Fang Zhongmiao did not shy away from the spectators, peering into the box to find a piece of parchment concealed within, adorned with a map. She smiled subtly and tossed the box forward. Yu Shuangshuang internally screamed, "Stop! This is a fortune beyond measure. If that box breaks, the treasure map will be destroyed." Her body moved instinctively, lunging toward the box. In her imagination, as the box hit the ground, chemical substances would ooze out, and the tragic scene of the treasure map being incinerated did not unfold. Daisher was quicker, snatching the box before her. Yu Shuangshuang crashed to the ground with a thud. Wincing in pain, rubbing her backside, she seethed inwardly. Did Fang Zhongmiao truly know what was inside this box? If I told her the truth, would she be frightened to death? At that moment, a light-hearted voice echoed softly in the air. So anxious, Yu Shuangshuang indeed knows what is hidden within the box. Now the question arises, how does she know? She is a soul from another world. That Wei Yingyan was a reincarnated individual. The barriers of time have been breached. The cycle of reincarnation has lost its constraints. This is indeed a world where the heavenly way is flawed. Then, is this world real? It might be one among the myriad small worlds, or perhaps a layer within the 36 heavens. Otherwise, the heavenly way would not be incomplete. Yu Shuangshuang may hail from a vast world, possibly from a higher realm. Her current world must hold a status superior to this one. Only from a lofty vantage can one occasionally glimpse the projections below. What is contained within this box, before I open the lid, is known only to heaven and earth, yet Yu Shuangshuang can discern the heavenly secrets. Why? Because from an elevated perspective, one can survey the grand scheme and glimpse the destinies of all. Yu Shuangshuang likely knows many secrets of this world. She may even have seen the future circumstances of the destined individual. If fascinating, truly fascinating, thus, I cannot allow her to leave. She must remain within my control. The voice chuckled softly. Fang Zhongmiao slowly approached Yu Shuangshuang, gently grasping her wrist, and inquired tenderly, "Are you hurt from the fall, Yu Shuangshuang? Help! Who is this mind reader?" Fang Zhongmiao is not merely a demigod. She is a deity. She can see through the very essence of this world. Help! Chapter 27. The hidden hand. Yu Shuangshuang genuinely wished to flee, but Daisher had already stepped forward, firmly gripping her shoulder. Daisher's gaze was peculiar, as if she were observing a monster or a treasure. Wang Anjin's eyes gleamed with a predatory ferocity, as though she wished to drain Yu Shuangshuang completely. Cold sweat poured from Yu Shuangshuang as she trembled all over. She thought she could safeguard her greatest secret, but in just one day Fang Zhongmiao had unmasked her. The one probing her thoughts was Fang Zhongmiao. Why was it that Fang Zhongmiao always held the upper hand? Surrounded by adversaries, none could challenge her. Is it possible to be so audacious with such power? Yu Shuangshuang fully surrendered to her fate, being delivered to Fang Zhongmiao like a chick in Daisher's grasp. Fang Zhongmiao brushed the dust from her skirt, caressed her delicate face, and gently whispered, "Little girl, you should know who my father is. I can honestly tell you that my abilities are not inferior to his. Where you come from and what extraordinary experiences you have had are all transparent to me." Yu Shuangshuang lowered her head, remaining silent. She still wished to resist. The voice chuckled softly, flowing through the air. "If she does not admit it, then we shall press harder. Have Daisher investigate her past, to see if she has ever exhibited any precognitive abilities. If so, bring the witnesses forward and have her defend herself. The more she speaks, the more mistakes she will make. In due time, I shall validate my suspicions. That scene should prove quite entertaining." If Fang Zhongmiao slightly raised her gaze, casting a glance at Daisher, silently instructing her to investigate. Daisher gave a slight nod, preparing to lift her foot, when Yu Shuangshuang urgently called out, "I say, young lady, whatever you wish to know, I shall tell." 3 years prior, during their flight from disaster, she had frequently displayed her precognitive abilities before others, and the matter was far too flimsy to withstand scrutiny. Summoning witnesses to enumerate her peculiarities would only plunge her into a more dire predicament. Recognizing the tides of circumstance, she conceded. Fang Zhongmiao gently tapped Yu Shuangshuang on the head, smiling in approval. "Clever girl." Yu Shuangshuang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Why did the young lady, fully aware that her soul was that of a mature woman, still treat her as if she were a child? Fang Zhongmiao pointed to the box in Daisher's hands and inquired, "Do you know what is contained within?" Yu Shuangshuang nodded in affirmation. Fang Zhongmiao pressed further, "How do you know?" Organizing her thoughts, Yu Shuangshuang replied vaguely, "I read it in a storybook. There is a character with the same name as the young lady, and she has a box inscribed with the same words. She endures a most tragic fate." Jiang Yuru reprimanded Shuangshuang, "What nonsense are you spouting? The tales in those books are mere fabrications. How does her misfortune relate to the young lady? Is it worth your while to speak such folly?" Wang Anjin tugged at Jiang Yuru, expressing discontent. "Do not interrupt. Let her speak, yet Fang Zhongmiao had already grasped the situation. Her eyes became vacant as she pondered, what I read in the storybook. Is it a form of revealing the heavenly secrets? How intriguing. After a moment's contemplation, she asked a question entirely unrelated to herself. Does the storybook mention who ultimately possesses this box? Yu Xuanxuan was truly at her wit's end. She had deliberately claimed that Fang Zhongmiao suffered greatly in the story to divert the conversation, hoping to elaborate on inconsequential plot points while revealing as little vital information as possible. Her familiarity with the narrative was her greatest asset, and she wished to preserve more of her golden keys. However, Fang Zhongmiao was not easily deceived. She always managed to pinpoint the crux of the matter with precision. With a sigh of resignation, Yu Xuanxuan answered honestly, the box ultimately falls into the hands of Yu Feiyan of Fang Zhongmiao. Understood. The main character in the book is named Yu Feiyan, the entire narrative revolves around him? This was yet another key point, deftly captured by Fang Zhongmiao. Why? Yu Xuanxuan nodded. Yes, young lady, yet he is the male protagonist. Fang Zhongmiao lowered her gaze slightly, pondering once more, and inquired, did he ever open the box? Yu Xuanxuan nodded again. He did open it. Fang Zhongmiao abruptly lifted her eyelids, her gaze sharp as she pressed, who helped him to open it? Yu Xuanxuan grew anxious, replying nervously, his strategist assisted him. Fang Zhongmiao continued to probe. What is the strategist's name? What is his background? Yu Xuanxuan shook her head. The storybook does not mention the strategist's name, nor does it provide details of his origins. He appeared only once, and in the subsequent narrative he vanished. He is a rather inconspicuous minor character. Fang Zhongmiao fixed her gaze intently on Yu Xuanxuan's face, confirming that she spoke the truth. She closed her eyes, repeatedly tapping her index finger against the table. Her inner voice resonated in the air, an inconspicuous minor character. No, the reality is far from that. Every character inscribed on this compass has been drawn with my vital essence. It has been nourished by my blood for as many years as I have lived. It is intimately connected to my fate. In this world no one but me can unlock it. No, there is another method to open it. Kill me, and then transfer my fate to another person. That individual could then divine and unlock it. This method is profound, beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. This inconspicuous strategist may be a Taoist master, perhaps even more skilled than I. With this thought, Fang Zhongmiao opened her eyes and solemnly asked, the box will only open upon my death, correct? Yu Xuanxuan was stunned, and after a prolonged silence, she finally nodded, her face ashen. Fang Zhongmiao's expression darkened. Silent and resolute, her fingertips now tapping the table with noticeably increased frequency, her inner voice, like a chilling wind, swirled in the air. To consume my fortune and seize my fate, this puppet master is truly malevolent. He hides beside Yu Feiyan, manipulating the winds and clouds through him, undoubtedly with grand ambitions. He is the most significant figure in this narrative. All people and events are orchestrated by him from behind the scenes. Even I am but a pawn in his game. He specifically targets the potential dragon. Does he intend to ascend with the dragon? I will kill Yu Feiyan, shattering his dreams. I shall see how long he can conceal himself. Suddenly Fang Zhongmiao turned to Yu Xuanxuan, stating, Yu Feiyan is not dead. You are aware of this, are you not? Yu Xuanxuan numbly nodded. Fang Zhongmiao continued, give me a drop of your blood, and I will find Yu Feiyan and eliminate him. Yu Xuanxuan instinctively glanced at Wang Anjin, bewildered, asking, is this something I can mention? No. Fang Zhongmiao also glanced at Wang Anjin, lightly laughing. What is there to hide? I believe everyone present wishes for Yu Feiyan's demise. Do they not? Wang Anjin lowered his head, pretending to be deaf. Fang Zhongmiao exhibited a satisfied expression, reiterating, I require a drop of your blood. You are of his bloodline. I can trace his approximate whereabouts through the connection of your energies. Her inner voice, tinged with relief, mused, the timing of this compass's emergence is indeed fortuitous. Without it, even with Yu Xuanxuan's vital essence, I would be unable to cast the spell. Yu Xuanxuan remained in a daze. While Jiang Yuru forcefully pinched her arm, urging, what are you still dawdling for? Quickly cut your finger and let a drop of blood fall for the young lady. If the young lord were to return alive, their family of 3 would surely perish. Yu Xuanxuan suddenly regained her senses, casting a complicated glance at her mother. She realized her mistake. How could she have thought Jiang Yuru was merely a lovesick fool? Jiang Yuru was clearly a venomous woman. Chapter 28, whose puppet Yu Xuanxuan cut her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall. Fang Zhongmiao disassembled the compass atop the box, catching the blood, and carried it outside, exposing it to the scorching sunlight. This compass is an instrument of supreme yang and rigidity, rapidly absorbing a considerable amount of sunlight, becoming exceedingly hot. Fang Zhongmiao continuously rotated the concentric circles of the compass, causing each character to operate according to some arcane principle. After a while, the compass emitted a humming sound, vibrating intensely. The tiny blood droplet rolled amidst the vibrations, as if it had awakened a form of sentience. Weaving through the myriad of characters, the compass grew increasingly hot, slowly evaporating the blood droplet and leaving behind a winding crimson line. Fang Zhongmiao returned to the parlor with the compass, instructing Daisher to retrieve a grand map of the Zhou dynasty. Such a map was not something ordinary households could possess, yet Fang Zhongmiao's dowry included precisely that. Daisher unfurled the map of Fang Zhongmiao, suspended the compass over the map, meticulously comparing them. Yu Shuangshuang watched in astonishment as the bloodline on the compass perfectly overlapped with the border of the Qi kingdom on the map. The end of the bloodline marked the spot where the blood droplet had last evaporated, leaving a pronounced crimson seal of Fang Zhongmiao. Tapped the seal, softly declaring, "He is here, in Jianchuan of the Qi kingdom." Yu Shuangshuang had always known Fang Zhongmiao was highly capable. However, at this very moment, she remained profoundly shaken. Merely with a drop of her blood and a compass, Fang Zhongmiao had indeed pinpointed Yu Feiyan's whereabouts. Jianchuan was the fief of Princess Jin Huangji of the Qi kingdom, and Yu Feiyan, having fallen into the Yangtze River, was rescued by Jin Huangji, and had now become her attendant. Jin Huangji harbored grand ambitions. Fierce and combative, often leading her troops to attack nearby tribes. Yu Feiyan, following Jin Huangji into battle, would soon become a formidable general of the Qi kingdom. He had lost his memory and was utterly unaware that he was serving an enemy nation. On one occasion, while leading the Qi army against the Zhou army, his mask was accidentally knocked off. A general from the Zhou recognized him and revealed his identity with a single shout. Sensing danger, he quickly donned his mask and killed the general. Upon learning of this incident, Jin Huangji sought to gather intelligence on the Zhou and thus returned with him. "Wait, since I already know Yu Feiyan's whereabouts, why do I still need to draw blood?" Yu Shuangshuang pressed her finger where it had been cut and softly said, "Young lady, you can inquire about any secrets you wish to know. It is all written in the storybook. I actually need not shed this drop of blood." Fang Zhongmiao smiled and did not respond. Her inner voice echoed softly, "If the storybook contains everything, how could you be unaware that there are higher powers manipulating Yu Feiyan from behind? It is evident that the heavenly secrets are only partially concealed, setting countless traps. The myriad laws of the world adhere to their own principles, and can all be perceived and deduced. If I were to ask you about everything, I would lose my skill. How then could I contend with that puppet master?" Yu Shuangshuang lowered her head. Her face burning with embarrassment, she finally realized that relying too heavily on the narrative was not a wise approach. To establish oneself in this world, one must truly possess skill. Daisher, fixated on the small red dot on the compass, spoke with a murderous intent. "Miss, I shall set off for Jinchuan immediately to eliminate Yu Feiyan for you." Fang Zhongmiao instantly grasped Daisher's hand, sternly admonishing, "Do not go, remain by my side." Her inner voice resonated with concern, with the protection of destiny. An ordinary person cannot kill Yu Feihan. To slay him requires another destined individual. Wei Yingyan cannot be used, who else can? Yu Shuangshuang cautiously raised her hand, her lips parting slightly. She wished to declare that she knew. The other destined individual must certainly be the archvillain Zhou Qiansui from the book, yet Fang Zhongmiao's inner voice had already perceived the heavenly secrets, slowly musing, in this Zhou dynasty, who possesses the most abundant fortune? One is the emperor, and the other is that Zhou Qiansui, Qi Xiu. Coincidentally, the title of the Marquis' house must rely on Qi Xiu's machinations, thus, we must arrange to meet with him promptly. Whether or not matters will come to fruition remains contingent upon his countenance, she mused. With this thought, Fang Zhongmiao produced a ceremonial invitation and handed it to Daisher, instructing, "Make haste to the Qi residence and invite Qi Xiu to meet me at Qingfeng Tower in Wui Alley tomorrow at the hour of C." Daisher complied and, clutching the invitation, departed in haste. Yu Shuangshuang, witnessing this, stood in a daze, her heart filled with admiration. Although Fang Zhongmiao had never perused the original text, she had an uncanny ability to decipher plot developments and identify pivotal characters. In the original narrative, Yu Feiyan frequently fell victim to Qi Xiu, often teetering on the brink of death. But for Wei Yingyan's repeated interventions, he would have lost his life countless times. To have Qi Xiu eliminate Yu Feiyan. Fang Zhongmiao had indeed chosen the right person. A palace attendant delivered the invitation to the emperor's study. Qi Xiu set aside his vermilion brush and unfolded the missive, glancing over it briefly. The inebriated Emperor Hongshou Zhaozhang languidly reclined on his dragon throne and inquired in a low voice, "Who summons you?" Qi Xiu placed the invitation down and shifted the subject. "Your Majesty, have you finalized your choice for the Minister of Revenue? What are your thoughts on the list I presented?" Hongshou Emperor tossed aside his wine cup, unsteadily descending from his throne, and seized Qi Xiu by the nape of his neck, exhaling a cloud of intoxicating fumes upon his face. "I find it lacking," he retorted. "This is the imperial edict I have penned. You shall personally deliver it to the Li residence." From his partially unfastened robe, the emperor produced a scroll imbued with the scent of cosmetics. Qi Xiu unfurled it, and his brows immediately knitted together. The characters inscribed upon the edict were not penned by Zhao Zhang himself, but rather by his favored concubine, Lady Li. The appointment of such a critical position as Minister of Revenue had been granted to Lady Li's brother without any deliberation. It was well known that her brother indulged in debauchery, brawling, and the disregard for human life, a veritable wastrel. Entrusting the Ministry of Revenue to him was akin to releasing a mouse into a grain store. The treasury would soon be depleted, with barbarian forces encroaching and turmoil erupting everywhere. Should the ministry fail to dispense military pay, the fall of the Great Zhou would be imminent. Qi, seething with indignation at the absurdity of the edict, was about to voice his objections when he noticed Zhao Zhang had already opened the invitation and was perusing its contents. He cast a cold glance at Qi and spoke in a chilling tone. If you obediently comply, I shall have your nephew brought back to Linen for you to see. Should you choose to defy me, I can just as easily return your nephew's corpse for a proper burial. Zhao Zhang leaned in close, his face mere inches from Qi, exhaling a nauseating breath laced with the stench of alcohol, and mockingly queried, "Dog slave, what will you choose?" While many claimed that the Hongzhou emperor was merely a puppet of Qi, those who witnessed such a scene would surely think otherwise. Taking a deep breath to quell his rage, Qi replied, "Your Majesty, I shall depart the palace forthwith to issue your edict." Zhao Zhang reclined onto a nearby soft couch, his voice tinged with mockery. "You ought to refer to yourself as a slave." Qi vacated his seat, kneeling upon the ground, and with deliberate enunciation declared, "This servant obeys." Zhao Zhang erupted in laughter, waving his hand dismissively. "Go then. Should anyone inquire, say that the Minister of Revenue's appointment was your decision. After meeting with Fang Qinzi's daughter tomorrow, ascertain whether she is accompanied by the late emperor's secret guards." Qi bowed his head in acknowledgement, grasping the invitation and the edict, and slowly retreated from the emperor's study. As he exited the grand palace, he glanced back and beheld a captivating woman draped in sheer fabric emerging from behind the throne. Leaping into Zhao Zhang's embrace, the two entwined in a passionate kiss, indulging in lascivious acts within the sanctified halls. The surrounding attendants knelt, their foreheads pressed to the ground. Qi narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he mused. "Fang Qinzi, you assert that the Great Zhou will thrive for another 200 years, yet I perceive it shall scarcely endure a decade. You are indeed a charlatan of the highest order." Chapter 29, Unwanted Domestic Strife. Daisher moved with remarkable speed, delivering the invitation to the Qi residence and returning within a quarter of an hour. Upon entering Zijou Pavilion, she found all the servants gathered in the courtyard, lined up in 3 orderly rows. Daisher swiftly traversed past them to stand beside the young lady, her icy gaze sweeping over the faces of Dongshi, Bitao, Luyun, and Honglu. The 4 fidgeted nervously, their expressions betraying their anxiety. Wang Anjin, standing behind Fang Zhongmiao, curiously inquired, "Sister-in-law, what is the purpose of summoning them?" Fang Zhongmiao stood upon the steps of the corridor, looking down upon the gathered servants. You, and you, step forward," she commanded, pointing at 3 attendants. Trembling, the trio stepped out of line, lowering their heads as they approached the stairs. Wang Anjin's expression shifted dramatically. A voice echoed in the air, laced with amusement, "The auras of these 3 servants are intertwined with my sister-in-law," indicating her reach extends far and wide. Wang Anjin's knees quaked, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel. Such precision in the art of face reading, who in this world could contend with her? Even if her thoughts were laid bare, what of it? Fang Zhongmiao calmly inquired, "What are your names?" The 3 servants promptly reported their names. Fang Zhongmiao sifted through a stack of deed contracts in her hand, extracting the corresponding 3 documents and handing them to Wang Anjin, stating, "Sister-in-law, I present these to you." Wang Anjin hastily extended her hands to accept the contracts, feigning gratitude as she replied, "Thank you, sister-in-law." In that moment, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her heart swelling with relief. At least her sister-in-law had not exposed her nor intended to sever their relationship. Fang Zhongmiao observed Wang Anjin for a moment, waiting for her to grow flustered and perspire, before turning her attention to the remaining attendants. A voice drifted softly, "These 3 are spies for my father-in-law, while these 4 serve as my brother-in-law's informants. The 16 here are my mother-in-law's scouts." Fang Zhongmiao summoned all these individuals forward and returned their contracts. "I am well aware of who your masters are. Take these contracts and return whence you came." 20 or so individuals knelt in unison, including the 4 from Dongshi's group. They all understood the dire consequences they would face upon their return. The fortunate might be relegated to remote estates, while the unfortunate could face death that very day. Escaping with their contracts would lead to doom if apprehended by the authorities. Moreover, in these chaotic times, living like dogs was a grim reality. Being a servant in a wealthy family was the best option for those at the bottom. Dongshi's son was heavily in debt. Without the lucrative position in the young lady's courtyard, her entire family would be driven to despair. Dongshi fell to her knees with a thud, crying out, "Young lady, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once." The others quickly followed suit, kneeling and pleading, their heads striking the ground, creating a tumultuous uproar in the courtyard. Fang Zhongmiao descended the steps slowly, approaching Dongshi with a gentle tone. She inquired, "What do you call me?" Dongshi was momentarily taken aback, stammering, I call you young lady." "What of it?" Fang Zhongmiao glanced back at Daisher and then smiled at Dongshi, slowly articulating, "You are even unwilling to address me as miss. How could I possibly tolerate you?" Dongshi's eyes widened in shock, and after a long moment, she grasped the implication behind those words. She had never been faithful. Her allegiance lay only with wealth and power, unlike Daisher, who had always recognized the Fang family and the young lady. Dongshi's face turned pale as she clamped her mouth shut, Bowing her back in submission, she could no longer argue. If you do not leave now, you will remain here forever. My secret guards are quite adept at dealing with disobedient individuals. Fang Zhongmiao, her patience waning from the cacophony, issued a rare threat. Upon hearing her words, the kneeling supplicants scrambled to their feet and fled in all directions. Dong Shi and the others exchanged glances, clutching their contracts as they hurried away. They could sense the truth behind the notion of the legendary secret guard corps, merely a figment of imagination. Was this a leverage? Should it be revealed, Fang Zhongmiao would surely meet a tragic end. With this leverage in hand, they could extract endless wealth from Fang Zhongmiao. With such malevolent thoughts, the four women converged upon the main courtyard. It was likely that Miaoping Sui would be more than willing to retain them for dealing with Fang Zhongmiao. Daisher, perceiving their sinister intentions, leaned closer to the young lady and whispered, "They may cause trouble. Perhaps we should eliminate them." Fang Zhongmiao waved her hand dismissively, smiling but remaining silent. A voice floated softly, "The aura of bloodshed envelopes these four, indicating their days are numbered. To kill them would only sully my hands unnecessarily." Dong Shi and her companions swayed unsteadily on their feet, their steps faltering, yet, no matter how terrified they felt, they still rushed to Miaoping Sui's side. Wang Anjin gazed at the remaining 6 servants and then at the empty courtyard, unable to resist advising, "Sister-in-law, clarity begets clarity. You might find some use for those people if you remain cautious." Fang Zhongmiao shot her a glance and spoke slowly, "When matters around you become so chaotic that you can scarcely manage, the adage clarity begets clarity becomes nothing more than a self-deceiving comfort." A thought echoed languidly in the air. When everything is within grasp and can be suppressed at will, there is no room for impurities. Such a sensation is one you shall never experience. Wang Anjin's smile froze on her face, frustration simmering within her, yet she had no choice but to concede that her sister-in-law was indeed correct. With power in hand, one inevitably becomes arbitrary and tyrannical. She would never attain such a realm in her lifetime. Yu Xuanxuan, filled with concern, remarked, "Young lady, there are only so many people in the courtyard. We fear it may be overwhelming." Fang Zhongmiao pointed to one of the servants and asked, "What is your role?" The individual bowed in response, reporting to the young lady, "I am the cook, responsible for preparing meals." Fang Zhongmiao then inquired, "How many people were originally in the kitchen?" The servant replied honestly, returning to the young lady, "There were 6 people in the kitchen. Are any of those 6 remaining?" The servant replied, returning to the young lady, "Apart from myself, the others have all left. What is the monthly wage for the 6 of you?" The servant replied, "The head cook earns 1 tael of silver, and we helpers receive between 600 to 800 copper coins. How skilled are you?" "Reporting to you, my lady, I have trained under the head chef for 6 years, and my skills are quite commendable. If that is the case, I shall assign the wages of all 6 individuals to you. Will you be able to manage alone?" "All 6 individuals' wages will be given to me." The servant calculated with his fingers, and a look of sheer joy suddenly appeared on his face. He knelt down with a thud and exclaimed, "Reporting to you, my lady, I can manage." Fang Zhongmiao replied indifferently, "If you find it overwhelming, I can hire 2 assistants to aid you, but their wages will be deducted from yours." The servant bowed repeatedly, his head knocking against the ground, insisting even louder, "My lady, there is no need for assistance. I can handle all the work myself. There are only a few masters in Zijushan, and 4 of them are young children. How much can they consume?" "Although the tasks appear burdensome, in reality, 1 person can fully manage," Fang Zhongmiao advised. "Then you may begin alone, but if the food does not taste as it usually does, you need not remain." The servant's forehead became bruised from bowing, and he loudly declared his loyalty. "Rest assured, my lady, the meals will undoubtedly be more sumptuous than before. Lunchtime is approaching. I shall head to the kitchen now." With a wave of her hand, Fang Zhongmiao dismissed him, and the servant dashed away with a face full of ecstatic delight. It is evident that from this day forth, he will work even harder. When the incentive is significant enough, efficiency multiplies. This truth has persisted throughout history. Fang Zhongmiao then inquired about the remaining servants, some of whom were sweeping, others tending to the flower beds, and others serving tea. She similarly assigned their wages to them, and they all knelt repeatedly, their eyes reddening with emotion, yet their lips stretching into wide smiles. The previously lethargic Zijushan was suddenly infused with energy and vigor. This was a transformation in the atmosphere, intangible yet easily felt. Yu Xuanxuan lifted her head to glance at Fang Zhongmiao, filled with admiration. The courtyard may have fewer people, but order would certainly not be disrupted. The young mistress seemed disinterested in internal conflict. If she wished to compete, none could surpass her. It remains a mystery how the events in the original narrative unfolded. How could the young mistress become a mere pawn? Chapter 30, The Faux Eunuch. 9,000 years old. After handling some trivial matters, the day slipped away. In the evening, Zhang Yuru clung to Yu Xuanxuan, inquiring about the storybook. She must have sensed something. Yet her mind was dull. Even given 100 years, she would not fathom the intricacies. Yu Xuanxuan offered vague responses, troubled about her future, and spent the entire night without sleep. The following morning, she arrived in the side hall for breakfast. Her eyes ringed with dark circles. Yu Kanglin, Yu Jiangchuan, and Yu Wenqing sat in a row, their little heads huddled together whispering secrets, occasionally bursting into laughter. It seemed they were gradually acclimating to life in Zizhu Xian. Jiang Yuru sat awkwardly on the edge of her seat, feigning a coy demeanor. Daisher, who was originally standing behind Fang Zhongmiao serving dishes, was pulled to sit beside her. Fang Zhongmiao gently stroked Daisher's head, softly saying, "During meals, you should sit down with everyone. I do not require your service. Just your company is enough. You are just like the other four." Her delicate fingers pointed at Yu Kanglin and the others, implying that in her heart, Daisher was also a child in need of care, not merely a servant. Daisher's eyes turned red, yet a joyful smile bloomed on her face. Yu Shuangshuang could not discern whether Fang Zhongmiao was acting or sincere, and she could not help but gaze at her a few times. Fang Zhongmiao happened to be looking at her as well, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. A thought drifted through the air, tinged with amusement. Yu Shuangshuang's fate shines brilliantly, a rare destiny of golden touch. My enterprises are numerous, with thousands of shops. She possesses great ambition, and if given ample benefits, she could become one of my most capable aides. If properly nurtured, her future achievements may surpass those of the royal merchants. The god of wealth of the great Zhou, this is the destiny I have chosen for her. Yu Shuangshuang nearly spat out the tea she had just sipped. She quickly turned her head, coughing, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Yuru gently patted her back, scolding, "Drink slowly, do not always be so hasty." Yu Shuangshuang waved her hands repeatedly, yet she coughed too hard to speak. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Fang Zhongmiao, her expression one of disbelief. Surely she had not misheard, the young mistress intended to cultivate her into the god of wealth of the great Zhou? After a moment of blankness, Yu Shuangshuang lowered her head, breaking into silent, uncontrollable laughter. Indeed, she had firmly boarded the young mistress's ship. Daisher shot Yu Shuangshuang a jealous glare. Fang Zhongmiao placed a piece of chicken on Daisher's plate, her smile gentle as she mused. Daisher is a martial arts prodigy. I must find several master-level experts to mentor her. Additionally, I will procure tiger bones, tiger blood, rhinoceros horn, ginseng, and Ganoderma to expand her meridians in Dantian. Unrivaled in the world, this is the destiny I have chosen for her. Daisher's chopsticks clattered to the ground. Jiang Yuru hurriedly bent down to retrieve them, chiding, "How clumsy you are, dropping chopsticks is an ill omen. Go outside and spit twice for good luck." Daisher dashed out of the parlor, standing under the eaves, hands on her hips, silently laughing with abandon. Yet moments later, she rushed back into the parlor, sitting closely beside her mistress, gazing at her with an expression brimming with affection. How wonderful! Had she known her mistress would transform in this way after losing her memory, she would have willingly knocked her head to pieces. Fang Zhongmiao picked up a piece of fish for Yu Kanglin, secretly contemplating, "In a position of power, this is the destiny I have chosen for you." Yu Kanglin shyly thanked her. Smiling bashfully, Fang Zhongmiao chose a piece of pork rib for Yu Jiangchuan, thinking, "To secure a place of honor, this is the destiny I have chosen for you." Yu Jiangchuan obediently expressed his gratitude and quietly asked, "My lady, may I practice martial arts with Sister Daisher?" Fang Zhongmiao smiled gently and nodded. "Of course, Daisher, you will take him to practice standing post tomorrow." Daisher and Yu Jiangchuan eagerly agreed, their voices resonating with enthusiasm. Fang Zhongmiao placed a piece of braised meat on Yu Wenqing's plate, reflecting, "This child lacks talent and martial arts aptitude, but his servant palace is woven with fine blue threads, indicating he excels in interpersonal relations. Mastering negotiation, this is the destiny I have chosen for him." Yu Shuangshuang secretly glanced at her brother, her heart racing. She was incredibly excited. She felt that the Fang family enterprise had a promising future. With everyone being top-tier talents, Fang Zhongmiao slightly lowered her gaze, contemplating, "Indeed, destiny is not predetermined. Whether they succeed depends on their own efforts. All I can do is invest my wealth, resources, and manpower into nurturing them effectively." Having thought this, Fang Zhongmiao served herself a piece of tofu, softly saying, "Eat up." Everyone began to use their chopsticks, unbeknownst if it was a shared sentiment. Every face bore a joyful smile. Jiang Yuru hesitated for a moment before plaintively saying, "My lady, you have yet to serve me any dishes." Of Fang Zhongmiao. Yu Shuangshuang hurriedly grabbed a bun and stuffed it into her mother's mouth. "Eat quickly, you scatterbrained." After finishing breakfast, Fang Zhongmiao led Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang into the carriage. Yu Shuangshuang anxiously asked, "My lady, are you taking me to meet 9,000 years? Isn't that inappropriate?" Fang Zhongmiao replied calmly, "Meeting him is merely incidental. Our primary objective today is to inspect the enterprises. After reviewing all the businesses, return and compose a management strategy for me. If you write it compellingly enough, I will entrust all the shops to your management." Though she had long heard the young mistress's thoughts, when the moment arrived, Yu Shuangshuang still felt overwhelming excitement. She rubbed her hands together and asked, "My lady, are you not afraid that I might ruin your shops?" Fang Zhongmiao leaned closer to her, softly whispering, "If you manage well, I will grant you a 10% profit each year. If poorly, you shall receive nothing." Indeed, she was enticing her with company dividends. Yu Shuangshuang narrowed her eyes, her tone resolute as she declared, Fang Zong, my lady, you rest assured, I will ensure your enterprise flourishes. Fang Zhongmiao shot her a glance and inquired, what does Fang Zong mean? Yu Shuangshuang had been completely won over by Fang Zhongmiao. Such a generous employer, and the key was that she could hear whatever she was thinking. That if she wanted to promote you, you would know, but if she intended to harm you, you would also be aware. How could one not choose to align with her? Not aligning with her would be foolish. Yu Shuangshuang eagerly poured tea for Fang Zhongmiao, explaining the definition of a company president, along with a brief overview of financial management concepts. Fang Zhongmiao listened attentively, a faint smile gracing her lips. Before they knew it, they had arrived at Qingfeng Building. The three of them slowly ascended the stairs, pushing open the door to a private room, where a man clad in a scarlet robe leaned against the window, his prominent knuckles resting lightly on his forehead, his narrow eyes tinged with a hint of peach color, casually casting a sidelong glance. Just one look was like a sharp glimmer of cold light on a blade. Exquisitely beautiful yet perilously dangerous, Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang stood frozen in place, their blood seeming to congeal. Fang Zhongmiao scrutinized the scene, her thoughts tinged with doubt. Is this Qi Xiu? His child palace is woven with a blue thread, indicating he is destined to have a son. How can a eunuch father a child? Fang Zhongmiao slowly entered the room, contemplating playfully, could it be that his eunuch status is a fade? The man lowered his hand from his forehead, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. A flash of murderous intent escaping. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang were drenched in cold sweat, simultaneously thinking, oh no, this person can also hear thoughts. If he truly is a false eunuch, the three of them would be doomed today. Chapter 31, The Eunuch's Pregnancy. On the way to Qingfeng Building, Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang had speculated that Qi Xiu might also be able to hear Fang Zhongmiao's thoughts. However, after enduring numerous days, they profoundly grasped the formidable prowess of Fang Zhongmiao. Even when their innermost thoughts were recklessly read by adversaries, it posed no significant hindrance to Fang Zhongmiao. There was nothing she desired that she could not accomplish. Thus Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang remained unperturbed. In the worst-case scenario, if Fang Zhongmiao were to entertain thoughts that should not be entertained, they could feign a sudden illness to interrupt her train of thought and safely escort her away. Yet, they could never have anticipated that, with a mere glance, Fang Zhongmiao would unveil the greatest secret of Qi Xiu. Who could have imagined that Qi Xiu was but a false eunuch? Such a revelation was tantamount to a death sentence for treason. No, Qi Xiu had long been subjected to the emperor's wrath, leading to the annihilation of his family. His presence beside the emperor could be a guise for vengeance. To achieve this end, he would eliminate any and all obstacles. At this moment, however, the three of them stood as Qi Xiu's greatest impediments. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang exchanged a glance, despair evident upon their faces. You arrived too late. Qi Xiu adjusted his posture slightly, his tone low and measured, as a faint smile graced his extraordinarily handsome visage. Yet, Daisher distinctly observed him flick his index finger towards the window. Any shadow guard trained in the Royal Secret Service would recognize that as a signal to assassinate the target. In an instant, soft footsteps echoed from above the ceiling, the adjoining rooms, and the street outside. It was the sound of dozens of experts on the move. Following that came the subtle clicking of bowstrings being drawn taut. These myriad sounds melded together, faint as a whisper, imperceptible to the average person, yet, to Daisher's ears, it resonated like the roar of thunder, a cataclysmic revelation. They were completely surrounded. The assailants were neither the Feiyu guards nor the Longjing guards, but the fearsome Shenjiang. At this moment, even if Daisher transformed into a bird, she could not escape Qi Xiu's grasp. But cold sweat cascaded down her back, her blood turning to ice. She watched helplessly as her mistress seated herself opposite Qi Xiu, reaching for 3 teacups, filling them leisurely with fragrant tea, and calmly remarked, it seems the 9,000 years has arrived early. Unbeknownst to her mistress, in every fleeting moment that followed, she was at risk of being pierced by countless arrows. Daisher was utterly powerless to save her. A cold sweat drenched Daisher's back. Yu Shuangshuang, noticing the dark and damp stain spreading across Daisher's attire, immediately sensed the impending danger. She clutched her abdomen, feigning stomach pain, intending to create a commotion to facilitate Fang Zhongmiao's departure. However, as soon as she furrowed her brow and opened her mouth, Daisher's grip on her shoulder halted her. It's futile. A low warning resonated in her ears. Yu Shuangshuang promptly dismissed her mischievous intentions. Qi Xiu regarded the two with a smirk, extending his hand in invitation. You may join us as well. The two entered the elegant chamber, their movements stiff as they took their seats. Fang Zhongmiao pushed 2 cups of tea toward them. They clutched their cups tightly, seeking solace from their overwhelming fear. Fang Zhongmiao refilled Qi Xiu's cup, her deep-set eyes seemingly glancing unconsciously at Qi Xiu's lower body. Her inner thoughts drifted softly. This man radiates vitality and vigor, certainly a man of remarkable prowess. In the depths of the palace, how could he conceal such attributes? Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang's temples were now fully soaked with cold sweat. My lady, you truly dare to think such thoughts? Qi Xiu, who had been languidly leaning against the window, unexpectedly spread his legs, one hand pressed against the table while the other supported his knee, adopting a commanding posture. Fang Zhongmiao lowered her gaze, slowly pushing the teacup closer to Qi Xiu, outwardly respectful and submissive, Yet inwardly musing, no wonder he is the 9,000 years, his arrogance knows no bounds. Chisho squinted, a smile playing upon his lips, yet his gaze was chillingly cold. The strands of hair at Daisher and Yushwanchuang's temples dripped with sweat. With a mere glance, Chisho discerned that the peculiar thoughts echoed within their minds were audible to them as well. He inquired with a smile, "Why do you sweat so profusely? Is it hot?" Daisher and Yushwanchuang stiffened momentarily before stammering, "It's truly quite hot." Fang Zhongmiao opened the window wider, stating, "It is summer, and this elegant chamber faces west, making it rather stifling. Opening the window for a breeze would provide some relief." "The child is quite fiery." The young eunuch standing behind Chisho promptly stepped forward to fan him. With his rosy lips and pearly teeth, coupled with his jade-like complexion, he was indeed striking under the sunlight. Fang Zhongmiao cast a fleeting glance at the young eunuch, her expression unwavering though a ripple of intrigue stirred within her. Chisho smiled silently, extending his hand toward the window, as if caressing the gentle breeze that wafted in. Daisher's pupils constricted, her heart nearly bursting from fear. She understood the meaning behind Chisho's gesture. When he lightly tapped the ring on his thumb against the windowsill, it signaled that all bows would be unleashed. This was the end. Daisher's mind screamed in panic. In that critical moment, Fang Zhongmia's thoughts drifted with a hint of curiosity. Another false eunuch, how intriguing. Chisho's hand suddenly hung in midair, halting the assassination command. He shifted his gaze toward the young eunuch beside him. The young man smiled innocently, his expression pure and untainted. Chisho's eyes darkened, suppressing his murderous intent as he addressed Fang Zhongmiao, "You have grown taller." He continued, "I remember the last time we met in the palace. You barely reached my waist." Fang Zhongmiao nodded, feigning bashfulness as she replied, "Indeed, I have grown a bit taller over the years. I should now reach your shoulder." Her thoughts carried a note of caution. "I have lost my memory. It is best to speak little of the past." With that thought, Fang Zhongmiao promptly changed the subject. 9,000 years. What would you like to eat? Shall I summon the waiter to bring the dishes?" Chisho's gaze flickered deep in thought. Amnesia. It doesn't seem likely. He waved his hand dismissively. "Just bring whatever. I am not particular." Then, turning to the young eunuch beside him, he spoke with great fondness. "I recall that you adore the pine nut and date paste cake from Qingfeng Tower. Shall we order a serving?" The young eunuch's eyes brightened as he eagerly exclaimed, Yes, master, it has been ages since I had date paste cake. Please order an extra serving. I want to take some back to the palace to savor slowly." Chisho readily agreed with a smile. Yushwanchuang, feeling her limbs weaken, jumped off the stool to summon the waiter. Daisher withdrew her hand beneath the table, repeatedly wiping her palms on her skirt to rid them of the cold sweat. Simultaneously, she cast furtive glances at the young eunuch's delicate features. He was indeed a potential savior, Fang Zhongmia suddenly declared, and add a portion of hawthorn cake and a steamed base. The base should be prepared simply to preserve its original flavor. The waiter quickly acknowledged her request. At that moment, Fang Zhongmia's thoughts leisurely echoed in the air. The young eunuch's womb harbors a swirling red energy, akin to a fish. She is a woman, currently with child. The hawthorn cake and steamed base are ordered for her. Yu Xuanchuang, just as she was about to take her seat, accidentally knocked over her chair. Upon hearing this, Daisher's hand trembled as she held her cup, the brown tea spilling into her collar. Fang Zhongmiao promptly instructed the waiter to fetch a clean cloth for Daisher to wipe herself, turning to Yu Xuanchuang with exasperation, "You were just choked by tea this morning, and now you've overturned the chair. Be more careful in the future." Yu Xuanchuang chuckled awkwardly, her clothing drenched in cold sweat once more. "Madam, you must cease these thoughts, if you unveil all of Qishou's secrets, we shall surely meet a grim fate." Daisher fixed her gaze on Qishou, ever prepared to act against him. However, Qishou did not erupt in fury nor unleash his wrath. His curiosity was piqued. He wished to know whose child the young eunuch bore. The glances exchanged among Fang Zhongmiao and the others were peculiar. Surely they did not suspect him of having fathered the child? At that thought, Qishou nearly laughed in disbelief. Chapter 32. 1,000 times entering the underworld. The waiter promptly noted the order and dashed downstairs. Fang Zhongmiao poured a cup of tea for Qishou, gently stating, "The purpose of our meeting today is twofold. First, to express my gratitude for your care over the years, and second, to discuss the succession of the Duke of Ningyuan's title." Qishou did not respond. Instead, turning to the young eunuch beside him, speaking softly, "Stop fanning and sit down to drink tea. If they can sit, why must you alone remain standing?" The young eunuch's porcelain-white cheeks flushed, lowering his head as he affectionately nestled against Qishou's side. His voice was clear and filled with fondness. "Thank you, master. Fanning is not tiring." Qishou smiled, raising his cup to drink. As the conversation returned to the young eunuch, Fang Zhongmiao scrutinized him closely, her thoughts echoed with uncertainty. The red energy within this young eunuch's womb subtly coalesces into a dragon shape. She carries the offspring of a dragon. Qishou's hand paused mid-motion, a flicker of dangerously cold light flashing in his lowered eyes. His most cherished young disciple was not only a woman but entangled with the emperor, bearing a child of dubious parentage. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. To believe or not to believe? Qishou refrained from making a decision, merely finishing the tea in his cup. Daisher and Yu Xuanchuang discreetly concealed their hands beneath the table, frequently wiping away their sweat, should they survive this day. They would surely offer incense to the Bodhisattva. Fang Zhongmia turned her fluid gaze toward Qixu's extraordinarily handsome face, her thoughts flowing softly. This man possesses dragon horns, with an aura of purple energy. His fate is intertwined with imperial stars. He truly has the destiny of a serpent transforming into a dragon, yet a serpent is still a serpent. This young eunuch's dragon offspring is not connected to him. I wonder, is the young eunuch's affair with the emperor orchestrated by him, or is he entirely oblivious? Her thoughts tinged with suspicion murmured, the dragon horns upon his forehead are entwined with dark energy. Showing signs of fracture, his latent dragon fate is being thoroughly suppressed. Who could possibly restrain the 9,000 years? Fang Zhongmiao discreetly surveyed Qixu's countenance, momentarily lost in thought. This dark aura also bears a dragon's form. It is the emperor who suppresses Qixu. Contemplating this, Fang Zhongmiao set down her teacup and swiftly tapped her index finger against the table. Her mind raced with deliberation. The world proclaims the emperor to be Qixu's puppet, with all affairs, both within and outside the court, under Qixu's control. Yet, the reality is far from this. People pity the emperor for his weakness and criticize Qixu for his autocratic ways, unaware that Qixu merely serves as a tool for the emperor to handle sordid matters. The loyalty of the courtiers belongs to the emperor, while they direct their resentment towards Qixu. With many enemies amassed against him, it is but a matter of time before he faces their collective wrath. When that day comes, the emperor will remain the emperor, while the grass atop Qixu's grave will surely grow 3 feet high. Qixu raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile hovering at the corners of his lips as the breeze wafting through the window turned ominously cold. Daisher and Yuxuanshuang wiped the beads of sweat from their foreheads repeatedly. My lord, please, do not speak. Fang Zhongmia's tapping grew increasingly rapid, leading her to a conclusion. I wish for Qixu to assist me in acquiring 2 hereditary titles, yet he cannot fulfill this request. He merely appears to be in a position of glory, while in truth, he is constrained at every turn. Daisher and Yuxuanshuang's hearts raced, tears brimming in their eyes. My lord, are you aware that the seemingly illustrious 9,000 years could lead you to your demise 1,000 times over? Right now, outside, a myriad of arrows are aimed at you. Untrained in martial arts, Fang Zhongmiao remained blissfully unaware. Despite her myriad thoughts, only a fleeting moment had passed. She feigned displeasure as she cast a glance at the young eunuch and, sensing Qixu's evasive remarks as a polite rejection, she awkwardly stated, upon reflection, I realize my request was indeed overreaching. Hereditary titles cannot be casually bestowed upon those outside the royal family. I would not wish to impose upon you. Let us consider this matter as though I had never mentioned it. Today's meeting is solely for reminiscing, nothing beyond that. Qixu suddenly inquired, I have heard that the late emperor left you a covert guard? Daisher and Yuxuanshuang's breaths caught, sensing an impending doom. Fang Zhongmiao smiled faintly, offering no reply, yet her inner voice revealed all. There is no covert guard, it is merely a deceitful ruse. Qixu smiled subtly and continued, do you know where the late emperor's treasury is located? Fang Zhongmiao shook her head and spoke with calm composure, the late emperor's treasury has been interred within the dragon's veins. As a daughter of a foreign minister, how could I possibly earn such favor? 9,000 years, one must not believe all rumors, she mused internally. The treasure map rests in my hands, the wealth of the great Zhou royal family, accumulated over centuries, now belongs solely to me. As Qixu sipped his tea, the murderous intent in his dark eyes flickered like a sudden flash of cold light. Daisher and Yuxuanshuang were drenched in sweat, their faces ashen. It was over. They were truly beyond salvation, yet Fang Zhongmia's thoughts continued to echo leisurely in the air. I desire a title, and Qixu cannot assist me, but if I wish to meet the emperor in front of the civil and military officials at the Great Court Assembly, it would be a trivial matter for him. However, he would also bear the risk. Should I seek to assassinate the emperor, he would not survive either. He is unlikely to acquiesce easily. How can I compel him to serve my interests? It is said that a powerful dragon does not suppress the local snake. Moreover, Qixu is not merely a snake, but a flood dragon. His entire being radiates with a resplendent purple light, exuding an overwhelming presence, and should not be constrained by the emperor to such a degree. Could it be that he possesses some incriminating evidence in the emperor's hands? If I could also find leverage against him, my demands would transform from a request to an obligation. Daisher and Yuxuanshuang yearned to kneel and cling to Fang Zhongmia's legs, pleading with her to cease her thoughts. Did she not see that Qixu's smile was growing increasingly genial across the table? His hand had already extended towards the window, poised to issue a lethal command. In the next moment, the Qingfeng Tower would be engulfed in a tempest of arrows. As despair reached its zenith for Daisher and Yuxuanshuang, Fang Zhongmia's inner voice laughed softly, gradually revealing, I see now Dai and his treasury. There is a flicker of verdant energy. His kin have not perished entirely, as he still has a nephew remaining. Judging by appearances, he places great value on familial bonds, and this solitary nephew is likely his lifeblood. Yet this verdant energy is entwined with a black dragon's malevolence, rendering it indistinct. His nephew must be in the emperor's hands. It seems this is the method by which the emperor keeps Qishio under his thumb. If I could obtain a drop of Qishio's blood, I could assist him in reclaiming his nephew. Contemplating this, Fang Zhongmiao felt a profound sense of certainty. Qishio's eyes, laden with murderous intent, suddenly flickered, and his outstretched hand withdrew slowly. He then lifted the teapot, personally pouring a cup of tea for Fang Zhongmiao. With a meaningful tone, he remarked, "Regarding the titles, I can provide you with a clear path. But what will you offer in return?" Fang Zhongmiao feigned eagerness, inquiring, 9,000 years, what is this clear path you speak of? How should I repay you? Her inner voice carried a hint of arrogance, lazily drifting through the air. If you reclaim your nephew, you will owe me a significant favor. The onus is upon you to repay me, not the other way around. Understand who holds the power in this exchange. Qishio set down the teapot, leaning back against his chair, his deep-set eyes quietly fixed on Fang Zhongmiao. After a considerable pause, he unexpectedly chuckled with delight. This meeting had indeed taken him by surprise. He had not anticipated that Fang Qinzi's daughter would turn out to be such a wild spirit. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang hastily released their tightly clasped hands, quickly wiping the cold sweat from their faces. They were saved. They had walked through the gates of hell and emerged alive. My lord, you have created a miracle. Chapter 33, Speak to Shakana. Qishio gazed at Fang Zhongmiao for a while before stating, "Once the matter is accomplished, we shall discuss your recompense. I can guide you towards the clear path first." Fang Zhongmiao bowed respectfully. "Please, 9,000 years, enlighten me." Qishio rose, facing the window, and gazed towards the direction of the imperial city, gradually articulating, 3 years ago, His Majesty hastily relocated the capital to Linen, during which many treasures were lost along the way. Consequently, the palace was only partially constructed before funds ran dry. Fang Zhongmiao grasped the implication, responding, "You mean to say that I should provide the remaining funds so that His Majesty can complete the construction of the palace?" Qishio turned to her, affirming, "Precisely." Fang Zhongmiao inquired, "How much is still needed?" Qishio extended 4 fingers. Fang Zhongmiao speculated, 400 million taels of silver. Yu Shuangshuang nearly leapt in outrage upon hearing this point. 400 million taels? What nonsense! It wouldn't even cost that much to build a forbidden city. Are you extorting us? Yu Shuangshuang hurriedly tugged at Fang Zhongmiao's sleeve, shaking her head slightly. Fang Zhongmiao shot her a glance, understanding her message, and furrowed her brow, saying, 9,000 years, is 400 million taels not excessive? Her inner voice bore a hint of mockery, drifting through the air like a distant echo. The silver that passes from you to the emperor's hands, then through the hands of the Ministry of Revenue, only to trickle down to the Ministry of Works, will be siphoned at every level, with layers of embezzlement and exploitation. How much will the craftsman actually receive of 400 million taels? Will a mere 400,000 be allocated for the palace's construction? 400,000 taels would scarcely suffice to build a royal villa. In such a case, I, as the financier, would bear the blame for delays in construction. Moreover, should the palace remain incomplete, I would be compelled to continue providing funds, draining my resources endlessly. 9,000 years, do I appear as a fool to you? Her thoughts resonated with cold laughter imbued with arrogance, yet Fang Zhongmiao's face displayed a struggle of hesitation. Qishio had previously perceived Fang Zhongmiao as an exceedingly foolish woman, willingly leaping into a pit of flames, aware that Yufeian was a treacherous affair. Yet now, as he listened to her incisive analysis, his previous impression was entirely overturned. To thus see through the hidden traps within this proposal. Who could claim that Fang Zhongmiao lacked intelligence? Qishio's gaze lingered on Fang Zhongmiao's ethereal visage, and he spoke with significant depth. What I am asking you to purchase is the most precious commodity in the world. Naturally, the price is steep. Fang Zhongmiao leaned slightly forward, feigning curiosity as she inquired, "Oh, what is this most precious commodity in the world? I implore you, 9,000 years, to clarify." Qishio gestured towards the imperial city, whispering, "What I ask you to acquire is the emperor's heart. When the emperor is pleased, all things can be accomplished." Fang Zhongmiao pondered this for a moment, her expression shifting to one of sudden enlightenment. 9,000 years was indeed correct. The emperor's favor was the most elusive treasure. She had learned well, however. Her inner voice chuckled softly, laced with disdain. Spending 400 million taels to buy the emperor's fleeting joy is far less worthwhile than spending 400 million taels to procure his very head. To buy his happiness disgusts me. To buy his life brings me comfort. That is what I call value for money. Daisher's grip on her teacup tightened, resulting in a sharp crack as it shattered. Yu Shuangshuang inadvertently inhaled a peanut kernel through her nostril. My lord, we finally understand why the heavens have conspired against you. You have truly gone beyond the bounds of madness. Do you believe yourself to be the apex of the world? Qishio's gaze flickered slightly as he gently rubbed the ring on his finger, a low laugh escaping him. Fang Qinzi had indeed chosen a fitting name. Fang Zhongmiao was, without a doubt, a remarkable individual. She bore no fear of imperial authority. Should she find herself displeased, she would dare to slay the emperor. A subtle appreciation glimmered in Qishio's eyes, and the murderous intent he had long harbored began to dissipate unknowingly. Nevertheless, once his nephew was retrieved, he would still claim Feng Zhongmia's life, only the dead could keep secrets. Qishou smiled enigmatically, saying, "It is good that you can comprehend this, once you have amassed 40 million taels of silver. His Majesty shall undoubtedly summon you, the matter you seek is likely to succeed, with an odds of 8 or 9 out of 10. Feng Zhongmiao, with a gesture of gratitude, clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you 9,000 years for your guidance. On the day the silver is gathered, I wish to present it to His Majesty in person at the court. Might this be possible?" Qishou pondered for a moment before nodding. 40 million taels of silver is sufficient to unlock the gates of the Golden Throne Hall. On that day, I shall make the necessary arrangements for you. Feng Zhongmiao promptly rose, bowing deeply with both hands. Expressing his heartfelt gratitude, "Thank you 9,000 years for your planning. I offer my thanks in advance and shall return to express my gratitude once the matter is accomplished." Qishou waved his hand dismissively. "You are too courteous, the National Master has saved my life. Such a small favor is within my means to assist." However, at that moment, Feng Zhongmiao's inner thoughts drifted softly. 9,000 years, do you not realize that the most precious thing in this world is not the Emperor's heart? But the prevailing power. In the coming days, when I stand before the court, I do not seek to purchase the Emperor's favor, nor the praise of officials, nor a reputation. What I desire is to acquire the very momentum of the world. After a brief pause, her thoughts returned with an uncontainable arrogance. The world's momentum is vast and unstoppable. Those who align with it prosper, while those who oppose it perish. If the power does not reside within me, I shall create it, flowing with the current, with the universe at my command. Qishou leisurely lifted his teacup and took a sip, his downcast eyes flickering with a tide of thoughts. How could the momentum of the world be bought with money? Those who can create momentum are either celestial beings, powerful rulers, or millions of common folk. What makes Feng Zhongmiao believe that as a mere woman, she could achieve what divine beings could? Qishou had never felt such intense curiosity before. For a brief moment, he even considered that allowing Feng Zhongmiao to live until that time would not be without merit. He was eager to see how she would procure the world's momentum. Once the first matter was settled, Feng Zhongmiao refilled Qishou's teacup, secretly contemplating, "I should bring up the matter of his nephew now. Without sufficient leverage, he will not assist me in eliminating Yu Feiyan." Qishou's gaze darkened slightly, his emotions stirring. Feng Zhongmiao truly had a knack for shocking revelations. At first, she spoke of purchasing the Emperor's head, then the momentum of the world, and now she mentioned acquiring her husband's life. Could it be that Feng Qinzi had ventured into the underworld and raised the living king of hell? Qishou narrowed his eyes slightly, a fleeting smile vanishing just as quickly. It was no surprise that Yu Feiyan was still alive. That man had always had a streak of fortune and a robust life. As long as his nephew could return safely, eliminating him would merely be a matter of convenience. Feng Zhongmiao glanced at the young eunuch. Pondering, "I need to divert the Emperor's spies, only then can we discuss the subsequent matters." "Isn't the dish I ordered arriving shortly?" she inquired, glancing towards the door. Qishou also looked towards the entrance. And for some reason a playful thought crossed his mind: how to divert these spies. "I shall pretend not to know and observe how you perform." Chapter 34, A Life of Open Cards. The door to the private room swung open from the outside, and the waiter entered, placing 3 plates of pastries on the table. A few dishes were still simmering in the kitchen, and the waiter requested the guests to wait a moment. After closing the door, the waiter hurriedly departed. Feng Zhongmiao pushed the hawthorn cake towards Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang, gently saying, "This is delightfully tangy and sweet, do try it." The two picked up the pastry and tasted it, their faces scrunching up at the sourness. The unique aroma of hawthorn lingered in the air, whetting their appetites. The young eunuch stared at the bowls with longing, her favorite pine nut and date cake ignored beside her. She immediately reached for a piece of hawthorn cake and eagerly took a bite. The sweet and sour flavor burst on her tongue, igniting her appetite. Her eyes brightened, and with her other hand, she grabbed another piece of hawthorn cake, alternating bites, her lips dusted with crumbs, appearing both greedy and endearing. Qishou affectionately remarked, "Slow down, no one is competing with you. This is truly delicious," the young eunuch mumbled. Nodding her head, her words muffled and indistinct, she resembled an adorable puppy, evoking both affection and tenderness. Qishou watched her intently, his heart swirling with dark thoughts. The reason she garnered his affection was simply due to her face, which bore a striking resemblance to his brother, and now that face had been tainted. Even if he were to grind her to dust, it would not quell the fury within Qishou. "Enjoy it as much as you like," he encouraged, extending his long fingers to gently caress the young eunuch's soft, pale cheek. After all, it was the last meal, she must not be left hungry. The young eunuch blushed at his touch, her eyes shimmering with moisture. "Master, you should eat too," she urged, shoving a piece of cake into Qishou's hand. He held the pastry, smiling gently. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang exchanged disdainful glances, regarding Qishou's theatrics. He was as adept at feigning as their mistress. Feng Zhongmiao nibbled delicately on the pastry, pouring tea for the two young ladies. Her gaze danced playfully as she mused, 9,000 years, if I were to tell you that your disciple is a woman carrying the Emperor's child, I wonder if you could still smile." Qishou's smile faltered, and he could not help but pinch the bridge of his nose. As the young eunuch finished a plate of hawthorn cake, The waiter re-entered, placing a steamed bass on the table. Following Fong Zhongmiao's instruction to preserve its original flavor, the chef had only drizzled some hot oil and scallions over the fish, its rich aroma intertwined with a hint of the sea wafting through the air. Suddenly, the young eunuch covered her mouth and gagged. Everyone turned to look at her. She tried to hold back, but could not, and in front of everyone's gaze, she gagged several more times before hastily standing up. Mumbling, "Master, I'll be right back. You eat first." As the door swung open, her petite figure dashed out like a whirlwind. Fong Zhongmiao moved the pastries aside, straightened the bowls and chopsticks, and politely said, "Please, 9,000 years. Help yourself." Her thoughts danced lightly with amusement as she murmured, "Hasn't he the spy been successfully diverted?" It turned out she had already anticipated this step when ordering. She was more clever than one might expect. Qishio regarded her with an inscrutable glance, picking up his chopsticks to take a piece of fish, saying gently, "You may eat as well. Do not wait for my disciple, she has been having gastrointestinal discomfort lately." Often vomiting, he added. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang nodded in response, cautiously picking at the fish. Fong Zhongmiao selected the fish's eye and placed it in her bowl, her thoughts laced with teasing, "This fish I should be yours to eat. It will surely benefit your half-blind eyes." Qishio paused momentarily, his gaze darkening as he glanced across the table, suddenly stating, "Zhongmiao, you have grown up, care to share a few drinks with me?" Fong Zhongmiao was uncertain if she could drink, but such social engagements demanded it, and she could not refuse. She watched as Qishio ordered the strongest wine, filling her glass to the brim. To the smooth succession of the Ningyuan Marquis. Qishio proclaimed, downing a glass in one go. Fong Zhongmiao quickly raised her glass with both hands, following suit. To your deceased husband, Qishio continued, draining another glass. Fong Zhongmiao pinched her nose and downed her drink. "May all your future endeavors be successful," he remarked, his expression unchanged as he emptied his cup. Fong Zhongmiao trembled slightly as she lifted her glass, swaying as she brought it to her lips. Her cheeks flushed as she drank it all down. Her thoughts drifted hazily, "I cannot drink anymore. In my eyes, you now have 3 heads and 6 arms." Only then did Qishio set down his cup. Leaning back lazily in his chair, a contented chuckle escaping him. He detested socializing, yet to his surprise, engaging with Fong Zhongmiao was rather enjoyable. Afraid of becoming too intoxicated, she directly broached the topic, 9,000 years. "Your little disciple is the Emperor's spy, currently carrying the Emperor's child, and is a woman in disguise. Did you know?" Qishio feigned shock, his expression shifting slightly before he asked, "How did you come to know of this?" Fong Zhongmiao leaned back in her chair, her slender fingers gently tapping the table, responding softly, "Naturally, it was uncovered by my secret guards." Her thoughts carried a hint of cunning as they floated through the air. "What secret guards? My eyes surpass the world's finest intelligence networks. This is my trump card. How could I reveal it for you to see?" The Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang lowered their heads, biting their lips, their expressions peculiar. "Miss, do not be so pleased with yourself. You are playing all open cards. There are no hidden ones. If not for your constant good fortune, we would have perished hundreds of times." Qishio's ambiguous gaze swept over Fong Zhongmiao, his expression a mixture of amusement and contemplation. "The late emperor had 5 princes and 3 princesses. In terms of favoritism, none could compare to you. Even the carefully trained secret guards he was willing to grant you." Fong Zhongmiao appropriately displayed a look of gratitude and sorrow. She raised her intoxicated, watery eyes, lowering her voice, "I know where the emperor has hidden your nephew. My secret guards have been investigating, and recent news has just come in of finally addressing the matter that weighed heavily on his mind." Qishio's expression tightened. "Where is he? Without your blood, how could I know where he is?" Her thoughts floated through the air, yet Fong Zhongmiao did not answer. She stood up, feigning to leave. Qishio immediately stepped forward to block her, his once inscrutable face revealing genuine urgency and concern. He wanted to say, "If you need my blood, I shall give it to you, even if that drop of blood brings a curse upon me, endangering my life, as long as I can retrieve my nephew. I would willingly offer it." Fong Zhongmiao, revealing her intoxication, leaned forward. Qishio extended his arms to catch her. A chilling yet fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils, soothing his frantically beating heart. An indescribable sensation coursed through both his veins and mind. Qishio nearly believed that this was Fong Zhongmiao's ploy to entice him. Her fall appeared excessively deliberate. It was not that he was arrogant, even though he outwardly bore the identity of a eunuch. Countless women in the palace aspired to associate with him. At that moment, a whisper of thought floated by, "The essence of blood is in hand." Only then did Qishio feel a sharp pain in his wrist. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that a gem from Fong Zhongmiao's ring had fallen off, revealing the base beneath. As they embraced, a sharp corner of the base had cut into his skin, causing a few drops of blood to flow. Fong Zhongmiao quickly stepped back, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she apologized, then removed the blood-stained ring and placed it into the food box gifted by Qingfeng Tower, handing it to Daisher. Daisher deliberately raised the food box high, showcasing it to Xiu. Yu Shuangshuang provocatively flared her nostrils at Qishio, as if to say, "Our master intentionally made you bleed. What will you do about it?" Qishio truly found himself powerless. He glanced at his injured wrist and then at Fong Zhongmiao's rosy cheeks, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. Chapter 35, Pulling the Tiger's Skin. Fong Zhongmiao Having left Chisho's embrace steeped in the aroma of dragon's saliva, gently pressed her forehead, her body swaying. After merely 3 cups, she was intoxicated to the point of resembling a rain-soaked begonia. Chisho extended his hand to stop her, repeatedly inquiring, "Where exactly is my nephew? How would I know? I must take your blood back to conduct a divination. Why the rush? You're giving me a headache." The voice of thought, thick with inebriation, floated aimlessly. Fang Zhongmiao struggled to steady herself, unwilling to display any sign of weakness. She raised her eyes, glistening with moisture, and whispered, 9,000 years, even if I were to divulge the whereabouts of your nephew. Could you mobilize a considerable force to search for him? Such a grand display would surely attract the emperor's attention, would it not? The fervent scent of alcohol mingled with a cool ethereal fragrance? Wafting towards Chisho's face, causing him to frown slightly. He smirked dismissively, intending to boast of his ability to discreetly mobilize troops without arousing suspicion, only to find Fang Zhongmiao pointing toward the doorway. Striking a nerve point. 9,000 years, the emperor has spies right under your nose, and you remain utterly oblivious. Chisho's disdainful expression faltered for a moment, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Fang Zhongmiao gently pushed his shoulder, slowly walking toward the door, casually remarking, 9,000 years, you may simply wait patiently, my shadow guards will surely bring back the person you were so eager to find. Chisho retreated step by step, his exceptionally handsome face consistently aligned with Fang Zhongmiao's, his deep gaze surveying her intently. He could not deny that Fang Zhongmiao ignited his every curiosity. He had never encountered a woman quite like her. Just as Chisho's back pressed against the door, someone outside pulled it open. Master, what are you doing? The young eunuch stared wide-eyed, surveying the two, his expression subtly complexed. It was no wonder he wondered. As Fang Zhongmiao's hand rested upon Chisho's shoulder, with Chisho retreating in sync with her gentle pull, resembling a couple caught in a romantic entanglement, nothing, return to the palace, Chisho replied. Suppressing the slight ripple of emotion in his eyes, turning to leave, yet Fang Zhongmiao suddenly called out to him, 9,000 years, my coachman has other matters to attend to, and I have sent him ahead. Might I trouble you to escort me to the Imperial Street? I need to inspect the shops. The Imperial Street, funded by the royal treasury, was a main thoroughfare leading directly to the palace. Bustling with prosperity and throngs of people, it was but a small favor, and Chisho did not refuse. The group descended the stairs leisurely, arriving at the back alley. A luxurious carriage adorned with the insignia of the Ningyuan Marquisate was parked at the roadside. The coachman, hearing their footsteps, turned to greet his young mistress, only to be halted by her stern gaze. The coachman awkwardly scratched his nose, instinctively turning away. Chisho, gesturing toward the carriage with a smirk, remarked, this appears to be the carriage of the Ningyuan Marquisate. The voice of thought chuckled mischievously, I do not know this coachman named Lu Baotian. Fang Zhongmiao bypassed the Ningyuan Marquisate's carriage and climbed into Chisho's carriage. Standing tall and extending her hand toward him. 9,000 years, allow me to help you up. Chisho glanced at his own carriage, then at the coachman Lu Baotian, and, with a silent chuckle, grasped Fang Zhongmiao's hand. He was intrigued to see what this woman, with her audacious demeanor, intended to accomplish by insisting on riding in his carriage. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang also squeezed into the carriage, sitting beside Fang Zhongmiao. Their expressions bewildered. After emerging from Qingfeng Tower, they wished to keep a distance from Chisho, unable to fathom why their master had chosen to entangle herself with this formidable figure. The northern region was engulfed in chaos and war, while the south thrived in tranquil prosperity. Fang Zhongmiao lifted the carriage curtain to observe the bustling crowd outside. Unbeknownst to them, the carriage had already traversed onto the Imperial Street. Fang Zhongmiao lowered the curtain and said, I kindly ask 9,000 years to take me to Huaguang Pavilion. This was the most profitable establishment in Fang Zhongmiao's possession, dealing in jade, coral, pearls, agate, and gold and silver jewelry, with prime real estate, abundant supply, and innovative designs. It would not be an exaggeration to say it earned a fortune daily. Chisho's carriage gradually halted at the entrance of Huaguang Pavilion, where several luxurious carriages were also parked, and a group of noble women clad in embroidered robes strode confidently toward the shop. Surrounded by numerous servants, the shopkeeper personally came to greet them, bowing low with a face full of obsequious smiles. A man stood beside the shopkeeper, gently swaying a white jade bone fan. The bright yellow sash at his waist caught the sunlight, making it particularly conspicuous. Chisho cast a glance in that direction, his brows involuntarily raising. The individual was none other than Prince Jin. Prince Jin was known for his greed, cunning, and ruthlessness, and his presence here was no mere coincidence. Having fled to Linen in disgrace, even members of the royal family struggled to survive. This jewelry shop was a veritable treasure trove, and with Fang Zhongmiao being unprotected and lacking power, how could she safeguard such a vast enterprise? Chisho alighted from the carriage, casting a mocking glance back at Fang Zhongmiao, silently contemplating. Your troubles have come. Fang Zhongmiao emerged from the carriage, her cheeks flushed, her body swaying, revealing signs of inebriation. The voice of thought suddenly chuckled softly, murmuring, 9,000 years, I borrow your power for a moment. What? Before Chisho could ponder further, he saw Fang Zhongmiao sway forward. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her. only to find that she steadied herself at the last moment, lightly resting a hand on the back of his hand. In that moment, their actions were undeniably suggestive of Fang Zhongmiao stood regally, with an ethereal beauty and extraordinary demeanor. While Qi Xiu, positioned lower, resembled a eunuch supporting his mistress. Oh wait, he was indeed a eunuch. All eyes around them, both openly and covertly, were drawn toward the scene. Qi Xiu glanced at the noble women at the entrance and then at Fang Zhongmiao's delicate fingers resting on his hand. And upon reflection, he couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Well played, Fang Zhongmiao. You do not merely wish to hitch a ride in my carriage, you aim to utilize my prestige. Fang Zhongmiao, holding on to Qi Xiu, the chief scribe, commander of the Feiyu Guards and supreme leader of the Jinlong Guards, gracefully stepped down from the carriage. Noticing Prince Jin, she offered a slight nod acknowledging him. The white jade bone fan in Prince Jin's hand stilled. His sinister gaze fixed intently on Qi Xiu. Enraged, Qi Xiu was about to speak, intending to expose Fang Zhongmiao's scheme, when he heard her softly say, "This is far enough, 9,000 years, you may return. I shall attend to the matter entrusted by His Majesty." Qi Xiu was momentarily taken aback, his cold laughter transforming into a wry smile. Not only had she pulled his tiger's skin, but she also elevated her own standing in the emperor's eyes. Yet this statement rang true, rendering it irrefutable. In her pursuit of self-interest, there was no one Fang Zhongmiao hesitated to exploit. Qi Xiu regarded Fang Zhongmiao with a deep gaze, then nodded slightly at Prince Jin before making his way back to the palace. As he stepped into the carriage, he overheard a sigh drifting above him. I never expected Qi Xiu to be a master-level expert. Had I not touched his Qilin bone earlier, I might have fallen into his trap. Indeed, a master-level expert can return to simplicity, concealing their aura in the depths. Qi Xiu, since the emperor wishes to bind you with chains of kinship, stripping you of your dragon scales and severing your dragon horns, I shall remove your shackles and restore your dragon pearl, allowing you to soar through the clouds. We shall not be mere pawns in this chaotic world. Let us play a grand game instead. A strong surge of emotion darkened Qi Xiu's eyes. He turned to gaze deeply at Fang Zhongmiao, who stood by the roadside, bidding him farewell with a smile. 9,000 years, please take care. Qi Xiu unexpectedly smiled, raising his voice slightly. Madam, I reiterate, even in the absence of the loyal and valiant Marquis, you still have me. There is no need for you to worry in the days to come. Fang Zhongmiao paused, then knelt in a gesture of respect, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. Qi Xiu quietly regarded her for a moment before bending down to enter the carriage. Fang Zhongmiao watched him depart, only to find that Prince Jin had vanished from the shop's entrance. The shopkeeper, drenched in cold sweat, approached her. Those noble women, who had previously looked upon Fang Zhongmiao with disdain and ridicule, now wore stiff smiles, their expressions awkward. Who said that the loyal and valiant Marquis's death signaled the end of Fang Zhongmiao's good fortune? She had an even greater backing behind her. Chapter 36, an 8-year-old child. 5 years of work experience. Welcome, esteemed patron. Please ascend the stairs. Mind your step. A waitstaff, bring the finest dragon well tea. The shopkeeper nodded eagerly, leading Fang Zhongmiao and her companions to the top floor of Huaguang Pavilion. 3 cups of fragrant tea were placed on the table, the sunlight blazing outside, while 2 ice basins sat within the still warm room. Fang Zhongmiao lifted her cup, gently blowing away the steam, and straightforwardly stated, "Shopkeeper, I am here to audit the accounts. Please bring me the ledgers for the past 3 years." The shopkeeper, not hesitating, immediately responded, "Of course, esteemed patron, I will fetch them right away. The ledger is extensive, and it seems you will not be able to finish reviewing it today. Would you like me to send someone to deliver it to the so you may peruse it at your leisure?" This statement was made with utmost sincerity, subtly highlighting the manager's loyalty and integrity. Slightly raised her gaze, her eyes gliding over the manager's face, and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need to take it away. I shall examine it here." Her thoughts echoed coldly in the air. This individual's servant is entangled in a web of connections with outsiders, exhibiting no loyalty to his master. He hoards wealth like a greedy wolf. A brazen and cunning rogue. It seems my shop has long since become his personal property. Does he even deliver a tenth of the actual profits to thee each month? The accounts must surely be fraudulent, crafted so seamlessly that even if I were to scrutinize them for 3 days and nights, I would likely uncover no flaw. Thus, he dares to agree so readily. Liquid eyes flickered towards the side, glancing at her thoughts light-heartedly, murmuring, "However, these matters are not for me to ponder. Little fish, whether you can overcome the manager's scrutiny is the challenge I present to you. I can offer you opportunities, pave your way, and even support you in establishing your own venture, yet, your destiny remains for you to seize." Who had been slouched in her chair, suddenly straightened her back, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. Here it comes, the challenge from has finally arrived. She had suspected this all along. First, a grand vision, then hurdles to overcome, and ultimately, to be put to work like a mule. This was the adept technique every shrewd boss mastered. But wait, what on earth is little fish? Do you have a penchant for nicknaming people? Felt both anxious and expectant, unable to resist rubbing her damp palms together. Shot a jealous glare at. Why would the lady bestow a nickname upon this pretentious woman? She is no little fish. She is an old catfish. As the group exchanged glances, the manager summoned assistants to bring in stacks of ledgers meticulously arranged upon the table. Master, would you prefer to start with the most recent entries or those from 3 years past? He inquired respectfully. Casually picked up a ledger and began to flip through it, her delicate brows furrowing slowly. To be honest, I cannot comprehend this, she sighed, closing the ledger with a note of resignation. The manager's expression transformed to one of surprise, though a glimmer of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. With a hearty laugh, he suggested, perhaps I could fetch a few experienced accountants from outside to assist you? Rest assured, they were formerly clerks in the Ministry of Revenue. After the capital was relocated to Linen, a new batch of officials was appointed, and they lost their means of livelihood. They possess genuine skills. So you need not worry. Waved her hand, her eyes already glistening with tears. Before she spoke, she quickly lowered her head, using a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. This was the first time Anne had witnessed her display such vulnerability. Their eyes widening in disbelief, what could have caused their mistress to suddenly weep? This was far from her usual demeanor. The manager, filled with concern, asked, Master, what troubles you? Took a few deep breaths before lifting her tear-streaked gaze. Her voice slightly choked as she spoke. Many have set their sights on our shop, have they not? The manager hesitated for a moment, then his expression shifted to one of helplessness. He shook his head, letting out a long sigh without providing an answer, yet his silence conveyed everything. Lowered her head once more, wiping away her tears. Confusion and sorrow etched upon her face, if not for her inner thoughts being audible. And might have assumed she was a mere parasite, incapable of survival without others. Her acting was so lifelike, it was utterly convincing. The manager's vigilance dissipated, gradually replaced by a hint of pity. As he gazed upon its exquisite visage, unsavory and lascivious thoughts began to surface. The manager unconsciously licked his lips, his gaze becoming lewd. His fists clenched tightly. Patted the back of his hand, casting a calming glance her way. With her eyes still reddened, looked out the window, her gaze vacant as she murmured, ever since the death of the loyal and brave Marquis, I have known my good days are numbered. As a widow, utterly alone and devoid of power, how can I safeguard this immense fortune? To them, I am but a piece of meat. The manager sighed at an opportune moment, pulling out a handkerchief from his bosom, intending to offer it to. In doing so, it could be deemed a private transaction, perhaps even an opportunity to touch her delicate hand, but unexpectedly, S. next words shattered all his lascivious thoughts like a thunderclap. The Emperor demands 40 million taels of silver from me. The manager's eyes widened in terror. 40 million, even if I were to extract every last coin from shop for a lifetime, that sum remains unfathomable. 40 million, the manager stuttered as he spoke, S. eyes brimmed with tears, her voice tinged with helplessness and fear. Indeed, 40 million, I do not know what the Emperor requires such a vast amount for, nor do I dare to inquire. This 40 million may very well be my ransom. The manager's eyes glazed over as he calculated. 40 million, even if all the shops under the master's name were sold, it would likely not suffice to meet that figure. To buy back one's life was an impossibility. Unless the master were to part with her entire dowry, the shop was on the verge of collapse. No, I must make a fortune before that happens. The manager's thoughts spiraled into greed just then. Wiped her reddened eyes and dropped another bombshell. This 40 million is also your ransom. Should the Emperor's wishes not be fulfilled, you too shall face the consequences of confiscation and extermination. The manager collapsed into his chair, recalling the fate of the Chow family, the royal merchants. Yes, it was precisely because they were reluctant to pay the Emperor for the construction of the star-gathering tower that they were annihilated. Their heads rolling, and not a single one of their dogs left alive. From the highest-ranked concubine to the lowest servant, all were slain. No wonder the Emperor personally escorted the master to Huaguang Pavilion. There was profit to be made. No wonder she claimed that the Emperor's matters would be settled promptly. So it was. The manager felt lightheaded, cold sweat pouring down his brow, having embezzled so much silver. Would he too be implicated by the Emperor? If the master could not gather 40 million, those involved would surely not escape. The Emperor is a ruthless specter, devouring souls without leaving a trace. The more he thought, the more terrified he became, his face visibly paling. Having set the stage, finally spoke with resignation, I cannot decipher these ledgers. The one coming to audit today is she. The dazed manager followed pointing finger and his eyes widened instantly. She is here to audit, master. Are you certain? Is she not merely a 7 or 8-year-old child? Can she even count to 3? Feigned fear, glancing at, and said, I know you do not believe it, nor do I. But the Emperor instructed me to hand over all the shop's ledgers for her examination, and I dare not defy him. She paused for a moment, then softly added, the Emperor also mentioned that this little girl is a prodigy. Having engaged with mathematics at 2, and secretly examined the accounts of various departments at 3, earning her the moniker Death Ghost, now she possesses 5 years of auditing experience, nurtured with great effort by the Emperor. You ought to allow her to examine these ledgers. The manager was dumbfounded. An 8-year-old with 5 years of experience, such a phenomenon exists in the world, felt completely dazed, her expression blank. At that moment, A whisper floated into her ear. "Little fish, it's your turn now, please do not let me boast only to fall flat on my face." Shivered, her mind clearing instantly. This was the exhilarating sensation she had long sought after as a character in a novel. The identity and background her master had fabricated for her were truly impressive. She couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 37, resolving all matters in one go. With her short legs, hopped down from her chair, hands clasped behind her back, and stepped forward with a purposeful gait towards the table. She cast a sidelong glance at the manager, her gaze icy. The manager, half convinced, met her stare, his heart pounding slightly. Felt a twinge of nerves. She understood that if she did not deliver a profound shock to this old man, reducing him to a state of utter defeat, her master's elaborate performance would be in vain. However, auditing accounts is a meticulous task that cannot unveil fatal flaws in a brief span. To knock the old rogue down in one fell swoop would not be easy. What should she do? Beads of sweat formed in her palms, yet her face remained composed as she casually picked up a ledger. Flipping through its pages, upon deciphering the text, an overwhelming surprise surged within her, and with a fierce glint in her eyes, she hurled the ledger to the ground. The loud thud caused the manager's face to twitch. Feigned panic glancing over. Yes, curiosity was piqued completely. Circled around the round table, positioning herself beside the manager, her gaze fixed intently on his sweating face as she stated, word by word, "Madam, there is no need to audit these accounts." Quickly inquired, "Why not?" Pointed her toe at the open ledger on the floor, snorting coldly. "The figures in the ledger employ simplified numerals. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 100 1000 10,000 easily altered. A stroke can change 1 to 2, an additional stroke can transform 2 into 3. A stroke above 10 can convert it to 1,000, a stroke beneath can make it 7. Circled the manager slowly, her eyes sharp as blades, her tone as frigid as ice. "Madam, may I ask what necessity remains for auditing such ledgers?" The manager never imagined that his ruse would be seen through by an 8-year-old girl in a single glance, his teeth chattering involuntarily, yet he still sought to resist, exclaiming, "Master, I am wronged." The little steward merely touched his lips together, and all of a sudden, I was cast as the villain. "The account books are pristine, without a single issue. Any alterations are clearly discernible." "Dear master," Yu Shuangchuang resolutely refused to follow his line of reasoning. Nor did she bother to prove where the changes lay. She coldly remarked, "Years ago, I had already informed Zhu Chengsui that accounts must not employ abbreviated numerals but must be written in full. Any ledgers composed with abbreviated numerals will be treated as fraudulent." In fact, this regulation was proposed by the Ming Dynasty Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. Prior to the Ming Dynasty, the ease with which accounts could be falsified was precisely due to this practice. I never imagined the great Zhou would follow suit as well. Upon hearing Zhu Chengsui's name, the steward dared not utter a word in defense. That was the customary practice employed in the Yamen and even within the Internal Affairs Office, used to keep him in check without question. Moreover, this regulation is astoundingly precise and remarkably insightful. Which accountant would dare to claim it as flawed? Yu Shuangchuang's behavior clearly demonstrated that the master had not exaggerated. Those under Zhu Chengsui's command, even a mere child, are by no means ordinary. The steward grew increasingly anxious. He witnessed the 8-year-old girl swiftly wielding a brush, inscribing a ledger with remarkable speed, meticulously outlining a table that categorized expenditures, incomes, losses, and profits, each item clearly delineated. Such a format for account books was something the steward had never encountered before, yet, being well versed in the subject, how could he fail to recognize the formidable nature of this new style of bookkeeping? A cursed soul, indeed, a cursed soul. It seems they only misidentified the name, never the moniker. To cultivate such a prodigy by the age of 2, Zhu Chengsui is unfathomable. The depths of the royal lineage are equally inscrutable. This further reveals the extent to which the emperor covets Fang Zhongmiao's properties. Sending such individuals to audit the accounts means they intend to extract every last coin from Fang Zhongmiao. The steward was rendered utterly terrified by his own imagination, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he clutched the ledger. Wai Yu Shuangchuang slowly approached him, her emotionless, icy gaze fixed upon him, and stated, "This is my invention. A new style of ledger, which will soon be implemented nationwide. Do you believe someone like me could be deceived by your petty tricks? Even without this ledger, I possess numerous methods to uncover your crimes. Pray that the shops providing your raw materials also conspire with you in your fraudulent practices. If you fail to procure funds, Zhu Chengsui would not hesitate to collect a few heads as interest." At that moment, the steward's heart shattered completely. He suddenly knelt, bowing his head repeatedly, and cried out, "Master, I was wrong. Please save me. I will return all the silver I have embezzled over the years. I implore you to speak a few good words on my behalf before Zhu Chengsui and the emperor." "I do not wish to die." Fang Zhongmiao, holding a cup in her hand, let it crash to the ground, shattering into pieces. With reddened eyes, she gazed at the steward, heartbroken, and asked, "Did you truly falsify the accounts?" The steward continued to bow his head in supplication. "Master, I have an elderly parent and young children. If I die, what will become of them? Master, I know you possess a kind heart. Grant me mercy this once. I will return every last coin, not a single penny less." Fang Zhongmiao was momentarily stunned, then turned to Yu Shuangchuang with pleading eyes. Wai Yu Shuangchuang, with hands clasped behind her back, walked around the steward, Coldly stating, "If you cannot make up the deficit of 40 million, none of you shall fare well." Of Fang Zhongmiao hurriedly replied, "We can make up the amount. We can indeed. Please convey to Zhichengsui that we require some additional time." Pressing too urgently may backfire. Yu Shuangshuang returned to her seat with a cold snort. The steward, collapsing to the ground, exhaled deeply. Fang Zhongmiao, feeling pity, cast a glance at him and said helplessly, "You must inform the other stewards of today's events, urging them to rectify their shortcomings and avoid causing any calamity. The deadline for submitting store profits is approaching. Do not send the silver to my mother-in-law's place. I will open another route for you to transport the silver directly to my courtyard with horse-drawn carts." Whether the Ningyuan Marquis' residence thrives or falls will hinge on this matter. Any steward wishing to flee may do so. I will not pursue, for Zhichengsui will take care of it. The steward nodded repeatedly, cold sweat pouring from him. With the northern turmoil and the south under Zhichensui's control, where could the other stewards escape? To speak frankly, even if those 40 million taels of silver fell into the hands of the King of Hell, Zhichengsui could still reclaim it. That man is notoriously known for valuing money over life. A wealthy gentry who crossed south with the emperor, who among them has not been skinned by him? "Master, I will relay your message, master. Do not hold back. Take as much as you can. Preserving your life is paramount." The steward could not help but urge Fang Zhongmiao. Her eyes reddened, shook her head and cast a wary glance at Yu Shuangshuang, weakly saying, "You go and gather the silver. I must take my leave. If the Marquis were still here, I would not." With a sorrowful sigh, Fang Zhongmiao walked away, her heart's voice drifting lazily through the air. "If this matter reaches Qishou's ears, he will be quite pleased, for he needs this silver to curry favor with the emperor. If this matter reaches the emperor's ears, he will be overjoyed, for he urgently requires funds to sustain his lavish lifestyle. If this news spreads throughout Linen City, no one will dare touch my properties." Princes, dukes, and nobles, regardless of your power or influence, would you dare to snatch silver from the emperor's coffers? "I will undoubtedly provide the 40 million. But what is purchased is not for the emperor or Zhichengsui to dictate. Only I know that raising funds for the emperor is merely a half-truth, half-lie. This time, I severed the greed of outsiders. This time, I cleaned up my own properties. This time, I cut off my in-laws' income, monopolizing fiscal authority. Managing the household, striving for survival, and rising against the odds. How difficult can it be? It's merely this." With these thoughts, Fang Zhongmiao lowered her head, wiping away the tears that still flowed, presenting a pitiful image of fragility, as if entirely at the mercy of others. Yu Shuangshuang was truly impressed. With such a weak exterior and a fiercely ambitious heart, who else could compare to Fang Zhongmiao? Yu Shuangshuang prided herself on her commercial acumen, yet in the art of scheming, manipulating, and navigating treacherous waters, she felt herself to be a mere novice compared to Fang Zhongmiao. Daisher followed closely behind her mistress, her eyes filled with admiration. She had thought that inspecting hundreds or even thousands of shops would take the better part of a year, and taming the stewards would be a Herculean task. To her astonishment, within a mere quarter of an hour, her mistress had resolved everything and even reclaimed all the embezzled funds in one fell swoop. Her mistress was truly extraordinary. Chapter 38, The late emperor's treasury. Exiting from Huaguan Pavilion, it was already noon. Fang Zhongmiao led Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang into the carriage heading back to the residence. "I shall present this ledger to Zhichengsui, transforming your deceit into reality. Do you have any objections?" Fang Zhongmiao inquired, holding the hastily drawn table. Yu Shuangshuang quickly shook her head. "Young mistress, I have no objections." Fang Zhongmiao was quite pleased with her response and promised, "I will advocate for you. Your reward shall not be lacking." Yu Shuangshuang, well aware of her mistress's character, expressed her gratitude profusely. The events of the day were enough to leave her astounded. She had thought she would perish at Qingfeng Tower, yet her mistress had safely guided them out. She had assumed that inspecting the properties would involve visiting one shop after another, dealing with numerous cunning stewards. But her mistress had resolved all troubles with a mere performance, when her mistress vowed to spare no effort to pave the way for her, enabling her to quickly grasp the management of the properties. That promise was not an empty one. From now on, wherever she went to inspect, the stewards would be obedient and respectful. At just 8 years of age, under normal circumstances, no one would wish to serve her. Yet her prestige and face had been thoroughly established by her mistress. Sometimes, the choice is more crucial than strength when aiming for the pinnacle of life. After this experience, Yu Shuangshuang was utterly devoted to Fang Zhongmiao. Fang Zhongmiao affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling, "When you turn 18, if you wish to establish your own business, I can grant you a share of the properties. The more you earn, the more you shall receive. Just work hard." Yu Shuangshuang clenched her fists, resolutely replying, "Young mistress, just you wait. I will not disappoint you." How audacious to tempt her with company shares. In the future, the Fang family enterprise would be her home. Daisher pursed her lips, about to make a snide remark, when Fang Zhongmiao again ruffled her hair and gently whispered, "Little stone, you have just a year until you turn 18. I will arrange a business for you." Daisher quickly wrapped her arms around her mistress's, nervously stating, "Mistress, I do not want a business. I only wish to follow you." Fang Zhongmiao shook her head. Considering it merely a child's whim. Upon returning to the Ningyuan Marquis's residence, after a brief rest, Fang Zhongmiao summoned the steward to assign tasks. She walked around the Zijou pavilion, pointing at the exterior wall. Tear down this wall and build a door that connects directly to the outside. The door should be wider than the main entrance, without a threshold or steps, allowing two carriages to pass side by side. She then pointed to a distant, secluded courtyard. Demolish this courtyard and construct a private school, so that the children of the clan may have a place to study in the future. 50 craftsmen will not suffice, hire 100. I want it completed as soon as possible. The steward nodded repeatedly. Inwardly noting her commands, he had vaguely heard some rumors and naturally dared not inquire further about the reasons to in this time of peril. The young mistress was willing to allocate funds for the clan to build a private school. Showing herself to be a diligent and conscientious matriarch, the steward felt both admiration and anxiety. His thoughts scattered. Fang Zhongmiao returned to the parlor and asked Daisher, "Can you work as a plasterer?" Daisher was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Mistress, do you want me to help build the private school?" Fang Zhongmiao shook her head and replied, "No, let us prepare a greater quantity of bricks and stones to partition the cellar into a private chamber specifically for storing silver. All other treasures should be sealed away." Daisher, puzzled, inquired, "Miss, why do you wish for this?" Fang Zhongmiao merely shook her head, smiling without a word. Daisher glanced towards the sky, hearing no inner voice, and thus dared not press further. Outside in the courtyard, Zhang Yuro was leading 3 young boys in a game of cuju.to prevent the children from becoming thirsty. 3 small water bottles crafted from bamboo were placed nearby on the corridor. Her melodious laughter intertwined with the joyful shouts of the children, creating a symphony that delighted the heart. It must be said that in terms of adapting to her surroundings, Zhang Yuro was truly a gifted individual. Even though her reputation was utterly tarnished, she managed to live without a care in the world. Yu Shuangshuang entered from outside, taking a seat on a nearby chair, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the vibrant scene within the courtyard. Zhang Yuro, capable of earning her trust, was indeed a commendable mother. The man merely exhibited a slight greed for wealth, a touch of laziness, a hint of lechery, a streak of malice, and a degree of preference for sons over daughters. Reflecting on this, Yu Shuangshuang felt a twinge of dark humor. She turned her head to glance back, her pupils instantly constricting. To her astonishment, Fang Zhongmiao was perusing the treasure map. Was she courting danger? Such a precious item should be examined in solitude at night, with an oil lamp lit, squinting through a magnifying glass, scrutinizing it inch by inch. Fang, you are truly fearless. Fang Zhongmiao, having cast only a fleeting glance, began to chuckle softly. This is the location of the former emperor's treasury. Look here. To everyone's shock, she tossed the treasure map onto the table. Daisher promptly took hold of it, her gaze vigilant as she surveyed the surroundings. Yu Shuangshuang leaned into Daisher's embrace for a better look. The imperial palace of the capital, she exclaimed in astonishment, quickly covering her mouth. Daisher, looking down, was equally stunned. Fang Zhongmiao gently tapped the table with her index finger, murmuring, "The most perilous location is also the safest. The former emperor outwitted everyone. This is not a treasure map, but a schematic of traps. The former emperor's treasury lies beneath the palace. My father employed the art of Chimenduanjia to set up countless mechanisms. There are 999 dead ends, with only one path to life. If we cannot pinpoint the correct entrance, the entire treasury will sink into the underground river, lost forever." Daisher, feeling anxious, asked, "Miss, the capital has already been seized by the barbarians, and the palace has become the private residence of the barbarian king. Will the treasury not be discovered?" Fang Zhongmiao shook her head, responding, "No, it will not. The art of Chimenduanjia can ensnare spirits and conceal celestial secrets. The barbarians are illiterate in Han script and unfamiliar with Taoist philosophy. Even if given a century, they would remain oblivious to the palace's secrets." Yu Shuangshuang, recalling something, could not help but murmur, "No wonder in the stories, Yu Feiyan led 200,000 loyal troops, risking everything to reclaim the capital. His devoted subordinates wished to fight in his stead. Yet he would not allow it, spouting nonsense about leading from the front. It turns out he was after this treasure. Shortly after retaking the capital, he rapidly expanded his army, vanquished the barbarians, unified this realm, and became the king of kings. Yu Shuangshuang spat derisively, cursing, "A scoundrel who dines on the bones of the dead." Fang Zhongmiao closed her eyes in contemplation, reflecting, "My fortune, the fortunes of the remaining hidden dragons, and even the destiny of the great Zhou have all been seized by Yu Feiyan. If he cannot ascend to be the king of kings, he is utterly useless. He has a formidable advisor behind him. Our mortal enemy. At this juncture, Fang Zhongmiao felt a sense of urgency. Opening her eyes, she commanded, "Bring me that ring, wash away the blood upon it, and let us seek out the nephew of the 9,000 years. Trust me, only the 9,000 years can eliminate Yu Feiyan." Daisher hastily went to retrieve the ring. While Yu Shuangshuang leaned closer to Fang Zhongmiao, whispering, "Young madam, I am at least Yu Feiyan's own daughter. If he were to become emperor, perhaps I could become a princess. Do you truly trust me so?" Fang Zhongmiao fixed her gaze upon her and asked, "Can Yu Feiyan grant you an independent status?" The freedom to choose your marriage, and a life free from control. If he could, I would send you to his side at once. Yu Xuanchuan pondered this, shaking her head fervently. I want to go. I will follow you for the rest of my life, young madam. In the original text, Yufeian was depicted as a heartless libertine, treating his wives and children as mere instruments for consolidating power. When others coveted his concubines, he not only remained unperturbed but also facilitated clandestine meetings for them. When court officials proposed marrying a princess to secure alliances, he agreed without a second thought. Who would willingly be his daughter? Contemplating this, Yu Xuanchuan leaned into Fang Zhongmiao's ear, speaking earnestly. Young madam, I shall help you rewrite the original story. I want you to be the grand heroine, when the time comes. You shall feast while I savor the broth. Fang Zhongmiao affectionately ruffled the young girl's hair, her thoughts drifting lightly in the air. A grand heroine, that seems a delightful term, but I would prefer to be the player in the grand game of the universe. The primordial deity of the world's dojo. Yu Xuanchuan was momentarily taken aback, then silently gave a thumbs up in her heart. Fang, in terms of arrogance, you reign supreme. Chapter 39, Cold-Hearted and Ruthless. 9,000 years. Not long after Qixio returned to the palace, a shadowy guard stealthily entered his chamber, presenting a confidential letter. Master, this is a record of Fang Zhongmiao's movements within Huaguan Pavilion. Please take a look. Qixio accepted the letter, glancing over it before bursting into laughter. What a splendid performance. Once this news spreads, who would dare lay a finger on Fang Zhongmiao's possessions, without Yufeian? She still walks freely in Linen City, such an intriguing person, were it not for her realizing he could neither speak nor write about his innermost thoughts. Qixio's amusement only grew. He murmured, such an intriguing person. I truly cannot bear to kill her. Yet, as much as he hesitated, Fang Zhongmiao must meet her demise. What if others learned of his greatest secret from her thoughts? What if Zhao Zhang could also hear her inner voice? The matter would spiral out of control. Thus, even if he were to retrieve his nephew, Qixio could not grant Fang Zhongmiao the opportunity to present herself before him. Fang Zhongmiao must die. With a cold glint in his eyes, Qixio's lips curled into a gentle smile. He gestured to the shadowy guard, commanding, go to the Ningyuan Marquis' residence and deliver a message to the maid named Daishir. Inform her to keep a close watch over her mistress and refrain from harboring any inappropriate. Zhao Zhang felt a sudden stir in his heart and promptly pushed her away. Urging, then hasten to the Li Manor, obtain the secret of Qixio, and come back to report to me immediately. Lin Baoer understood the urgency of the matter and quickly adjusted her attire before departing in haste. Just as she exited the palace gates and reached the spot where the carriage was parked, a wild dog unexpectedly dashed out from a nearby dark alley, lunging at her with the intent to bite. She screamed and attempted to shield herself, only to fall to the ground. The foul breath of the wild dog, with its gaping maw, was mere inches from her face, its sharp teeth glimmering ominously. Fortunately, a coachman rushed over to, jamming 2 fingers into the dog's eyes, effectively blinding it. The wild dog howled in agony, spinning blindly in place. The coachman seized a club and struck the animal dead, spitting contemptuously as he did so. Turning back, he softened his expression and patiently reassured her, do not be afraid, young master, it is over now. Such a mad dog will not release its grip once it bites. Kicking or striking it is futile. When it bites, its eyes are closest to you, and thus most vulnerable. Simply poke your fingers into its eye sockets. Outside the city gates, a multitude of refugees had gathered, with daily fatalities due to starvation. The wild dogs, drawn by the stench of decay, would often dig holes to burrow into the city. Those that had tasted human flesh were particularly vicious. Remember this technique, and you may save yourself in the future. Tears welling in her eyes, Lin Baoer nodded, silently committing his words to memory. She also noticed an increase in the number of wild dogs within the city, their green eyes appearing quite menacing. The coachman delivered Lin Baoer to the Li Manor. Since it was a reward from the Empress to her brother, the young master of the Li family personally came to the front courtyard to accept the gift. Even slipping Lin Baoer a rather hefty purse. As she accepted the purse, she felt a light pinch on her fingers, causing her expression to darken. She was aware that the young master was a lecherous man. Indulging in all manner of debauchery, however, she dared not protest, offering a foolish smile as she attempted to leave. Unexpectedly, a surge of force struck her hat from above, sending it tumbling. Her cascading locks of dark hair fell over her shoulders, releasing a faint fragrance, while her exquisitely beautiful face glowed in the setting sun. The young master's eyes widened in lustful fixation, a surge of heat rising within him, driven by base desires. Realizing his unsettling demeanor, Lin Baoer hurriedly fled towards the courtyard exit. The young master lunged after her, overpowering her into the nearby bushes, swiftly tearing at her clothing while emitting vile laughter. The servants, accustomed to such sights, averted their gazes. Even the granddaughter of a second-rank official had not been spared from the young master's depravity. Later, the empress would weep and wail before the emperor, and the young master would face no repercussions. After all, she was merely a eunuch, who would care about her life or death. Lin Baoer cried out in desperation, yet could only watch as one servant after another scurried past her on the side path. In this Li manner, she was forsaken by heaven and earth. I am the emperoress woman, I carry the emperoress dragon seed, do not touch me. She could only scream her greatest secret. As the young master tore at her clothing and discovered the bindings around her chest and abdomen, he was forced to accept this ridiculous truth. However, he shared the same bloodline and upbringing as the Empress. Both being utterly wicked and selfish, brazen in their audacity, the Empress had never been pregnant. How dare this pretender seize the opportunity? What of the dragon seed? I will claim it as my own. The young master sneered grotesquely, seizing Lin Baoer's hands while leaning down to bite at her neck. Seeing his greenish eyes, Lin Baoer was reminded of that previous wild dog. The coachman's words inexplicably echoed in her mind, growing louder. Poke its eyes, blind it, then it cannot harm you any further. Tempted by this advice, Lin Baoer lifted her head and forcefully struck the young master's head. He cried out in pain, releasing her hands just as she thrust her fingers into his eye sockets. A piercing scream finally attracted the attention of the household servants, who quickly surrounded Lin Baoer. Beating her mercilessly, blood poured from her body, and ultimately she lost the child within her womb. The young master, now blind, was driven into a frenzy, commanding that Lin Baoer be beaten to death on the spot. I am blind, father, mother, send word to my sister. I want this eunuch's entire family dead. I can no longer become the minister of revenue. My life is ruined, the young master howled in anguish before bursting into tears. That night, chaos erupted within the palace. Chapter 40. Witnessed the performance. Zhao Zhang sat brooding on a soft couch, his nightclothes loosely draped, revealing his robust chest, his long hair disheveled, a disheveled appearance. His eyes glinted with bloodshot fury. An aura of menace surrounding him, teetering on the brink of rage. He had just received the news that Lin Baoer, that worthless girl, had met her demise at the hands of the Li family's spawn. Death was one matter, but she had proclaimed herself the emperor's woman, bearing his dragon seed. The empress was arrogant and overbearing, and her brother was a villain. This spoke volumes about the Li family's upbringing. With many witnesses present, the two elderly figures of the Li family could not contain the matter, which swiftly spread that very night. Qi Xiu, with his ears to the ground, almost immediately learned of the incident and rushed to the Li manor to witness Lin Baoer's lifeless body for himself. By the time Zhao Zhang received word from his hidden guards, it was already too late. The attempt to quietly erase this event had become impossible. A beam of moonlight penetrated the window, and in the distance fireflies flickered, casting a chilling ambience. Qi Xiu cradled a mangled corpse in his arms, kicking open the door barring his way and striding into the emperor's chamber, hearing two anguished cries from outside. Zhao Zhang merely lifted his eyelids, not at all surprised. His most cherished and adored disciple, a woman, had been placed as his eyes and ears, and now she bore the emperor's dragon seed. Qi Xiu was likely beside himself with rage. For him, this was an unparalleled humiliation, yet Zhao Zhang was unaware of Lin Baoer's pregnancy. Had he known, he would have long since granted her a potion to induce miscarriage. Ensuring that ambitious woman's efforts were in vain, did he truly believe that anyone could be worthy of bearing the dragon seed? Just a lowly thing, Zhao Zhang snorted coldly, his expression growing slightly sinister. As footsteps drew nearer, he raised his gaze. Qi Xiu, clad in a vivid red robe stained with blood, clutched the mangled body as if unable to let go. His emotions ran deep. Aside from his nephew, Lin Baoer was also an excellent pawn to keep him in check. Unfortunately, the game was now in ruins. As Zhao Zhang's eyes flickered, the flames of his anger nearly uncontainable. Qi Xiu gently laid down Lin Baoer, staring intently at the emperor, demanding, "Your Majesty, will you not provide me with an explanation?" Zhao Zhang's cold visage suddenly broke into a smile, spreading his hands in a dismissive gesture. "Qi Xiu, as you can see, you seek an explanation from me, you, a mere dog servant. Do you feel worthy?" The Qi Xiu's jaw tightened momentarily, seemingly suppressing his emotions. He quickly composed himself, kneeling partially, and spoke deliberately. "To violate a palace servant, to harm the dragon heir, to disdain imperial authority, this is a crime deserving of extermination. I beseech your Majesty to issue a decree for severe punishment." Zhao Zhang slowly approached, using his toe to prod at Lin Baoer's bloodied corpse. Speaking in a nonchalant tone, "One is my in-laws, the other is my plaything. Qi Xiu, which do you consider more important?" Qi Xiu merely bowed his head, clasping his hands, offering no response. If he were to press this issue, instigating the censors to vehemently condemn the Li family and even attack the emperor's favored courtiers, Zhao Zhang would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Zhao Zhang's face darkened, fury boiling within him. Damn that wretched woman, damn that abominable spawn, incompetent in success, proficient in failure. After a moment, seeing Qi Xiu still kneeling resolutely, Zhao Zhang was forced to relent. "The list of new officials you submitted last time, I have approved it all. You may also decide on the candidate for Minister of Revenue." Rise. Qi Xiu remained kneeling, his slightly raised gaze shimmering with a terrifying bloodlust. He repeated, "I implore your Majesty to issue a decree for severe punishment, to deliver justice for the deceased." It seemed that his affection for Lin Baoer ran profoundly deep. Had it not been for this incident, how many secrets could Zhao Zhang have unearthed through her? Qi Xiu was astute and ruthless. Even the thickest ropes tied around his neck would not guarantee safety. Thus, Zhao Zhang was constantly calculating against him. He even suspected that Qi Xiu's identity as a eunuch was a facade. Hence the deployment of a female spy. Just as Qi Xiu was about to step into the lethal snare, the situation unraveled at the last moment. Zhao Zhang's frustration mounted, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. He leaned in and whispered, Chisho, do not push your luck, you can only choose one, Lin Bao or your nephew. Chisho slowly raised his head, his gaze as dark and unfathomable as a whirlpool. Confronted with his menacing eyes, Zhao Zhang quickly straightened, daring not to maintain eye contact. This fierce tiger was still within his control, yet the danger grew by the day as Zhao Zhang, feeling agitated, barked, dog servant, make your choice and be gone. Chisho lifted Lin Bao's lifeless body, striding out of the chamber without a backward glance, stating, I am feeling unwell, unable to rise from my bed, and request leave for several days. I hope your majesty will grant it. This was a clear declaration of anger, a resignation from responsibilities. With so many affairs to attend to, who would manage them? Zhao Zhang glared at his retreating figure, breathing heavily, his eyes reddening. Just then, the empress entered unannounced. Weeping, your majesty, my brother. A resounding slap echoed as Zhao Zhang struck the empress, sending her tumbling to the ground. He advanced and kicked her several times before lunging forward to tear at her garments. Biting like a beast, the empress's screams pierced the heavens. Chisho departed the palace directly, changing carriages several times along the way, evading the hidden guards sent by the emperor, and made his way to a mass grave outside the city. Casually tossing the tattered corpse into a pit of bones, the scent of fresh blood attracted a pack of wild dogs, their eyes gleaming with hunger. The lead wild dog bared its teeth at Chisho. Saliva flying, with a sidelong glance, Chisho's roar turned into a fearful whimper, the wild dog submissively wagging its tail before fleeing. Chisho calmly observed the pit. Lin Bao's face was soon torn to shreds. The nauseating sensation finally dissipated, and Chisho gently curled his lips into a smile, his expression tender yet his gaze darker than the night itself. After a brief moment, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, Fang Zhongmiao held a meticulously drawn map in her hands, scrutinizing it. This place is exceedingly remote. It may harbor dangers, she murmured. Daisher, undeterred, replied, there should be little peril for me. It is merely a small mountain village. Fang Zhongmiao shook her head in silence. Why, Shuangshuan quietly suggested, shall we hire an expert with our silver? Fang Zhongmiao dismissed the idea, stating firmly, that would be inappropriate, outsiders must not meddle in this matter. If word gets out, the child could be in jeopardy. Her thoughts floated in the air. During the day, I had no knowledge of the child's whereabouts and could only deflect Chisho. Now that I am aware, I must concoct another excuse to send Chisho on his own quest. I am too frail to venture forth. Little Shirtu is dear to my heart. I would be heartbroken if even a single hair were to fall from her head. I cannot risk her life for a child with no ties. Daisher was moved to tears. Indeed, the young lady holds herself in utmost regard. Shuangshuan felt a pang of envy and desire to grasp Fang Zhongmiao's hand. Asking Fang, am I not your treasure? Just as Chisho descended from the air and had yet to push open the door, he overheard that heartfelt thought, causing his gaze to flicker if Fang Zhongmiao was particularly sincere with her maidservant. Having never endured the hardships of the world, her heart remained illuminated. Chisho extended his hand, pushing open the door, and a warm glow from the candlelight illuminated his icy visage. The three inside turned to look. All taken aback, Fang Zhongmiao hastily rose and approached the entrance, bending her knee and greeting, Your Excellency, what brings you here? Her thoughts, however, chuckled lightly, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Truly, a meeting of minds. This was not the reaction one would expect from a young lady of status. Chisho raised an eyebrow, then lowered his gaze, deliberately inspecting his blood-stained robes. Fang Zhongmiao followed his line of sight, first taken aback, then gasping in shock, retreating hastily as if bitten by a viper. Yet her thoughts remain languid and unfazed. Such a heavy stench of blood, his servant's black threads have vanished. So this blood belongs to that young eunuch? Excellent. If he is safe, I can achieve much through him. Chisho's mood, initially dire, unexpectedly lifted, and he let out a low chuckle observing Fang Zhongmiao's duplicity. Her outward charm contrasted with her hidden agendas. He found it rather amusing. To utilize himself for numerous schemes? She truly had the audacity. Chapter 41, Retribution. Chisho did not enter the room, his gaze sweeping over the silent courtyard, ensuring no one was watching, and spoke directly, I will search for my nephew myself. You needn't trouble yourself. Where is he? Fang Zhongmiao furrowed her brow, as if reluctant to inquire. Your Excellency, you hold a high position and are indispensable to the court. That place is distant and treacherous. Who knows how long you may be gone? Would the emperor not suspect? Her thoughts drifted nonchalantly. Naturally, you will seek him on your own. Should anything happen, I cannot be held accountable. Chisho, disinterested in her theatrics, extended his palm, his tone icy. Provide me with the address. Fang Zhongmiao stood with furrowed brows, her eyes flickering as if caught in indecision. Such valuable information was not easily relinquished. By personally rescuing that child, she could extract a significant favor from Chisho. She portrayed the image of a naive, self-important matron with remarkable finesse. Chisho silently appreciated her masterful performance, inexplicably growing more patient. I shall remember this favor. He joined her act, promising, if my nephew returns safely, I will fulfill your request. Fang Zhongmiao scrutinized Chisho's visage with skepticism, still caught in her inner struggle. Her thoughts calculated, all right, the performance has gone on long enough. It's time to relinquish this hot potato. Comparing my nephew to a hot potato, Fang Zhongmiao, you are quite clever. Chisho felt a surge of irritation, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glint, which gradually morphed into vexation. He demanded again, "Give me the address." Fang Zhongmiao regarded him steadily for a moment, then solemnly replied, "Your Excellency, do remember tonight's promise." With that she turned and re-entered the room, retrieving a map from the table and placing it in Qi Shou's palm. He glanced at it, carefully folded the map, and tucked it into his bosom before soaring away. Fang Zhongmiao and Yu Shuangshuang watched in wide-eyed admiration as he leapt gracefully into the night. Fading into the distance, Daisher hurried to follow but could not match Qi Shou's speed. His figure was ghostly and elusive, appearing near yet vanishing in the blink of an eye. Damn it. Have you sent someone to warn me? My lady can think as she pleases. Why should you concern yourself? Daisher stood atop the wall, gazing longingly at Qi Shou's retreating silhouette, feeling a surge of resentment. A scream pierced the night, drawing Daisher's attention. It emanated from Miaoping Sui's courtyard. Why was she making such a commotion at this hour? Curiosity piqued, Daisher waved to her mistress from a distance. Gesturing towards the main courtyard, implying a visit, Fang Zhongmiao chuckled softly and waved her hand dismissively. Yu Shuangshuang lowered her voice, "Bring me the gossip when you return." Daisher flitted away, landing stealthily on the rooftop of Miaoping Sui's chamber. Quietly prying open a tile to peer inside, the house physician was administering medicine to Miaoping Sui. Perhaps the medicinal powder was too corrosive as it had been applied to her hollow eye socket, causing her excruciating pain. Miaoping Sui's wails echoed, drenched in cold sweat, while four maidservants struggled to restrain her thrashing form. Yu Changwang sat nearby, sighing deeply. Once the treatment concluded, the physician clasped his hands, saying, "Madame's eye socket shows signs of rot. Without the best medicine to heal and regenerate tissue, the other eye may also be lost." Miaoping Sui's cries abruptly ceased, transforming into furious accusations. "Did you not say that removing this eyeball would spare my other eye? You incompetent quack, you deserve to die." The physician quickly knelt, lowering his head. "Swarming flies in the summer may have inadvertently licked the wound. It has already produced fine white maggots. This is due to negligence and care." "Not my fault." "Negligence?" Miaoping Sui's gaze shot towards Dongshi, her remaining eye gleaming with malice. Just yesterday, Dongshi had brought 3 maidservants to seek refuge with her, claiming she had many secrets about Fang Zhongmiao and hoping to secure a place in the main courtyard. Miaoping Sui, recognizing their potential usefulness, had agreed. At that moment, one maidservant had unwrapped a cloth strip to treat her, but Dongshi, eager to impress, had snatched the task from her. Yet she was terrified of blood, and her trembling hands had caused a delay. It was likely during that time that the flies had entered her eye socket and laid eggs. These 4 were not here to seek asylum. They were sent by Fang Zhongmiao to harm me. The thought flashed through Miaoping Sui's mind, and her expression shifted instantly as she shrieked, "Drag those 4 out and beat them to death." Although the court had decreed against the arbitrary killing of slaves, who would heed such laws in these chaotic times, the mountain outside the city had long become a mass grave. Dispose of the bodies there, and within 3 days, wild dogs would erase all traces of the crime. A few burly servants burst into the room, dragging out the pleading Dongshi and her companions. Dongshi suddenly recalled the young lady's decree. "Their life palaces are filled with blood-red malevolence. This indicates their time is short. Killing them would only dirty one's hands. Young lady, you know everything. You are a celestial being. Following you ensures a good life. We should not have betrayed you." The 4 continued to wail at a distance. "Young lady, save us. We know we were wrong. If only we could start anew. How wonderful it would be." The sound of the board striking and their anguished cries shattered the night's tranquility. In the distance, dogs barked, and birds took flight in panic. Daisher grinned, feeling immensely satisfied. My lady was right. There is no need for us to act. These 4 traitors will meet their demise. Miaoping Sui, this old witch, has unexpectedly done something commendable. Daisher squinted her eyes, continuing to observe the scene within. Yu Chengwang cared little for the fate of the 4 lowly slaves, pressing the physician, "No matter the medicine. Just ensure the madam receives treatment. She must retain that eye." The Ningyuan Marquise could not have a blind mistress, lest she become a laughingstock. The physician wore a troubled expression, hesitating before speaking. "My lord, the eye is connected to the brain. If the eye socket is damaged, not only will the other eye be lost, but her mind may also suffer. At that point, she could become an imbecile. So the best medicine is essential." Yu Changwang grew increasingly anxious, impatiently retorting, "I understand. Just apply the medicine and spare me your chatter." A mistress who was both blind and insane would bring shame upon him. The physician clasped his hands, speaking in a hushed tone. "The best medicine for healing and regeneration is called revitalizing pill, costing 100 taels of gold per pill, given the severity of the madam's injury. 100 pills are needed, 50 to be crushed and applied externally, and 50 to be taken internally. In total, that amounts to 10,000 taels of gold. This medicine must be purchased from the rejuvenation hall. And I have none here. 10,000 taels of gold? Yu Chengwang was taken aback. The physician bowed, his voice barely above a whisper. Indeed, this medicine is miraculous, capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones. 10,000 taels is a small price to pay. Miaoping Sui's shrill voice urged, "What is 10,000 taels? My lord, hurry to find Fang Zhongmiao and have her pay. I must have the medicine tonight." Hurry, Yu Chengwang recalled the rumors he had heard that evening, his expression paling. The Fong family would not cover such an expense, nor would I, should the Ningyuan marquis dare to squander 10,000 taels on a mere bottle of medicine at this juncture. Shishio could easily fabricate a charge and strip me of my title and rank. The wealth of the marquis's residence has already been regarded by his majesty as his own possession. Who would dare to reach out for it? If your eyes are blind, then let them be blind. That is your fate. With that, Yu Chengwang turned to leave. Miao Pingsui stood there in a daze for a while before rushing out the door, frantically shouting, "What do you mean? Come back, I want the revitalizing pill. I refuse to be a blind fool." Chapter 42. The barking of dogs. Supported by her maidservants, Miao Pingsui stumbled out of the room. Standing on the corridor and yelling at the receding figure of Yu Chengwang, he did not look back. Exhausted, she collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. The incessant barking of dogs and the fluttering of startled birds created a scene of utter chaos. Daisher stood atop the roof, hands on her hips, wiggling her behind, mimicking Miao Pingsui's earlier cries. "I refuse to be a blind fool." After a couple of shouts, she chuckled and soared into the air. The next day, the steward summoned numerous craftsmen to chisel a hole in the wall of the back courtyard of the Zijou Pavilion, commencing the construction of a grand entrance. The distant courtyard was also dismantled, replaced by a school and accommodation for the children. Building materials such as mud, sand, bricks, and wood were continuously delivered, piling up in every open space. The Ningyuan marquis's residence became somewhat chaotic. The clan members had all heard about the matter of the 9,000-year-old requesting 40 million taels of silver from the young madam, and they flocked to inquire about the news. Just past the SI hour, Fong Zhongmiao had already received 5 or 6 waves of visitors, everyone without the connections of my father, paving the way. And without my wealth to recruit soldiers, Yu Feiyan could never become the general of the northern expedition, nor does he possess the capability to shield me, before I wed into the marquisate. The Yu father and son were not but two idlers. It was only after my marriage that they ascended to the ranks of the powerful and grasped authority, who bestows favors and who receives benefits. You remain utterly oblivious. Yet you dare to come here to beg for money. If that is the case, I can only regard you as a mere barking dog. Miao Pingsui suddenly rose, her finger trembling as it pointed at Fong Zhongmiao. Before she spat out a mouthful of blood, the servants and maids rushed over in a panic, calling out for their mistress. Chapter 43. Regret comes too late. Wang Anjing stood in stunned silence. She had witnessed fierce insults and bitter quarrels before, but never had anyone been driven to the brink of bloodshed in such a manner. After a brief moment of shock, she hurried over, feigning concern as she patted Miao Pingsui's chest, yet her lips could not suppress their upward curl. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuan longed to applaud their mistress. Excellent, let this old witch be driven to her demise. Fong Zhongmiao quickly ordered someone to fetch the house doctor, instructing a maid to assist Miao Pingsui to a nearby soft couch, loosening her clothing to allow for some air. Mother, I truly do not possess any extra silver. Even if you force me to death, silver will not fall from the heavens. She spoke with a tone of despair and helplessness, but as if struck by a sudden thought, she hastily entered the inner chamber. Returning shortly with a wooden box, opening it, she revealed a translucent jade bracelet to Miao Pingsui, exclaiming, "Mother, this bracelet is exceedingly valuable. You can sell it to gather the money for medicine." The voice echoed coldly and eerily, drifting through the air. "Look, this is the evidence of your attempted murder. Do you remember? You wish for my death. I will render you blind. You desire my life. I will drive you mad. Is this not fair?" Miao Pingsui cast a glance at the bracelet, her head tilting before she coughed up another mouthful of thick blood. Fong Zhongmiao immediately closed the box, urging, "Quickly, carry mother back to the main courtyard. The house doctor has arrived to treat her." The maids hesitated, fearful of acting rashly. The mistress had already bled twice. Should anything happen to her on the way back, they could not bear the consequences. Yet Miao Pingsui struggled to rise, crying out in despair, "Hurry, take me back. If I remain here, I shall lose my life." At that moment, she felt an overwhelming wave of regret. Had she known that Fong Zhongmiao was such a merciless and vengeful person, with a cunning mind bordering on the supernatural, she would never have provoked her. She should never have given her that bracelet. From this day forth, every time Fong Zhongmiao lays eyes on it, she would harbor thoughts of killing her. One misstep leads to another. Regret comes too late. Regret comes too late. The barely conscious Miao Pingsui was carried away by a group of people. The white cloth covering her eyes was stained with a glaring red, indicating a grievous injury. Fong Zhongmiao stood at the door, anxiously watching them depart, letting out a helpless sigh. Turning back, she noticed Wang Anjing stifling laughter behind her hand, and she commanded, "Sister-in-law, I am busy arranging for funds and have no time to spare. You must take good care of mother." Wang Anjing quickly knelt in salute, respectfully agreeing. It seemed she was growing increasingly fond of her sister. As she was leaving, Wang Anjing leaned in close to Fong Zhongmiao's ear and whispered rapidly, "Has sister-in-law arranged for the matter of killing Yu Feiyan?" Fong Zhongmiao nodded slightly. "Rest assured, sister-in-law, it is already underway." Wang Anjing felt satisfied, returning to her courtyard while chuckling to herself. That night, Miao Pingsui developed a high fever due to her injuries, and the house doctor hurriedly arrived to administer treatment, yet the fever would not subside. Wang Anjing received the news and rushed over to Fang Zhongmiao, insisting on dragging her along, since sister-in-law's words were so potent. She should speak even more during this critical moment. If she could manage to infuriate that old witch Miaoping Sui to death, that would be best. When Fang Zhongmiao arrived, Yu Chengwang and Yu Feihu were already by the sickbed. The house doctor wore a worried expression, saying, "I have already administered 2 doses of medicine to reduce the fever, but to no avail. My medical skills are lacking, and I am powerless to help. I implore the Marquis to petition His Majesty tomorrow for a royal physician to examine her." Yu Chengwang sighed and nodded. Fang Zhongmiao approached, gently holding Miaoping Sui's hand. The voice floated through the air, "Yu Feian is dead. The Northern Expeditionary Army has been divided by the Emperor and the Grand Chancellor, taking over the reins of power. At this moment, who recognizes you, Marquis Ning Yuan, petition a royal physician? Do you possess that qualification? Your memorial is only fit to gather dust. If the Emperor even glances at it, consider it a loss for me." Yu Chengwang's face twitched with anger. He finally understood why his wife had been driven to bloodshed by Fang's words. Her tongue was truly venomous. Yu Feihu lowered his head and coughed lightly. If he could, he would have preferred to laugh out loud. Wang Anjin lightly nudged her husband with her shoulder, then shot a knowing glance at Fang Zhongmiao. "See, I told you I was right. Sister-in-law's tongue is truly poisonous. If you wish for your biological mother to perish, simply unleash sister-in-law." Miaoping Sui, regaining some awareness, noticed Fang Zhongmiao holding her hand and struggled to rise. Fang Zhongmiao firmly grasped her wrist, standing to touch her feverish forehead, and the intact eye on the other side. Worry etched across her face as she said, "So hot, doctor, is there truly no way to reduce mother's fever?" The house doctor sighed and shook his head. "There is none. We have tried ice and administered medicine, all in vain." Fang Zhongmiao released Miaoping Sui's hand and sat beside her in despair. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, murmuring, "Just as my husband has departed, mother has turned to this state. What sins have we, the Yu family, committed to incur such torment?" The voice lightly laughed, drifting away. "Naturally, it is I, this reaper of souls. Who has brought it upon you?" Wang Anjing and Yu Feihu lowered their heads, covering their mouths with their hands, feigning sobs, yet their eyes sparkled with delight. Yu Chengwang longed to explode in anger but dared not provoke this reaper of a daughter-in-law, so he could only turn his head away with a heavy sigh. Miaoping Sui trembled all over. Fang Zhongmiao grasped her mother-in-law's hand once more, softly comforting her. "Mother, do not be afraid, do not be afraid. Endure through this night, and you shall be free of troubles." As the saying goes, after extreme adversity comes good fortune. The virtuous are favored by heaven. The voice lingered hauntingly. "Mother, your one good eye is burning with heat. If this fever continues, by tomorrow, it too shall go blind. With the fever unrelenting and the rotting flesh unremoved, your mind will be tainted by poisoned blood, rendering you foolish. Soon, the Marquis shall welcome a mistress who is both blind and daft. I have the prescription to reduce the fever right here. I possess the 10,000 taels of gold required to purchase medicine. The resurrection pills for the dead I can concoct myself. Mother, I ask you just one thing: why should I offer these to one who wishes to see me dead? The disasters you have brought upon yourself, you must bear alone. The karma you have created, you must endure. Mother, this is what you deserve." With this thought, Fang Zhongmiao rose and hurriedly exited, saying, "I will send a letter to the Grand Chancellor and see if he can summon a royal physician. Father, you all take care of things here. I shall go first." Yu Chengwang chased after her, wishing to demand the prescription in gold, yet he was at a loss for words. Should he provoke his daughter-in-law and compel her to withhold the 40 million taels from the Grand Chancellor, the entire Marquis would suffer the consequences. In his helplessness, Yu Chengwang could only raise his fist and pound the wall in frustration. Inside, Miaoping Sui's cries of regret echoed. "Miao, I was wrong, come back and save me. Miao, I should not have harmed you. Can I take back the bracelet and wear it myself? Ah, has the candle gone out? It's so dark in here." Miao. Before long, Yu Feihu and Wang Anjing emerged from the room, feigning sorrow as they said, "Father, mother's eyes are both blind." Yu Chengwang stood frozen, a chilling sensation washing over him. Had he known it would come to this, he should have treated this daughter-in-law with kindness from the start. Regret comes too late. Chapter 44. Spending money like water. Miaoping Sui's eyes were both blind, her mind hazy from fever, as she lay in bed, muttering to herself. One moment she called out for Han the next for Miao, alternating between apologies and lamenting why she had not killed her sooner. The next day, Fang Zhongmiao visited the main courtyard to inquire about her health, and upon hearing those venomous words, her expression shifted immediately. She then feigned a heart-wrenching pain, clutching her chest as she staggered out in a daze. The maids attending to Miaoping Sui felt awkward and, though they wished to explain, found no suitable words. With the mistress now in such a blind and daft state, the lives of everyone in the main courtyard would soon become unbearable. Whether they could receive their monthly wages on time or whether they would be sold off now depended on the mood of this young mistress. The stewardess stood at the courtyard's entrance, gazing long at Fang Zhongmiao's departing figure, finally making a decision. She would seek a new master. The eyes of all the servants behind her sparkled. People naturally aspire to rise. While water seeks lower ground, it is human nature to pursue profit and avoid harm. Upon returning to her chamber, Fang Zhongmiao poured herself a cup of cool tea and sipped it slowly. Letting out a gentle sigh, since her ramblings have reached my ears, I can now sever ties with her completely. This is excellent. We shall no longer need to pay her any mind. The servants in her courtyard will naturally keep a close watch over her. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang nodded in agreement, their faces alight with relief. After a moment's thought, Daisher added, Miss, she also offered you an apology. My hearing is sharp, and I could even hear her crying from far away. Then, she pinched her nose and mimicked Miaoping Sui's voice, murmuring, Miao, I am sorry Miao, please save me, good Miao, dear Miao, may I bow my head to you? After finishing, Daisher giggled. Yu Shuangshuang playfully punched her, joining in the laughter. Fang Zhongmiao raised her hand and delivered a sharp tap, both exasperated and amused as she exclaimed, Is it really appropriate for you to call me Mir? Hurry and change your clothes, it's time to get to work. The three donned their coarse linen garments and proceeded through a hidden door to the storeroom where the dowry was kept. They began moving all the chests filled with silver to the exit, arranging them neatly. Additionally, they collected several boxes of jewelry and gold. The rest of the treasure chests were pushed aside and placed against the walls. Fang Zhongmiao gestured toward the myriad chests and instructed. Daisher, possessing formidable martial prowess and immense strength, naturally took on the heavy task of moving the boxes, while Fang Zhongmiao and Yu Shuangshuang assisted with the smaller items. Young lady, what exactly are you planning? Yu Shuangshuang inquired with curiosity. Fang Zhongmiao placed her index finger to her lips and gently shushed her. Seeing this, Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang understood that no further questions would yield answers, and they could only labor diligently. Outside, the craftsmen were busily dismantling doors and tearing down the courtyard, working fervently. The thunderous sounds of collapsing brick walls and beams drowned out any unusual occurrences. By evening, the treasure chests in the storeroom were finally categorized and stacked neatly. The boxes containing silver and a small amount of jewelry and gold were arranged directly at the entrance. The remaining treasure chests formed a thick second wall against the other side. Fang Zhongmiao sat atop a chest, panting, and murmured, I'm utterly exhausted. Daisher, hands on her hips, proudly declared, I'm not tired at all. I could take down 10 bulls right now. Yu Shuangshuang rolled her eyes and retorted, You're just a savage bull. Daisher did not dispute this and formed her hands into horns, playfully mooing at why. Yu Shuangshuang rushed at her, using her long braided hair as a whip to strike Daisher. The two acted like playful children. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, Fang Zhongmiao quietly observed them frolicking, silently listening to their laughter, her heart filled with tranquility and joy. Having lost my memory and adrift, what reason do I have not to protect you all? You are my anchor in this world. The gentle whispers of her heart reverberated through the expansive storeroom, leaving ripples of emotion in Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang's hearts. They continued to laugh and play, seemingly oblivious to the depth of her sentiments. Though their eyes glistened with unshed tears, wasn't he their master also their anchor in this world? With their master present, they felt an immense sense of security and stability. The joyous whispers grew more profound, playfully echoing, Would you like to feel even happier? Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang turned to their master, who was perched atop a high chest, holding a wooden box and beckoning them over. They rushed over like eager puppies, their braided hair bouncing excitedly. Fang Zhongmiao inverted the wooden box, smiling softly, Today, I shall let you experience the feeling of spending gold as if it were mere dirt. What to Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang gazed upward, momentarily stunned. Countless golden seeds cascaded from the box, falling like gentle rain upon them. The flickering candlelight danced as the golden glimmer illuminated the room, creating a dazzling spectacle. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang stood frozen in awe, welcoming this golden shower, their minds echoing the realization, wealth truly captivates the eye. Who could wield gold as effortlessly as their master, as if it were mere dust? Fang Zhongmiao picked up another box of golden seeds, chuckling, Why are you still standing there? Lift your skirts and catch them. Whatever you gather is yours. Only then did Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang snap back to reality, hurriedly lifting their skirts and excitedly shouting, Pour it down, crush us with gold. Fang Zhongmiao could not contain her laughter. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang danced and squealed with joy. Countless golden seeds filled their skirts, heavy and glittering. At that moment, the storeroom transformed into an ocean of happiness, a fountain of excitement and delight. The exhaustion of a day's labor dissipated under the soothing touch of gold once the golden seeds had settled. Fang Zhongmiao clapped her hands and cheerfully announced, All right, let us head back. Tomorrow, we'll transport the bricks and mortar down here and seal off these treasure chests against the wall. That if you wish to play like this again, I can sprinkle pearls and gemstones in the future. Daisher tightened her skirt, earnestly stating, Miss, I'm not after your pearls and gemstones, I simply find joy in working. Yu Shuangshuang clenched her tiny fists, raising her arms to display her biceps, confidently proclaiming, Young lady, I feel exceptionally strong right now. I could stack 10 walls in one breath. Fang Zhongmiao laughed as she climbed the ladder, the gentle whispers of her heart spread, Two delightful treasures. Dai Shi and Yu Shuangshuang giggled, their braids swaying joyfully. After leaving Feng Zhongmiao's quarters, Yu Shuangshuang clutched her skirt tightly, scanning left and right, sneaking back to her room like a thief. You little rascal. You finally decided to come back. Have you taken Feng Zhongmiao as your own mother? Is there still room for me in your heart? A sour voice scolded from within. Feng Zhongmiao turned to see Jiang Yiru, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, arms crossed, a displeased expression on her face. Yu Shuangshuang approached and explained, I was helping the young lady with her accounts. She has been very busy lately. I know you are adept at calculations, but you are still a child. Growing up, you can't work day and night without rest. Tomorrow, I'll speak to the young lady and ask her to let you off early. Jiang Yiru's words were cut short as Yu Shuangshuang stepped forward, untying her skirt and pouring countless golden seeds onto the bed. The clattering sound filled the room, illuminating it with a golden glow. Jiang Yiru's eyes widened in shock, the brilliance of the gold reflecting in her pupils. Yu Shuangshuang raised the teapot to her lips, tipping it back to drink, while proudly gesturing to the bed covered in gold, boasting, this is my payment from the young lady. Jiang Yiru's mouth, which had been agape, snapped shut, her expression shifting instantly. The young lady's request for you to work is a sign of her regard for you. You ought to be sensible and not disappoint her, whatever duration she asks of you. You must comply without complaint. Children need to train hard to grow strong. Yu Shuangshuang gave her mother a blank stare. Jiang Yiru leaned in closer, whispering, tell me, would a beautiful and obedient goddaughter like me be accepted by the young lady? Yu Shuangshuang's blank stare turned into an eye roll, and she poked her mother away with a finger. Jiang Yiru covered her mouth with a handkerchief, giggling softly. Moments later, she grew serious and said earnestly, living with the young lady will surely be a wise choice. Frost, you must not entertain any other thoughts. Yu Shuangshuang nodded solemnly, her heart filled with awe. She mused, my mother, so fond of backstabbing others, still remains unaware of the master's true capabilities, yet she has been completely tamed by the master. Is this what the Tao Te Ching refers to when it speaks of the sage's ability to govern through non-action and teach without words? Truly remarkable. Chapter 45. The word mad was specially created for you by Cangjie. Feng Zhongmiao washed away the dust and, massaging her aching waist, sank into her bedding. Today had been exhausting, just as she drifted into slumber. The door was abruptly flung open, and a tall figure whirlwind into the room. Dai Shi, sleeping next door, was immediately startled awake and leaped out the window, hurling a stone at the intruder. The figure merely unleashed a gust of wind that sent the stone ricocheting back, striking Dai Shi at a pressure point. She froze instantly, her eyes wide with fury, her silver teeth clattering ominously. Their scuffle unfolded in the blink of an eye, without disturbing Feng Zhongmiao, who remained asleep in her bed. Dai Shi, having been struck at her pressure point, gasped for breath, her heart racing. She was terrified. She feared this unknown individual would abduct the young lady. She feared that they might suddenly draw a dagger and plunge it into the young lady's chest. She feared she would never see her beloved young lady alive again. Her fear was overwhelming. Tears streamed down Dai Shi's face. It was at this moment she realized that the young lady had become more precious to her than her own life, surpassing her very existence. Her eyes, unbeknownst to her, were bloodshot, filled with terror, yet in the next instant, her fear, despair, and hatred solidified into sheer bewilderment. The figure hurried to the bedside, lifted the covers, and impatiently yanked the deeply slumbering Feng Zhongmiao upright, saying, get up. Huh? Was that voice not from Jiuxian? Dai Shi blinked in disbelief. Feng Zhongmiao's body was as limp as a noodle, swaying back and forth when pulled, utterly refusing to open her eyes. The figure snapped his fingers toward the candle holder, igniting a small flame with his internal energy. The room gradually filled with light, revealing Qishou's handsome, otherworldly face. Get up and come with me. That mountain village is protected by a formation, and all my men have become lost in the forest. If they are caught by the guards in the village, the news will reach the emperor, and my nephew will be in grave danger. Qishou swiftly explained his purpose, gripping Feng Zhongmiao's shoulders as he spoke, his voice low and urgent. Your father is the national master. You have studied formations, right? Come and lead the way. Feng Zhongmiao slowly opened her eyes, her expression dazed as she gazed at Qishou. He shook her shoulders. She swayed gently, unable to wait any longer. Qishou hoisted her onto his shoulder and turned to exit the room. Feng Zhongmiao, upside down with her head dangling, felt a rush of blood to her brain and suddenly became fully alert. I can go with you, but at least let me put on some clothes. Qishou leaped onto the wall, darting across the rooftops with the howling wind, swiftly untying his belt and shedding his blood-red outer robe, wrapping it roughly around Feng Zhongmiao. Where my clothes? Feng Zhongmiao quickly clutched the garment, mentally grumbling, what kind of good person barges into a lady's chamber at night? Do you not understand propriety? The flames of concern in Qishou's eyes momentarily flickered, revealing a hint of awkwardness on his otherwise stern visage. In that moment of anxiety, I did not ponder deeply. Indeed, it was he who was discourteous, yet he did not offer an apology, but rather quickened his pace. Feng Zhongmiao, rubbing her flushed forehead, murmured softly, do not bear me on your shoulders. It is quite uncomfortable with my head hanging down. Carry me. Qishou, undeterred in his speed, swiftly flipped Feng Zhongmiao onto his back. She let out a long breath, gazing up at the round moon and then down at the retreating houses and trees. Pondering, it is only because I lack martial prowess that I could be so easily captured by you. If I possess such skills, I would certainly engage you in a battle of 300 rounds. With this thought, she curled her fingers and playfully flicked Chisho's nape. Chisho, with his keen senses and the constant disturbance of his hair, was well aware of the actions of the person behind him. However, he had no time to dwell on it, merely continuing to accelerate, racing against the moonlight and the mountain breeze. The wind howled in his ears, and the scenery blurred beside them. Fang Zhongmiao also sensed Chisho's mounting anxiety. She leaned forward to catch a glimpse of his face, whispering to herself, I must see if the fine azure thread in his wealth palace has broken, not if it has snapped or faded. His nephew will be in danger. Upon hearing this, Chisho immediately turned his head, feigning vigilance as he glanced back. The fierce wind tousled his hair, obscuring his handsome features. Fang Zhongmiao could see nothing clearly. Her thoughts hesitated, should I sweep these strands away and tuck them behind his ear? Suddenly, Chisho reached out and pulled Fang Zhongmiao close to his chest, holding her in his embrace. The hair is blocking my view. Please help me arrange it, he said in a low voice. Fang Zhongmiao hastily brushed aside the disarray, cupping Chisho's face with her hands. In an instant, she withdrew, thinking, fortunately, the azure thread remains intact, his nephew is safe. Chisho's heart, once fraught with anxiety, finally settled a bit, yet his speed only increased. Fang Zhongmiao gently patted his shoulder and then rose onto her toes. Have you noticed anything unusual? She inquired. Chisho glanced down at her. His tone dismissive. No. Fang Zhongmiao stood on her toes once more, insisting, look again. Chisho followed her gaze, and his cold expression finally shifted. Fang Zhongmiao asked calmly, have you discovered it? Chisho remained silent for a long while before replying with a subtle tone. I have noticed. I did not have you wear shoes. Fang Zhongmiao, suppressing her irritation, said, once we enter the forest, if you do not wish to be burdened by me, you had best let me wear your boots. The dry branches will tear my soles to shreds. Chisho acquiesced. In the dim light of dawn, the two arrived at a vast sea of trees. Beyond this forest lay the place where the emperor had imprisoned that child. Fang Zhongmiao gazed down from above, her eyes flickering with intrigue. Is this the art of Chiman Duanjia, who has arranged it? Her thoughts swirled with heightened vigilance. Could there be an adept by the emperor's side? Is that adept not targeting Yufeian, secretly aiding him? Could it be that he is hedging his bets and also subtly supporting the emperor? No, his methods indicate he is exceedingly greedy. Wei Yingyan must have hidden hands at his side. Therefore, Chisho must also have his traps laid here. That pregnant little eunuch might just be a test. He is not hedging his bets, he is nurturing a gu, using the dragon among men as the gu. And the chessboard of heaven and earth as the vessel. What grand ambition! Whoever can eliminate the remaining prodigies, shedding their skin to become a dragon, and ascending from the vessel, shall be the one whom the shadowy mastermind intends to support? No, his actions are shrouded in secrecy, his methods cruel and cunning, he lacks the kindness and patience to support anyone. He will refine the ultimate victor into a pill and consume them. What he desires is merely the fortune of the world. Could I also be one of his nurtured gu? After all, my fortune surpasses all hidden dragons. I alone possess the world's favor, monopolizing the creation of heaven and earth. I am indeed the dragon among dragons? The phoenix among phoenixes. If the shadowy mastermind does not direct his sharpest spirit me, then he is unworthy to manipulate this cosmic chessboard. In a fleeting thought, Fang Zhongmiao discerned the greatest peril lurking behind her. Chisho, momentarily stunned, felt his heartstrings tighten. By the final two statements, his icy demeanor nearly faltered. Fang Zhongmiao, the world claims I am exceedingly arrogant. They should truly behold you. The word arrogant was crafted by Zhangjie specifically for you. Chapter 46, Commonplace and Unremarkable. Fang Zhongmiao and Chisho descended from the heights, standing before a pitch-black forest. I brought over 100 subordinates. They vanished into the mist shortly after entering. I suspect it is a formation, for I found myself endlessly circling without a clear path forward, Chisho explained gravely as he surveyed the forest. Fang Zhongmiao inquired, but you still managed to come out. How did you accomplish that? Her thoughts carried a hint of playful intrigue as they lingered in the air, without understanding the slightest bit of the Tao, yet able to emerge unscathed from this shifting formation. Chisho, you truly are favored by fate. Chisho cast her a sidelong glance, replying, I could not exit from the ground. I ascended to a height beyond the mist's reach, relying on my profound inner strength to soar back to Linen City. Fang Zhongmiao exclaimed in sudden enlightenment, her thoughts resonated with admiration. With sheer strength overcoming myriad laws, a master-level expert is indeed extraordinary. If his inner strength were insufficient, he would be unable to linger in the air. Thus compelled to retreat, had he possessed adequate power, he might have flown directly to that small village. Chisho gazed into the forest, pretending to hear nothing. He realized that Fang Zhongmiao comprehended his situation and actions without the need for extensive explanations. This woman was frighteningly astute. His eyes flickered as he probed, is there a formation within? Fang Zhongmiao regarded the forest, seemingly observing intently. Her thoughts drifted lazily, a smile gracing her lips. Naturally, the art of Chiman Duanjia exists. But how could I let you know I have mastered such profound secrets? I am merely a weak woman. My thoughts are shallow, selfish, easily discerned, and readily controlled. This is my guise of protection. With this protective faade, I can gradually approach you, appearing as a tool for your wealth, while secretly guiding you to do my bidding. Not if I presented myself as overly clever, you would undoubtedly be wary of me. Keeping your distance, perhaps even plotting my demise. To present oneself with softness while welcoming with strength, to display weakness while seizing with power, this is the way of the strategist. Now is not the time for me to present strength and seize power. With this conclusion, Fang Zhongmia shook her head, feigning shyness as she remarked, in truth, there exists no such arcane formation, everything is forced interpretation, grasping at shadows, your disorientation arises from the oppressive fog. Qishio replied. A splendid strategy of the strategist. At this moment, Qishio felt a surge of anger, his heart ablaze with worry, yet he also found Fang Zhongmia's cleverness infuriatingly admirable. She spoke the truth, this approach was indeed most advantageous for her. Unfortunately, fate had caused her thoughts to slip, and he could not allow her to evade him. Qishio extended his hand, intending to seize Fang Zhongmia by her collar and toss her into the mist-laden forest. Yet he heard her thoughts drift past. However, I must certainly aid in rescuing that child. This is the foundation of our cooperation. I need a commonplace excuse to explain my ability to discern direction. Qishio slowly retracted his hand, feigning that nothing had occurred. Fang Zhongmia lingered before the forest for a moment, then suddenly clapped her hands, exclaiming, I recall my father telling me that if one becomes lost in the forest at night, one can find direction by observing the arrangement of the stars. This saying has been known since ancient times, yet few truly understand the art of stargazing. However, if an ordinary person is willing to invest time, they can quickly master it. This explanation was indeed quite mundane. Qishio found himself at a loss, unsure whether to be angry or amused, yet he had to play along. He looked up at the sky, murmuring to himself, I do not understand stargazing. Fang Zhongmia also gazed at the stars, uncertainly stating, my father taught me when I was young. After so many years, I have nearly forgotten. If you allow me to observe closely, I might remember. Qishio ceased to look at the sky, instead focusing on her profile. Her eyes reflected the stars and the bright moon shimmering with light in the night. Her thoughts unfurled like the evening breeze. The formation within this forest is extraordinary, not to mention a master-level expert like Qishio, even deities would find themselves ensnared. This formation is known as the Dozhuanshingi, with 3 layers symbolizing the 3 powers. The upper layer symbolizes heaven with the 9 stars, the middle layer symbolizes humanity with the 8 gates, and the lower layer symbolizes the earth with the 8 trigrams and 9 palaces. As the stars shift, this formation likewise transforms. With the seasons change, the formation will alter. As time passes, the formation continues to evolve. After one cycle of 60 years, all formations will reverse and then change again. In a perpetual cycle, endlessly rest, birth, injury, cessation, scenery, death, alarm, opening, these 8 gates constantly shift in position. The path that was a life gate one moment may become a death gate the next. Once inside, one must continuously observe the stars, count the time, calculate the divination, and tread each step with utmost precision to safely exit. Every tree within this forest has been planted for the purpose of the formation. They have grown tall, each at least 50 or 60 years old. If the mastermind arranged this formation during his prime, he must be at least 80 or 90 years old, perhaps even over a century. Who would have thought? He is an old monster, older than my father. Did my father discover his existence? Has my father ever crossed swords with him? Was it a victory or a defeat, regardless of the outcome? Now that you have revealed yourself before me, I shall surely unearth you, shatter your Tao, and sever your roots. This mortal realm, this dojo of existence, can only harbor a single true deity, myself. Fang Zhongmia gazed longingly at the stars, her countenance a mixture of trepidation and unease, while the thoughts swirling in her mind grew increasingly audacious. Qishio observed her profile, attuned to her inner musings, and felt an inexplicable warmth gradually coursing through his once cold veins. He could not deny the profound influence she exerted upon him. Fang Zhongmia's madness was a disdain for all things, while her pride stood tall and unyielding, yet her arrogance was not born of mere whimsy or baselessness. Before he realized it, a quarter of an hour had slipped by, and her inner voice softly intoned, the hour approaches, the gate of life shall soon open. Qishio's gaze flickered, and he swiftly removed his boots, kneeling to encase Fang Zhongmia's delicate feet. The boots were cumbersome, making movement cumbersome, so he tore his garment to fashion 2 straps, securely binding the boot shafts to her slender calves. Fang Zhongmia feigned shyness, repeatedly insisting, Your Excellency, you mustn't, you are overwhelming me. I can manage to wear my own shoes. Yet her inner voice brimmed with satisfaction, murmuring, this person possesses keen insight, they are indeed a valuable asset. A valuable asset for what? A tool. Qishio felt a mix of exasperation and amusement as he straightened, firmly grasping Fang Zhongmia's hand, and said, the mist in the forest is dense, we must hold hands to avoid getting lost. Have you taken note? Do the stars guide your way? Fang Zhongmia ceased her pretense of bashfulness, intertwining her fingers with his. She understood better than anyone the significance of each step that lay ahead. If she did not cling to Qishio, he would be consumed by the array in an instant. Qishio's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss as her inner voice suddenly rang out, the gate of life has opened. It is now. Fang Zhongmiao pulled Qishou forward with determination, leading him into the thick fog. Chapter 47. Equality of all beings. Fang Zhongmiao led Qishou into the forested expanse. She kept her gaze fixed on the sky, solemnly instructing, "Stay close to me, wherever I tread, you shall follow." Qishou nodded in agreement, unconsciously tightening his grip on her hand. Curiously, before their entrance, the entire forest had been shrouded in a thick mist. Visibility limited to merely an arm's length. However, as they advanced step by step with Fang Zhongmiao, the fog seemed to part before them, gradually revealing the sky overhead, where a resplendent river of stars flowed gracefully. Moonlight illuminated their path, and the summer breeze brushed against their temples. After an indeterminate passage of time, as the night sky grew slightly brighter and dawn broke, Fang Zhongmiao stepped forward, guiding Qishou out of the forest. Before them lay a small hill and a thicket, but the towering trees that had loomed like giants had vanished. The trees here were somewhat shorter, their leaves a desiccated yellow, as if vitality had been siphoned away. Qishou turned to glance back. The forest of colossal trees remained enshrouded in mist. Looking ahead, the withered woodland bore no trace of fog. Thus, had they indeed emerged from that grand array of shifting stars? Though he had his suspicions, Qishou still inquired, "Have we truly escaped?" Fang Zhongmiao scrutinized him closely, her inner voice carrying a tinge of relief. The azure thread within the treasury of his wealth remains intact. His nephew is safe. Qishou momentarily froze, a wave of inexplicable warmth coursing through him. With the critical matter confirmed, Fang Zhongmiao recalled the map and nodded, saying, "We have emerged. Beyond this small hill lies the village." Qishou, eager to press forward, took a step ahead, only for Fang Zhongmiao to halt him with a shake of her head. "Wait, I detect the scent of venomous creatures." Qishou paused, puzzled. "The scent of venomous creatures?" Fang Zhongmiao pointed to her own nose, explaining, "In my childhood, I was once stung by a multitude of caterpillars, and my skin shed an entire layer. Those fine hairs carry a distinct odor that remains vivid in my memory." Her inner voice murmured softly, "I have lost my memory. I possess no recollections of childhood, yet I can confirm the scent. Moreover, the trees ahead are entirely withered, their branches and leaves sparse. There must be a plague of insects." Qishou had long since placed unwavering trust in Fang Zhongmiao's judgment. Her inner voice had never uttered a falsehood. Releasing her hand, he declared, "I shall carry you and leap over." Fang Zhongmiao turned to regard him, posing a crucial question, "Do you still possess sufficient inner strength?" Qishou gazed at the seemingly endless expanse of trees, silently channeling his energy, his expression shifting subtly. It was indeed surprising that the fog within the array not only obscured vision but also impeded inner strength. Even possessing hallucinogenic toxicity, the madness exhibited by his subordinates, who had suddenly fled deep into the forest, was likely a consequence of the fog. What had once brimmed with his inner strength had drained away unbeknownst to him. Thus, it seemed that the stronger one was the more dire their fate upon entering this realm. Had he not turned back to bring Fang Zhongmiao along, but instead relied solely on his formidable martial prowess, the consequences would have been. Qishou cast a deep glance at Fang Zhongmiao, feeling an instinctual sense of gratitude. How fortunate he was to have her by his side. With a serious expression, he shook his head. "I have exhausted my inner strength." Fang Zhongmiao feigned astonishment, her eyes wide, while her inner voice laughed softly. "I am well aware. That is why I inquired. This formation grows stronger in the presence of strength and weaker in the face of weakness. Should an ordinary person enter, barring a fall into the death trap, they would wander lost for 60 years before emerging. Those of your caliber would become mere bones within 6 days." Qishou's gaze flickered with resignation as he remarked, "It appears we have no choice but to traverse it on foot." Fang Zhongmiao shook her head, "We cannot simply walk through. We will be poisoned. Wait, my father taught me how to deal with these venomous creatures." Fang Zhongmiao pretended to recall, her eyes vacant as she murmured, "He said that when encountering poisonous creatures in the mountains, an antidote must be within 100 meters. A mixture of certain herbs can repulse the insects. I shall search for them." Her inner voice swiftly enumerated the names of the herbs: Hediotis diffusa, 7-leaf 1-flower, wild broad beanie. Fang Zhongmiao surveyed her surroundings and quickly gathered the herbs, placing them upon a large concave stone. Crushing them into a green paste, she instructed gravely, "Apply this paste to your skin, ensuring no area is left untouched. Those venomous creatures can infiltrate anywhere. We must be prepared to survive and meet your nephew." Her inner voice, laced with a hint of coldness, floated through the air. "If my suspicions are correct, there must be poison specialists in that small village. The emperor has gone to great lengths to keep Qishou firmly under control." As Qishou approached to apply the herbal paste, he silently mused, "Fang Zhongmiao seems well versed in both medicine and poison. Her versatility is truly astonishing. No wonder she exudes such arrogance. She possesses ample justification for it." Once he had evenly coated his arms, Qishou looked at Fang Zhongmiao, his tone peculiar. "I must remove my clothing to apply it to my entire body." Fang Zhongmiao, also applying the paste to her arms, lifted her face and said nonchalantly, "Go ahead. I shall not look." "Are you not ashamed?" Qishou almost asked, but somehow, he ended up teasingly saying, "I cannot reach my back. Will you help me apply it?" Fang Zhongmiao couldn't help but laugh, bending down to tear off 2 long strips of cloth from her garment, soaking them in the herbal paste, and with a restrained tone, she instructed, "Your Excellency, grasp the ends of the cloth with both hands and rub it back and forth against your back to evenly apply the paste to every inch of skin." "Have you never done this before?" Qi Xiu gazed at the 2 pieces of tattered cloth, then at Fang Zhongmiao's earnest demeanor, and suddenly felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Did this woman truly have no concept of modesty between genders? Did she see all beings as equals? How aptly named, Zhongmiao indeed. Qi Xiu chuckled softly, then confidently removed his white inner robe and shirt, exposing a robust chest adorned with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. Fang Zhongmiao continued to regard him with unwavering seriousness. Qi Xiu bent to retrieve the cloth strips, revealing his sculpted back muscles. Fang Zhongmiao maintained her earnest gaze upon him as he applied the herb-infused cloth to every part of his body. The glistening traces of the paste accentuated the contours of his muscles, rendering him even more formidable and powerful. This mature male physique was akin to that of a demigod, a sight to behold. Fang Zhongmiao blinked her earnest eyes, then slowly turned away, her inner voice sighed softly, murmuring, "Your Excellency, this exterior is rather pleasing to behold." Qi Xiu initially assumed her turning away was due to shyness, only to discover her inner tranquility as she casually evaluated his appearance. This woman truly embodies the principle of equality among all beings. To her, he was merely a tolerable shell. Qi Xiu was momentarily taken aback, then self-deprecatingly smiled. Chapter 48. Fortunate to have me. Qi Xiu meticulously applied the green herbal paste, reflecting on his earlier self-importance, and laughed softly to himself. Fang Zhongmiao perked up her ears and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Laughing at my own folly, thinking you had developed a fondness for me. Such words cannot be spoken." Qi Xiu shook his head, his voice low and soothing. "It is nothing. I just recalled a humorous incident." "What humorous incident?" Fang Zhongmiao tilted her head slightly. Qi Xiu whispered, "My disciple, Lin Bauer, is a woman, and she is carrying the emperor's child. Do you find that amusing?" "Oh, is this something I am permitted to hear?" Fang Zhongmiao expressed mild surprise. Qi Xiu nodded. "What is there to prevent you from hearing? I imagine this news has already spread throughout the capital by now." Fang Zhongmiao nodded, murmuring, "Then I must inquire about it upon my return." Qi Xiu undid his belt, preparing to continue applying the herbal paste, when an impulsive thought struck him, and he blurted out, "I am going to remove my trousers." Fang Zhongmiao replied in a tone as calm as ever, "Go ahead, how else will you apply the paste?" Her inner voice echoed with rectitude, "What is improper must not be seen or heard. I am a gentleman, truly a simpleton, lacking even the most basic understanding of modesty between genders." Qi Xiu lowered his gaze, silently smiling to himself. A moment later, he donned his attire and stepped forward, declaring, "I have completed my application. Now it is your turn." Fang Zhongmiao cautioned in a hushed tone, "You must not look at me." Qi Xiu turned his back, his tone indifferent. "A gentleman knows what to do and what not to do." Fang Zhongmiao loosened her belt, instinctively inquiring, "Are you a gentleman?" Qi Xiu squinted slightly, a sudden chuckle escaping him. "I am not." Fang Zhongmiao's hand froze mid-motion, her brows knitting together. It seemed she still harbored some reservations. Qi Xiu sensed this, and his mood lightened a fraction. He had never been so disregarded by anyone before. A summer breeze swept through the azure sky, bringing a hint of refreshing coolness amidst the heat. The distant forest rustled in response. Fang Zhongmiao snapped back to reality, a smile blooming on her lips as her movements to shed her garments became brisk and decisive. Her inner voice, tinged with disbelief, murmured into the air, "I never expected the venerable Qi to joke." Qi Xiu gradually stifled his laughter, a strange feeling settling in his heart. Joking with others, such frivolity had long since evaporated from his life after the destruction of the Qi family. The tragic demise of his siblings, and the vanishing of his nephew. In the company of Fang Zhongmiao, his guard had significantly lowered. Was it because he could hear her thoughts? Qi Xiu pondered, his fingers brushing over his chest. The sound of moist hands gently caressing skin reached his ears, causing his ears to twitch slightly as he softly shut his eyes. Do not see, do not listen, do not think of impropriety. He was unsure how long he stood with his eyes closed when Fang Zhongmiao's voice finally broke through. "I have finished." Qi Xiu opened his eyes and inquired, "May I turn around?" "Yes, you may." Fang Zhongmiao replied. Only then did Qi Xiu pivot, catching sight of her boots, which were not securely bound by the cloth strips. He stepped forward, half kneeling to unravel the strips and rebind them around her slender calves in a cross pattern. Fang Zhongmiao had grown accustomed to such attentiveness, merely lowering her gaze without perceiving anything amiss, obediently extending her legs for him. Qi Xiu glanced up at her, a mix of exasperation and amusement in his expression. Even the emperor had never received such service from him. It seemed Fang Zhongmiao truly regarded him as a eunuch at her beck and call. Observing Qi Xiu's half-smiling visage, she inwardly mused, "The azure thread remains. Her nephew is still safe." She had always remembered clearly for whom this journey was undertaken. Qi Xiu's resentment dissipated, and his previously furrowed brow unfurled. "Let us proceed," he announced, straightening up. The two stepped into the desolate, yellowing woods. Soon left awestruck by the sight before them, countless caterpillars densely covered the branches and leaves of the trees. Some were vibrantly colored and plump, while others were thin and wriggled like maggots. The ground, carpeted with dry leaves, occasionally revealed centipedes and scorpions, and serpents of various hues slithered by. This place was a paradise for toxins and a graveyard for creatures, the remains of humans, elk, wild boars, and even tigers lay scattered about, their bones pitch black, a testament to the depth of their poisoning. Entering without any protection would result in unimaginable consequences. Fang Zhongmiao felt a shiver run down her spine. Leaning slightly towards Qishou to shield her view with his body, she murmured, "See, I told you we should take precautions before entering." Qishou replied with a non-committal raising a hand to gently cover Fang Zhongmiao's face. Her inner voice floated softly through the air, "I never expected Qishou to be so considerate of a fragile woman." Considerate of a delicate woman, of himself. Qishou paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow. Apart from Fang Zhongmiao, he had truly never cared for another woman. Lin Bauer, disguised as a man and possessing a unique appearance, did not count. After the horrific annihilation of his family, he had come to regard humanity as the most dangerous and repulsive species, himself included. Yet, for some reason, he unconsciously excluded Fang Zhongmiao from this disdain. Her unabashed thoughts were indeed hard to guard against. Though he felt somewhat out of sorts, Qishou continued to shield her face with his hand, and he even removed his inner robe, enveloping both himself and Fang Zhongmiao beneath the fabric to shield them from the toxic fluff drifting down from above. The venerable Qi is a good man. Her thoughts floated through the air, laced with admiration. Qishou instinctively smiled, only to furrow his brow once more. A good man. How many years had it been since he had heard such a phrase? But now was not the time for idle musings. The toxic creatures were accumulating around them in increasing numbers. Had they not smeared the herbal juice on their bodies, emitting a pungent odor, they would have long been buried beneath the toxins, becoming two skeletal remains. Gnawed clean of. Fang Zhongmiao gently tugged at Qishou's arm, whispering, "See, it is fortunate to have me." Qishou replied, "I will remember your kindness." Only then did Fang Zhongmiao reveal a satisfied expression. From morning until noon, the woods ahead finally ceased to teem with venomous snakes and insects, transforming into a lush paradise, yet both halted, sensing an unseen danger lurking in the air. Chapter 49, The Fatal Divination. "I feel my inner strength is returning," Qishou remarked softly, gazing into the woods ahead. Fang Zhongmiao decisively asserted, "Then let us take a break. We shall proceed once you have fully recovered." Upon saying this, she scrutinized Qishou's face, her thoughts tinged with relaxation. The azure thread remains. Her nephew is safe and sound. Qishou also relaxed slightly, nodding, "Give me another hour, and that should suffice." Not far off lay a bubbling stream and a gurgling spring, an ideal spot for rest. Qishou glanced back at the plump, venomous snakes slithering through the withered trees, asking, "Are you hungry?" Fang Zhongmiao turned to look, then licked her lips. "I am hungry. What woman would dare to consume such revolting long serpents?" Qishou found it amusing yet felt a great sense of ease. He had anticipated that bringing Fang Zhongmiao along would result in her becoming his greatest burden during the journey. Hunger, thirst, fatigue, fear, she would surely whine and fuss, perhaps even wail dramatically, yet none of this occurred to Fang Zhongmiao. Neither cried nor complained. She was no burden to him. Without her, he would have certainly perished in this mountain. Was he truly to sever ties after achieving his goal? If he did not kill her, he would have to arrange for her to be honored at the Grand Court. If Zhao Zhan could also hear her thoughts, the consequences. Qishou closed his eyes, irritably interrupting his own train of thought. His nephew had not yet been rescued. What was the point of such musings? He cast a glance at Fang Zhongmiao and strode into the withered woods, capturing several venomous snakes to take to the stream for slaughter and cleaning. By the time he returned to their makeshift resting place, having skinned the snakes and removed their innards, Fang Zhongmiao had already constructed a stove from stones, gathered plenty of firewood, and was using resinous drygrass to create a spark. Her speed at rubbing the dry wood was remarkable, and soon black smoke spiraled upwards, transforming into a flickering flame. "It worked," she exclaimed with delight, quickly tossing the flame into the stove and gradually adding thin twigs. She was not a burden, she was an asset. For a moment, Qishou's emotions were quite complex. He approached her, grasping her hand to inspect it. Just as he had suspected, her delicate, fair hands were covered in blisters, and several well-cared-for nails had broken, presenting a pitiful sight. After a moment of silence, he spoke with a hint of annoyance, "You could have asked me to do these tasks. You did not sleep last night. You should lie down and rest for a while." Fang Zhongmiao touched the blisters on her palm and replied, "I will rest later. Right now, I am hungry and only wish to eat." Her inner voice bore no trace of grievance, only calmness and resilience. "If I were a hindrance, we would both perish here. You may care for me, but I cannot allow myself to be a useless burden." Qishou found himself momentarily speechless, the nameless anger in his heart dissipating without a trace. He exhaled and said, "I will roast the snake meat swiftly. You should eat well and then take a nap." He then chopped down a bamboo stalk, carved the segments into skewers, and threaded small pieces of snake meat onto them. Placing them over the fire to roast, Fang Zhongmiao crouched nearby, wandering through the surrounding woods, gathering a few sprigs of grass and digging up small roots. Qishou occasionally glanced at her, ensuring she remained within his sight to feel at ease. Before long, Fang Zhongmiao returned with an armful of plants. Qi Xiu inquired, "What are you doing with those herbs?" Fang Zhongmiao selected one, ran to the spring to wash it, then squeezed the juice over the roasted snake meat, saying, "This is called royal seatgrass. It has a naturally salty flavor and can serve as salt." Qi Xiu tasted a small piece of the snake meat coated in the herbal juice, his brows involuntarily raising. It truly had a salty flavor, neither too strong nor too weak, bursting with freshness and delight. Fang Zhongmiao watched his expression change with anticipation, asking, "Is it delicious?" Qi Xiu nodded. "Delicious." Fang Zhongmiao smiled, evenly spreading the herbal juice over the remaining snake meat, slowly explaining, "This grass originally only grows along the coast. I wonder why it has appeared in this forest. I suspect it was intentionally transplanted by the guards of the mountain village." She suddenly asked, "Do you know how to write the 3 characters for royal seatgrass?" Qi Xiu shook his head. Fang Zhongmiao picked up a twig and inscribed the characters, explaining, "Those who have eaten it all claim it tastes better than the royal banquet. Hence the name royal seatgrass. As we feast on dragon meat and royal delicacies, are we not fortunate? Dragon meat, referring to these snakes?" Qi Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. "Then you should eat a few more pieces of dragon meat to replenish yourself." Qi Xiu placed the roasted snake meat on clean leaves, allowing Fang Zhongmiao to eat first. She did not hesitate, finishing the snake meat in just a few bites before heading to the stream to wash her face and hands. Discarding the 50 wild chrysanthemums until only the stems remained, setting one aside, and carelessly tossing the other 49 to the ground, she scrutinized the arrangement of the fallen stalks, picked them up, cast them aside once more, and then repeated the action. Qi Xiu, observing her peculiar behavior, could not help but inquire, "What are you doing?" Fang Zhongmiao lowered her gaze upon the grass stems and murmured, "I am bored in playing with the flowers and grasses." Yet, her inner voice, laden with gravity, reverberated in the air. "The yarrow, aged 1,000 years, bears 300 stalks. Its roots are ancient, thus it knows of fortune and misfortune. This yarrow is, after all, what I have brought for divination." Fang Zhongmiao gathered the stalks and tossed them into the fire, her eyes scanning the path ahead, her expression tinged with worry. The cold whisper of her thoughts lingered. "It is indeed the Zoowater drowning hexagram. One of the 4 great ominous hexagrams. This journey may well threaten our lives." The outer hexagram signifies marsh, while the inner hexagram represents water. Marsh and water are interconnected, appearing as an overflow. Yet in truth, water lies heavy at the lake's bottom, precisely devoid of it. Those who encounter this hexagram find themselves ensnared in deep woods, parched and tormented, unable to escape without dying. Our predicament, Qi Xiu and I, aligns perfectly with this hexagram. The road ahead is fraught with peril awaiting us. Yet, the great way is 50, the heavenly transformation is 49, and one escapes its grasp. There are no absolute dead ends in this world. Only a slender thread of hope that has yet to be grasped. We still harbor the possibility of surviving. Contemplating this, Fang Zhongmiao retrieved the yarrow stalk she had saved earlier, delicately inspecting it between her fingers. Qi Xiu, too, gazed at the lone surviving yarrow, his thoughts swirling. He had never believed in fate, nor in the arcane arts. Had Fang Qinzi's prayers for rain ever been answered? Had the auspicious dragon vein chosen by Fang Qinzi ever aided the great Zhou in its resurgence? The day Zhao Zhang had abandoned the capital, fleeing across the river with the entire court of nobles, Qi Xiu had realized that there were no deities in this world, only sinners who wrought havoc upon humanity. Yet Fang Zhongmiao repeatedly shattered his convictions, plunging him into self-doubt. He took the yarrow stalk from her, asking, "What is so special about this grass?" Fang Zhongmiao shook her head, feigning nonchalance as she replied, "It grows particularly straight. I was wondering if I could take it back as a bookmark." Her inner voice drifted softly, "It signifies our chance of survival. Of course, it is special. The Zoowater drowning hexagram, due to water being trapped, leads to death from dehydration, hence the sole opportunity for survival is hidden within the water. There lies a deep spring here. If we wish to live, we must not stray from this place. I must devise a way to keep Qi Xiu here." With that thought, Fang Zhongmiao feigned weariness, resting her forehead against her hand, and said, "Let us linger here a while longer. If we do not sleep soon, I fear I may collapse. You wouldn't want me to die from exhaustion on the way, would you?" After speaking, she glanced at Qi Xiu's face, feeling a slight relief as she pondered. Fortunately, his nephew is still safe. Qi Xiu, with a complex expression, nodded. "You should rest. I certainly would not want you to tire yourself to death." Apart from Fang Zhongmiao, he knew not whom else to trust. Chapter 50. A glimmer of hope having drawn the fatal hexagram, Qi Xiu assumed that Fang Zhongmiao would surely be too anxious to sleep. She lay amidst the grass nearby, merely feigning slumber, thus prolonging their time at the water source. However, Qi Xiu soon realized he had misjudged her. Fang Zhongmiao lay with her eyes closed, breathing gently, her face cloaked in dappled shadows, gradually becoming serene and peaceful. Remarkably, she had truly fallen asleep. Qi Xiu stirred the fire with a stick, his deep, inscrutable gaze occasionally drifting to Fang Zhongmiao's pale, fatigued face. The sun dipped lower in the sky, and the mountain breeze took on a chill. Qi Xiu removed his pure white inner robe and gently draped it over Fang Zhongmiao, casually slipping the yarrow stalk into the hidden pocket of his trousers. He continued to ponder the implications of the hexagram. An hour had passed, and his internal energy had fully replenished. There were no toxins, no ambushes, no traps, and no ferocious beasts here. He could not fathom what perilous hexagram could threaten the life of a master-level expert like himself. Heralding certain death, Fang Zhongmiao was merely a mortal, not a celestial being. Could her divination truly guarantee 100% accuracy? Yet, apart from trusting her, what else could he do? With this thought, Qi cast his gaze downward. Once more observing Fang Zhongmiao's tranquil and serene sleeping face, suddenly a plume of white smoke wafted from the nearby woods, a pungent acrid scent rapidly permeating the air. Qi merely inhaled lightly, and his head began to spin, his internal energy swirling chaotically as if threatening to explode from within. This smoke was toxic. Qi immediately held his breath and reached out to rouse Fang Zhongmiao. She shot upright, quickly surveying her surroundings, devoid of any lingering drowsiness, and exclaimed urgently, "Someone has released poison gas." The smoke billowed from the woods ahead. Initially, a few wisps were visible, soon coalescing into a thick cloud. Beneath those wisps, someone was surely incinerating highly toxic substances. The shift in the wind exacerbated the spread of the noxious fumes. Positioned downwind, Fang Zhongmiao and Qi had no escape. The herbal juice they had applied to their skin had long since lost its efficacy. Retreating into the withered, yellowed woods would be tantamount to willingly jumping into a vessel harboring venomous creatures, resulting in a similarly grim fate. Could they escape by soaring into the skies? No, that would only worsen their plight. The higher they ascended, the denser the smoke became. With such potent toxicity, before they could escape, Qi would plummet to the ground, shattered into pieces from inhaling too much poison. Above and below were both dead ends. The hexagram had indeed come to fruition. Qi gazed at Fang Zhongmiao in shock. She, however, was only startled for a moment before her eyes ignited with a brilliant light. Her inner voice, resolute and thunderous, resonated. The heavenly transformation is 49, and one escapes its grasp. The chance of survival indeed lies in the water. What did Qi had no time to ponder when he saw Fang Zhongmiao retrieve a bamboo pole that had been discarded nearby. Swiftly commanding, "Break all the nodes inside this bamboo tube, leaving only the end, then drill a small hole in this node." "Can you do it?" Qi silently accepted the bamboo pole, channeling his internal energy into it. Destroying several internal nodes, leaving only the last one, then flicked his fingers, creating a round hole in the middle. Fang Zhongmiao held her breath, crouched down, stuffed a bundle of dry grass into the bamboo segment, followed by sand, and finally retrieved numerous pieces of charcoal from the fire, using a stick to shove them into the bamboo segment. Noticing how often she burned herself, Qi took the bamboo segment from her. Grasping the hot pieces of charcoal with his bare hands and stuffing them inside, Fang Zhongmiao discarded the stick and commanded urgently, "Fill it up, pack it tight." Qi had no idea what she intended to do, but he nonetheless filled the long bamboo pole with charcoal. "That's enough, jump into the spring." Fang Zhongmiao pulled Qi and leaped into the deep spring, filling the bamboo segment with water to extinguish the scalding charcoal. Qi tightly grasped Fang Zhongmiao's hand as they sank into the depths, gradually understanding her intentions. The water could isolate the toxic smoke, and hiding beneath the water would temporarily ensure their safety. However, what about breathing? Qi understood the art of breath control and could hold his breath for 2/4 of an hour, but the poisoner, for thoroughness, would surely not release gas for merely 2/4 of an hour. They ought to consider that those capable of traversing the grand celestial formation and emerging unscathed from the animal graveyard would possess formidable power. It was far more likely they could continue releasing poisonous gas for much of the night. Perhaps even the entire night. Hiding underwater without breathing would lead to certain death. Qi expression grew grave, his hands instinctively tightening around Fang Zhongmiao. He had never anticipated that he would ultimately perish alongside Fang Chenzi's daughter. The arrangements of fate were indeed marvelous, yet this heavy sense of despair lasted only a fleeting moment. Qi saw Fang Zhongmiao extend the bamboo segment filled with charcoal above the water's surface, then leaned forward to take a deep breath from within the bamboo. Qi hastily moved to cover her mouth, shaking his head sternly. How could she breathe in the outside poison smoke? It would kill her. Fang Zhongmiao shook her head as well, pressing the bamboo segment to his lips. Her inner voice floated through the water, echoing ethereally, "Charcoal can absorb the toxins in the smoke. The air filtered through the layers of this bamboo segment is safe. Qi, if you don't want to die, hurry and breathe." Her voice carried an urgent tone, and Fang Zhongmiao reached out, gripping Qi hair, forcing his head towards the bamboo segment. Qi. So that was it. Where had Fang Zhongmiao learned such peculiar survival techniques? At that moment, the only person Qi could trust was Fang Zhongmiao. Moreover, since she had already inhaled the air from the bamboo segment, what was there for him to fear? He tentatively took a shallow breath, although the air within the bamboo had a hint of smoke. It was indeed non-toxic. Qi immediately glanced at Fang Zhongmiao, nodding slightly. Fang Zhongmiao gripped the bamboo segment with one hand while firmly encircling Qi neck with the other. She inhaled deeply, then shifted the bamboo segment to Qi lips, allowing him to breathe in. Qi did not need to breathe too frequently, but underwater, with no means of communication, he had no choice but to let Fang Zhongmiao direct him. In the face of life and death, Fang Zhongmiao had entirely forgotten to maintain the image of a delicate woman. She was assertive, domineering, yet undoubtedly a dependable companion. Qi Xiu and Fang Zhongmiao drifted along the bottom of the spring, patiently awaiting the dissipation of the toxic smoke. As he had anticipated, the toxic smoke persisted for the better part of the night, after the midnight hour, as moonlight filtered through the spring's surface, illuminating the vast expanse of stars above. The two finally emerged, taking deep breaths of floating upon the spring's surface were numerous toxic particles, and their skin inevitably absorbed some. A fine pain coursed through their bodies, followed by a numbing sensation. The skin of both had lost feeling, yet fortunately this degree of toxicity was not lethal, nor did it hinder their mobility. If the diluted poison in the spring retained such potency, what would their fate have been had they been directly exposed to the air? Their skin would have rotted, muscles dissolved, and bones turned to water. In less than half an hour, they would have transformed into two puddles of pus seeping into the earth. The Zoowater drowning hexagram had indeed manifested. Their only chance of survival lay within the water. Had it not been for Fang Zhongmiao's deductions, had they proceeded downstream at haste, they would have surely perished long ago. Qi Xiu removed his inner garment, now stained with toxic powder, standing bare-chested in the chilling moonlight. He gazed towards the direction from which the poisonous smoke wafted, his eyes colder than the frigid moon above. Fang Zhongmiao, devoid of clothing to shed, could only sit beside the extinguished fire pit, awaiting the gradual dissipation of the stinging and numbing sensations on her skin. She felt her pulse, murmuring to herself, "The poisoning is not severe. I can recover without medication." The toxic powder still retains its potency, and the guards of the mountain village will likely hesitate to investigate immediately. Once the toxicity wanes, they will come. We still have time to prepare. She squinted, her gaze turning icy. Her thoughts, like the biting wind, swept through the air. The puppet master wishes to kill me. Very well, I shall dismantle his meticulously arranged array of shifting stars, painstakingly crafted over 60 years, causing him to suffer backlash and grievous injury. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu turned his face towards Fang Zhongmiao, who feigned vulnerability and fear, while inwardly seething with rage. The frost in his eyes gradually melted. This woman was indeed one who would repay grievances in kind. She must never be angered in the future. Chapter 51. Fang Zhongmiao can be sweet-tongued too. This was a living spring, where new sources of water continually surged from the depths of the earth, bubbling and gurgling. Before long, the toxic powder floating on the surface was entirely washed away by the stream, restoring its previous clarity. "Come wash yourself," Qi Xiu beckoned, stepping into the spring and turning to wave at Fang Zhongmiao. Above, a cold, white full moon hung high in the sky. Qi Xiu, standing bare in the water, resembled a celestial being enveloped in a hazy glow. Fang Zhongmiao sat by the extinguished bonfire, gazing at him with a hint of dazed admiration. The toxic powder had robbed her of her senses and dulled her mind. Her thoughts murmured, "Has the moonlight become sentient?" Qi Xiu was momentarily speechless, then chuckled. "Fang Zhongmiao, only when you are not clear-headed do you utter such sweet nothings." With a swift motion, Qi Xiu emerged from the water, grasping Fang Zhongmiao and diving deep into the spring, fully submerging them both, allowing the rippling water to wash away the toxic powder clinging to their skin and hair. It was only then that Fang Zhongmiao shook off the lingering effects of the mild poison and regained her senses. Realizing they were surrounded by water, with the dark entrance of the earth beneath her feet, she instinctively clutched Qi Xiu tightly. Qi Xiu, momentarily breathless, managed to pull her from the depths and reached the shore. His voice hoarse as he commanded, "You may release me now." Fang Zhongmiao immediately let go, apologetically stating, "I am not skilled in swimming. I almost endangered you. Forgive me." Qi Xiu, unaccustomed to being alone with a woman, gazed upward at the moon, letting out a silent sigh before saying, "Soon someone will enter this grove to investigate. We must leave immediately." Fang Zhongmiao turned towards the shore. Qi Xiu cast a casual glance, his gaze abruptly sharpening. Ah, who was it that claimed the moonlight had come to life? The two walked through the water, yet before they could reach the shore, they froze in place. Before them, the clearing was densely populated with venomous insects, writhing their bodies, shaking their heads, and producing a rustling sound. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the creatures were licking the toxic powder scattered on the ground. The spring was devoid of poison, becoming the only safe haven. Qi Xiu suddenly recalled the Zishui predicament, once again astounded by Fang Zhongmiao's uncanny ability to deduce. The only chance of survival lies in the water. Indeed, leaving this living spring, they would have faced death countless times. Fang Zhongmiao raised her head, intently gazing at the moon, not casting a glance towards the shore. Her thoughts whispered, "I am not afraid of insects, I am merely entranced by the moonlight tonight." Qi Xiu nearly chuckled, shaking his head as they continued towards the bank, reaching for the pure white inner garment abandoned in the shallow water, cleansing it before donning it. He reassured her, "Once they consume the toxic powder, they will swiftly depart." Fang Zhongmiao's tone was laced with concern. "By the time they finish and leave, the guards will likely arrive. We are in for a fierce battle." Qi Xiu patiently consoled her. "Let me handle the fierce battle. You may stand aside and observe." Fang Zhongmiao, feeling utterly exhausted, retorted weakly, "The assassins have sharp eyes. They can see me, a living target. When they come for you, they will certainly not forget to take me along." You may wish for me to stand quietly, but can you ensure they remain docile as well? Chi Xiu, amused rather than exasperated by her sardonic tone, continued to comfort her. I can. Fang Zhongmiao blinked in surprise. What? Chi Xiu patiently reiterated. I can ensure they remain docile. Fang Zhongmiao, still processing the meaning of his words, observed as the densely packed poisonous insects retreated like a receding tide back into the withered yellow woods. The clearing was devoid of any trace of the toxic powder, leaving only the cold moonlight. From the nearby grove came the whisper of the wind, a palpable aura of menace spreading through the night. As Fang Zhongmiao remained in a daze, Chi Xiu seized her slender waist, leaping up to a giant tree at the edge of the spring. He positioned her on the thickest branch and succinctly ordered, "Stay here and wait for me." Fang Zhongmiao instinctively nodded, but when she regained her senses, Chi Xiu had already ascended to the treetops. Soaring to greater heights, she quickly grasped the trunk, looking up in awe. The tree's summit offered no leafy concealment, only an unbroken expanse of forest and the scattered moonlight upon the earth. Clad in white, Chi Xiu stood out strikingly as several dark figures emerged like phantoms, brandishing swords in a lethal charge towards him. The gleaming edges of their blades stung Fang Zhongmiao's eyes. She hastily ducked behind the trunk, only to realize that her suddenly quickened breathing would inevitably draw the assassin's attention. Indeed, a few of them turned towards the sound of her breath, altering their course to descend, raising their long knives. Chi Xiu summoned a gust of energy, wrapping around several fallen leaves, casually flinging them. The leaves, propelled by the force of his hand, transformed into unyielding projectiles, piercing the vital points of the assassins. Several of them, having flown close to Fang Zhongmiao, suddenly collapsed like marionettes, tumbling into a heap. Fang Zhongmiao peered out, contemplating. Is this what they mean by being able to injure someone with mere falling leaves? Chi Xiu is remarkably powerful. A sudden whoosh sounded above her, as another assassin launched a surprise attack. The blade nearly grazing her. Fang Zhongmiao's pupils dilated in terror, her body stiffening. With a thud, the assassin was struck down by a dried leaf, collapsing at the base of the tree, joining the others in a disarrayed pile. Resembling a chaotic scatter of broken toys, Fang Zhongmiao blinked, and unexpectedly, a laugh escaped her lips. The sound, though harmless, bore a strong sense of mockery, prompting more assassins to abandon their pursuit of Chi Xiu and instead direct their attacks towards her. Amusement sparkled in Chi Xiu's narrow eyes as he remained unfazed, sweeping away the incoming threats with a wave of his hand, sending them crashing down. On the fact that Fang Zhongmiao could elicit such a light-hearted laugh amidst the perilous encirclement was testament to his prowess. Pursuing one assassin as he descended, Chi Xiu sent him flying with a deft strike before lightly landing on the branch, whispering, "I told you, I can ensure they remain docile." Fang Zhongmiao's gaze towards him brimmed with admiration. Her thoughts soared through the air, brimming with audacity. If so many assassins cannot contend with Chi Xiu, then who else can? Chi Xiu narrowed his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Just then, a sharp voice rang out from the air. 9,000 years, let me have a word with you. Chapter 52, the so-called maternal love. Without hesitation, Chi Xiu swept Fang Zhongmiao away from the giant tree. In the next moment, the ground where they had stood was engulfed by a gust of energy, exploding with a thunderous crash. The splintering wood flew through the cold moonlight like drifting snowflakes. As a tall, fierce-looking elder brushed aside the fragments and thrust forth a long sword, Chi Xiu gently set Fang Zhongmiao on a stone before leaping to confront his adversary. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. Soaring and dodging, their energies colliding, causing the spring to splatter and the giant tree to tremble. Fang Zhongmiao watched in a daze, the cacophony of battle ringing in her ears. In a mere moment, the surrounding trees bore the brunt of their clash, reduced to shattered remnants. This was no mere skirmish between two mortals, it resembled the calamity wrought by a legion sweeping through. Though unversed in martial arts, Fang Zhongmiao possessed a keen eye. She was alarmed to realize that the elder was also a master-level expert, and his inner strength surpassed that of Chi Xiu. After several hundred exchanges, Chi Xiu inadvertently exposed a flaw, receiving a blow to his chest from the elder, causing him to spit blood. Fang Zhongmiao's heart sank, her mind racing with myriad thoughts. She understood that if this continued, Chi Xiu would exhaust his energy and surely perish. Leaving her without a path of escape, she had to find a way to help Chi Xiu turn the tide. Forcing herself to remain calm, Fang Zhongmiao quickly spotted a pure white outer robe cast aside in the nearby grass. It was the very garment Chi Xiu had draped over her while she slept. With a flash of insight, she dashed to retrieve the robe and plunged into the withered woods. Chi Xiu and the elder were still locked in combat. Despite knowing the peril of distraction when facing a master, Chi Xiu couldn't help but steal glances for Fang Zhongmiao's figure. While engaging the elder, he had to ensure no other assassins would ambush her. When Fang Zhongmiao suddenly vanished from his sight, he felt a flicker of unease. The elder scoffed, "You dare to lose focus while battling me, you seek death." A thunderous wave of energy surged towards Chi Xiu's heart. He could not evade it and was forced to endure, but just then, he heard a delicate voice exclaim, "Look at my hidden weapon." The elder immediately turned, redirecting the powerful strike meant for Chi Xiu towards the perceived projectile. With a resounding crash, the elder discovered that what had come hurtling towards him was not a weapon at all, but merely a pine cone. The few pine nuts that miraculously avoided being pulverized fell harmlessly to the ground. Lacking any lethal force, the elder's face twitched with rage as he witnessed Fang Zhongmiao hurl another white bundle in his direction. The aged warrior, relying on his formidable martial prowess and accustomed to his unyielding combat style that breaks through myriad techniques, remained steadfast, unflinching as he struck out with a palm, shattering the parcel. White cloth fragments fluttered like snowflakes alongside a multitude of countless caterpillars that erupted forth. Fang Zhongmiao swiftly took refuge behind a massive tree trunk she had long since identified, her heart coldly scoffing. Old fool, those caterpillars are known as yanlatzi. Their venomous spines, once embedded in the skin, snap off instantaneously, releasing a potent toxin that will assuredly rend your flesh and leave you in excruciating agony. Enjoy yourself. As the gust from his palm obliterated the parcel, it also pulverized the caterpillars into a gruesome pulp, scattering their venomous spines into the air, which were then swept across the old man's face by a sudden mountain breeze. Even the shift in wind direction had been calculated by Fang Zhongmiao, all unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving no opportunity for reaction. The old man emitted a wretched scream, tightly shutting his eyes as he stumbled about in blind panic. To open his eyes would mean allowing the spines to fall into his pupils, irrevocably damaging his sight. How could he dare? He followed the sound of trickling water, intending to leap into the spring to wash away the spines, only to collide directly with Qishou's palm wind. The old man was sent flying, landing atop a mound of puppets and assassins. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he coughed repeatedly, yet still dared not open his eyes. The toxins were nurtured by Madame Qi, fed daily with lethal concoctions of Duanchang San. Their potency was extraordinary. While externally yanlatzi might not be lethal, here, they could dissolve a living being into a mere puddle of flesh. The old man struggled to roll off the heap of bodies, writhing as he crawled toward the spring. A dignified master reduced to such a disgraceful plight by a weak woman ignorant of martial arts was indeed a profound humiliation. Qishou approached the old man, slowly raising his palm, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. A sigh echoed softly. "Qishou, stand down." The voice was achingly familiar, reminiscent of countless dreams. Qishou's gathered energy dissipated in an instant as he abruptly turned to the source of the voice. His eyes unwittingly bloodshot. Fang Zhongmiao followed the sound, her expression bewildered. There a woman emerged from the shadowy woods, slowly making her way to the moonlit spring, disregarding Qishou entirely as she donned a thick pair of gloves and began dragging the old man's legs into the water. The old man hurriedly swam towards the deeper waters, seeking to wash away the venomous spines with the icy spring water. Blood mingled with the water's surface, only to be carried away by the current. The woman gazed anxiously at the crimson waters. Qishou stepped closer to her, his gaze trembling. "Sister-in-law," he murmured as if lost in a dream. A woman presumed dead for 3 years now stood vividly before him. And she was in the same place as his nephew. No, judging by her appearance, she was not in prison but had willingly remained in this secluded wilderness. Why had she not sought him out? Why dress the rotting corpse in her clothing, allowing him to believe she was deceased? Why deceive him? Qishou's heart ached like a vice. The woman slowly turned her head, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Qishou. She understood his thoughts and coldly replied, "You seek vengeance for our clan, I comprehend, but you cannot involve our family of 3. I merely desire a peaceful life, shunning violence and the uncertainty of existence." The woman's weathered visage twisted with resentment as she venomously declared, "I did not expect you to be the one who arrived, yet even if I had known, I would still kill you. I cannot allow you to take my son, drawing him into the vortex of courtly strife. I cannot permit other children to surround him, mocking him for having a eunuch for an uncle. You are a disgrace to the child. Do you not realize? You wield power and inflict harm upon the loyal, and you are equally a disgrace to your brother. Your brother was the epitome of integrity. If he were aware from beyond the grave, he would surely loathe you and refuse to acknowledge you. You have sullied the Qi family name. You are a sinner." Qishou's once upright spine was crushed beneath her merciless words, causing him to stagger and half-kneel. The blow to his chest had already been grievous, and he coughed forth blood. It was a bitter irony that the one least able to tolerate him was his most beloved kin. Fang Zhongmiao stepped forward to support Qishou. She refrained from meddling in their familial affairs, ignorant of the underlying truths, thus remaining silent, yet her thoughts carried a hint of mockery as they floated through the air. "So, you believe you can strip the child of his freedom, confining him to this eternal isolation? You are correct. Here, there will be no mischievous children surrounding your son, no jeers or taunts to humiliate him. But have you considered that here, he shall be enveloped solely by profound solitude? I cannot believe that living in this desolate cage, under the bleak moonlight and amidst venomous creatures, your son would find happiness. Indeed, he may evade conflict and grow up in safety, yet you shall gradually realize he will lose the ability to communicate with others. Once a normal child, he will slowly become mute, deaf, and blind. The so-called maternal love you profess is but a noose, tightly binding him, causing his spirit to wither until he becomes a living corpse. You have wounded Qishou with the most venomous words. He may not see clearly, but I do. You are merely venting your frustrations. Your child's palace is shrouded in darkness, the azure threads within fluctuating in depth, as if on the brink of severance. It is evident that your son has begun to exhibit symptoms of soul departure. How long has it been since he last cried, or laughed? How long has it been since he spoke? Calling you mother, the one harming your son is not Chi Xiu, but your own obsession. With a mother like you, your son is truly to be pitied. Chi Xiu suddenly lifted his head, tears transforming into fierce resolve. Glaring menacingly at his sister-in-law, had his nephew truly succumbed to the symptoms of soul departure? The woman stood frozen for a moment, suddenly clutching her chest and spitting blood. Evidently, she too could hear those thoughts. And the revelation struck her deeply. Chapter 53. What in this world could evade Fang Zhongmiao's scrutiny? The woman bent over in the spring, spitting forth a great mouthful of blood, her complexion paler than the moonlight that blanketed the ground. The clear waters became tainted with glaring red. Fang Zhongmiao was taken aback. She lowered her voice and inquired, "What has happened to your sister-in-law? Is she poisoned?" Chi Xiu, supported by her, rose to his feet. Nodding as he murmured that she was indeed poisoned. Fang Zhongmiao, your tongue is more venomous than Wanchang-san. The woman swayed as she turned, her crimson eyes fixed intently on Fang Zhongmiao, her lips parting repeatedly as if she had much to say. Yet unable to utter a single word. Fang Zhongmiao, assuming she was in pain and struggling to speak, comforted her. "Do not rush, take a moment to rest." The woman spat another mouthful of blood. She was neither anxious nor in pain and unable to speak, rather a mysterious force had rendered her mute. Was this woman a demon? The old man, having washed the spines from his face, surfaced from the water. His gaze warily fixed upon Fang Zhongmiao. Chi Xiu immediately realized that both individuals could hear those strange thoughts. He stepped forward, shielding Fang Zhongmiao behind him, unleashing his vital energy, which evaporated the moisture from his robes in an instant. The woman and the old man were compelled to temper their murderous intent. Fang Zhongmiao tugged at her garment and softly said, "Your Excellency, could you assist me in drying my clothes as well?" Clearly she was unaware that her very presence nearly incited another clash between the two factions. Chi Xiu. This woman, when clever, is astoundingly astute, yet when dense she is equally so. However, her ignorance of martial arts renders her oblivious to the fact that releasing vital energy is a signal for life and death confrontation. What reasonable person would expend their limited vital energy to dry clothes? Yet at this moment, Chi Xiu had no choice but to comply. He placed his broad palm upon Fang Zhongmiao's slender back, allowing his vital energy to flow through the fabric seams, gradually evaporating the moisture. As Fang Zhongmiao beheld the steam rising from her form, she gasped in astonishment. Thus, the tense atmosphere naturally dissipated. The woman, Chi Xiu's sister-in-law Renguqin, scrutinized Fang Zhongmiao and inquired, "Chi Xiu, is this your sister-in-law?" Chi Xiu's flow of vital energy abruptly halted, his expression turning peculiar, an unsettling sensation swelling within him. Fortunately, Fang Zhongmiao performed a graceful bow, gently saying, "Fang Zhongmiao, daughter of Fang Qinzi, pays her respects to the lady." Renguqin, incredulous, asked, "You are the daughter of that old charlatan?" Fang Zhongmiao bowed once more, her tone still gentle yet her words pointed. "Allow me to remind you, lady, that when the Qi clan faced annihilation, it was your so-called old charlatan, my father, who risked the wrath of the late emperor to save your husband, your son, your younger brother, and you. If you possess any sense of propriety, you ought to address my father as benefactor. If you lack such understanding, then let my words fall to silence." Renguqin's expression shifted to one of immense discomfort, and after a moment of stiffness, she bent at the waist, her tone lacking warmth, saying, "You are the daughter of the benefactor. I apologize for my previous rudeness." The old man waded slowly to the shore, fixing his gaze on Chi Xiu as he asked, "How are you able to traverse that Dozhuanshingi formation?" Chi Xiu shot a glance at Fang Zhongmiao, feigning ignorance as he asked, "What Dozhuanshingi formation?" Fang Zhongmiao tilted her head in perplexity, echoing, "Yes, what Dozhuanshingi formation? We simply followed the guidance of the North Star." A voice, brimming with arrogance, drifted through the air. "This formation has been in operation for decades, claiming countless lives. Before I departed, I ensured it would collapse into nothingness." The old man's eyes darkened as he cast a glance at Fang Zhongmiao. The surging murderous intent within him suppressed with great effort. Renguqin, witnessing the old man's sudden change in demeanor, began to piece together his intentions. Something must have happened on the emperor's side. Or perhaps he simply no longer wished to concern himself with Qi Yuan's fate, as not a single envoy had been sent for 2 whole years, devoid of sustenance to fill their bellies and garments to ward off the chill. Deprived of remedies to alleviate their excruciating pain, the hundreds of shadow guards stationed here endured a fate worse than death. The destruction of Fang Zhongmiao's intricate celestial formation would pose little challenge in whisking away these shadow guards. The elder, concerned for the lives of his subordinates, was naturally reluctant to take Fang Zhongmiao's life. Chi Xiu was indeed fortunate. Whenever he faced insurmountable obstacles, a benefactor would invariably come to his aid. Yet those around him seemed to suffer one misfortune after another. His husband, son, father-in-law, mother-in-law. Renguqin harbored deep resentment, thus she would divulge none of the inner workings to Chi Xiu and the others. The elder did not expose Fang Zhongmiao's pretense of ignorance but approached the shore. Speaking in a gentle tone, "I shall take you to meet Qi Yuan." Renguqin cast him a fierce glare, to which he merely responded with a cold smirk. Chi Xiu immediately ventured into the depths of the forest. Turning back to issue the command, "Lead the way." He sensed the elder's subtle, suppressed murderous intent, and also observed the sister-in-law's unwillingness, quickly deducing that these individuals likely sought something from them, specifically from Fang Zhongmiao. It was no wonder that, despite having their thoughts audibly eavesdropped upon, Fang Zhongmiao could still thrive so luxuriantly. With strength, one becomes the object of others' flattery wherever they go. With a soft chuckle, Qishou beckoned to Fang Zhongmiao. Urging her to come forth, she hurriedly trotted to catch up. The elder kicked stones from the shore toward the group of assassins sprawled upon the ground. The muffled thuds echoed as the stones struck, causing the assassins, now freed from their restraints, to cough and rise, dejectedly trailing behind the elder. Qishou, aiming to demonstrate his ability to keep the assassins in line, refrained from employing lethal force, unbeknownst to him. It was precisely this lack of intent that prevented the elder from engaging him in a deadly struggle. Qishou quickly grasped this, his gaze on Fang Zhongmiao taking on an even more peculiar quality. His fortune seemed to flourish whenever he was in her presence. Was the true aim of the orchestrator of the celestial formation to harness such fortunes? Without fortune, would one not find even drinking water a perilous endeavor? Qishou felt a chill run down his spine and silently resolved, once they emerged from this ordeal, he would ascertain the malevolent forces lurking behind Zhao Zhang and Yufeian. Unbeknownst to them, the group traversed through the forest and arrived at a secluded village nestled within the hills. Every household in the village glimmered with light. Villagers stood atop rooftops, perched on walls, or lightly balanced upon tree branches, all gazing intently at the two strangers entering the village, their expressions stern and eyes fierce, and their aura brimming with formidable energy, each one a master in their own right. The elder raised a hand in a gesture of silence, prompting the villagers to descend quietly, retreating into their homes and extinguishing their lights. With a mere glance, Fang Zhongmiao discerned the origins of these individuals. Her thoughts drifted through the night sky. Their parental lineage is shattered in dark, revealing them to be orphans, unencumbered and unanchored. They are the most suitable candidates for training as lethal instruments. They are assassins of a far higher caliber than mere shadow guards. However, her thoughts took a sudden turn as her gaze swept across each dwelling. However, the radiant thread of energy emanating from their master has been severed. They ought to have been the Emperor's most loyal hounds, yet they have developed rebellious sentiments. This bodes well for us. The elder suddenly lifted his gaze, staring intently at Fang Zhongmiao's silhouette. Qishou, sensing the hostility approaching from behind, casually turned his head, his eyes cold as he regarded the source. He raised an eyebrow, silently inquiring, "Is she correct?" The elder slowly lowered his head, thus Qishou understood that Fang Zhongmiao was once again right. What a pair of eyes she possessed! What in this world could elude Fang Zhongmiao's scrutiny? Chapter 54. The toxic mother. Fang Zhongmiao suddenly observed each tightly shut door, her thoughts drifting forth. The elder's martial prowess is extraordinary. The death squad under his command possesses exceptional combat strength. Logically, such a formidable weapon could turn the tide in critical moments. If I were the Emperor, I would undoubtedly devise every means to ensure their unwavering loyalty, never allowing even a whisper of rebellion to sprout. Yet they are no longer loyal to the imperial family. Why is that? What Fang Zhongmiao pondered, while the elder began to perspire. Qishou too was scrutinizing the area and the death squad. His eyes suddenly flickered as he pieced together the reasons behind their plight. Simultaneously, Fang Zhongmiao's thoughts flowed. The black uniforms they hang out to dry have faded to a pallid hue. The fabric is riddled with tears and frays. The materials they use for mending their garments are coarse linen and hemp rope. Are they woven by their own hands? They are also drying wild vegetables under the eaves. Are they preparing for winter sustenance? A battle-hardened death squad should never lack provisions. Thus, the Emperor has severed their supplies. From the degree of wear on their clothing, it seems this dire existence has persisted for 2 or 3 years. They are unaware of how to escape, left to languish in their own demise. So this is the reason behind their rebellion. They are cast-offs of the royal family of Fang Zhongmiao. Abruptly turned to face the elder. The elder wished to avert his gaze but ultimately braced himself and returned her stare, letting out a cold snort. Seeing the elder's pretentious display of pride, Qishou couldn't help but chuckle softly. Fang Zhongmiao withdrew her gaze, internally reflecting, these individuals bear darkened foreheads, deeply poisoned, with lives that are numbered. They are under the influence of drugs. The Emperor has commanded them to carry out his bidding yet has withheld the antidote for years. Enduring unimaginable torment day in and day out, even the deepest loyalty would be eroded. If it were me, for such a squad, I would not hesitate to expend millions of taels of gold each year to cultivate them. The Emperor is nothing short of a fool. Fang Zhongmiao couldn't resist muttering under her breath. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Qishou and the elder's eyes. Ringuqin cast a surprised glance at Fang Zhongmiao, internally contemplating, this woman exhibits not a shred of reverence for the imperial family. Indeed, she and Qishou are cut from the same cloth. The elder cleared his throat, interrupting Fang Zhongmiao's musings. That small house ahead is where Lady Qi resides. Qi Yuan is within, and he has likely retired for the night. For these years, we have only been tasked with watching over the two of them, without any intention of causing them harm. The elder shot a glance at Ringuqin, adding, Lady Qi voluntarily came with us back then. We did not abduct her. Qishou turned to Ringuqin, his expression shifting several times before settling into a self-deprecating smirk. He had been threatened and humiliated by Zhao Zhang, never anticipating that his sister-in-law had been behind it all, unable to bear it any longer. Shisho questioned icily, sister-in-law, are you not aware of the kind of coercion I would face if Zhao Zhang took you away? Ringuqin turned her head away, falling into silence. Shisho, with a sardonic smile, remarked, yet you do not care, am I right? Ringuqin suddenly felt a surge of resentment, spinning around fiercely to retort, I only care whether my son can grow up safely, I only care that my son is not called a little eunuch by those around him. He cannot live with you, under your influence. The fire in Shisho's eyes abruptly extinguished, replaced by an indescribable bitterness churning within. He could endure anything, but he could not bear the disdain of his own kin. At that moment, Fang Zhongmiao stated emphatically, you cannot tolerate your son living alongside a powerful eunuch, yet you can accept him living with a group of ruthless assassins. Ringuqin's face twisted in resentment. Frozen place, all her pent-up rage lodged in her throat. Fang Zhongmiao slowly applauded, exclaiming, with Qi Xiu, your son will not become a eunuch, but with assassins, he will surely become one. Lady Qi, you truly know how to educate your child. You are indeed a good mother. Ringuqin clutched her chest, overwhelmed by pain, feeling a strong urge to spit blood. Qi Xiu and the elder exchanged awkward glances, their expressions filled with embarrassment. It seemed they too had been reprimanded. Hadn't they? Fang Zhongmiao feigned curiosity, inquiring, the first lesson for assassins is to eradicate personal desires and emotions. Madam, I am quite eager to know, has your son qualified, does he still possess the emotions of a mundane individual? Ringuqin, clutching her chest, glared at Fang Zhongmiao with venomous intent, tears streaming down her reddened cheeks. Fang Zhongmiao suddenly realized, mocking, seeing you so overwhelmed with joy, he must have met the criteria. Congratulations, your parenting has been remarkably successful. Her thoughts echoed coldly in the air, with a mother like you, Qi Yuan has surely endured immeasurable misfortune, he wishes to study but cannot, he longs for companionship but finds none, he craves sustenance but is deprived. Living thus is worse than death. Do you believe that with a mother's presence, a child can grow up happy and safe? In theory, yes, but only if that mother fully comprehends and embraces her child. Rather than confining and controlling him, forgive my candor, but in your son's eyes, your companionship is merely a prison. No prisoner enjoys being incarcerated. I could keep such thoughts to myself, but I find it necessary to express at least a modicum of scorn towards Lady Qi. One must know where to draw the line, after all, for even an impartial judge finds it difficult to resolve domestic disputes. With this in mind, Fang Zhongmiao sighed in exasperation. Ringuqin's face twitched with fury. She desperately wanted to seize Fang Zhongmiao by the collar and demand, is this your idea of moderation? You might as well stab my heart with a knife. In that moment, Qi Xiu's anger dissipated entirely. Fang Zhongmiao had articulated everything he could and could not say. Bringing her along had proven to be his most astute decision. Although the fury has dissipated, the anxiety has intensified. Qi Xiu inquired in a somber tone. Elder sister-in-law, have you truly raised Yuan to be a heartless and desireless assassin? How could you do such a thing? My elder brother is the epitome of integrity. Should he know of this from beyond, he would surely harbor resentment and disdain towards you, refusing to acknowledge you. You have ruined Yuan. You are the bane of the Qi family. This boomerang struck Ringuqin's heart, causing her body to sway as if she might faint. I never intended to raise Yuan as an assassin. I merely wished to bring him to a paradise, allowing him to grow up in peace and joy. What wrong have I committed? Ringuqin grasped the fence by the roadside to stabilize herself. Raising her tear-streaked face to fervently defend her actions. Qi Xiu remained silent. He could comprehend his sister-in-law's intentions, yet he could not accept the current outcome. Fang Zhongmiao, in a ghostly tone, remarked, so in the eyes of the lady, a paradise is composed of mountains teeming with venomous creatures and a ground littered with assassins. How intriguing! The last facade of Ringuqin was shattered, and she could not help but scream in anger. You shut your mouth. Suddenly, Qi Xiu seized Ringuqin by the throat, menacingly whispering, the one who should be silenced is you. I grant you face by calling you elder sister-in-law. Strip that away, and you are merely a vile woman who harms her own child. Chapter 55, Scoundrels. Ringuqin's face flushed crimson as Qi Xiu constricted her throat, rendering her breathless. Only then did she realize her fear, hastily beating against Qi Xiu's arm, tremblingly pointing towards the small wooden house not far ahead. She wished to convey to Qi Xiu, your nephew is inside. Do you wish for him to witness you harming his mother? Qi Xiu glanced back, recalling his deceased elder brother and his young nephew, and finally loosened his grip, carelessly casting Ringuqin aside. She clutched her throat, coughing repeatedly, her voice brimming with resentment. Qi Xiu, in your quest for vengeance, you have resorted to unscrupulous means, creating numerous enemies. Your elder brother has already suffered due to your actions, meeting a tragic end at home. Not if you take Yuan away, he too will be slain by your political foes. Qi Xiu's gaze flickered, his emotions in turmoil. That he was well aware of the threats that accompanied taking his nephew, yet leaving him here was simply out of the question. He cast a sidelong glance at Ringuqin, calmly stating, you need not concern yourself with this matter, elder sister-in-law. I possess the means to ensure Yuan's safety. With me, he will at least have sufficient food and clothing, receive instruction in martial arts and literacy, and have peers to play and frolic with. Can you provide him with such things? The elder sister-in-law, Qi Xiu, slightly bent forward, his eyes devoid of any emotion as he fixed his gaze upon Ringuqin. Enunciating each word deliberately, elder sister-in-law, can you allow Yuaner to live as a human being? Should you utter a single affirmative word today, I shall leave immediately. Renguchin opened her mouth but could not produce a sound. Fang Zhongmiao kindly interjected on her behalf. She says she cannot. Renguchin's heart twisted in pain as she shot a resentful glare at Fang Zhongmiao. Qishou feigned confusion, raising an eyebrow. Oh, what is it that she cannot do? What Fang Zhongmiao further elucidated, she cannot allow her son to live like a human being, Renguchin retorted. Fine, you two scoundrels have come to torment me. Haven't you? Must your words be so venomous? Qishou adopted a pose of sudden realization, questioning once more. Then why does she contend with me? Does she have the audacity? Fang Zhongmiao readily replied, Ninth Lord. She has no face, which is why she is silent now, Renguchin exclaimed. Not enough. To what extent do you wish to humiliate me? Qishou, rather pleased with this tacit understanding, felt his anger unexpectedly subside. He turned to Renguchin, asking, Elder sister-in-law, may I now be taken to see Yuaner? Renguchin rose from the ground and silently walked towards the wooden house. The door hinges, rusted, creaked ominously upon her push. Qishou immediately stepped forward, raising the door with great care to ensure it emitted no sound. A child suffering from dissociative disorder cannot endure even the slightest disturbance. Renguchin felt no particular reaction to her brother-in-law's actions. While Fang Zhongmiao regarded Qishou with surprise, silently pondering, with such meticulous attention, Qishou was bound to become a good father. Raising Qi Yuan would be far more reliable than Qi Madam. Qishou cast a sidelong glance at Fang Zhongmiao, feeling quite gratified by her praise. Renguchin's face flushed, a mix of anger and shame. Having grown accustomed to this dwelling, she had routinely heard the creaking of the door hinges. Thus neglecting such details, how could these people see the hardships she endured in caring for Yuaner? How could they comprehend? They merely stand there, speaking with no understanding of her struggles, despite her simmering resentment. When she pushed open her son's bedroom door, she emulated Qishou's manner, lifting the door panel gently. The window was ajar, moonlight spilling across the bed, illuminating a small face furrowed with worry, pallid and tense. Even in slumber, Qi Yuan appeared restless. He curled into a ball, clutching his little feet, resembling an injured beast seeking refuge. Qishou stared blankly at the child, tears shimmering in his eyes. This was the only remaining being in the world. The sole connection of blood to him. An agonizing pain engulfed him. He stepped forward slowly, silently settling at the bedside, reaching out to touch the child's face but hesitating, fearing to make contact. Brother, I have finally brought back your bloodline. Yet, as if possessing the instinct of a wild beast, Qi Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, staring directly at Qishou. The two, uncle and nephew, exchanged silent glances. Qi Yuan neither cried nor made a sound. Nor did he show fear, remaining utterly still. He gazed at Qishou with an expression akin to a puppet, seemingly oblivious to Qishou's appearance and identity, failing to recognize this as his blood relative. Qishou held his breath in anticipation, eager to witness his nephew's reaction upon their reunion. Unexpectedly, after a brief moment, Qi Yuan closed his eyes again, furrowing his brow, gradually drifting back to sleep. However, he was not truly asleep, for his eyelids trembled with unease beneath, revealing his agitation. He did not understand what Qishou intended by sitting at the edge of his bed in the dead of night. He was afraid, yet did not comprehend how to escape. Observing his nephew's complete numbness, Qishou felt his heart wrenched in agony. He inhaled deeply, then stood, seizing Renguchin by the throat, dragging her out of the room. Renguchin let out a startled cry. Qi Yuan heard it but merely shifted his eyes, not opening them. His mother, the one he cherished most, was unrecognizable to him. Qishou glanced back in trepidation, seeing his nephew's continued numbness, and his rage ignited fiercely. He cast Renguchin harshly to the ground, lowering his voice to interrogate, why has Yuaner become like this? Why does he not speak, nor recognize me? Where are his emotions? Where have they gone? What have you done to him? Before Qishou's arrival, Renguchin had blamed all of her son's afflictions on her brother-in-law. She believed his castration had humiliated their son, leading to his depression. But now, with Qishou present, she could no longer deceive herself. She knelt on the ground, weeping. I do not know why he has become like this. At first, he was merely frightened, unable to sleep at night. Before long, he stopped speaking, gradually becoming dazed and absent-minded. I truly do not understand why this has happened. Qishou, in a fit of exasperation, gasped for breath, unable to articulate a response. Now that his nephew had changed so drastically, what more could he say? Killing Renguchin would serve no purpose. Fang Zhongmiao and the old man in black stood by, observing. She sighed inwardly. How could you not understand why the child is like this? You brought him to this desolate place, leaving him in the care of a group of assassins. What cruel, merciless gazes assassins possess, and what cold indifference they exhibit. They can terrify even an adult. How much more so a small child? Assassins will not play at converse, or teach Qi Yuan to read or write. They are but a silent assembly of puppets. Have you heard the tale of Meng Mu's 3 relocations? You have allowed your child to dwell among a group of puppets, and the environment has inevitably transformed him into another puppet. You cannot fathom the depths of his depression and suffering. What sort of mother are you? You would be better suited as a jailer. Ranguchin suddenly clasped her ears, weeping inconsolably. She refused to listen. She had done nothing wrong. Qishio shook his head. Releasing a long, exasperated sigh into the night air, the old man's face twitched, wanting to protest but unsure how to begin. It was not that they were unwilling to play with the child. Rather, the child trembled in their presence, making it impossible for them to engage. Not to mention the child, even the tigers in the nearby mountains would flee upon encountering them, for the bloodthirsty aura they exuded was overwhelming. To blame others was utterly unreasonable. Chapter 56. The advantage lies with me. After a considerable time spent suppressing his rising anger, Qishio coldly inquired, elder sister-in-law, your family has been court physicians for generations. And you have learned a great deal of medical knowledge. Surely you can cure Yuaner's dissociative disorder. Ranguchin ceased her weeping, shaking her head. Over the years, I have tried many methods, all to no avail. Qishio turned to look at the wooden house, stating, I will take Yuaner away tomorrow. I refuse to believe that not even the most skilled physicians in the world can cure his ailment. The old man, eager to befriend Qishio, interjected, there is a renowned physician in Jiangnan named Bai Shu, with whom I have some connections. After we leave this place, I can take you to find him. You see, this is the art of conversation. He did not need to beg the two for assistance, yet it seamlessly led to him creating a personal favor. Qishio saw through the old man's intentions and smirked in derision. Fang Zhongmiao did not notice the subtle exchange between the two, instead pondering to herself, the most formidable physician of this age is neither far away nor close at hand. Why seek Bai Shu when you could find her? Qishio's gaze flickered momentarily, and he soon realized that the divine doctor referenced by Fang Zhongmiao must be none other than herself. This young woman certainly possessed an unparalleled talent for self-promotion. The elder cast a subtle glance at Fang Zhongmiao, his heart brimming with skepticism. Could this girl truly be proficient in medicine? How could that possibly be? While others might be oblivious, those of them who were royal assassins were well aware that her father, Fang Qinzi, was an outright fraud, known for concocting pills that could spell doom for those who ingested them. Yet, it remained an undeniable fact that this girl had safely escorted Qishio out of the ever-shifting array. The elder stroked his beard, resolving to observe further. Qishio had already placed unwavering faith in Fang Zhongmiao's abilities. Although she was brash, she had the merit to back it up. When his nephew awoke the following morning, he would allow Fang Zhongmiao to assist with a diagnosis. With that thought, Qishio returned to his room first, quietly settling himself in the living room. The others followed suit, taking their seats as they awaited dawn. As the sky brightened, Ranguchin, with swollen eyes, helped her son dress, wash his face, and brush his teeth. Noticing her apparent distress, Qi Yuan remained indifferent, his expression utterly numb. During breakfast, when the porridge scalded his tongue, he hesitated for a moment, furrowing his brow before continuing to eat. Had Qishio not been observant enough to swiftly move the bowl aside, using the back of his hand to check the temperature, Qi Yuan would have been left with a mouthful of blisters. Ranguchin also tested the bowl's heat, her face instantly paling. Fang Zhongmiao pretended to be engrossed in her porridge while her inner voice floated mockingly in the air. Qi Yuan is remarkably resilient. Even with a mother like this, he remains unharmed. Though her words were caustic, they were undeniably irrefutable. Ranguchin's pale visage quickly flushed crimson. Qishio's anger surged, his palm nearly collapsing the table. Had he arrived a few years later, his nephew might have lost his very life. In times of safety, Ranguchin was the greatest peril to her son. The elder consumed his porridge voraciously. Indifferent to the family matters surrounding him, he cast a glance outside, where silent figures clad in black stood vigil. They fixated on Qishio, poised to charge in at the slightest signal from their leader. Ready to unleash a massacre, the odds were heavily stacked against him. Facing an onslaught from several hundred elite fighters, even Qishio would find himself at a disadvantage. A palpable aura of bloodlust permeated both inside and outside the room. Qishio's nerves tightened, his expression steely, as surges of true energy coursed within his formidable physique. He, too, was prepared for bloodshed. Fang Zhongmiao surveyed the figures outside, her inner voice murmuring with intrigue. These individuals all bear darkened foreheads, deeply poisoned. With little time left, it seems Lady Qi lacks the ability to detoxify them, merely alleviating the pain of their poisoning. My unparalleled medical skills may be able to cure them and facilitate their escape from the ever-shifting array. However, it is just the two of us, while they number over 200. In this instance, the advantage lies with me. Qishio paused in his motion of blowing on the hot porridge, then turned his head aside, pressing his fist to his lips and gently coughing. Fang Zhongmiao, will you die if you don't boast for a single day? The elder's thoughts shifted, and he immediately cast a glance outside. The assassins collectively bowed their heads in acknowledgement, silently and uniformly departing. They truly were a well-trained elite unit. The elder gently pushed a dish of pickles toward Fang Zhongmiao, smiling amiably as he said, this dish is homemade. It adds a unique flavor to the porridge. Miss Fang, do give it a try. Witness, this is the art of conversation. Does this not convey a sense of great respect? Fang Zhongmiao sensed the elder's subtle flattery and inquired, your demeanor toward me is quite amiable. Could it be that you have some connection to my father? The elder seized the opportunity to say, I have heard that Fang Qinzi's methods and medical skills are unparalleled in this world. May I ask, Miss Fong, how much of his true teachings have you inherited? Medical skills differ from methods. Even when revealed, they do not shock the world. Fong Zhongmiao replied with candor, my medical skills surpass those of my father. Her inner voice drifted softly, Father, I have lost my memory and cannot recall your medical prowess. However, as the pupil surpasses the master, I trust my skills must exceed yours. I am not boasting. This is a saying from our ancestors. Qi Xiu. But he turned his head and coughed, straining to maintain a serious demeanor that he genuinely feared that he might burst into laughter at that moment. Ranguqin's face twitched, her expression peculiar. Qi Yuan, who had been sitting blankly beside them, suddenly turned to glance at Fong Zhongmiao, a flicker of light shining in his otherwise desolate eyes. Qi Xiu keenly perceived this unusual reaction. Realizing that his nephew could also hear Fong Zhongmiao's inner voice, his nephew, who regarded everyone with indifference, now exhibited a curiosity toward Fong Zhongmiao, which was a promising sign. Meanwhile, the elder remained speechless for a moment before recovering and forcing a smile, saying, since Miss Fong's medical skills are so remarkable, I have a rather ungracious request, and I hope you will kindly oblige. Regardless of the outcome, I shall offer a substantial reward. Is this a request for me to detoxify? The inner voice unveiled the truth, but Fong Zhongmiao feigned confusion, asking, what assistance do you seek from me, elder? The elder remained silent, merely placing his hand on the table, gently rolling up a sleeve with a torn hole. Fong Zhongmiao raised an eyebrow slightly before placing her fingertips on the elder's pulse. Renguqin fixed her gaze intently on Fong Zhongmiao's face, filled with disdain, coming from a family of imperial physicians. Her medical skills surpassed those of her ancestors, yet she had spent 3 years unable to concoct an antidote. What qualifications did this girl, barely in her 20s, possess? Her thoughts raced swiftly and precisely. His pulse shows no abnormalities. It seems he is not poisoned. However, his forehead bears signs of darkness, and his life force is fractured, indicating a potential poisoning. The temples exhibit swollen blue-black veins, and his eyes protrude oddly, suggesting that the poison resides in the cranial region, not in the internal organs. His temples are nearly shattered, and thick black energy swirls around him. During a poisoning episode, he will undoubtedly suffer excruciating headaches and lose his sanity, if he does not take the antidote soon. These individuals will devolve into beasts, unleashing a massacre. At that point, all living creatures in this valley, including themselves, will be reduced to a bloody pulp. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu felt an urge to cover his nephew's ears but feared that Fong Zhongmiao would notice the anomaly. Fortunately, his nephew did not display any signs of fright. Instead, his eyes brightened further. It was evident that Fong Zhongmiao's inner voice was extraordinarily captivating, stirring the dormant heart within him. The elder had endured several poisoning episodes and had personally executed dozens of his frenzied subordinates. Thus he fully understood that Fong Zhongmiao's diagnosis was devoid of error. The symptoms that eluded pulse diagnosis, she could discern simply by observing his features. How could that old charlatan Fong Qinzi raise such an exceptional daughter? It was truly perplexing. Renguqin's disdainful gaze momentarily froze, then she awkwardly lowered her head. In her youth, she had been unable to identify the pulse of those poisoned. It was only upon witnessing their poisoning that she recognized it as a brain-destroying toxin. This woman, barely in her 20s, truly possessed extraordinary medical skills. Fong Zhongmiao switched hands to take the pulse, her expression neutral, yet her inner voice was exceedingly vibrant. His pulse is steady, there is no poison or damage to his internal organs, and his energy and blood are exceptionally abundant, indicating that he should live for several more decades. However, the intense headaches during a poisoning episode will incite madness, leading him to self-destruct. The toxin is concentrated in the cranial region, but unlike other organs, any damage sustained there is irreversible. Thus, this poison has no antidote. The so-called antidote from the royal family merely suppresses the symptoms, it cannot address the fundamental issue. They are doomed. Fong Zhongmiao cast a glance at the elder, her gaze laced with pity. The elder's eyes dimmed, and he lamented inwardly, as he had indeed harbored no illusions. How could the royal family offer them a path to survival? They would merely employ them as weapons, dulled and discarded once their utility was exhausted. Tomorrow, a packet of heartbreaking powder would be thrown into the well water. Everyone would share a bowl and embark on the journey to the afterlife together. As the elder dwelled on his sorrow, he suddenly heard Fong Zhongmiao's inner voice, laced with a hint of amusement, drift through the air. However, I possess a permanent solution to completely curb the onset of headaches. Yet, why would I wish to save you? What will you offer in exchange for the lives of over 200 people? Chapter 57, The Assassins. Does this not provide a solution? Hearing the inner voice lingering in the air, the elder maintained a solemn expression, though his heart raced. Why had he sought a connection with the divine doctor Bai Shu? It was, of course, in pursuit of an antidote. However, Bai Shu had been unable to discern the poison pulse, rendering her powerless against his headache affliction. The heir of the imperial physician lineage Renguqin had also been ineffective after countless attempts over 3 years. The elder had grown despondent, but now, with a glimmer of hope emerging, how could he not feel exhilarated? He quietly circulated his true energy, forcing his wildly beating heart to calm, and hoarsely asked, "Miss Fong, what have you discerned? If you have any conditions, please feel free to state them. If it can save the lives of my over 200 brethren, I will agree to anything. Of course, such words could not be spoken aloud. He would have to wait for Fong Zhongmiao to propose conditions first. The elder strained to listen to Fong Zhongmiao's inner voice. In negotiations, the ability to discern the opponent's bargaining chips would place him in an unassailable position. Fong Zhongmiao shook her head, her expression inscrutable as she remarked, "The Kun's pulse shows no abnormalities. I shall examine the radial pulse further." She extended her hand to touch the elder's forehead. The elder's gaze was fervent as he fixed it upon her. Shisho gently blew on the hot porridge, his eyes sweeping over the scene. Ringuqin pushed her bowl aside, intently observing Fong Zhongmiao. Everyone awaited a result, more precisely, they awaited the revelation of her inner voice. Even the usually wooden Qi Yuan tilted his head, gazing intently at the air above. At last, the inner voice re-emerged, playfully murmuring, "To intimidate the emperor, I spread false rumors claiming that I have secret assassins left by the late emperor by my side. This was a colossal lie, yet now, has it not come to fruition? These 200 dead soldiers are precisely the ready-made assassins?" The elder's eyes narrowed, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Trapped in this dire predicament, witnessing his subordinates descend into madness and death over the past 2 years, he has developed a profound loathing for the royal family that seeks to exert control over them. To his surprise, Fong Zhongmiao's intentions align eerily with those of the royals. Are they destined to remain puppets throughout their lives? Those who serve as slaves at least harbor a glimmer of hope for redemption. Yet for them, are they fated to be exploited until their last breath? The injustice of the world weighs heavily upon him. The old man's wrath surged, and a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, Shisho pressed his palm firmly upon the old man's shoulder, the weight akin to 1,000 pounds. "It was a warning." Fong Zhongmiao remarked softly, "Old sir, your temper seems rather high." The old man swiftly channeled his vital energy to quell his anger. Managing a sheepish smile, indeed, I recently hunted a tiger and feasted on its meat for several days. My temper has certainly been heightened. Fong Zhongmiao responded with a smile, continuing her pulse examination. Her thoughts drifted like whispers. "I currently have 2 choices regarding these individuals." The old man lowered his eyelids, listening intently. Shisho slid the lukewarm porridge towards his nephew, a glimmer of light flashing in his narrow eyes. "Oh, what are those 2 choices? Pray, enlighten me." The thoughts unfolded candidly. The first choice is to conceal the method to eradicate the headache affliction, concocting an antidote identical to that of the royal family, thereby allowing these individuals to drink poison to quench their thirst. In exchange for the monthly antidote, they would undoubtedly betray the royal family and pledge their loyalty to me. With them at my side, I would possess the confidence to face any power. The old man slowly clenched his fist, cursing inwardly. "Humph, this girl truly is no good." Shisho furrowed his brow slightly, deeming this notion overly naive. Is a double-edged sword so easily wielded? One must be cautious of inflicting harm upon oneself. Ringuqin cast a malevolent glance at the old man. "Did you hear? This person intends to control you with poison. Why do you not swiftly eliminate her? Do you truly wish to be a dog for a yellow-haired girl?" Fong Zhongmiao pondered deeply, her thoughts spiraling. However, this method is indeed nefarious, a lowly approach. Poison may control the body but cannot govern the heart. Moreover, they have been forsaken by the royal family, trapped in this dire strait, enduring years of torment worse than death. Now is the time when their grievances peak. If I were to mimic the royal family's methods, all their resentment and hatred would surely be directed at me. Keeping a group of individuals harboring thoughts of treason close is a path to self-destruction. Fong Zhongmiao cast a glance at the old man, reflecting, this man's palace of servants is full and lustrous, with intertwining azure lines, indicating that over 200 death warriors are utterly loyal to him, willing to sacrifice their lives. His wealth and official status shine brightly, a testament to his unparalleled loyalty. He is trustworthy, cultivating a relationship with him is the wisest course of action. With scoundrels, one may employ cunning, with gentlemen, one must exhibit sincerity. Trustworthiness is the foundation of the world. Thus, I shall be forthright. I will help them eradicate the headache affliction, and in return, they shall serve me for 5 years. 5 years of loyalty for 200 lives, is that too much to ask? The old man's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness as he listened. And he nearly slammed the table in exuberant approval. Not too much at all. Excellent, excellent. Miss Fong, you are truly the daughter of Master Fong. Your ambition and spirit are indeed extraordinary. Shisho's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Fong Zhongmiao was indeed not a fool. Her gaze swept over the old man, a light laugh escaping her lips as she mused. Just look at his tattered sleeves and those worn-out shoes with frayed threads. Perhaps even the socks beneath are tattered, exposing a big toe. They are genuinely impoverished. Qishou suddenly coughed, his remarkably handsome face flushing slightly. If Fang Zhongmiao, do not observe so closely, it may embarrass him. And I doubt will find it amusing. Run Guqin wore a peculiar expression, her lips pressed tightly. The old man's sock indeed bore a hole, with his big toe poking out and incessantly picking at it. Fortunately, he had thick skin and was not embarrassed. Qi Yuan quietly slid down from the stool, crawling under the table to poke at the old man's tattered shoe with his finger. He felt an intense curiosity about Fang Zhongmiao's thoughts. He could still think rationally, he was indeed salvageable. Qishou was momentarily stunned before joy surged within him. Ren Guqin, however, immediately extended her hand, forcibly dragging Qi Yuan out from under the table, repeatedly wiping his hands with a handkerchief while scolding, "Do not touch filthy things. You might fall ill." Qishou's racing heart instantly turned cold, disappointment evident on his face. With a mother like this, how could the nephew not be soul-searching? The child's feelings and desires were of no concern to Ren Guqin whatsoever. Qishou made a silent decision, he must take his nephew away from this place. Meanwhile, Fang Zhongmiao confidently contemplated, "I have complete assurance that these individuals will follow me. They are so impoverished that they eat chaff. While I am wealthy enough to rival nations, I speak not of a life-saving grace, but of mutual benefit. I can provide them with 100,000 taels of silver each month, and plan a path for them to live a normal and prosperous life. How could they not be moved?" The old man's eyes sparkled with electric fervor, his emotions surging. He was indeed moved. Leading his brothers to a normal life was his deepest aspiration. If Fang Zhongmiao's thoughts continued to drift, each statement more enticing than the last, "Isn't it wonderful to have a proper identity?" The old man nodded furiously in his heart. Excellent, excellent, to buy land and establish oneself with a chest full of gold after 5 years. Isn't that a good thing? The old man had already begun to envision the future, tears shimmering in his eyes. These words described precisely the life he yearned for. Fang Zhongmiao finally withdrew her hand. No longer touching the old man's forehead, she feigned contemplation of the pulse, yet her thoughts were resolute. Such a fair and equitable transaction, if you refuse, it would be sheer folly. The old man was no fool. Thus he rubbed his hands together, eagerly stating, "Miss Fang, please speak plainly." Qishou shook his head, unable to suppress a soft sigh. "Fang Zhongmiao, could it be that destiny truly favors you, without dark guards? You have effortlessly acquired a whole group, who possesses such fortune as you." Chapter 58. Frightened to lose one's soul. Observing the old man's eager demeanor, Fang Zhongmiao assumed he was desperate to lift the poison. Thus she revealed no secrets. She extended her slender index finger, lightly tapping the tabletop, and spoke slowly. "You have been afflicted with a poison that incites madness. When the toxin manifests, your head pounds unbearably. Your reason vanishes, and all you desire is to kill. Is that not so?" The old man nodded vigorously. Indeed, indeed, Miss Fang, your medical skills are truly extraordinary. Is there an antidote for this poison?" Fang Zhongmiao decisively nodded. "There is an antidote. And it does not require prolonged use. A single dose will eliminate future troubles." The old man could no longer contain himself, his face alight with ecstatic joy. Had it been anyone else treating him, he would not have displayed such emotion, but he understood that Fang Zhongmiao harbored no intentions of exploitation or harm. Just as she had previously stated, everything was a fair exchange, mutually beneficial. "May I inquire, Miss Fang, how can this poison be eradicated, and what would be the cost of your services?" "Whatever price I can afford, I shall not refuse." The old man spoke candidly. Fang Zhongmiao replied straightforwardly, "I will help you eradicate the source of the affliction. And in return, you will serve me for 5 years. During these 5 years, each of you will receive a monthly stipend of 10 taels of gold, and I will also allow you to join my business, transporting goods between the north and south." With the ongoing turmoil, the transportation between north and south has been severed. You possess formidable martial skills and should be able to traverse freely. Goods from the north will be sold in the south, and vice versa. I shall take 70% of the profits, while you shall receive 30%. You will be both my subordinates and business partners, and perhaps in the future, even friends. Fang Zhongmiao gazed intently at the old man, her expression proud, her tone unwavering. "This condition no one else in the world can offer but me." After a moment's pause, she added each word slowly and deliberately, "Not the 9,000 years. Nor the emperor. I am your best choice." With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Qishou, her thoughts swirling with rebellion. "As for the 9,000 years, when I previously claimed I had dark guards, that was a falsehood, but now the falsehood has become a reality. In the future, when you attempt to extort me, consider your position carefully. If you push me too far, regardless of whether you are 9,000 years or 10,000 years, I shall strike without hesitation." Qishou felt a surge of amusement rising within him, yet he feigned annoyance at this provocation, furrowing his brow tightly. Perhaps allowing Fang Zhongmiao to grow wild would better serve his interests. From this moment forth, Fang Zhongmiao had become a significant threat to Zhao Zhang. Did she not claim that she would strike down even 10,000 years? How he longed for that day to arrive. The old man harbored distrust towards Qishou and held a deep-seated animosity towards the royal family. Thus he resonated with Fang Zhongmiao's perspective. However, Fang Zhongmiao had misspoken. She was not their best choice. She was their only choice. A leader whose thoughts could be read was the safest option for them. The old man slowly rose, took 2 steps back, and bowed deeply, acknowledging that in the next 5 years, and Ling and his brothers would undoubtedly follow their master's lead. Fang Zhongmiao waved her hand. You may wait until your affliction is cured before addressing me as your master. The old man was even more willing to comply, clasping his hands in respect. Understood. Fang Zhongmiao shot another glance at Qi Xiu. Qi Xiu deliberately furrowed his brow, adopting a cold demeanor, prompting Fang Zhongmiao to smile. Qi Xiu turned his head away, the corners of his lips subtly curling upward, accompanying Fang Zhongmiao. And this charade had always been a most entertaining endeavor. Fang Zhongmiao turned her attention back to the old man, inquiring, "Is Ling your code name? The others wouldn't be called an E and Er and San, would they?" The elder nodded and replied, "Indeed, we are but numbers, devoid of names." Fang Zhongmiao spoke with great composure. "Upon your return, consult the dictionary and assign yourselves names. Afterwards, I shall bribe the officials to secure your household registrations under those names." His inner voice murmured, "The refugees from the north are now all fleeing to the south. Many have lost their household registrations along the way. The court, eager to collect taxes and conscript soldiers, will surely relax its policies on settling. The matter of buying and selling household registrations can be easily handled by a minor official. These 200 individuals can all find their place." Qi Xiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, silently acknowledging the cleverness of it all. Indeed, the current policies on settling can be navigated with money. And Ling felt an even greater surge of excitement and bowed deeply once more. Though the poison had yet to be resolved, he was already nearing submission to Fang Zhongmiao. She gestured for him to take a seat, saying, "Now let us discuss how to eradicate the root cause of your affliction." Ren Guqin, who had grown somewhat impatient, immediately perked up, eager to hear how Fang Zhongmiao intended to address the seemingly incurable poison. And Ling hastily took his seat, his eyes filled with anticipation. Fang Zhongmiao wasted no time, pointing to a specific area on Ling's head and stating, "This region of the brain governs the sensation of pain. If we were to destroy it with a steel needle, your headache would naturally cease. The poison may be insurmountable, but I can strike at the very root of the issue." Ling was initially taken aback, followed by a wave of concern. Without the sensation of pain, would one not become akin to a lifeless being? What joy could there be in such an existence? Fang Zhongmiao shook her head. "Thus, I shall only perform a moderate puncture, diminishing your pain sensitivity. Previously, you experienced a torrent of agony upon the onset of the poison. In the future, it shall feel merely as though an ant has bitten you. Would this not constitute a thorough resolution of the issue?" "An ant bite?" he questioned. "What difference does that make from feeling no pain at all?" However, the notion of piercing one's skull with a steel needle seemed rather extraordinary. And Ling hesitated, finally gritting his teeth and stating, "Miss Fang, you may first experiment on me. If I survive, then you may proceed to treat my brothers." Having lived over 50 years, his death would not be a significant loss. No sooner had he spoken than a rustle echoed from the rooftop. 2 men clad in black appeared outside the courtyard, their voices hoarse and rapid. "Leader, we are here to test," and Ling coldly rebuked, "Stand down." Yet the 2 subordinates, who had previously obeyed him without question, stood resolutely outside, their expressions unwavering. Ling felt a mix of anger and emotion, letting out a deep sigh. He was willing to sacrifice himself for these brothers. How could they not feel the same? Fang Zhongmiao's eyes sparkled, her heart silently applauding. Indeed, 200 individuals united as one, a cohesive force. This is a remarkably cohesive core. I must secure these individuals. If I lacked the ability, I would not dare to make such a proposal. Should anything go awry, you may lay the blame squarely at my feet." Upon hearing this, Ling's resolve strengthened. He spoke with authority. "Should you defy me again, you may leave at your own discretion. My team cannot accommodate those who disregard my orders." The 2 men in black struggled for a moment longer before half kneeling in salute and swiftly departing. However, they did not stray far, remaining in the shadows to protect their leader. Ling turned to Fang Zhongmiao and inquired, "Miss Fang, when do you plan to act?" Fang Zhongmiao decisively replied, "If you possess 5-inch-long slender steel needles, we can commence at once." Assassins thrive on stealth, and naturally, they would have various concealed weapons at their disposal. A single steel needle would be no challenge. Ling clasped his hands together and said, "Very well, I shall fetch the needles now. Please, Miss Fang, bear with me for a moment." He departed with purpose, his back exuding urgency. Fang Zhongmiao then turned to Qi Yuan, contemplating silently. "I initially believed this child was merely a victim of his environment. Leading to his soul's departure, however, upon observing his countenance, I see his eyes are clouded, bloodshot, his tongue bears an unusual red hue, devoid of coating, his breath is short and labored, and his nose appears compromised. This indicates damage to the liver, heart, and lungs. Purely depression and suffering would not manifest in such a manner." Fang Zhongmiao gently closed her eyes, momentarily halting her thoughts. Qi Xiu and Ren Guqin held their breath, anxiously awaiting her diagnosis. If it is not depression, then what could it be? Fang Zhongmiao opened her eyes, locking her gaze on Qi Yuan, her inner voice whispering, "Little one, you have encountered something exceedingly terrifying that caused you to lose your soul. You are not depressed, you are in a state of fear. Chi Yuan stared back at her, unblinking, as pale as a paper doll. Chi Xiu immediately glanced at Ren Guqin, his eyes fierce. Ren Guqin paused, then resolutely dismissed the notion in her heart. Impossible, after burying my husband, I brought Yuan here. He has always been well protected. How could he have been frightened? He knows nothing of how his father died. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 59. Can I trust you? Traditional Chinese medicine employs 4 diagnostic methods: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. If Fang Zhongmiao had discerned Qi Yuan's ailment merely through observation, she furrowed her brow as she regarded Ren Guqin. Pondering, Madame Qi hails from a family of imperial physicians and is skilled in toxins. Her medical expertise should be commendable. Why has she failed to recognize that Qi Yuan's state is a result of trauma? Qi Xiu cast a questioning and reproachful glance at Ren Guqin. She found herself at a loss for words. It is said that those who care are often distracted. She had kept her son close, never considering that he might be frightened beneath her vigilant protection. Even now, she could not comprehend how her son had been frightened or who had frightened him. Qi Xiu suppressed the urge to probe into the matter immediately and patiently spoke. Fang Zhongmiao, please check my nephew's pulse and ascertain why he neither cries nor smiles nor speaks. Fang Zhongmiao was indeed inclined to do so, but she did not act impulsively. She crouched down to meet Qi Yuan's gaze, softly asking, Qi Yuan, may I touch your little hand? Qi Yuan's eyes seemed to be shrouded in mist, devoid of emotion or light, resembling a puppet that had forgotten its purpose. He sat quietly, staring blankly at Fang Zhongmiao, neither nodding nor shaking his head, as if he had heard nothing. If Fang Zhongmiao inquired again, her tone even gentler, Qi Yuan, may I take your pulse? In exchange, you may take my pulse as well. She extended her slender, fair wrist toward him. Still, Qi Yuan remained unresponsive. Ren Guqin, growing impatient, interjected, what are you asking him for? Just go ahead and check his pulse. Qi Xiu could no longer contain himself, coldly rebuking, the one who cannot diagnose is you. Fang Zhongmiao is a stranger to Yuan. She fears that her touch may frighten him further, hence her repeated requests for his permission. Have you considered this? Can you not comprehend Yuan's feelings? Ren Guqin opened her mouth but found no words, her face slowly draining of color. She had not realized that Yuan had been traumatized. In her habitual thinking, she had forgotten to consider her son's fragile psychological resilience. Tears suddenly streamed down her cheeks, and she hurried outside, bowing her head to wipe them away. After silently weeping for a while, she returned indoors, kneeling beside her son as Fang Zhongmiao had done, softly cooing, Yuan, do not be afraid, this is Sister Fang. She is here to help you. Will you extend your hand for her to take your pulse? It won't hurt, trust your mother. I will protect you. However, her actions had already diminished her credibility to the lowest point. Qi Yuan ignored her, his gray, lifeless eyes still fixed on Fang Zhongmiao. Fang Zhongmiao stood up with a deep sigh, her inner voice floated in the air. To heal Qi Yuan, there are 2 approaches. One is swift, and the other is gradual. Qi Xiu listened intently. Ren Guqin unconsciously grasped her son's cold little hand, straining to hear. What are the 2 methods? Speak quickly. But Fang Zhongmiao slowly sat down, contemplating. The first method is to expose Qi Yuan once more to intense fear, prompting him to scream, cry, and teeter on the brink of collapse. Then, at his most desperate moment, I shall appear, providing him shelter and warmth, enticing him to trust and open his heart. As the saying goes, one must break before they are rebuilt. The person who appears at the most desperate moment will serve as the remedy for Qi Yuan. Under this person's guidance, Qi Yuan will gradually return to normal, possibly revealing the source of his profound fear. Fang Zhongmiao cast a glance at Qi Xiu, contemplating. This remedy is best suited for Qi Xiu to undertake. However, this must be conducted in secrecy. Qi Yuan must not perceive it as a ruse, or he will lose trust in everyone and become even more withdrawn. Qi Xiu, enough, that method is already discarded. Ren Guqin, Miss Fang, my son heard everything. Qi Yuan looked up at the ceiling, his small ears quietly perking up, his gray eyes blinking, his body trembling slightly. Though merely 6 years old, he understood everything. He began to feel fear. Ren Guqin quickly embraced her son, inwardly cursing the troublesome inner voice that had stirred up conflict and hindered progress. Fang Zhongmiao extended her slender finger and gently tapped the table. Settling into contemplation, her inner voice sighed softly. The second method will require years, even decades, a process that is exceedingly lengthy and demands immense patience and effort from everyone involved. Fang Zhongmiao lowered her gaze to Qi Yuan, her inner voice whispering tenderly, little one, the second prescription I offer you is constant companionship, to treat you with gentleness and patience, even in silence, to expose you to the vast, azure sky, the tumultuous sea, and the mirror-like surface of the lake. To surround you with bright, sunny children, enveloping you in their laughter. The summer shall bring you cool breezes, winter shall offer warm fires, and spring and autumn shall bestow upon you sweet, bountiful fruits. Bury your parched heart in fertile soil, allowing yourself to emerge like a tender sprout through your own efforts. The essence of the second remedy is love, an inexhaustible and everlasting love. The love of a mother, the affection of an uncle, the camaraderie of friends, and the guidance of mentors, all bestowed upon you. Fang Zhongmiao gently bent down to meet Qi Yuan's wide, round eyes, tenderly inquiring within her heart. The first remedy is too potent. Shall we opt for the second? You have suffered greatly and deserve something sweet. Chi Yuan gazed back at her in a daze, blinking slowly as a glimmer of light flickered in his dull gray eyes. Ranguqin found herself lost in thought for quite some time. This second remedy, not only children but even she found delightful. If such a miraculous elixir truly existed in the world, she too would desire it. She would consume it ravenously, like a traveler parched for days and nights. Suddenly she buried her head in her son's embrace, sobbing softly. This second remedy was something she could have given, yet she failed to do so. She felt utterly negligent. Fang Zhongmiao's scornful words echoed true. At this moment, she wished to slap her own face. Qi Shou tightly shut his slightly reddened, elongated eyes. If he did not, he would lose face. For tears brimmed within his eye sockets, upon witnessing the sudden emotional turmoil of the uncle and aunt. Fang Zhongmiao mused, seeing Qi Yuan's lack of response. Could they be utterly despairing? Must they not be patient? The child is still young, surely there is hope. Qi Shou immediately opened his eyes and hoarsely asked, is there still hope for my nephew's ailment? Fang Zhongmiao rose, gesturing, let us step outside to converse. Qi Shou nodded in agreement, while Ranguqin hastily released her son, eager to follow. At that moment, Qi Yuan unexpectedly extended his little hand towards Fang Zhongmiao, his large eyes blinking at her. He did not speak. Yet his intent was unmistakable. I offer you my hand. An overwhelming joy descended upon Qi Shou and Ranguqin like a thunderbolt. Both felt dizzy, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 60. Qi Yuan's fear. Qi Yuan had lost the most fundamental trust in humanity. He did not even dare to rely on his own mother, yet Fang Zhongmiao was an exception. Her heart was not encased within her body but was open and elevated, whether her heart was red or black, filthy or pure or radiant or dim, anyone, adult or child, could see it clearly. Thus Qi Yuan trusted Fang Zhongmiao. Every child is irresistibly drawn to the allure of the miraculous. They believe in deities, spirits, fairies, and celestial warriors. To Qi Yuan. Fang Zhongmiao embodied both the fairy and the celestial warrior. She proclaimed that the essence of the second remedy was love, and infinite and boundless love. As she contemplated this, she had already offered the first essence. Qi Yuan consumed the essence, and his dust-laden heart began to shine with a long-lost radiance. Noticing Fang Zhongmiao gazing in astonishment at his wrist, Qi Yuan slowly extended his other hand. The elderly gentleman had taken his pulse in this manner: left hand, right hand, and then the head. Thus Qi Yuan craned his neck, presenting his little head to Fang Zhongmiao. Ranguqin covered her mouth, stifling her emotional sobs. Qi Shou clenched his fist tightly, forcing a calm tone as he remarked, he wishes for you to take his pulse. Only then did Fang Zhongmiao regain her composure. Gently grasping Qi Yuan's left hand, with utmost caution, she whispered, Qi Yuan's condition may not be as severe as I initially thought. Hence, he is not entirely unresponsive, rather, his reactions are somewhat delayed. Fang Zhongmiao meticulously examined his pulse, secretly evaluating within her mind. His pulse is thin, deep, and slow. His heart, liver, and lungs all show signs of damage, with a severe deficiency of blood and qi, rendering him extraordinarily weak. In addition to having endured a tremendous shock, he is also suffering from prolonged insomnia and hunger. How could Madame Qi still keep him confined in such a place while the child is in this condition? Fang Zhongmiao cast a disapproving glance at Ranguqin, her gaze far from kind. Ranguqin's cheeks flushed crimson as she bowed her head. Qi Shou seated internally but dared not express his frustration. After a moment, Fang Zhongmiao switched to her right hand to check his pulse, ultimately tenderly brushing her fingers against Qi Yuan's forehead, slowly stating, you must take him away as soon as possible. He is not suited to remain in this environment. Return and provide him with nourishing food to rebuild his health. He is exceedingly frail, and any carelessness may lead to illness. As for treating his soul separation syndrome, I need to carefully consider it and will write a prescription. The prescription will be lengthy. Please be patient for a few days. Qi Shou understood her methods were highly reliable and thus refrained from urging her. Ranguqin promptly expressed her gratitude, her tone exceedingly sincere. Fang Zhongmiao stood up, beckoning. 9,000 years, come with me. Qi Shou responded, are you calling a dog? He obediently rose and followed her outside. Fang Zhongmiao strolled slowly in the courtyard, lowering her voice to say, the cause of your nephew's affliction is not the enclosed environment but rather the immense fright he has experienced. You need not inquire about the nature of the fright. He is currently unable to articulate it. You must protect him with your hearts, care for him, and provide him with ample love, allowing him to gradually emerge from the shadows of fear. This process is lengthy, taking no less than 5 or 6 years, and potentially extending to 10 or 20 years. After you leave, take him to explore beautiful and expansive places. Additionally, consider getting him a gentle little dog. Small creatures are the most effective at easing one's defenses. With a puppy by his side, his recovery will progress more swiftly. Fang Zhongmiao circled around Qi Shou, her voice a steady stream of advice. Qi Shou followed her, slowly turning his head, listening intently. Ranguqin dared not leave her son alone in the room. Watching anxiously, she suddenly found her uncle's incessant head-turning amusing. Who would have thought that the ruthless and bloodthirsty 9,000 years could behave so obediently before Fang Zhongmiao? Upon reflection, she recognized that her uncle's deference to Fang Zhongmiao was likely due to concern for his son's condition. A warmth spread through Ranguqin's heart. causing years of pent-up resentment to dissipate somewhat. Fang Zhongmiao halted her pacing and stood before Qi Xiu, stating, "Upon your return I will prepare a calming tonic for Qi Yuan and adjust the prescription as needed based on his condition. Should he show any signs of distress, you may bring him to see me at any time." Qi Xiu nodded gravely, his voice laced with gratitude. "I truly owe you a great debt this time." Fang Zhongmiao took the opportunity to remind him, 9,000 years, please arrange for me to present at the grand court audience, as a means of repaying my favor. Qi Xiu nodded in agreement. His expression somewhat awkward. Little did Fang Zhongmiao know, he not only had no intention of facilitating her audience but also harbored plans to eliminate her. Qi Xiu turned swiftly to return to the house, as if eager to accompany his nephew, but in truth, he sought to discreetly wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, Fang Zhongmiao could not perceive his inner thoughts. Fang Zhongmiao left space for the Qi family trio. Standing outside the courtyard to wait, before long, and Ling arrived with a bundle of steel needles, inquiring, "Are these sufficient?" Fang Zhongmiao glanced at them and nodded, "Just enough. You all should wash up first, ensuring your hair is thoroughly cleaned. Build 2 roaring fires, one for roasting the steel needles, and the other for boiling water. Prepare a razor and a jar of strong liquor. I shall shave your heads and clean your scalps. I also have several herbs that need to be gathered. Do you have paper and ink? I will write down the prescription." This medicine is remarkably effective at promoting tissue regeneration and will ensure your survival after the root of the ailment is removed. And Ling instructed his subordinates to carry out the tasks immediately. An hour later, and Ling stood before Fang Zhongmiao, a patch of hair shorn from his head. Fang Zhongmiao used the boiling herbal concoction to draw a circle on his bald scalp. She turned to Qi Xiu beside her and said, "Aim for this point and insert the 5-inch steel needle into the skull, leaving 1 inch within the brain and 4 inches exposed. Utilize your internal energy to vibrate the needle. After 3 breaths, withdraw it immediately. Do you understand?" Qi Xiu, a master-level expert, wielded weapons with unparalleled finesse, thus felt no fear. He nodded calmly, indicating his comprehension. An Ling's eyelids fluttered slightly, a sense of trepidation creeping in. If 9,000 years harbored any malice, this would be the moment to strike, ending their lives on the spot. Fortunately, Fang Zhongmiao was not foolish enough to allow such threats. Warning, your nephew's ailment still relies on my treatment. Do not harbor any ill intentions. Since his nephew reacted solely to Fang Zhongmiao's words, placing his trust entirely in her, Qi Xiu naturally had no ulterior motives. He feigned impatience. "If you do not trust me, why not take matters into your own hands?" Fang Zhongmiao blinked, her expression revealing a hint of embarrassment. She had only realized after preparing all the tools and procedures that her wrist strength was not yet sufficient to pierce a skull with the steel needle. Reluctantly, she had to call upon the skilled Qi Xiu to perform the task. Stepping back 2 paces, she gestured invitingly, 9,000 years, you may proceed." No sooner had the words left her lips than the needle pierced the skull, 1 inch within. 4 inches exposed, internal energy coursing through, the needle vibrating, and after 3 breaths, it was swiftly withdrawn, followed by the application of the tissue regeneration potion. Qi Xiu discarded the used steel needle into the roaring flames. Retrieving a piece of cloth from the boiling water to gently wipe his hands, Fang Zhongmiao stood in awe. What was the meaning of swift as lightning? This was it. There was no hesitation, no trembling hands, each step executed with utmost precision. A master-level expert could end a life in the blink of an eye. Similarly, saving a life was equally effortless. After a brief moment of astonishment, Fang Zhongmiao slowly raised her hands and gently applauded, her heart whispering in admiration, "Truly remarkable." Qi Xiu smiled with satisfaction, feeling considerably uplifted. The elder stood upright, uncertainly asking, "Is that all?" He felt a sharp pain strike him, but in an instant, the agony vanished as if it were merely an illusion. He gazed into the bronze mirror and discovered, to his astonishment, that there was no blood flowing from his head. Only a faint pinprick. Fang Zhongmiao cast an admiring glance at Qi Xiu and said to Ling, "It's done. When will your next bout of poisoning occur?" And Ling replied, "Tonight." Fang Zhongmiao confidently remarked, "Then you can sleep soundly tonight." Ling still felt a sense of unreality, wanting to touch his own head, but recalling his master's instructions, he refrained, standing stiffly in place. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed from outside, and a pair of eyes, filled with sheer terror, emerged from the slightly ajar door. It was Qi Yuan. He had secretly crept under Ring Guqin's arm, hiding outside to spy. Ring Guqin, engrossed in observing the detoxification process, had not noticed her son's arrival. Qi Xiu's expression changed abruptly as he hurried towards his nephew. Unexpectedly, Qi Yuan shoved Ring Guqin aside and fled as if being pursued by a malevolent specter. Chapter 61, Qi Yuan's obsession. Qi Yuan ran frantically, with Qi Xiu and Ring Guqin hot on his heels, reaching out to grab him. Fang Zhongmiao noticed that beneath Qi Yuan's feet, a path of barren yellow earth stretched out. Devoid of weeds, this desolate place had no path until the frequent passage of footsteps had created one. The narrow path could barely accommodate the small feet of a child, indicating that it had been forged by Qi Yuan himself. He possessed a secret place he visited daily. This offered an opportunity to delve into his psyche and seek the roots of his affliction. Though much thought transpired, in reality, it was but a fleeting moment. Fang Zhongmiao quickly commanded, "Do not grab him." let him run. We shall follow and see where he intends to go. Chisho, having grasped his nephew by the collar, immediately released him upon hearing this. Noticing Ringuchin reaching for her son's arm, he instinctively intervened. Ringuchin's reaction was delayed, leaving her looking somewhat awkward. An Ling soon arrived, whispering behind Fang Zhongmiao. I know where he is headed, Fang Zhongmiao responded. Oh, where is he going? And Ling replied, to the suspension bridge. A quarter of an hour later, the group pursued Qi Yuan to the cliff behind the village, where a dilapidated and long-neglected suspension bridge connected one side of the chasm to the other. Qi Yuan stood before the bridge staring vacantly at the opposite side, where the cliff was shrouded in thick fog, rendering it indistinct, yet Fang Zhongmiao scrutinized closely, murmuring, it is the forest we passed through. This suspension bridge was the shortcut to leaving. Realizing this, she suddenly turned to Qi Yuan, knelt half down, and spoke softly, you have always wished to leave this place, haven to you, you desire to see the outside world. Qi Yuan did not respond or look at her. Fixated instead on the suspension bridge ahead, the mist in his eyes seemed to transform into a flowing yearning. An Ling glanced at Ringuchin, saying, when Lady Qi prepares medicine in the cauldron, he often sneaks away to stand here for a while. Qishio shot Ringuchin a displeased glare, her face flushed with embarrassment as she realized she had never noticed her son's absences or his longing. She felt like the worst mother in the world. Hastily Ringuchin half-knelt, gazing at her son's pale, numb face, and coaxed softly, Yuaner, the bridge is broken. We cannot cross here, let us allow Sister Miao to guide us along another path. She has come from the outside, she can take us away. Qi Yuan remained fixated on the opposite cliff, showing no reaction. Qishio bent down intending to offer some comfort, but Fang Zhongmiao interjected, let him cross. Qishio immediately straightened, looking at Fang Zhongmiao with displeasure. What did you just say? Fang Zhongmiao replied firmly, Qi Yuan comes here daily, gazing and yearning. Do you not comprehend? Leaving via this suspension bridge is his obsession. Allowing him to fulfill this obsession will grant us the key to unlock his heart. Fang Zhongmiao emphasized, articulating each word deliberately, this is the opportunity to heal him. By aiding him in achieving his desire, we can guide him out of the shadows, and his return to normalcy will surpass your expectations. Qishio's eyes flickered, and after a moment's contemplation, he decisively accepted her words, I will use my likeness skill to carry him across. Fang Zhongmiao countered, no, that would lack authenticity. To him, it would remain a mere illusion. He must walk across step by step. The scene he has fantasized about countless times must be enacted by him alone. Qishio frowned deeply. You mean? Fang Zhongmiao nodded. Indeed, let him tread upon those wooden planks, crossing slowly without carrying him over. Ringuchin could no longer contain her frustration, exclaiming, are you mad? If my son falls, will you take his place? Fang Zhongmiao turned to Ringuchin, her tone resolute, very well, I will take his place. Then she turned to An Ling, asking, do you have any coins on you? And Ling rummaged through his empty pockets, his expression revealing his poverty. Master, I am so destitute that even my socks are tattered. You ask me for money? Fang Zhongmiao. Fang Zhongmiao then looked at Qishio, but he lowered his head, inspecting his filthy thin shirt and pants, along with his bare feet. In such a state, how could he conceal any coins? Fang Zhongmiao was rendered speechless, her thoughts drifting. What is this? Have I stumbled into the den of a pauper? And Ling and Qishio bowed their heads, awkwardly scratching their noses. Ringuchin fumbled about her body, her face flushing with embarrassment. It seemed she too could not produce a single coin. Fortunately, and Ling's dozens of subordinates hurriedly arrived, and the group began searching one another. Managing to scrape together 4 copper coins, Fang Zhongmiao selected 3 coins of good quality, returning the one that was chipped. With her own copper coin recovered, the assassin pressed down on his pocket, his expression one of relief. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and even the least amount of copper is still money. The other 3 assassins, having lost their coins, bore expressions of regret. An Ling felt a mix of exasperation and disappointment. Silently lamenting, the brothers have truly suffered enough hardship over the past 2 years. Damn the emperor. Fang Zhongmiao tossed the 3 copper coins into the air and caught them on the back of her hand. She glanced at them, whispering to herself, this hexagram represents peace, signifying harmony between above and below, safe passage. Today, if I lead Qi Yuan across, no mishaps shall occur, thus, there will be no need for Qishio and An Ling to reinforce the bridge overnight and return tomorrow. Qishio silently reflected, I would much prefer to reinforce the bridge overnight. Fang Zhongmiao caressed the 3 copper coins as she approached Qi Yuan. Ringuchin angrily declared, you shall not take my son across. Fang Zhongmiao ignored her, picking up a large stone and throwing it towards the suspension bridge. A crisp crack echoed, and the stone crushed one of the decayed wooden planks, plummeting into the 100-meter deep gorge, where it was consumed by the roaring waters below. Qi Yuan's face turned ashen. This was precisely why he had always feared stepping onto the suspension bridge. Fang Zhongmiao knelt down, locking eyes with Qi Yuan, and slowly said, Qi Yuan, let me share a secret with you. I have always had excellent luck. Whenever I am faced with a choice, I am always right. Do you believe that every plank I step on will not collapse? Heaven assists me. Such words would be dismissed as falsehoods by adults, yet they would spark curiosity in a child. Qi Yuan indeed became captivated, his gaze shifting from the bridge to Fang Zhongmiao. She smiled gently. saying, "If you do not believe me, come with me up. I will step on each plank, and you shall follow in my footsteps." Qi Yuan blinked, seemingly deep in thought. Ren Guqin, having never witnessed Fang Zhongmiao's miraculous divination skills, immediately shouted, "No, you shall not take my son into danger." Qi Xiu, observing his nephew's evident interest, discreetly pressed a pressure point on Ren Guqin. She froze in place. Anling's eyelids twitched, unable to hold back, imploring, "This is too dangerous. I urge the master to reconsider." Qi Xiu placed his hand firmly on Anling's shoulder, exerting tremendous force. Just as Anling was about to explode with anger, he heard his master's proud thoughts resonating in the air. "Though I have lost my memory, I have already validated my divination skills by the spring. In a situation where death is certain, I can still lead Qi Xiu to safety, demonstrating that my divination surpasses mere fortune-telling. In terms of mastery, I undoubtedly stand alone in the world, unmatched. Even if I inadvertently wandered into the underworld, I could still emerge unscathed. A mere suspension bridge cannot hinder me, it is but a dream. 3 copper coins are enough to divine fortune and unravel heavenly mysteries. This path is a road to the underworld for others, yet for me, it is a thoroughfare." With these thoughts, Fang Zhongmiao discreetly weighed the 3 copper coins in her palm, her expression growing increasingly calm and composed. Qi Yuan looked up at the sky, his grayish eyes gradually igniting with a glimmer of brightness. Qi Xiu felt reassured, knowing that this matter was settled. "Fang Zhongmiao, without you, I would truly accomplish nothing on this journey." Chapter 62. I want to avenge my father. Fang Zhongmiao smiled as she gazed at Qi Yuan, asking, "So, what do you say? Would you like to try my good fortune?" Qi Yuan stared at her blankly for a long while before finally nodding stiffly. He decided to trust this little fairy. She was a celestial being sent by the heavens. Fang Zhongmiao extended her hand toward Qi Yuan. After a long hesitation, he cautiously placed his hand atop hers. Immediately, Fang Zhongmiao interlaced her fingers with his, securing him tightly. Observing this scene, Qi Xiu's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Fang Zhongmiao would not bind her life with another's unless she was fully confident. And Ling promptly signaled for the protection of the master, and the group of assassins behind him began to channel their energy, ready to rush forward at a moment's notice to save them. Ren Guqin stood frozen, her wide eyes filled with terror as she watched Fang Zhongmiao lead her son by the hand, step by step, towards the swaying suspension bridge. 3 copper coins were tossed into the air and deftly caught by Fang Zhongmiao's palm. Her inner voice softly murmured, "DUI hexagram, advance 2." She paused at the edge of the bridge, carefully aiming for the second plank, which she stepped upon with steady assurance. The plank remained intact, and the bridge merely swayed gently. The wind carried a thin mist through the air, enveloping everything in serene tranquility. Fang Zhongmiao turned to look at Qi Yuan, who firmly grasped her hand and, with his short legs, stepped over the first plank to land on the second. They held their breaths, gazing into each other's eyes. Then, Fang Zhongmiao chuckled lightly, boasting, "Aren't I lucky? Do you wish to continue?" Qi Yuan nodded earnestly, his small face serious. He desired to proceed further, displaying more courage than the adults behind him. Once again, Fang Zhongmiao tossed 3 copper coins, catching them with her palm. Her inner voice whispered, "Qian hexagram. Advance 1." She took a step forward, followed closely by Qi Yuan. The two remained firmly planted on the bridge. Ren Guqin's wide, angry gaze overflowed with tears of concern, while Qi Xiu stood relaxed, his hands clasped behind his back. At some point, he had developed an extraordinary trust in Fang Zhongmiao. What others could not accomplish, she surely could. The coins continued to be cast, her inner voice calculating, "Qian hexagram. Advance 1. Qian hexagram, advance 1. DUI hexagram, advance 2. Li hexagram, advance 3. Fortunately, although the suspension bridge was dilapidated, the planks had not decayed too severely, and there remained several planks within close reach. The duo, one large and one small, either advanced in succession or took bold strides, ultimately arriving safely at the edge of the cliff. A thick mist enveloped them, rendering them almost invisible. It was only then that Qi Xiu grew anxious. Calling out loudly, "Fang Zhongmiao, Yuaner, are you still there?" Fang Zhongmiao turned to glance back and called out in response, "We are still here." Qi Xiu's heart, which had raced ahead, quickly regained its calm. Ren Guqin's face was streaked with tears, but her expression shifted from worry to astonishment. The fact that Fang Zhongmiao had crossed safely was not merely a matter of luck as she claimed. How could the heavens favor such an ordinary mortal? It was clear that Fang Zhongmiao had, through the 3 humble copper coins, discerned the secrets of fate ahead of time. Such divine capabilities truly existed in the world. An expression of disbelief flickered across his eyes, his mind tumultuous. He never anticipated that the new master he pledged allegiance to possessed such extraordinary powers. In the royal court, they were merely a herd of cattle. Beside Fang Zhongmiao, they might encounter extraordinary fortunes. On the other side of the cliff, Fang Zhongmiao pointed towards the thick mist and said, "Look, there is no path ahead, let us return, I will take you back the way I came." "Shall we?" Qi Yuan's face fell in disappointment. He had always believed that crossing the suspension bridge would lead into the outside world, only to find that this side remained a vast forest. Yet, having achieved his obsession, he felt inexplicably relieved. He looked up at Fong Zhongmiao, speaking slowly and hesitantly. I want to go out. To avenge my father. Fong Zhongmiao's heart skipped a beat, and she gently lowered her voice to ask, "What happened to your father?" Shi Yuan gazed into the mist ahead, his pupils dilating, a sign of extreme fright. Fong Zhongmiao realized she could not delve deeper into this topic. Any further inquiry might ensnare Shi Yuan in the terrifying memories from which he could not escape. She stood quietly for a moment, waiting for Qi Yuan's emotions to stabilize. Across the cliff, Qi called out intermittently, "Fong Zhongmiao, Yuaner, are you there?" Fong Zhongmiao patiently replied each time, "We are still here. I am here. We haven't left." After several calls, Qi Yuan's fearful expression finally transformed into a familiar numbness. Fong Zhongmiao immediately inquired, "Shall we return?" Qi Yuan slowly nodded. The two retraced their steps. Safely arriving before Qi Xiu, unable to contain himself, Qi Xiu took a few quick steps forward, extending his arms as if to embrace Qi Yuan. However, Qi Yuan stiffened his little face and hid behind Fong Zhongmiao. Qi Xiu halted immediately, refraining from advancing. An Ling released Ren Guqin from her restraints. Ren Guqin rushed forward, pushing Fong Zhongmiao aside and clutching Qi Yuan tightly to her chest. Weeping uncontrollably, Fong Zhongmiao beckoned Qi Xiu with a finger. 9,000 years, come here. Qi Xiu hesitated. "What are you calling a dog?" Yet he obediently approached to Fong Zhongmiao, led him a little further away and lowered her voice to ask, "How did your elder brother die?" Qi Xiu's expression turned icy, suppressing his anger as he replied, "Why do you ask this?" Fong Zhongmiao glanced at Qi Yuan and spoke even more softly, "Just now, as we crossed the suspension bridge. Qi Yuan told me he wanted to go out to avenge his father. I was wondering if he was frightened by the manner of his father's death." Qi Xiu vehemently denied, "Impossible. Ren Guqin told him my brother died of a sudden illness and did not allow him to see my brother's remains. He knows nothing. How could he speak of revenge?" Fong Zhongmiao pressed, but Qi Yuan said just that. "I have no reason to fabricate such a tale to deceive you. I can assure you that Qi Yuan must know the cause of your brother's death, perhaps even witnessed the manner of his demise. Or else he would not be so terrified and harbor such intense hatred. Can you tell me how your brother died?" Qi Xiu's countenance changed drastically, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. After much hesitation, he finally spoke slowly, "My brother was struck in the head and killed in the study." He closed his eyes, pain lacing his tone. His skull was crushed, his face completely caved in. A bloody mess. Fong Zhongmiao was taken aback, unable to fathom that Qi Xiu's brother had met such a gruesome end. After a moment, she murmured softly, "Such a terrifying scene, no wonder Qi Yuan was so frightened." Qi Xiu opened his eyes quickly, speaking rapidly, "I was the first to discover the body," and immediately Qi Xiu closed his eyes momentarily, yet found himself rendered powerless by the depths of his imagination. What exactly did that shadowy figure do? This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Who could have slain his elder brother? Was it truly a political adversary? The emperor summoned him to the palace. Was it mere coincidence or a calculated move in collusion with the murderer? At this thought, Qi Xiu's heart was consumed by an overwhelming desire for vengeance. Fong Zhongmiao discreetly observed his expression and tentatively inquired, "Do you suspect that the person who opened the coffin is the one who killed your brother? Has he returned?" Qi Xiu cast her a sidelong glance and replied, "That supposition is quite reasonable, is it not?" Fong Zhongmiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but what could his intentions be? What does he wish to do with the corpse?" Qi Xiu shook his head in confusion. He could not fathom what one might do with a corpse that bore a shattered skull, nor with a mere 3-year-old nephew. He glanced aside and noticed that Qi Yuan had already fallen asleep in Ren Guqin's arms. He addressed An Ling, "Please take Yuaner back to rest. I have matters to discuss privately with my sister and Law. An Ling ignored him, focusing solely on Fong Zhongmiao. She exchanged a glance with Fong Zhongmiao, who then motioned for An Ling to gently take Qi Yuan from Ren Guqin's embrace and depart. One by one, his subordinates left, yet 3 men remained, stubbornly fixated on Fong Zhongmiao with unwavering gazes. Fong Zhongmiao looked left and right, then pointed to her own nose. "Are you waiting for me?" The trio of burly men silently nodded, their eyes tracing the copper coins clenched in her palm. This sum was borrowed from them, not a gift. Fong Zhongmiao raised her fist to inspect it, then gasped, "Ah!" She quickly opened her palm. The 3 men stepped forward, each retrieving a coin with great care. Satisfied as they flew away, wiping the sweat from her brow, Fong Zhongmiao wore an awkward expression, her thoughts laced with anxiety. Is this place somehow blessed by the god of poverty? If I bring them back, will I also invite the god of poverty into my home? What to do? I somewhat regret this decision. Perhaps I should cast a spell to transfer the god of poverty onto Zhou Chang? She discreetly glanced at Qi Xiu, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. Qi Xiu, nearly amused to the point of anger, thought, Fong Zhongmiao, you truly are something." Ren Guqin approached with a peculiar expression, maintaining a distance from Fong Zhongmiao, wary of her possibly inviting the god of poverty onto herself. Yuaner still needs care. If you have something to say, do so quickly, she urged her brother-in-law. Qi Xiu recounted Fong Zhongmiao's earlier words and shared his own conjectures. ultimately asking, "So on the seventh day, when you awakened from your slumber, did you notice anything unusual about Yuaner?" Ringuchin was taken aback, her face reflecting sheer shock. After pondering deeply, her expression shifted dramatically, her voice trembling. "That night, I awoke in the hour of the tiger, and Yuaner was not beside me. I searched for a long while, and eventually found him beneath the offering table in the morning hall. His face was pale, his body cold, and he remained silent, only crying. I thought he was merely frightened to be alone by the coffin, and did not consider anything else." Chisho felt a rush of urgency. Immediately pressing, "Were there no servants attending him?" Ringuchin shook her head. "No, the servants had all retired." Chisho inquired. "And the coffin, was it still covered?" Ringuchin's complexion turned ashen as she replied, "The coffin was securely closed. The nails firmly fastened. If someone had indeed come in the middle of the night, they must possess formidable skills, otherwise, they would not have evaded the hidden sentinels you placed outside the estate. Yet, if they were so skilled, how could they have overlooked Yuaner beneath the offering table?" Suddenly Ringuchin considered a possibility, her knees buckling as she sank to the ground. Perhaps that person did notice Yuaner and even dragged him out from beneath the offering table. But they did not kill the child, then. What did they do to Yuaner? Ringuchin could scarcely bear to contemplate. Regardless, the fact that Yuaner had become what he was now was undoubtedly the work of that individual from years ago. In a fit of despair, Ringuchin raised her hand and struck her face harshly. 1 slap, 2 slaps, 3. The sharp sounds echoed through the desolate forest. Weeping, she confessed, "It's all my fault. I was only concerned that Yuaner would be implicated by you and suffer the same fate as your brother. So I feigned death and fled. I was always on the move, never paying attention to Yuaner's abnormalities. By the time I noticed, it was all too late. I am not a good mother. I have harmed Yuaner. I deserve to die." Chisho turned his gaze towards the tumultuous waters below the cliff, his expression chillingly cold. When the sound of her slaps finally ceased, he turned his head, his tone authoritative. "Upon our return, I will exhume my brother's body for re-examination." Ringuchin remained silent for a long moment before weakly responding, "You. Go ahead." Fang Zhongmiao's mind raced as she contemplated, as a frail woman, would it seem odd for me to propose taking charge of the body examination at this juncture? Forget it, this is Chisho's family matter, and I should not interfere. If certain truths come to light that I should not know, it could lead to complications. Both Chisho and Ringuchin felt an emptiness within, their disappointment palpable. If the body were not entrusted to Fang Zhongmiao for examination, who else could it be entrusted to? If she refrained from intervening, the matter would likely yield no results. Chapter 64. Increasingly more secrets. The three harbored their own secrets, rendering the journey back particularly quiet. Fang Zhongmiao walked slowly, her eyes scanning the surrounding terrain, her pace gradually diminishing. Her internal musings echoed with uncertainty. The mountain to the west juts out like an extended nose, its grandeur reminiscent of a colossal elephant. The mountain to the east undulates endlessly, resembling a mighty dragon. A dragon and an elephant face off roaring. The mountain wind breathes like a dragon, while the rushing waters spray like an elephant. Between them lies a sunken village. This feng shui is indeed a prison for dragon and elephant. Suddenly Fang Zhongmiao halted, her expression shifting to one of distress. She found herself fixated first on the imposing mountain to the west, then on the sprawling ridge to the east, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Chisho and Ringuchin, unable to comprehend her words, could however sense the palpable fear and shock in her quivering voice, indicating the gravity of the situation. They took a few more steps before pausing, glancing at Fang Zhongmiao as if awaiting her to catch up, yet she remained rooted in place, her gaze flitting anxiously between the two mountains, her complexion as pale as parchment, her thoughts erupted in rapid succession. Akin to startled birds, the feng shui of the dragon and elephant prison is meant to suppress dragon souls. What a waste! To suppress eternal malevolent spirits is to wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Only to suppress the great Luo golden immortal would be just right. What lies here? Fang Zhongmiao took 2 steps forward, her eyes sweeping the vicinity, her thoughts expanding. Is there a dragon soul here? Is there an eternal malevolent spirit here? Is there a great Luo golden immortal here? None at all. A gust of mountain wind whistled overhead, producing a sharp howl. Ringuchin wrapped her arms tightly around herself, goosebumps erupting across her skin. She had lived here for 3 years, entirely unaware that this place was a prison for dragons, ghosts, and saints. Chisho, contemplating the broader implications, suddenly turned to Ringuchin, his expression grave. Fang Zhongmiao also slowly shifted her gaze, fixing her piercing eyes upon Ringuchin. The latter paled, her skin ashen and drenched in sweat. She stammered, "Why are you looking at me? Don't you think the mountain wind sounds like a vengeful spirit crying out? It is getting dark. Let us hurry back." Chisho said nothing. Fang Zhongmiao remained silent as well, their gazes remained locked on Ringuchin. Internal thoughts flowed. Once again, the great array of celestial shifts. Once again, the great feng shui of the dragon and elephant prison. What a grand scheme! There lies a monumental secret hidden here. The arrival of Lady Qi and Qi Yuan must be tied to this secret. Fang Zhongmiao stepped closer to Ringuchin, her thoughts whispering like the wind. let me see what makes you so special, deserving of such treatment. Ren Guqin stood frozen, paralyzed in place. She dared not move or speak, even her eyes remained fixed. She had come here to escape the whirlpool of chaos, yet, at this moment, she belatedly realized that she had inadvertently plunged herself and her son into a far more terrifying vortex. Regret washed over her. Truly, those earlier slaps had been far too gentle. Fang Zhongmiao approached Ren Guqin, then passed by her, as if merely passing through, casting a fleeting glance from the corner of her eye. Her thoughts murmured softly, this person possesses no special qualities, unworthy of the labor of the dragon and elephant prison. Qi Xiu too glanced at Ren Guqin, trailing behind Fang Zhongmiao as they continued forward. Watching their retreating figures, Ren Guqin trembled violently. Could anyone understand her terror? If she was not the one suppressed by the dragon and elephant, then who was? Yuan. Cold sweat cascaded down her back as her limbs turned weak. Nearly causing her to faint, she gasped for breath, clutching her skirts as she stumbled to catch up, her ears perked high, straining to hear the distant voices. Why must Yuan be suppressed? Why, he is merely 6 years old. What wrong has he committed? Ren Guqin covered her mouth to stifle her cries. She believed she had led Yuan to safety, yet unwittingly, she had led him into the depths of hell. The pain was excruciating. She was wrong. Qi Xiu turned back to quietly regard Ren Guqin, his gaze stern. He subtly shook his head, signaling her not to cry out, lest she draw Fang Zhongmiao's suspicion. Everything Fang Zhongmiao was contemplating was of utmost importance to Yuan. Ren Guqin quickly nodded, cold sweat trickling down her temples. Fang Zhongmiao moved swiftly ahead, her thoughts racing. Ren Guqin is not one of those suppressed by the dragon and elephant prison, and Ling and the others are merely the wardens here. But who is the one being suppressed? Fang Zhongmiao paused momentarily, then resumed her pace. Her thoughts sighed heavily. It is Qi Yuan. He is the one whom the dragon elephant town's prison feng shui seeks to suppress. Eternally subdued, his fate has been severed. Why had I not noticed any anomalies in Qi Yuan's countenance before? Fang Zhongmiao quickened her pace, her thoughts racing. That night, the investigator in the morning hall not only tampered with the corpse but also altered Qi Yuan's features. There must be secrets concealed within him. Wait, since the great array of reversal and the dragon elephant's prison feng shui are already in place, making this location impregnable, why then deploy an additional 200 death warriors? Do 2 criminals truly require the oversight of 200 jailers? What is more outrageous is that one among them is a paragon of mastery. No, there is absolutely no need for such measures. Thus, besides Qi Yuan, there must be something of great significance hidden here. Where is the best place to conceal something? It must be somewhere inaccessible to anyone, a place from which one cannot return even if they were to stumble upon it. Fang Zhongmiao turned her gaze back, looking towards the thick mist behind. Qi Xiu and Ren Guqin pretended to hear nothing, walking slowly with their eyes casually scanning the surroundings. Fang Zhongmiao resumed her forward march. And the relaxed demeanor of the two instantly tensed like a drawn bowstring. She walked step by step, her thoughts murmuring, within the great array of reversal, there exist 3 dire gates: death, shock, and injury. Only the death gate allows for a one-way passage. The location of the death gate is indeed the most suitable for concealment. The array is ever-changing, and naturally, the position of the death gate shifts as well. Which location truly serves as the hiding place? Fang Zhongmiao slowed her steps, pondering briefly before hastening again. Her thoughts whispered, the array cycles every 60 years. The cycle is the intersection of the starting and ending points. The place of concealment must be where the initial death gate and the final death gate coincide. They overlap. To retrieve the concealed item, there are 2 methods. One is to wait 60 years for the array to complete a cycle, at which point the death gate transforms into a life gate, allowing for safe retrieval. The other is to locate the array's eye and move it to the original death gate. In doing so, the array would instantly reverse, the death gate transforming into a life gate in the blink of an eye. If the array's eye remains at the death gate will perpetually be a life gate, thus providing ample time to retrieve the item safely. Wait, Fang Zhongmiao abruptly halted, her expression shifting, her thoughts raced like an arrow shot overhead. The materials used to set the array are trees, thus, the array's eye must also be a tree. But how can a tree be moved? If the tree cannot be moved, then the array's eye is not a tree, yet must possess the stillness and lack of thought and emotion akin to a tree. Easily manipulated. Fang Zhongmiao suddenly stood firm, turning to Ren Guqin, murmuring to herself, I understand now, the array's eye is a living corpse. Qi Yuan is that living corpse. He was not brought here willingly by Madame Qi. He was chosen by the murderer. Ren Guqin stumbled forward, and Qi Xiu grasped her arm, lifting her up. His tone was gentle, yet his eyes were frosted with coldness. Sister-in-law, be cautious as you tread, the path is strewn with dead branches. This foolish woman has unwittingly thrust her own son into the abyss. Had I not come, Yuan would surely have become a living corpse. Chapter 65, the broken face. Ren Guqin felt her legs weaken. Unable to stand, Qi Xiu pulled her twice, and she knelt both times, her forehead and back drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, a twisting vine lay beneath her feet. She deliberately wedged her foot within it, feigning entrapment to avoid revealing herself. Had she not feared arousing Fang Zhongmiao's suspicion, she would have wished to cover her face and weep. She regretted it deeply, a regret beyond words. she believed that hiding with her son was the wisest course of action. Yet in truth, she had been thoroughly manipulated by the unseen hand. She had unwittingly transformed her own son into a pawn for the murderer. The pain in her heart felt as if it were shattering. And Ringuchin bit her lip, letting out a muffled sound. Chisho's grip on her arm tightened, silently warning her. Ringuchin gasped for breath, then extended her hand, pretending to tug at the vines. Fang Zhongmiao remained motionless, her thoughts coldly echoing in the air. How is it that you were not crushed? Do you comprehend the state Qi Yuan has been reduced to because of you? I know, Miss Fang. Could you possibly save Yuan? If you can, I would give my life for you. Ringuchin cried out internally. Chisho, growing impatient, kicked at the thick vine, which snapped in response. Ringuchin hurriedly stood. Lowering her head, her voice dry and hoarse as she said, "Thank you, little uncle." Chisho released her arm and walked ahead, his tone heavy with restraint. Let us return. Fang Zhongmiao continued onward, while Ringuchin lagged behind. Seeing that neither of them looked back at her, her eyes slowly filled with tears of regret. Why had she ever entertained the thought of fleeing with Yuan from Chisho? Why had she chosen such a desolate place? It was the neighbor, the eighth aunt, who had consoled her on the day of her husband's burial, advising her to ensure Yuan would not suffer the same fate as his father. The eighth aunt's grandchildren had surrounded Yuan, clapping and laughing, mocking him for having a eunuch uncle, even attempting to pull down his trousers to see if he had a little penis. At that time, Yuan could no longer speak, only trembling and crying. The neighbors had all laughed at the scene. Yuan's cries mingled with their derisive laughter, piercing Ringuchin's heart like a knife, rendering her nearly lifeless. It was then that she felt a powerful urge to escape from Chisho. That very night, and Ling had stealthily approached her. They quickly conspired to fake her death, and thus began their hurried journey. Reflecting on the past, Ringuchin realized how foolish she had been. She suddenly asked, "You haven't sold the ancestral home in Lu Family Alley, have you?" Chisho, perplexed, replied, "How could I bear to sell it? There are many memories of us brothers there." Ringuchin nodded with a dazed expression. Then asked after a brief silence, "Do you still remember the eighth aunt living next door?" Chisho pondered for a moment before responding, "Her children were playing with fire in the kitchen and burned the house down. All 12 members of their family perished in the flames." Ringuchin felt a momentary wave of weakness, nearly collapsing to the ground. She murmured, "It was the eighth aunt who urged me to flee with Yuan." The children mocking Yuan were her grandchildren. Chisho abruptly halted, turning to look back, his face more ghastly than a ghost. Ringuchin stood frozen in place. Fang Zhongmiao looked up at the sky, her thoughts murmuring, "To be schemed against right beneath one's nose, and remain utterly oblivious." Chisho, you have wasted these years. Chisho's face, once icy, gradually contorted into discomfort. He was not entirely unaware. He had previously investigated the cause of the eighth aunt's family's demise, but had uncovered no anomalies whatsoever. His adversary was an ancient being who had lived for over 100 years. This foe had placed numerous pawns beside the emperor, the royal family, and the nobility, wielding immense power. To unearth the one who sought his ruin, he indeed lacked the capability. Chisho seemed to lose all vitality in an instant, his complexion turning ashen. Ringuchin, sensing his despair, hurried to comfort him. "Death is but a part of life. The murderer may not have left behind only this one clue. After we exit, I will help you investigate your husband's death. I refuse to believe there exists a flawless trap in this world." Chisho cast her a sidelong glance, nearly scoffing. Without replying, Fang Zhongmiao's thoughts floated through the air. There are two swiftest methods of investigation. One is to open the coffin and examine the corpse. The other is to heal Qi Yuan and extract clues directly from him. Qi Yuan's fate has been suppressed by the dragon elephant prison feng shui, yet I cannot discern any abnormalities in his countenance, indicating that the unseen hand must have employed sinister methods to conceal Qi Yuan's visage. Fang Zhongmiao pressed on, her thoughts brimming with arrogance. "No matter the method, watch me unravel it." Chisho's despondent heart seemed suddenly infused with boundless energy, his pallid features gradually regaining color. He hastened a few steps to walk alongside Fang Zhongmiao. She whispered, "Qi Yuan experienced a tremendous shock. Washing his face with the juice of 300-year-old yarrow, which thrives in sunlight, can calm his mind and promote the renewal of his intellect." Chisho nearly believed her. However, the thought arose just in time. This statement is undoubtedly false. The yarrow juice does not possess the ability to stabilize the mind. It only embodies fierce, vigorous solar energy and the spirit of the earth. Applying it to the face can purge all malevolent arts. Fang Zhongmiao turned her gaze to the east, where the mountains stretched like a great dragon, saying, "Yarrow that has existed for 3 centuries does not naturally occur in the world, but this place, rich in ley lines and sparsely populated, with fertile soil, may indeed harbor it. The yarrow that flourishes in sunlight must grow upon the eastern cliffs. Basking in the first rays of morning light, you should venture eastward to the cliffs. If it exists, then it exists. If not, then it does not. Everything depends on fate." Chisho nodded solemnly. Suddenly Ringuchin dashed forward, exclaiming, "It exists, it exists. I often gather herbs in the nearby mountains and have seen yarrow growing on the eastern cliffs." Without hesitation, Chisho commanded, "Take me there now." Ringuchin eagerly nodded. Of course, Fang Zhongmiao stood frozen in place, her thoughts filled with resentment drifting through the air. After I have toiled for an entire day and night over Qi Yuan's matter, enduring countless perils, am I now to be summoned to climb a mountain? Do you too, uncle and niece, possess no humanity? I might as well feign fainting. With this thought, Feng Zhongmiao swayed back and forth, her eyes half open and half closed, appearing as if on the verge of collapsing. Shi Xiu's anxious demeanor instantly transformed into one of absurdity. When it comes to acting, who could rival you, Feng Zhongmiao? He swiftly stepped forward, hoisting the petite woman onto his back, and instructed Ring Guqin. I shall first escort Feng Zhongmiao back. You wait for me here. Feng Zhongmiao, resting against Shi Xiu's back, spoke in a feeble tone. I apologize, my constitution is too frail, and I am a burden to you. Her inner voice lazily floated to Shi Xiu's ear, at least you possess some discernment. Shi Xiu turned his head to regard her and solemnly replied, you are not a burden. Without you on this journey, I would have perished, and I cannot fathom what fate would have befallen Yuan. You are a benefactor to both me and Yuan. Henceforth, should you require any assistance, I shall exert myself to the utmost. Feng Zhongmiao, exhibiting humility and courtesy, responded, your words are too generous, your excellency. Yet her inner voice was filled with satisfaction as she murmured, if your words are sincere, then this journey has not been in vain. Your excellency, this blade of yours shall belong to me in the future. Shi Xiu was naturally reluctant to be wielded as a mere weapon by another, yet the current circumstances left him no room for refusal. After returning Feng Zhongmiao to the village, Shi Xiu and Ring Guqin hurriedly made their way to the eastern cliff under the cover of night. Retrieving a bundle of divination grass, Feng Zhongmiao took a brief nap for an hour. Awakening to find her uncle and aunt had returned to the divination grass required no boiling. It sufficed to crush it and filter out the juice to apply to one's face. Feng Zhongmiao held her hands, now smeared with the verdant liquid, slowly retreating as her gaze fixated on Qi Yuan's face. Qi Yuan stared back at her quietly, his expression one of bewilderment. Shi Xiu and Ring Guqin were so tense that their palms were slick with sweat. Standing at the doorway, and Ling awaited the onset of the poison that would manifest that night, his mind somewhat distracted. The atmosphere grew inexplicably tense. After a moment, Feng Zhongmiao's pupils suddenly constricted, her heart echoing in horror. How can it be a broken face? Chapter 66, A Lifetime at Your Service. Upon hearing the disquiet in Feng Zhongmiao's tone, Shi Xiu and Ren Guqin felt a tightening in their chests. And Ling, lost in thought at the doorway, immediately turned to look, his expression inquisitive. Qi Yuan blinked his round, innocent eyes, curiously gazing into the air. What is a broken face? The same question lingered in everyone's minds. Feng Zhongmiao, with her hands stained in green juice, slowly retreated once more, the light in her pupils flickering, revealing the tumult of her thoughts. How can it be a broken face? She still could not believe her own eyes. Shi Xiu and Ren Guqin dared not even breathe. Straining their ears to catch the distant yet near echo of her heart's voice, Feng Zhongmiao suppressed her astonishment, moving aside to wash her hands in a basin placed on the table. With each slow, deliberate motion of rubbing, her chaotic emotions gradually regained clarity. Her inner voice hung heavy like a dark cloud laden with oppression and gravity. The fate is suppressed by the dragon elephant's prison. Feng Shui. I had once thought Qi Yuan would face death or a severed fate, but never imagined it would be a broken face. A dead face belongs to the deceased, although Qi Yuan is alive. He resembles a dead man. Such a visage is not surprising. A severed face represents a fate cut short, devoid of fortune, kin, or connection, which aligns with Qi Yuan's current state. But why specifically a broken face? Feng Zhongmiao's hand-washing motions unconsciously slowed, her gaze becoming somewhat vacant. Shi Xiu and Ring Guqin were nearly frantic. What is a broken face? Do tell. And Ling stepped into the room, standing before Qi Yuan. Scrutinizing his face, it was greenish, nothing particularly special. Qi Yuan and Ling exchanged bewildered glances, both appearing innocently perplexed. Feng Zhongmiao's heart grew increasingly grave. All in the world operates under the law of cause and effect. Reaping what one sows, some kill their wives for infidelity, others murder neighbors over land disputes. This is the cycle of evil causes and evil consequences. Yet, there are those who commit heinous acts not for evil causes, but out of desire, or even mere amusement. Some kill their parents for inheritance, shattering the parental palace, others murder innocent bystanders for wealth, breaking the fortune palace, some for carnal pleasure, cruelly slay concubines and servants, leading to the destruction of the servant palace. Without evil causes, yet bearing evil consequences, the corresponding 12 palaces will manifest a state of ruin. But Qi Yuan is merely 6 years old. How could he have killed his parents? Where could he have slain bystanders? When has he ever committed unprovoked evil? His visage should not be this way. Feng Zhongmiao finished washing her hands, drying them with a rough hempcloth nearby, her countenance icy. She dared not glance back at Shi Xiu and Ring Guqin, for she could not yet adjust her expression, slowing her hand movements. She took a deep breath, her inner voice bore a heavy, inexplicable weight. A broken face only appears on those who commit unspeakable evils. To witness a broken face, one should linger at the vegetable market at noon in autumn. Where among 1,000 condemned souls, there shall always be one irredeemably wicked. Those with broken faces are doomed to face either human retribution or divine punishment. The world cannot allow them to live. Fang Zhongmiao inhaled deeply once more before turning to Qi Yuan, her heart echoing with pain. Here lies the dragon elephant's prison and the shifting stars obscuring the heavenly secret. The heavens are oblivious to Qi Yuan's broken face, thus allowing him to survive. To take him outside, no matter how well he is protected, he will inevitably perish due to unforeseen circumstances. If the heavenly path desires to eradicate a person, even a sip of water could lead to their demise. However, allowing Qi Yuan to remain here, under the influence of the dragon elephant's prison feng shui, he will gradually lose all rationality and emotion, becoming a living corpse. Which existence is more agonizing? To face countless accidents daily, perpetually teetering on the brink of life and death, or to languish here, oblivious and unfeeling, as life drifts by? He is but a child, he has done nothing wrong. Fang Zhongmiao could no longer contain the tumult of her emotions, lowering her head to cover her eyes, murmuring, "The taste of the divination grass juice is quite pungent. I shall step outside for some air." Qi Xiu and Ring Guqin feigned nonchalance, nodding in agreement. Fang Zhongmiao exited the room, standing in the courtyard, sighing helplessly at the night sky. Tears glimmered in her eyes, mingling with rising fury. Her inner voice thundered like lightning in the air. "Now I finally understand what you did to Qi Yuan that night in the morning hall. I had intended to spar with you, to challenge you, and to make you kneel before me, calling me Taoist grandmother. I never anticipated that you would be unworthy of such a title. You seize others' fortunes, rob their vitality, alter destinies, and pilfer the nation's blessings. You commit every conceivable evil, devoid of conscience, and thus your visage is shattered, losing all blessings and longevity. You fear that the heavens will annihilate you, so you transfer the broken visage to Qi Yuan's face. Do you not? You have made Qi Yuan suffer your divine retribution. If I were to break the great array of celestial shifts, only Qi Yuan would suffer the backlash, while you would remain unscathed. Such sinister tactics. Such a vile heart. If the heavens do not extinguish you, I shall. If the heavens do not punish you, I shall. I shall destroy your foundations, shatter your Tao bones, and sever your fate. No matter who you are, I will ensure your demise, scattering your soul." Fang Zhongmiao looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with righteous indignation, unwavering resolve, and deep compassion for the world. The you she referred to was clear to all present. Qi Xiu silently gazed at her profile, his heart entwined with fury, yet also harboring an unusual warmth. It was his duty to avenge Qi Yuan. Unrelated to Fang Zhongmiao, yet at this moment, in this time and place, she had sworn an oath. He had once considered severing ties after saving his nephew, betraying their agreement, and eliminating her. Qi Xiu raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a renewed sense of dread and relief. Fortunately, Fang Zhongmiao could not hear his heart's voice, otherwise the consequences were too daunting for him to contemplate. Ren Guqin stood behind them, gasping for breath. So it turns out Yuan bore the suffering of another. The true culprit deserving of divine retribution was the murderer of her husband. After exiting, she must personally flay that person alive. No, she could not leave. If Yuan were to escape this accursed dragon elephant's prison feng shui, he would face constant threats to his life. Contemplating this, Ren Guqin felt her body weaken, her strength evaporating. What should she do? Why must her Yuan endure such a wretched fate? Fang Zhongmiao closed her eyes, her breathing finally calming to a shallow rhythm. She pondered to herself, Qi Yuan cannot remain here. In this place, all his perceptions and emotions will be stripped away. Living here is akin to being dead. Out there, I can use the peace talisman crafted from a millennium-old lightning wood to protect him for 3 days. After 3 days, I can create another talisman, granting him another 3 days of safety. This cycle can continue for 2 or 3 years at least. Within those 2 or 3 years, if I can find the utmost yang and utmost yin from the world to create the yin fish and yang fish, combining them into a Taiji talisman, there lies a glimmer of hope for survival. The Taiji talisman governs the reversal of extremes and the return of fortune, harmonizing fate and extending longevity. By wearing the Taiji talisman daily, Qi Yuan can enjoy a lifetime of safety. The Pangdalak in my possession is the utmost yang object in the world, but where can I find the utmost yin? Fang Zhongmiao turned her head to look at Qi Xiu standing beside her. Qi Xiu lowered his gaze upon her, his focus unwavering. Fang Zhongmiao whispered in her heart, Your Excellency, with your celestial connections and keen awareness, it is up to you to seek out the utmost yin in this world. Qi Xiu could not respond to her, yet he suddenly felt an urge to reach out and touch her eyes, which sparkled like stars. Fang Zhongmiao, thank you. In this moment, at this time and place, I, Qi Xiu, vow, I shall dedicate my entire life to your service. Chapter 67. The armory. Qi Xiu and Fang Zhongmiao stood side by side beneath the starry sky, Ranguqin approached the doorway, watching the two figures from a distance, her eyes unknowingly brimming with tears. She had heard every word of Fang Zhongmiao's oath. She silently vowed within her heart, Miss Fang, regardless of whether you can save my Yuan, based solely on the sincerity of your intentions at this very moment, I, Ranguqin, am willing to dedicate my life to you, from this day forth. Your words shall be my words, your will shall be my will, and everything I possess can be offered to you, Miss Fang. Though I am unable to kneel before you here, I have already expressed my gratitude to you 1,010,000 times in my heart. Thank you, Miss Fang. Ranguqin wiped away her tears and returned to her son's side, gently caressing his head and whispering softly, Yuan, when you grow up, you must be sure to honor Miss Fang well. Without her, there would be no you, do you understand? Although Qi Yuan was still quite young, he understood everything. He pondered seriously for a moment and then nodded gently for the first time in 3 years. He responded to Ranguqin's words. A mix of sorrow and joy surged through Ranguqin as she embraced her son and quietly wept. Fang Zhongmia turned to glance back upon hearing the sound of crying. Qi Xiu, fearing she might suspect something, immediately sighed. As parents, we fear nothing more than our children falling ill. Seeing Yuan in this state, my sister-in-law must be heartbroken. If Fang Zhongmia sighed in agreement, alas, the hearts of parents everywhere are filled with compassion. She lifted her gaze to the twinkling stars in the night sky, her thoughts swirling. Her inner voice drifted softly. When we depart tomorrow, I shall first take Qi Yuan to the Death Gate to uncover the hidden machinations of the mastermind behind this. And then I will confide in Qi Xiu about my true identity, my strength, and all that the mastermind has done to Qi Yuan. For the sake of Qi Yuan's life, Qi Xiu will undoubtedly keep my secret and will become the sharpest blade in my hand. With this thought, Fang Zhongmiao turned to glance at Qi Xiu. Qi Xiu lowered his gaze, arching an eyebrow slightly. Fang Zhongmiao, I would prefer to refer to us as partners, but if you insist on likening me to a blade, then I shall accept it. He looked up at the starry sky and sighed helplessly. In the stillness, a sudden scream erupted from a nearby small courtyard. An Ling immediately dashed out of the house, panic-stricken, exclaiming, this is bad, my subordinates have been poisoned. As soon as he finished speaking, he touched his forehead, astonished by his own expression. I am unharmed. He turned to Fang Zhongmiao, repeating, I am unharmed. The torment that had rendered him nearly lifeless vanished. A fleeting sting in his mind was followed by a profound tranquility. The method Miss Fang employed to eliminate the poison proved remarkably effective, and Ling, overjoyed, promptly urged, Master, quickly remove the poison from the others. Otherwise, tonight we may lose several to madness or death. Fang Zhongmiao and Qi Xiu immediately turned back into the house, preparing steel needles, fire, strong liquor, boiling water, and medicinal solutions. Ranguqin hurriedly led her son into the inner room. And Ling, truly a master among masters, was able to maintain control even when over 200 of his subordinates simultaneously succumbed to the poison. He brought in one subordinate after another. Fortunately, Qi Xiu was also a master-level expert. No matter how frantically these subordinates struggled, he was always able to find the right spot to swiftly and accurately administer the steel needles. The night quickly passed, and by dawn, as the sun rose, the courtyard was strewn with black-clad men. An Ling was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, yet his heart was filled with elation. As he forcibly brought these subordinates before Fang Zhongmiao, they were still screaming and thrashing wildly. But once Qi Xiu inserted a needle, they immediately quieted down, becoming docile and obedient. This demonstrated the miraculous efficacy of the poison removal method. These individuals had finally put an end to a lifetime of torment. And Ling stepped forward, kicking one of his brother's feet, his tone stern, all of you, rise and pay your respects to the new master. From now on, Miss Fang Zhongmiao shall be our benefactor. We shall exchange 5 years of loyalty for the wealth that ensures our survival and freedom for the remainder of our lives. The crowd, unaware of the details, felt their hearts warm at the final proclamation. 5 years of loyalty in exchange for the poison removal method and half a lifetime of freedom. What kind of negotiation had their leader engaged in to secure such a bargain? They quickly scrambled to their feet, kneeling in unison at the entrance, bowing and clasping their hands, their voices booming. We pay our respects to our master, and we pledge our loyalty. Fang Zhongmiao slowly approached the entrance and came to a halt. And Ling stepped forward, half kneeling, cupping his fists and bowing respectfully. And Ling, leading over 200 heavenly-level death warriors, pays respects to the master. Fang Zhongmiao nodded slightly, responding with a calm and composed demeanor, exuding an air of dignity. Her internal voice resonated with great joy. Indeed, the master sounds more pleasant than the Lord. There is a flavor reminiscent of hunting in the Central Plains. Standing behind her, Qi Xiu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The thought of hunting in the Central Plains was quite audacious for Fang Zhongmiao. Just as this sentiment crossed his mind, Qi Xiu's expression darkened. He lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment, and suddenly realized that the foolish one was himself. Not Fang Zhongmiao. Why could she not aspire to hunt in the Central Plains? Just because she was a woman, did that strip her of such qualifications? She was proficient in both strategy and martial prowess. What was she lacking? Wait, it seemed her martial skills were indeed not exceptional. Qi Xiu shook his head and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Fang Zhongmiao extended her hand to help and Ling up, then turned to cast a glance at Qi Xiu. Her internal voice murmured softly, "Dare to mock me, and I shall invite the god of poverty to reside in your mind." Chisho's smile vanished in an instant, prompting Ling and Ringuqin to burst into laughter. Qi Yuan looked at Fang Zhongmia with admiration. He understood that these uncles could scale walls and leap rooftops. They were extraordinary individuals. Now, all of them bowed before the little fairy, who was indeed the most formidable of all. Qi Yuan stealthily approached, gently taking Fang Zhongmia's hand. This hand guided him safely across the suspension bridge, wiped away the curses on his face, and would lead him outside. His trust in this hand surpassed everything else in the world. Ringuqin felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, yet she did not harbor jealousy. Her son had been hailed as a prodigy by the neighbors since childhood. He understood everything. Allowing him to grow close to Fang Zhongmia gave him a glimmer of hope for survival. Chisho longed to pat his nephew's little head but hesitated to act impulsively. Well, once they were outside, he would have plenty of time and energy to cultivate a bond with his nephew. Fang Zhongmia entwined her fingers with Qi Yuan's, gently shaking his little arm, and softly said, "Come, sister, will take you away from this wretched place." Qi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Long before Fang Zhongmia had already deduced the initial setup of the formation and the location of the Death Gate, she led Qi Yuan directly there, with Qi Yuan as the focal point. The Death Gate naturally swung open, transforming into a passage to life. Ling and the others swept the vicinity, quickly discovering a cave. Upon entering, it was initially narrow, but deep within it widened, resembling a large-bellied kettle. At the very back of the cave, a grand underground palace was revealed. Countless fist-sized luminous pearls were embedded in the towering dome and stone walls, creating a dreamlike and opulent atmosphere. However, not a single person among Fang Zhongmia's group paid any attention to those priceless luminous pearls. Their focus was entirely drawn to the towering stacks of large boxes and rows of weapon racks. Ling opened one of the boxes, and his eyes instantly brightened. "Master, this is an armory." He turned back, his voice barely containing his overwhelming joy. Chapter 68. Undertaking great affairs. What a magnificent sight it must have been to hollow out an entire mountain to construct an armory. In the past, Fang Zhongmia could not have imagined such a thing, but now she had witnessed it with her own eyes. Ling's voice echoed through the vast cave, gradually fading away. The air around them remained perpetually temperate and humid. Devoid of wind and sunlight, ideal for storage, Fang Zhongmia stepped forward to peer into the open box, where dozens of sets of armor were neatly arranged. Ling continued to open boxes, and Fang Zhongmia examined them one by one. Light armor, soft armor, heavy armor, long swords, short swords, spear halberds, every weapon available in the market was present here, and even those not found in the market could be found should they acquire a few thousand warhorses. They would have both heavy and light cavalry. A single heavy cavalry from the barbarian tribes could trample the imperial city, and the weapons stored here were sufficient to conquer the entirety of the eastern lands. Fang Zhongmia approached a row of racks holding long spears, and an epiphany struck her as she murmured to herself, "No wonder over 200 heavenly-level death warriors were dispatched to guard this place. And why the Dueling Stars formation was set to seal it. This must be where that old monster has hidden his wealth. After seizing the fortune of the hidden dragons, he intends to raise an army and seize the throne." With a swift stride, she turned back. Ling commanded over 200 subordinates, standing in a dense mass, their gazes fixed upon her. Ringuqin and Qi Yuan also looked at her, while Chisho picked up a blade capable of slicing through iron. Gazing at her with profound intensity. A surge of ambition welled up within Fang Zhongmia as she slowly raised her hands, her melodious voice resonating with arrogance. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to undertake great affairs." The cave fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's expressions were blank, even Chisho stood frozen, his expression exceedingly peculiar. Slightly intoxicated by her own words, Fang Zhongmia gradually regained her composure, chuckling lightly and waving her hand. "I was merely jesting, do not take it to heart." The crowd, belatedly realizing the jest, managed to display polite smiles, yet each secretly mused, "We took it to heart." Fang Zhongmia wandered among the boxes of weapons. Her radiant face illuminated by the luminous pearls, resembling a celestial being surrounded by ethereal mist, yet also exuding the ferocity of a warrior. Her internal voice surged like a torrent, "Chisho, I know how much you desire these items. With them in your possession, you would possess the strength to overthrow this dynasty. But do not rush." Fang Zhongmia glanced at Chisho, who lazily cast his gaze her way, deliberately narrowing his narrow eyes into a scheming expression. Fang Zhongmia's lips curled into a slight smile, returning a look of disdain. The heart's voice, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, "Even if you desire it, it is futile. All these treasures belong to me." Ling chuckled softly twice. Reveling in the utmost satisfaction within, he understood that his master would have to utilize these possessions for his own benefit, should the master bestow upon him a sufficient sum of silver. He could easily assemble the bandits from the nearby hills into a formidable army. Why squander the latter half of his life on trifling businesses? Such a fate would be unworthy. He aimed to lead his brothers alongside the master in grand endeavors. Ringuqin cast a sympathetic glance at her uncle, regardless of whether he held the title of 9,000 years outside, before Fang Zhongmia, whether he was a tiger or a dragon, he must bow down. Shishou extended his arm, directing the icy edge of his blade towards Fang Zhongmiao. Unflinching, Fang Zhongmiao slowly opened his arms. The heart's voice reverberated within the cave, resonating like an ethereal chant, akin to a distant bell tolling like thunder. In the art of warfare, one must present softness to invite strength, display weakness to seize upon strength. 9,000 years, previously I lacked the means to restrain you, thus I could only show you gentleness and frailty. But now Qi Yuan's fate rests in my hands, and the Emperor's 200 death warriors pledge their loyalty to me, while you stand alone, devoid of support. I now confront you with strength, and seize upon your might. What can you do to me? Should you refuse to submit, then please contain your ire. Should you feel indignant, you must endure. A Fang Zhongmiao signaled Anling with a glance. Anling immediately led over 200 death warriors to encircle Qishio, who wielded a foreign blade. Ringuqin hastily pulled Qi Yuan behind Fang Zhongmiao, displaying no hesitation in her sudden defection. Upon witnessing Ringuqin's defection, a fleeting moment of surprise washed over Fang Zhongmiao's smile. The heart's voice exclaimed in astonishment, "What transpired? I have yet to reveal Qi Yuan's true condition, nor have I declared that only I can save him. Why has Ringuqin turned traitor?" Ringuqin discreetly pressed her forehead, her expression tinged with embarrassment. This was bad. She had been too proactive and had aroused suspicion. Shishou's hand trembled slightly as he raised the blade, feeling a mix of absurdity and incredulity. Fortunately, Fang Zhongmiao did not dwell on it, merely perceiving Ringuqin as someone with a rebellious spirit harboring deep resentment towards her uncle. After all, she did not wish for her son to follow Qishio after they left. In her heart, she silently commended, "Though Qi Madam may be a bit foolish, her judgment of character is quite astute. Accompanying Qi Yuan with me is far better than following Qishio." This false eunuch. Ringuqin's eyes widened in shock. Her uncle was a false eunuch. How did Fang Zhongmiao come to know of such a matter? Qishio's temples throbbed with suppressed anger. This was precisely why he was reluctant to bring Fang Zhongmiao before the emperor. If she were to publicly declare him a false eunuch in front of Zhao Zhang, the scene would be nothing short of spectacular. Anling's gaze turned sinister as he scrutinized Qishio's vulnerabilities. A false eunuch, if a confrontation ensued, he could easily transform 9,000 years into a true eunuch. Qishio, deflated, casually tossed aside the foreign blade in feigned resignation as he spoke, "Fang Zhongmiao, I shall not contest with you, all that is here belongs to you." Fang Zhongmiao smiled with satisfaction, slightly nodding as she replied, "Those who discern the times are indeed wise. 9,000 years. You are truly a remarkable individual among men. However, even if you wished to contest, you would not stand as my opponent. Do you know why Qi Yuan has turned into his current state? Do you know who placed the weapons here? Do you know who the murderer of your brother is?" Qishio feigned confusion, his expression grave as he inquired, "Do you mean to say that you know everything?" Fang Zhongmiao leisurely paced a few steps, gazing at the shimmering vault above, her voice shrouded in mystery as it echoed through the cave. "As long as I desire, there exists no secret in this world that I cannot unveil." Shishio narrowed his eyes, suspicion clouding his expression. Fang Zhongmiao turned to Qi Yuan, who stood behind her, and stated, "Your nephew is not ill, he is under a malevolent spell." Shishio's pupils constricted sharply, his astonishment palpable. Ringuqin shuddered before hastily cradling Qi Yuan in her arms, disbelief etched on her countenance. Anling silently praised, "Indeed, the two of you, uncle and niece, are ready to perform on stage." Fang Zhongmiao surveyed their faces, pleased with their reactions. She gradually paced, unfolding the past. "You are well aware of my father's identity. I have inherited his true teachings, possessing eyes capable of discerning the hidden truths." Qishio and Ringuqin's expressions shifted in tandem with her narrative, first disbelief, then suspicion, followed by fear, trepidation, and finally righteous indignation. Anling longed to applaud the two but was relieved in his heart. "Fortunately, I am a death warrior, accustomed to maintaining a stern facade, spared from the need to play along with my master's theatrics. Otherwise, I would appear a mere fool." Upon concluding her tale, Fang Zhongmiao halted, locking eyes with Qishio, and inquired, 9,000 years, do you now comprehend what must be done?" Qishio stood motionless for a long while, his eyes filled with struggle and reluctance. At last, he cast a deep glance at Qi Yuan, slowly bending down, cupping his hands, and pronounced each word with gravity, "For the remainder of my days, I shall serve the lady." The anticipated delight arrived. Yet Fang Zhongmiao merely acknowledged with a faint nevertheless. Her heart's voice chuckled softly, resonating with unrestrained joy. "Who could have imagined that the powerful 9,000 years would become my ally? Now I possess wealth, power, and armed forces. Truly divine fortune favors me." Chapter 69, The Test of Obedience. After the candid exchange, Fang Zhongmiao no longer felt the need for pretense. She glanced at the nearest chest and then cast a meaningful look at Qishio. Qishio remained stationary, seemingly unable to grasp her hint. She raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of impatience. Only then did Qishio adopt a humiliated expression, stepping forward to meticulously wipe away the dust from the chest. Fang Zhongmiao smiled with satisfaction and softly said, "Thank you, 9,000 years." The heart's voice murmured, "This test of obedience you have passed. My intention was never to humiliate you. I merely wished to ascertain whether you would bow down for me and if you would act on my behalf." Regardless of the resentment and humiliation you harbor for Qi Yuan's sake, you are willing to bend your back and shatter your dignity. Having you as an uncle is truly Qi Yuan's greatest fortune. While Qi Xiu wiped away the dust, traces of discontent and irritation lingered, yet now those negative emotions dissipated entirely due to her words. He noticed his nephew suddenly turning towards him, his round, large eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The affection he felt, though his nephew remained oblivious, could be sensed through Fang Zhongmiao. Thus, his nephew could break free from the malevolent spell's influence and genuinely feel the concern and care of blood relatives. Fang Zhongmiao served as a bridge connecting his nephew to him, as well as connecting him to the outside world. Qi Xiu's gratitude far outweighed his resentment. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse as he stated, "Lady Fang. You are too courteous." Ringuqin discreetly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eye. In that moment, what hatred could she possibly harbor against her uncle? Had he not intervened, Yuan would truly have been left in a state of limbo. Fang Zhongmiao settled upon the chest and mused, "To save Qi Yuan, we must find two items. One is the most young thing in the world, and the other is the most Yin thing. I possess the young item, but the Yin item must trouble 9,000 years to seek out." Qi Xiu stepped closer, standing beside her, anxiously inquiring, "Where shall I find it? What exactly is this Yin item?" Fang Zhongmiao shook her head. "I do not know what the Yin item is, but I understand it typically appears in places steeped in heavy Yin energy such as mass graveyards or corpse-rearing grounds. That object is exceedingly cold, exuding an ominous aura. You must rely on your instincts to search for it, as this requires fate." How does this differ from searching for a needle in the vast ocean? Qi Xiu's heart sank, his expression turning grave. Anling bowed slightly, asking, "Master, how do you intend to handle these weapons?" Fang Zhongmiao decisively replied, "Leave them to you, take what you need. When you establish a foothold outside and require to recruit troops, transport them batch by batch. I will guide you with Qi Yuan." Anling promptly expressed gratitude, his face betraying his elation. Qi Xiu shot a cold glance at Fang Zhongmiao, retorting, "Do you still intend to bring Yuan back? Have you consulted me on this matter?" Before Fang Zhongmiao could respond, Ringuqin interjected, "My agreement suffices." She then gently patted Qi Yuan's shoulder, softly inquiring, "Yuan, do you wish to return here with Sister Miao Miao?" Qi Yuan gazed at Fang Zhongmiao, whose eyes radiated warmth, and slowly nodded his head. Qi Xiu, "Very well, since Yuan wishes it, I shall concede." Observing Qi Xiu's disgruntled demeanor, Fang Zhongmiao's gaze flickered, a smile gracing her lips. She rose, dusting off her robe, and commanded, "Take your weapons and follow me." Over 200 death warriors responded in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. Each selected their preferred weapon, securing it at their waists, while also choosing several chests of swords and blades to hoist upon their shoulders. Qi Xiu, with unabashed boldness, took a foreign blade. He even deliberately showcased a dazzling display of the blade's sheen. Casting glances at Fang Zhongmiao's reaction, noticing her lack of opposition, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. All the weapons here were exquisite, crafted by master artisans, and this foreign blade was a supreme weapon, capable of slicing through copper and iron with unmatched sharpness. With this blade, he would relish the thrill of killing manifold times over. As he sheathed the blade, Qi Xiu could not suppress a look of satisfaction. Only then did Fang Zhongmiao cast him a knowing glance, nonchalantly stating, 9,000 years, consider this blade my gift to you. Qi Xiu's expression of satisfaction froze upon his face. Well played, Fang Zhongmiao. Do you intend for me to remember this debt of gratitude? Ringuqin stifled a laugh, reflecting inwardly, as the saying goes, one thing subdues another. The younger brother-in-law, filled with arrogance and pride, refused to yield to anyone. Yet he found himself faced with the formidable Miss Fang, his nemesis. From that point onward, he had no choice but to submit. Qi Xiu swiftly composed his expression, forcing a smile as he clasped his hands. "Thank you, Miss Fang, for your generosity." Fang Zhongmiao simply waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. By the way," she shifted the topic, saying, "You have over 100 shadow guards trapped in the Linhai, haven't you? If they are still alive, I can assist you in retrieving them." Qi Xiu's forced smile transformed into genuine gratitude. Miss Fang is truly benevolent. Fang Zhongmiao was a woman of her word, and she promptly led Qi Yuan through the Linhai, her fingers in her mouth, whistling a bright, resonant tune all the while. This action, though it might seem rather crude, exuded an air of grace and freedom when performed by her. Occasionally, Qi Xiu would catch a glimpse of her earnest profile and, without realizing it, he too would place his fingers in his mouth and whistle along. Hearing the melodious whistle, many shadow guards soared towards them, their tattered garments a stark contrast to the fighting spirit and determination in their eyes. In the end, after counting, over 80 of the more than 100 had survived. It appeared they were all exceptional talents in their own right. The group took a moment to rest. Some kindled fires, others fetched water, while a few skinned and cut up the game they had caught. Fang Zhongmiao perched herself upon a clean boulder, while Qi Yuan nestled beside her. Clutching his short legs, Ringuqin stood behind them, gazing at the village they had inhabited for 3 years, a sense of inexplicable melancholy escaping her lips. "Miss Fang, are we truly leaving just like this?" Shi Xiu, who was busy skinning a snake, cast her a sidelong glance and mocked, "What, are you reluctant to go?" Ringuqin quickly shook her head. Fang Zhongmiao understood her sentiments and clarified, "She feels a sense of unwillingness to depart from this prison without having done anything to the mastermind behind it." Ringuqin nodded, resentment bubbling in her eyes. Shi Xiu, empathizing with her feelings, grew solemn. Fang Zhongmiao caught a passing beetle, smiling as she asked, "Madam Qi, you have raised venomous insects for 3 years. Do you have a way to attract this particular one?" Ringuqin focused her gaze and was momentarily taken aback. In Fang Zhongmiao's fair palm rested a beetle known as the longhorn beetle. This particular species possesses mild toxicity and can inflict significant harm upon trees. 3 longhorn beetles residing on a single tree can hatch numerous larvae in 4 to 5 years, gnawing at the roots until the tree is riddled with wounds and ultimately dies. Ringuqin, though somewhat baffled, nodded and replied, "I can concoct a special herbal juice that will attract these insects." Fang Zhongmiao expressed her delight. "That is splendid. I initially intended to destroy the great array upon our departure, causing the mastermind to suffer backlash. However, now that my treasures are stored here and connected to Qi Yuan's life, I cannot destroy the array immediately." Fang Zhongmiao weighed the small beetle in her hand and remarked with a playful tone, "This array consists of a central node and 81 flags. The central node is Qi Yuan, while the 81 flags correspond to 81 trees positioned in various directions. By nurturing these beetles on the 81 trees, after 4 to 5 years, the roots will decay, and the trees will collapse, naturally breaking the array. This method of exacting revenge on the mastermind is both discreet and unassailable, ensuring optimal results." Ringuqin initially felt a flicker of happiness, but upon deeper contemplation, fear crept in. However, if the array is broken, it is Qi Yuan who will suffer the consequence. Fang Zhongmiao covered Qi Yuan's ears with her hands and stated coldly, "Madam Qi, even if the 9,000 years consistently provided me with millennium thunderstruck wood, I would still be unable to preserve Qi Yuan's life. The talismans crafted from thunderstruck wood will have diminishing effects for him in 2 to 3 years, if the necessary yin and yang elements are not gathered to create the Taiji talisman. Qi Yuan will surely face death. The array will be dismantled in 4 to 5 years. By then, with the Taiji talisman in hand, Qi Yuan can naturally avoid the backlash. Without the Taiji talisman, Qi Yuan will have long since perished, and the backlash will shift to the mastermind. This is a mutually beneficial strategy. Do you understand?" Ringuqin's face turned grim, but she recognized that this approach was indeed the most ingenious. Fang Zhongmiao's calculations were nothing short of flawless, her capabilities far surpassing those of the hidden mastermind. If she could not trust Fang Zhongmiao, who else could she trust? Chapter 70. The foolish emperor was chosen by your father. After contemplating for a while, Ringuqin ultimately agreed without hesitation to Fang Zhongmiao's plan. She promptly ventured into the forest to gather herbs. Fang Zhongmiao sat on the stone, calculating with her fingers, then extended her hand to Qi Xiu, asking for a half-burned wooden stick. Qi Xiu set down the skin snake, approached the fire, and retrieved a stick. Fang Zhongmiao used the stick to sketch a rudimentary map on the stone, marking the positions of the 81 trees. Qi Yuan crouched beside her, his little hands hugging his short legs, watching intently. Fang Zhongmiao glanced at him with a smile and inquired, "Can you understand this?" Qi Yuan nodded slowly. Fang Zhongmiao praised, "Very clever." Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment before managing a small smile. Seeing him gradually regain his vitality brought a mist to Qi Xiu's eyes. He looked up, allowing the tears to dry slowly before saying, "In those days, my nephew was renowned as a prodigy. He could speak at 1, compose poetry at 3. My brother almost took him to take the imperial examination for young scholars, only to be dissuaded by my reprimand." Remembering the joy on his brother's face as he held his nephew and praised him, Qi Xiu's eyes became misty once more. What had once seemed a trivial matter now loomed as profound happiness. He had but this one family member remaining. Fang Zhongmiao noticed Qi Xiu's sorrow and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Qi Xiu, sensing her compassion, took the opportunity to say, "Upon our return, I would like to trouble you to help my brother with the autopsy. May I?" Fang Zhongmiao discarded the stick in her hand and readily agreed. "It is my duty." The two exchanged glances and shared a slight smile. Qi Yuan looked back and forth between them, also pressing his small lips together to smile in unity. Ringuqin soon returned, having crushed several types of herbs into juice, which she placed in a vial and handed to Qi Xiu. Fang Zhongmiao took Qi Yuan's hand along with An Ling and successfully located the 81 trees, where Qi Xiu meticulously applied the herbal juice to the trunks. "Is this sufficient?" he asked, filled with concern. Fang Zhongmiao looked up at the towering tree, murmuring, "This is ample. 4 to 5 years from now, the 81 trees will naturally perish, and the mastermind will have no one to hold accountable. He makes the first move, I will respond in kind. I shall harness the power of heaven and earth to dismantle his array, and we shall see how he attempts to reverse the situation." Qi Xiu too gazed up at the final tree, reflecting, he could never have dreamed that his schemes would be thwarted by such a minuscule insect. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Will the mastermind not notice Qi Yuan's departure?" Fang Zhongmiao scoffed lightly and shook her head. "As long as Qi Yuan is alive and the array remains, He will not perceive anything. However, I have a suggestion that I hope you will take seriously. Qi Shou's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. What suggestion? Fang Zhongmiao replied. After returning, you should investigate why no one has sent supplies to Enling and his group. This place holds great significance for the mastermind and should not have been neglected. If, after our departure, the court sends others here, it will surely alarm the snake. Qi Shou merely pondered for a moment before scoffing dismissively. He was certain, even without investigation, that he understood the underlying circumstances. Zhao Zhang favored sycophants over virtuous ministers, surrounding himself with unsavory characters. Fang Zhongmiao scrutinized him, her expression nuanced. Qi Shou retorted. Fang Zhongmiao, do not assume that your silence means I am unaware of your implications. Let me tell you, I am not one of those unsavory characters. Qi Shou held back a breath and asked Enling, what is your monthly supply? Enling replied, each person receives 50 taels of silver. 100 caddies of rice, sufficient meat, vegetables, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Additionally, there are seasonal new clothes, new shoes, weapons, medicinal herbs, and so forth. Qi Shou silently considered this and couldn't help but scoff. Your monthly supplies, when converted to silver, amount to around 30,000 taels, an enormous expense. The people under Zhao Zhang's command are notorious for their extortion and insatiable greed. With such a sum in their hands, it is no wonder they would be tempted to pilfer. It is evident that your supplies have long since lined the pockets of certain individuals, and unless the mastermind inquires personally, he is unlikely to know. Enling was instantly infuriated. No silver, no meat, no vegetables, no rice. They could endure that. They lived off the land, drawing sustenance from the mountains and rivers, but without salt, life became unbearable. Since the supplies were cut off, they had relied on drinking beast blood for the past 2 years. A taste that was truly indescribable. Enling clicked his tongue and could not help but lament. Fortunately you came, otherwise, in another 2 years, we would either have gone mad or perished. Without salt, no matter how profound one's internal strength, it will gradually dissipate. Fang Zhongmiao glanced at Qi Shou, then at Enling, and suddenly remarked, in such a dynasty, what is the point of continued existence? Both fell silent. Fang Zhongmiao waved her hand, nonchalantly stating, gentlemen, I was merely jesting, do not take it to heart. Enling and Qi Shou laughed along, yet both understood that Fang Zhongmiao's words bore a rebellious undertone, far from mere jest. Qi Shou pondered for a moment and playfully remarked, Fang Zhongmiao, do you know how the current emperor Zhao Zhang ascended to power? Fang Zhongmiao indeed showed curiosity and pressed further. How did he ascend? Qi Shou sneered. Our Qi family initially supported the former crown prince. He was the legitimate son, the eldest, renowned for his virtue, kindness, and noble character. However, your father Fang Qinzi deduced through divination that the destiny of the great Zhou was at an end, unless Zhao Zhang were to be made crown prince. The dynasty would surely perish within a century. If Zhao Zhang ascends to the throne, then the great Zhou dynasty may still endure for another 200 years. Fang Zhongmiao's eyes widened slightly. Filled with disbelief, her inner voice echoed with confusion, how could my father? Qi Shou observed her astonished expression and continued, you are well aware of your father's profound influence over the late emperor. Which is why the late emperor deposed the former crown prince and appointed Zhao Zhang as his successor. After Zhao Zhang took power, he purged the former crown prince's faction, and as a result, our Qi family suffered greatly. To speak candidly, the tribulations that have befallen our family can be traced back to your father. You claim that the great Zhou's fate has run its course. Yet your father does not share that sentiment. Who among you is right, and who is wrong? Fang Zhongmiao stood frozen in place, her thoughts drifting through the air. But I have observed the celestial signs. Indeed, the great Zhou bears the omen of the purple star's fall. As the imperial star descends, how can the dynasty's legacy endure? Is it I who am mistaken, or is it my father? With this thought, she hastily raised her hand to cast a spell but halted in time. Her inner voice scoffed softly, to deduce the fate of a nation would require the entirety of my life's cultivation. Zhao Zhang, the foolish monarch, is unworthy of such effort. Qi Shou subtly curled the corners of his lips. Fang Zhongmiao, when you secretly criticize the emperor of the great Zhou, you truly capture my heart. Fang Zhongmiao clasped her hands behind her back, pacing slowly before coming to a halt in front of Qi Shou. She asserted, I shall not be in the wrong, nor will my father. The great Zhou's fate may be in decline, yet life still lurks in its shadows. Let us proceed and observe together. She took the lead, guiding Qi Yuan toward the edge of the forest, raising her hand to snap her fingers, and without looking back, commanded, let us go forth and undertake significant matters. Enling immediately followed suit. Qi Shou remained rooted in place, quietly gazing at Fang Zhongmiao's retreating figure, and suddenly broke into a smile, murmuring, very well. I shall accompany you on this journey. Who could resist such splendid scenery? Chapter 71. Opening the coffin to examine the corpse. After 3 days of relentless travel, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of Linen City by midnight. Not far away stood the towering city walls. The members of the group, being exceptionally skilled martial artists, could naturally traverse without drawing attention, yet Qi Shou hesitated to advance. Fang Zhongmiao lowered her voice to ask, why do you not move? Qi Shou turned to look at her, his expression inscrutable. Ringuqin suddenly recalled something, murmuring, 2 miles to the north lies Qi Yan's grave. Qi Yan, Qi Shou's brother. Fang Zhongmiao quickly grasped the implication and, without needing Qi Shou to speak, issued the command, and Ling head north for 2 miles. An Ling gestured, and over 300 skilled warriors promptly adjusted their course and sped off to the north. Qi Shou was deeply moved. Before he could voice a request, Fang Zhongmiao had already taken decisive action. She had claimed her duty without any hint of insincerity. Fang Zhongmiao, thank you, Qi Shou said softly. Fang Zhongmiao waved her hand dismissively, saying nothing further. Ring Guqin turned her head aside, discreetly wiping away tears at the corners of her eyes. Fang Zhongmiao's kindness was a debt she feared she would never repay. The group soon reached the desolate expanse 2 miles away. Under the bright moonlight, Fang Zhongmiao hurriedly cast a glance, her inner voice filled with uncertainty. A dragon burial? Noticing the shift in her tone, Qi Shou and Ring Guqin exchanged glances. An Ling immediately scanned the surroundings but detected no anomalies. Fang Zhongmiao pointed to a grave atop a nearby small hill and asked, "Is your brother buried there?" Qi Shou nodded. "Yes, that is my brother Qi Yan's grave." Fang Zhongmiao inquired sharply, "Who ordered you to be buried here?" Qi Shou felt inexplicably anxious. He quickly recalled his past and replied, "My master said this place is expansive and flat, with a clear view. The small hill in the center is a prime location. By burying my brother on the hill, he could enjoy the scenery during his leisure, free from the disturbances of wandering spirits, offering a peaceful and comfortable rest." "Why, is there a problem with this place?" Fang Zhongmiao pressed further. "Which master?" Qi Shou's expression grew serious. "The master who took me in when I first entered the palace. He was the grand steward and saved my life several times, treating me as his own son." Fang Zhongmiao asked, "Where is he now?" Qi Shou's tone turned somber. "He passed away last year. I mourned for him, arranged his funeral, and erected his memorial." At this point, Qi Shou could no longer contain his unease, his voice darkening. "What exactly is wrong here?" Fang Zhongmiao turned her gaze towards the solitary grave on the hill, her expression shifting. The others looked at her with growing tension. Suddenly, she faced Ring Guqin and instructed, "Cover Qi Yuan's ears." Ring Guqin, startled, hurriedly complied, shielding Qi Yuan's ears. She understood that Fang Zhongmiao would only act this way in the face of something shocking. There must be something amiss with her husband's grave. Qi Yuan made no attempt to remove his mother's hands, simply blinking obediently. Qi Shou urged, "You may speak now." Fang Zhongmiao stared at the solitary grave for a long moment before gravely stating, "This is a dragon burial." Qi Shou inhaled deeply, asking, "What is a dragon burial?" Fang Zhongmiao gestured toward the vast plain surrounding them, explaining, "The expansive plain represents the coiled body of the dragon, with the hill standing tall in the center, resembling the dragon's head. To bury a grave atop the hill is akin to being interred on the dragon's head. This feng shui has a significant advantage. It guarantees that a descendant of immense power will arise in future generations." Qi Shou murmured in realization, "That powerful descendant would be me." Fang Zhongmiao nodded. Ren Guqin expressed her confusion, "But this feng shui seems quite favorable." Fang Zhongmiao looked at her, then followed her gaze to Qi Yuan, whose ears were still covered. She shook her head, saying, "However, this solitary grave rests on the dragon's head, resembling a festering sore, which is an affront to heaven. While it may seize the luck of this dragon vein, it will also incur heavenly retribution. To enter Qi Yen here means that the fortune of all your ancestors and future generations of the Qi family will be concentrated in one individual, enabling them to rise to greatness. Yet thereafter, the Qi family's luck will be exhausted, leading to extinction and ruin." Qi Shou stood frozen, unable to process the revelation. It turned out that no one around him could be trusted. The master he believed to be deeply loyal had orchestrated such a vicious scheme against the Qi family, yet he soon recalled a detail. During their first encounter, Fang Zhongmiao had discerned his false eunuch identity precisely because he was destined to have a son. Since he was destined for a child, how could he face extinction? Though he pondered this, Qi Shou dared not voice the question, yet Fang Zhongmiao proactively eased his mind. "Fortunately, you have encountered me. This fate of extinction can surely be broken." Qi Shou, "I observe your features and know you are destined for ASON. It seems this child is brought forth through my assistance." Her demeanor, which suggested he owed her a significant favor, caused Qi Shou's previously sinking heart to rise once more, a sense of relief washing over him. "Fang Zhongmiao, are you taming me? I find myself unable to resist. So I must submit." After a brief silence, he feigned distress and murmured, "So you knew all along that I was not a eunuch?" Fang Zhongmiao did not respond but extended her arms, smiling proudly under the moonlight. Her posture was truly imposing, carrying an air of provocation, yet Qi Shou felt no humiliation or resentment. It was as if he had genuinely been tamed. He clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Miss Fang, for concealing my identity. I shall forever remember this kindness." Fang Zhongmiao surveyed him from head to toe, smiling with satisfaction. "Let us proceed to exhume your brother's remains and uncover what the shadowy figure did to him." The group approached the grave and bowed 3 times. Fang Zhongmiao pointed to the spot directly in front of the gravestone and instructed Qi Yuan, "Come, bow 3 times to your father and urge him to rise quickly and leave with you." Qi Yuan gazed at the characters Qi Yen on the gravestone for a long time before slowly kneeling down, bowing respectfully 3 times. Though he rarely spoke, his voice was hoarse and his words stumbled. Yet they were filled with longing. Father, Yuaner has come to see you, please rise quickly and leave this place with me. Fang Zhongmiao nodded, adding, remove your little garment and lay it on the ground. Your father will feel comforted by your scent. When he is at ease, he will be willing to follow you. Qi Yuan awkwardly removed his clothing, while Ren Guqin rushed forward to assist. The mother and son quickly laid out a tattered little robe on the ground. Fang Zhongmiao turned to Qi Xiu and said, we may now excavate the grave and open the coffin. When the remains are retrieved, remember to cover Qi Yuan's eyes. Ren Guqin promptly tore a strip of fabric from her skirt to blindfold her son. Qi Yuan, obedient and calm, did not cry or fuss. With the help of Enling and others, the grave was quickly unearthed, revealing a coffin made of golden silk nanmu which shimmering like gold under the moonlight. Fang Zhongmiao glanced at Qi Xiu, secretly thinking, he truly cherishes his brother. This coffin is more valuable than an equivalent weight of gold. Such a person, with deep affection and righteousness, allows me to feel at ease in my use of him. Qi Xiu's sorrowful demeanor was interrupted, and his expression turned peculiar. Fang Zhongmiao cast another glance at Enling, contemplating. The goat-bearded man regards his 200 subordinates as brothers and sons. He too is a person of deep affection and righteousness. My judgment is indeed sound. Enling stroked his white beard, pondering aloud, am I the goat-bearded man? My lord, please do not bestow such nicknames casually. Qi Xiu turned away, feeling displeased. What did it mean to compare him with Enling? Was he, the esteemed 9,000 years, not worthy of standing alone? Amidst his musings, several shadowy guards had already pried open the long nails and lifted the coffin lid. Releasing a foul stench, Fang Zhongmiao approached the coffin, standing on tiptoe to peer inside. Unfortunately, her height did not suffice to glimpse the bottom of the coffin. Qi Xiu scrutinized her from head to toe. Noting how the outer robe that fit him perfectly now trailed behind her on the ground, and he couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh, he stepped forward, half-kneeling, patting his raised knee. And softly said, step onto it. Ren Guqin looked on dumbfounded, and inwardly scoffed, little uncle, you truly resemble a eunuch serving a noble lady at this moment. When have I ever seen you in such a humble guise? Fang Zhongmiao saw nothing inappropriate in the situation and stepped onto Qi Xiu's knee. The 2 layers of coffins inside the outer coffin were indeed far too lofty for her, fearing she might fall. Qi Xiu extended a hand to steady her waist. The moonlight shone directly into the coffin, unencumbered by shadows, revealing a complete skeleton along with a heap of shattered skulls. She bent down to pick up the skulls piece by piece, handing them to Enling. Once all the skulls were gathered and assembled on the ground to form a complete skull, Fang Zhongmiao stepped back slowly, murmuring, the mastermind has taken your brother's brow bones. Qi Xiu's expression changed in horror. Chapter 72. A fortunate encounter. It became evident that the mastermind from years past had indeed returned to the Qi family and had meddled with Qi Yan's corpse in some way. Qi Xiu stared at the skull missing 2 brow bones, his expression exceedingly grim. Ren Guqin covered her mouth, sobbing as she called out, husband. At that moment, her hatred for the mastermind reached its peak. Qi Xiu's heart was consumed by an intense killing intent, yet he remained rational, maintaining his composure, though his eyes were bloodshot and terrifyingly red. What does he want with my brother's brow bones? He asked in a deep voice. Fang Zhongmiao cradled the skull missing 2 brow bones, scrutinizing it closely. After a moment, she explained, to ordinary folk, human bones may seem useless and fearsome, but in the hands of us practitioners, they can serve numerous purposes. Human bones can be used for curses, crafting talismans, and have a myriad of applications. Qi Xiu, filled with uncertainty, questioned, is it not absurd that the mastermind would kill my brother merely for 2 bones to create a talisman? Fang Zhongmiao stood up, pacing back and forth, murmuring, if he truly desired these brow bones, he could have taken them the day he killed your brother, yet, he chose to retrieve them on the night of the 7th day. When your brother's soul returned, with a gentle sigh, she approached and covered Qi Yuan's ears before continuing, this indicates that when he took the brow bones, he also took your brother's soul. Qi Xiu's face paled in shock. What did you say? Ren Guqin, forgetting her tears, widened her eyes in disbelief. Fang Zhongmiao lowered her voice, saying, to imprison a vengeful soul within human bones must be for the purpose of executing some nefarious spell. However, there are countless such spells, and I cannot ascertain what he intends to do at this moment. Nevertheless, your family is undoubtedly his prey, so you must be cautious. Qi Xiu and Ren Guqin exchanged a glance. Their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. It became evident that long ago, their Qi family had already fallen into the clutches of a dark hand, manipulated, toyed with, and slaughtered, despite Qi Xiu's formidable power and autocratic demeanor in the outside world. He was merely a plaything of someone else. Even Zhao Zhan, the king of a nation, might merely be a puppet of the mastermind. The shattering of their perceptions left the uncle and niece momentarily speechless. And Ling spoke with concern, that person has been plotting for years, with grand designs. Master, will you be in danger? Fang Zhongmiao scoffed, let him come, I would welcome a direct confrontation. My only fear is that he dares not show his face and prefers to be a turtle hiding its head. Under the moonlight, her expression was one of disdain and pride, equally fearless and unyielding. Qi Xiu was momentarily transfixed by her gaze, and his despondency was infused with boundless strength. Fang Zhongmiao, how fortunate I am to have met you. Ren Guqin, not knowing what possessed her, suddenly rushed to Fang Zhongmiao's side, tightly clutching her arm. The sight of a nearly 30-year-old woman resorting to such a plea for protection was, indeed, quite comical. Fang Zhongmiao glanced at her arm. Her expression hard to describe. Qi Xiu's foul mood was alleviated at that moment. He immediately knelt, bowing 3 times to his brother's remains, murmuring, "Brother, I have left you here all these years, causing you suffering. On the day I take revenge on your enemies, I will surely bring his head to honor you." Upon finishing his words, he turned to Fang Zhongmiao and asked, "May I take my brother's remains?" Fang Zhongmiao released Qi Yuan's little ear, lifted the skull from the ground, and said slowly, "Your brother's remains can only be taken by your nephew. You should ask Qi Yuan if he is afraid." Qi Xiu softened his tone, asking, "Your Honor, you must personally take your father's remains. Are you afraid?" Qi Yuan suddenly tore away the cloth covering his eyes. Ren Guqin gasped, wanting to intervene, but it was too late. Qi Yuan lifted his head, staring fixedly at his father's skull, first filled with fear, then transforming into longing and sorrow. He shook his head slowly, speaking with unwavering resolve, I am not afraid, give me father." Fang Zhongmiao's heart whispered in the air, "What a brave child! With Qi Yuan's resilient spirit and my formidable support, the mastermind cannot extinguish the Qi clan." Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled, his expression growing even more steadfast and courageous. Qi Xiu's eyes glistened with tears, a surge of warmth swelling within him. Despite being under someone else's control and coercion serving others, he felt no shred of animosity towards Fang Zhongmiao. Ren Guqin laughed through her tears. Squatting down to gently rub her son's little head, softly saying, "Good Your Honor, take your father's skull." Qi Yuan extended his hands, gazing at Fang Zhongmiao without fear. She slowly entrusted the skull, missing its brow bones, into the hands of the young child. Then, she further inquired, "I want to place you in the coffin, allowing you to personally retrieve your father's bones. Do you dare?" Qi Yuan's complexion turned pale, yet he still slowly nodded, the determination evident in his voice. "I dare." Fang Zhongmiao praised, "Good child, you are destined for great achievements." Ren Guqin wept anew, her heart a tumult of joy and sorrow. "A husband, do you see? Our honor is remarkable." Qi Xiu bent down, finally extending the long-awaited hand to gently pat his nephew's head. "Your Honor, our family's hope lies not in me, but in you. Come, let uncle carry you into the coffin." Qi Yuan looked at his uncle, obediently raising his hands. Qi Xiu took a deep breath, tears of emotion glimmering in his eyes. His nephew had finally acknowledged his identity and returned his sentiments. He swiftly placed his hands under Qi Yuan's arms, lifting him high and placing him into the grand coffin. Qi Yuan, enduring the stench, retrieved his father's remains. Just as thunder rumbled ominously and torrential rain poured down, Ren Guqin looked up at the swirling purple arcs of lightning in the pitch-black clouds, anxiously asking, "Miss Fang, have we angered the heavens with our actions? Will something terrible happen?" Fang Zhongmiao tilted her face upwards, slowly spreading her arms to welcome the rain. With a hint of joy, she replied, "The heavens send down heavy rain, indicating we are on the right path. The coffin contains the stench of decay and poison. The rain shall cleanse the impurities. Your brother's remains will be washed by the heavenly waters, allowing for direct burial without rituals upon our return. Do not fear, rain is a blessing." Ren Guqin also stretched her arms, joyfully embracing the downpour. She sighed deeply within, "Thank you, O heavens, for allowing me to meet you." Fang Zhongmiao, Chapter 73, The Heavens Pursued. After securing Qi Yan's remains, Fang Zhongmiao and her companions hurried through the pouring rain. The towering city gates loomed near, and several assassins leaped up to scout, signaling a safe passage. The rest followed suit, moving with such swiftness that they seemed like fleeting shadows. The heavy rain lulled the guards into a state of complacency and dispersed the wandering refugees outside the city. No one witnessed this scene. Qi Xiu tucked Qi Yuan under his arm and then bent down, unceremoniously hoisting Fang Zhongmiao onto his shoulder, his toes barely touching the city wall as he ghosted upwards. And Ling remarked, "Your Excellency, did you not see that I was already crouching, ready to carry the master? Is it only you who can do this?" And Ling clicked his tongue, glancing at Ren Guqin, who immediately clasped her hands together. "Thank you for your kindness." The torrential rain masked any unusual sounds. Over 300 individuals maneuvered and infiltrated the city. However, as Qi Xiu, with Fang Zhongmiao and Qi Yuan, reached the highest point, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, and a deafening thunderclap rang out. Qi Xiu executed a swift maneuver, narrowly avoiding the lightning, but his arm suddenly went numb, causing him to release Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan, clutching his father's remains, plummeted downward. Qi Xiu struck the city wall, using the recoil to propel himself toward the falling Qi Yuan. Another bolt of lightning struck the sky, blocking his path. Fang Zhongmiao wiped the raindrops from her face, her heart racing with dread. Once the facade is broken, it will incur divine wrath. This chain of lightning is only the beginning. In that moment, Qi Xiu felt a profound despair, cold sweat dripping from his face more than the rain. Fortunately, dark guards and assassins surrounded them. Upon witnessing Qi Yuan's fall, several rushed to catch him. Yet, one arm suddenly went numb, causing Qi Yuan to slip from their grasp. Another dark guard attempted to catch him, but again, he slipped free, falling from a height of over 10 meters. 3 consecutive failures. coupled with 2 lightning strikes, made it abundantly clear that the heavens wished to see Qi Yuan perish. Ringuqin watched in agony, her heart aching with hatred, for she knew that the one deserving of divine punishment was not her son, but the mastermind. What kind of vile creature would use a mere child to shield himself from calamity? He deserved to die. In a swift motion, and Ling released Ringuqin and executed a sliding maneuver to position himself directly beneath Qi Yuan. Becoming a makeshift human cushion, Qi Yuan landed upon him, his face paling from the pain, yet he resolutely clenched his jaw, suppressing any cries. Aware of the guards nearby, he understood that any sound would spell disaster for them all. And Ling embraced him, gently patting his head, murmuring in a barely audible tone of approval, "Good child, you have done exceedingly well." The fortitude displayed by such a young soul was truly remarkable. Qi Shou descended gracefully, setting aside Fang Zhongmiao, and strode over to lift his nephew into his arms. Until this moment, he had harbored doubts about the bizarre events surrounding the broken face, pondering whether they were mere fabrications. With a flicker of hope, he considered that perhaps taking his nephew outside might spare them from hardship. However, fate dealt him a harsh blow, revealing the truth of Fang Zhongmiao's claims of her profound abilities and boundless magic. Her skill in divination was infallible. Faced with the wrath of heaven, how could his nephew possibly survive? Qi Shou turned to Fang Zhongmiao, his gaze trembling, emotions in turmoil. Without her presence, he would be engulfed in terror and despair. He spoke in a hushed tone. "I will send someone to procure the Millennium Thunderstruck would immediately. As soon as he finished, he cast a glance at the shadowy guards around them, and over 80 figures promptly dispersed, rushing in various directions. Qi Shou's extensive intelligence network would undoubtedly inform them of the nearest Millennium Thunderstruck. Would Fang Zhongmiao urged urgently, "Quickly find a place to hide, the lightning will strike us again." The group immediately sought shelter. Yet Qi Yuan abruptly broke free from Qi Shou's embrace and dashed toward the open ground before the city tower, the very spot most susceptible to lightning strikes, though he was typically obedient. He unexpectedly displayed defiance at this critical moment. Ringuqin, terrified, wanted to shout but found herself voiceless, her heart racing with fear. Qi Shou pursued him, catching a glimpse of a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. A sense of foreboding washing over him, he quickly scooped up Qi Yuan and rolled to the ground. The uncle and nephew tumbled through the muddy terrain, pressing tightly against the city wall. Qi Shou, furious, bellowed, "What were you thinking running off like that? Do you have any idea how perilous that was? Are you even aware of your own condition?" The fear of nearly losing his beloved kin stripped him of reason. His fingers trembling with rage. Qi Yuan looked up at him, speechless and dazed, then slowly opened his palm, whispering, "Father's bone, I lost a piece, uncle, I'm sorry." Qi Shou was left utterly speechless. He gazed at the small fragment of a finger bone cradled in his nephew's hand, and 2 streams of hot tears rolled down his reddened cheeks, the rain masking his vulnerability, all his anger transformed into a searing torrent coursing through his veins. He knelt, holding his nephew tightly, embracing the remains of his elder brother that Qi Yuan clutched so fiercely. The sound of the rain was deafening, rendering Fang Zhongmiao unable to hear the exchange between the uncle and nephew. Yet she could discern their lip movements. As the leader of the Death Warriors and Ling possessed such skills as well. When Ringuqin pressed for answers, they recounted the events that had just transpired. Qi Yuan was not being willful, he was attempting to save his father. Ringuqin was instantly overcome with emotion. Her son was truly commendable, bringing no shame to his father or the illustrious Qi lineage. Fang Zhongmiao's thoughts drowned out the thunderous roars of the storm resonating in the air. Qi Yuan possesses extraordinary character, akin to a soaring dragon. I shall defy fate itself to raise him. Let the rain fall, let the lightning strike. If I, Fang Zhongmiao, bow my head even once, consider it my defeat. Upon hearing this resounding declaration, Qi Shou felt a jolt of energy surge within him, his spirits lifted from the depths of despair. He gazed at Fang Zhongmiao, who stood resolutely in the rain, her damp hair clinging to her pale cheeks, yet she appeared neither disheveled nor defeated, only exuding an air of defiance and wildness. She beckoned with a finger, commanding, "What are you standing there for? Come with me." Qi Shou scooped up his nephew and raced toward her. The lightning pursued them relentlessly, thunder rumbling ominously in the clouds. When heaven sought to extinguish a life, the grandeur of its wrath was truly overwhelming. Sparks of electricity flashed everywhere, and the thunder roared, rendering both sky and earth nearly devoid of refuge. As Fang Zhongmiao sprinted through the rain, she called out amidst the chaos, "Bring me 3 copper coins." Instantly 3 copper coins were tossed her way. She deftly caught them, tossing them into the air, using the back of her hand to catch them. Jin hexagram, head south. Can hexagram, head west. Again, can hexagram, head west. Lightning cleaved the air around them, yet Fang Zhongmiao consistently found the safe path guided by the hexagrams. The group zigzagged and dodged, finally returning to the Ningyuan Marquis' residence just before the torrential rain ceased. The door creaked open, and a voice from within the bed curtains inquired fearfully, "Who goes there?" Fang Zhongmiao raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Zhang Yuro, what are you doing in my room?" "Young madam, you have finally returned," Zhang Yuro exclaimed as she threw back the bed curtains, revealing her altered visage. This face, though slightly too frivolous in the eyes and overly sycophantic in its smile, bore a striking resemblance to the true Fang Zhongmiao. Realizing she was providing cover for her, Fang Zhongmiao queried, "Where are little Shitu and Yu Shuangshuan and Zhang Euro?" Initially intending to point toward the basement, was taken aback upon noticing the figures behind Fang Zhongmiao. "Young madam, why have you brought a wild man back with you?" As she scrutinized further, her mouth fell agape, and her voice trembled. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 Young madam, why have you brought back dozens of wild men? Can you handle them? Fang Zhongmiao replied with a deadpan expression. Chapter 74. Young madam, do you wish to mingle with the underworld? Fang Zhongmiao stepped forward, picked up a clean handkerchief from the washing rack, and stuffed it into Zhang Yuro's mouth. "Alright, you may return to your room now. Today's events are not to be spoken of." Zhang Yuro, both furious and speechless, nodded in compliance, her eyes darting as she caught sight of Qishou's devilish visage, causing her pupils to constrict. "Young madam is certainly well fed." Noticing Qi Yuan's pallid complexion, she could not help but cough. "Young madam must have a delicate constitution. Such tender bamboo shoots are not advisable for consumption." Upon seeing Yin Ling, whose beard was graying, she hurriedly scuttled away, secretly deriding, "The young madam must truly be famished." Ren Guqin turned to gaze at Zhang Yuro's retreating figure, remarking, "This person is rather frivolous." Keeping her close may lead to complications. Fang Zhongmiao waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. Her daughter can keep her in check." Ren Guqin had no further objections. Fang Zhongmiao unreservedly opened the secret door, inviting them, "Come into my underground chamber for now. You shall reside here until the opportune moment to leave arises." Housing over 200 individuals in the Ningyuan Marquis' residence posed a significant challenge. Fortunately, this dilemma was not insurmountable for Fang Zhongmiao. Upon entering the basement, they discovered a young girl constructing a wall and a little girl mixing mud, both working tirelessly. "Amiss, you have returned," Daisher exclaimed joyfully, dropping her brick. Yu Shuangshuang dashed over, exclaiming, "Young madam, you have finally returned. Look, we haven't neglected the tasks you entrusted to us." Qishou pointed at Yu Shuangshuang, inquiring, "Is this the so-called calculating ghost who began assisting me with accounts at the tender age of 3? Yu Shuangshuang felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her toes digging into the ground. The nickname calculating ghost, when uttered from Zhou Qiansui's lips, truly sounded quite juvenile. "Wait, why is Zhou Qiansui here? This is the master's private treasury. Surely he wouldn't be tempted by riches to silence anyone." A look of horror crossed Yu Shuangshuang's face. Daisher's true energy leaked out, glaring at Qishou and the others as if they were formidable foes. Fang Zhongmiao immediately reassured, "Little Shitu, Shuangshuang Zhou Qiansui is my friend. These men in black are my shadow guards. Do not be alarmed." Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang were astonished yet dared not show it. When did the Miss become friends with Zhou Qiansui? Furthermore, where did she acquire these shadow guards? Surely this was not a deception. Both girls cast questioning glances at Fang Zhongmiao. She waved her hand, saying, "This tale is lengthy. I will explain it to you later. For now, they shall stay in this underground chamber, and once I arrange their household registrations, they will depart." This is Qi Furin and Zhou Qiansui's sister-in-law. This is Qi Yuan, Zhou Qiansui's nephew. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang scrutinized the newcomers, their hearts racing with excitement. Without needing to ask, they understood that their mistress's past 3 days had undoubtedly been extraordinary. Fang Zhongmiao hurried to Qi Yuan's side, cradling his face to inspect him closely. Her thoughts raced. This is not good. His life palace is engulfed in malevolent energy, surrounded by the aura of death, an omen of demise. We must obtain the Millennium Thunderstruck Wood within 4 hours. No sooner had she spoken than Qi Yuan slumped softly into Fang Zhongmiao's embrace, his cheeks flushed with fever, his body burning like fire. Ren Guqin gasped in horror, grasping her son's wrist to check his pulse, urgently declaring, "He has gotten drenched in the rain and has a fever, he's convulsing." Fang Zhongmiao promptly instructed Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang to prepare fever-reducing medicine, then turned to Qishou, commanding, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and procure the Thunderstruck Wood." Qishou pivoted and departed, not sparing a glance for his nephew. So this was the consequence of divine retribution. It truly left no room for survival, filled with deep-seated hatred for the unseen puppet master. Qishou vanished into the torrential downpour. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang hurriedly prepared the medicine and administered it to Qi Yuan, procuring clean bedding and clothing to make him comfortable, despite his fever-induced delirium. Qi Yuan clung desperately to the remains of his father, refusing to let go. Daisher attempted to pry it from him several times but ultimately sought Fang Zhongmiao's help with a sigh. Fang Zhongmiao relented, "Let him hold on. It is his connection to his father." Ren Guqin requested a set of silver needles and swiftly began acupuncture on her son. 4 hours may seem lengthy, yet to a life, it is but a fleeting moment. The passage of time equates to the dwindling of life. Yin Ling and the others dared not intrude and took up bricks to continue building the wall. Over 200 individuals accomplished in merely half a night what Daisher had failed to complete in 3 days. As dawn broke, the vast underground chamber was partitioned into a dimly lit space of over 1,000 square meters by newly erected damp walls. Fang Zhongmiao inquired, "Do you possess a method to expedite the drying of these new walls?" And Ling replied with a bow, "Your Excellency, this is a trivial matter. Please grant us a quarter of an hour." Upon finishing his statement, he placed his palm against the wall, and the other warriors followed suit. Together, they unleashed their true energy, transforming the moist walls into a dry and solid state in a mere 15 minutes. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang were left in awe. Where on earth did these formidable individuals come from? Their prowess was simply astonishing. Fang Zhongmiao reached out to touch the slightly warm wall. Nodding in satisfaction, "Thank you for your hard work. The contents of this chest are your month's wages. Feel free to distribute them as you see fit." She gestured toward a large redwood chest placed beside them. And Ling bowed in gratitude and casually lifted the chest's lid. At that moment, the dim candlelight was entirely consumed, and the entire basement was bathed in the dazzling radiance emanating from the gold bricks inside. As the flickering flames cast a shimmering glow upon the walls, it resembled a dreamlike illusion, half real and half fantasy. The anxious Ringuqin was captivated by the resplendent golden light. Ling swallowed hard. The previously confident warriors now wore expressions of sheer astonishment. After an indeterminate period, and Ling forcefully closed the chest and bowed deeply to Fang Zhongmiao, earnestly asking, "My lord, whose head do you desire?" "I shall procure it for you at once," Fang Zhongmiao softly replied. "I seek Zhao Zhang's head." Without a hint of hesitation, and Ling immediately bowed. "Please grant me 3 days' grace." Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang took a moment to realize that Zhao Zhang was the emperor's name. This old fellow dares to kill the emperor, and he does so with such nonchalance. Who on earth is he? The numerous questions lingered unanswered, leaving the two women curious and restless. However, Fang Zhongmiao suddenly chuckled and waved her hand, saying, "I was merely jesting. If Zhao Zhang were to perish now, the realm would descend into chaos. I currently lack the ability to rectify such turmoil, so let us keep him for the time being." And Ling did not perceive this as arrogance. He understood that in the near future, Fang Zhongmiao would undoubtedly possess the capability to restore order. He replied, "Very well, I shall keep Zhao Zhang's head on my ledger. Whenever you desire it, I will procure it for you." Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang were left speechless. Such grandiose claims, it was as if the emperor's head were already within his grasp. After pondering for a moment, Fang Zhongmiao instructed, "Once you obtain the household registration, take this chest of gold bricks and depart. I want you to consolidate all the gang influences in Lin Prefecture within a month. The beggars gang, the salt gang, the transport gang, escort agencies, gambling houses or brothels, tea houses, as well as the dozens of bandit dens nearby. I hope you can exert control over all that is manageable. This should not be too difficult for you." "Correct," and Ling contemplated briefly and confidently replied, "Not at all. We have weapons, gold, and you, along with the venerable Zhou Qiansui as our formidable backing, as well as unparalleled martial prowess. We shall bribe those who can be swayed with gold, seize those we can conquer by force, and plunder with the aid of power. Engaging in such underhanded dealings is our specialty." Fang Zhongmiao nodded in satisfaction, saying, "From the profits earned through these gangs, I require only 30%, considering that you are utilizing the weapons and initial funds I provided. That does not seem excessive, does it?" A silent thought echoed. "The remaining 70% is for you to allocate as you wish. Should I ever demand even a fraction, it would be unbecoming of a lord. To expect a horse to run without providing it with fodder is the folly of the greatest magnitude." And Ling's breath quickened, and he bowed deeply once more. "Thank you for your generous support, my lord." Meanwhile, he inwardly lamented, "My lord, you are indeed our only choice." Daisher was already in a daze. Suddenly, Yu Shuangshuang gasped, exclaiming, "Young lady, you surely do not intend to delve into the underworld, do you?" Chapter 75, A Destiny Bound to be Manipulated. What was once a simple horse racing tale has now morphed into a narrative of the underworld? It baffles the mind, truly. As she sat by the sunlit window enjoying breakfast, Yu Shuangshuang incessantly muttered to herself, her brows tightly knit. Daisher clung closely to Fang Zhongmiao's arm, her eyes filled with admiration as she listened to Fang recount the experiences of the past 3 days. Occasionally gasping in amazement, "Miss, you are remarkable. Miss, you are so impressive. How I wish I could accompany you." "Where do you wish to accompany the young lady?" came the lilting laughter of Jiang Yuro from outside. Moments later, she entered, lifting her skirts, and naturally seated herself opposite Fang Zhongmiao, reaching for a bun with a glint of mischief in her eyes. "Young lady, about those men in black last night." Fang Zhongmiao rose and approached the antique shelf, extracting a pearl the size of a chicken egg from a box and tossing it toward Jiang Yuro. This was something she had discreetly taken from the cave where the weapons were stored. Jiang Yuro's words were abruptly cut off as she leaped up, catching the luminous pearl with astonishing agility. As she held the treasure, her breathing became rapid, akin to that of an ox, her eyes sparkling with ecstatic obsession. Fang Zhongmiao leaned against the shelf and inquired, "What were you just saying?" Jiang Yuro, momentarily dazed, trembled and immediately shook her head. "What? Did I say anything? I just entered, didn't I?" "Young lady, you've been cooped up for 3 days. That is not good. You should go out more often and clear your mind." Fang Zhongmiao smiled and praised Jiang Yuro. "You are quite the clever one." Jiang Yuro covered her mouth with a giggle, cradling the pearl in her hands and planting a kiss on it to eye in her life, apart from her 2 children and the delightful little ones. She cherished these golden and white treasures above all else. Yu Shuangshuang raised her hand to shield her face, silently lamenting, "How embarrassing to have such a mother." Fang Zhongmiao asked, "Where are you, Kanglin?" You Jiangchuan, and you wenching?" Without glancing at her, Zhang Yuro remained fixated on the pearl, vaguely responding, "You've been away for a long time, and I feared they might suspect something, so I had Kanglin's parents take them home. I'll fetch them back this afternoon." If Fang Zhongmiao nodded in satisfaction. "You've done well. While I am away, you are the master of this courtyard." Suddenly, she turned to Yu Shuangshuang, saying, "Shuanger, you have a gift as well." A fist-sized pearl was tossed toward her, glimmering like a small moon under the sunlight. Yu Shuangshuang moved with a speed several times quicker than Zhang Yuro, leaping into the air as if an eagle swooping down. Catching the pearl securely, Daisher watched in astonishment, instinctively applauding Yu Shuangshuang. "Well done, well done. I almost thought Yu Shuangshuang was a master-level expert too." Is this the potential ignited by wealth? She could only conclude that like mother, like daughter. Daisher gave a thumbs up to Yu Shuangshuang, who was now catching her breath, her blood surging with excitement. She lamented that if only she were in the modern era, she could become a billionaire instantly. Zhang Yuro glanced at her egg-sized pearl and then at her daughter's little moon, unwillingly exclaiming, "Young lady, why is hers bigger than mine? You're biased." Yu Shuangshuang quickly turned her gaze and glared fiercely at Zhang Yuro before swiftly stuffing a bun into her mouth. "Eat your food. You, as a concubine, are being remembered by the mistress with gifts. What do you want with a little moon? Be grateful for your egg." Only then did Zhang Yuro recall her status. Promptly falling silent, Daisher felt a twinge of envy. Everyone else received gifts, but she did not. Wasn't he the young lady supposed to cherish her the most? Just then, Fang Zhongmiao tossed a dagger over. "Little stone, catch!" Daisher sprang into the air, executing 3 difficult flips. Extending her hand to grasp the jeweled dagger firmly, she landed lightly on her feet, and Yu Shuangshuang and Zhang Yuro erupted into wild applause. "Wonderful! Amazing!" Daisher gracefully landed beside Fang Zhongmiao, admiring the glittering dagger, and began to jump for joy. "Thank you, miss. I love it." Fang Zhongmiao chuckled. "Draw it out and give it a try. This dagger can slice through iron like mud." "It is exceptionally sharp." Daisher ran over to Yu Shuangshuang, drew the dagger, and gently sliced across the dining table. With a loud crack, the table split along the line of the cut cups, and plates shattering to the ground. Breakfast ruined. Yu Shuangshuang and Zhang Yuro were left dumbfounded. Daisher stood there, the dagger raised, her expression frozen in shock. She had not anticipated that slicing through iron like mud was not merely a metaphor but an accurate description. Slicing through iron was as effortless as cutting through tofu. She slowly turned around, anxiously looking at Fang Zhongmiao. Fang Zhongmiao, after savoring the bewildered expressions of those around her, finally chuckled softly. "How wonderful it is to be home," she murmured as she approached the door, intending to call for a servant to clean up the mess. However, she was taken aback to find Chisho standing outside the door, hands clasped behind his back. Having arrived who knows how long ago. He looked at Fang Zhongmiao with a peculiar expression. She appeared so relaxed and carefree, smiling like a child without a care in the world, her eyes sparkling with untainted light. This was a side of Fang Zhongmiao he had never encountered before. His emotions stirred, becoming disordered, and he struggled to find clarity. Fang Zhongmiao, however, immediately inquired about pressing matters. "Is there any news regarding the Millennium Thunderstruck wood?" Chisho opened his palm, revealing a palm-sized piece of jet black wood. Is this it? Fang Zhongmiao promptly seized the wooden piece and examined it, her thoughts soaring through the air. What an intense aura of the scorching sun and the might of thunder! This is indeed the legendary 1,000-year-old thunderstruck wood. 9,000 years of extensive connections have truly enabled the acquisition within just 4 hours. She refrained from uttering a word or engaging in pleasantries. Immediately turning to enter the room, she swiftly took the dagger from Daisher's hand and began to carve with great speed. Wood shavings fell like rain, and a magnificent and imposing rune materialized upon the dark wooden block. "Let us go and see your nephew." She returned the dagger to Daisher, opened the hidden door, and descended into the underground palace, with Chisho following closely behind. Upon hearing the commotion, Renguqin, who was feigning sleep while cradling Qi Yuan, immediately opened her eyes. Only the two of them remained in the underground chamber, as Ling had departed the previous night with a chest full of gold bricks and a band of brothers. With over 200 men, it was impractical for them to crowd into a space with a pair of orphans and a widow, especially considering the significant matters that required their attention. Last night's torrential downpour and the booming thunder provided the perfect cover for their silent infiltration into Linen City. By now, they must have already found a place to settle. Regarding the household registration, as long as they submitted the list from their end, Fang Zhongmiao could handle it. It was said that the Ministry of Revenue sold each household registration for 10 taels of silver. There were numerous officials engaged in the trade of household registrations. Processing over 200 registrations at once would be too conspicuous, but having 10 officials each procure 20 would be quite ordinary. In chaotic times, aristocratic families tended to have throngs of servants, and this was precisely the reason. Seeing her sister-in-law and nephew living alone here, and Ling and the others had already taken their leave, and Chisho wore a satisfied expression. He strode over and gently touched his nephew's forehead. "Oh dear, so hot to the touch." Chisho gazed at Fang Zhongmiao in shock. Fang Zhongmiao quickly trimmed the edges of the safety talisman. rounded it off, drilled a hole, and strung it with her hair tie. She walked over and placed it around Qi Yuan's neck, adjusting the wooden token so that it lay squarely on his chest. A miracle occurred. In the blink of an eye, the once feverish Qi Yuan, whose cheeks were flushed and sweat poured from him, suddenly had his high fever dissipate, becoming cool and calm, peacefully snoring away. He clutched the remains in his arms, murmuring in his dreams, "Father, Yuan will protect you." Ringuqin covered her mouth, stifling her excited sobs. This safety talisman truly possessed such miraculous effects. Her Yuan was unharmed. Qi rose, casting his gaze down at Fang Zhongmiao as she gently patted her nephew's chest, and a shadow of light flickered in his eyes. The divine retribution was indeed terrifying. Without Fang Zhongmiao, he had no idea how Yuan would have survived. It seemed he was destined to be at the mercy of this woman for the rest of his life. Chapter 76, the exclusive eunuch gently touching his son's forehead, which felt normal. He extended his index finger to gauge his steady breathing. Ringuqin exhaled in relief. She then solemnly knelt before Fang Zhongmiao. Bowing deeply in respect, Fang Zhongmiao immediately dodged. However, Qi seized her arm, forcefully holding her in place, insisting she endure Ringuqin's 3 blows. Fang Zhongmiao, her inner voice grumbled, "Is the 9,000 years old out of his mind?" Qi nearly laughed out loud in frustration. This woman knew when to act wild and when not to. It was infuriating how her thoughts ran rampant at times. Sometimes, he truly wished to give her a gentle rap on the head. After completing her 3 bows, Ringuqin stared intently into Fang Zhongmiao's eyes, declaring each word with conviction. "Miss Fang, from this day forth, you shall be my mistress, and I shall be your servant. Whatever you command, I shall obey, even if it costs me my life. As long as you raise Yuan, I am willing. I possess no remarkable skills, merely the ability to nurture venomous creatures, concoct poisons, and resolve various ailments. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to instruct me." Fang Zhongmiao reached out to assist Ringuqin, humbly stating, "Madam Qi, you are being overly modest. It is but a trivial matter." Yet Qi again blocked her hand, insisting she not assist Ringuqin. "Sister-in-law, you shall bow 3 times for me, as a token of gratitude for Fang Zhongmiao's life-saving grace." His words were so assertive that Ringuqin was momentarily taken aback. Fang Zhongmiao, her inner voice grew increasingly exasperated. "What is wrong with the 9,000 years old? If you want to bow, do it yourself. Are your knees and head so precious?" Qi, infuriated, chuckled in frustration. Indeed, his knees and head were precious. He wanted to retort, but dared not speak. Fortunately, Ringuqin had already regained her composure, understanding her younger brother-in-law's notoriously rebellious nature. For him to voice such words was already quite a feat. Let alone genuinely kneeling. Ringuqin banged her head on the ground once more, asserting, "I bow 3 times on behalf of my little brother. From now on, he shall be your exclusive eunuch. You command him east, and he shall not venture west. You instruct him south, and he shall not stray north. He will heed your every word." Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang, who had been standing behind, could no longer contain their laughter, covering their mouths as they giggled. Qishua's face flushed with anger, yet he was powerless to act. He jabbed his finger at his sister-in-law several times, ultimately only able to huff in annoyance. Fang Zhongmiao chuckled softly. Her carefree demeanor, unburdened by worries, was inspired by Qi. The pure untainted light in her eyes sparkled because of him. A strange sensation enveloped Qi, and the nape of his neck gradually grew warm. Realizing something was amiss, he quickly bent down to touch his nephew's forehead once more, tucking him under the covers before hastily departing. He would not bicker with a few women. Outside the courtyard, where many eyes were present, the crowd did not linger in the underground palace for long, and soon they all emerged. Qi stood at the entrance, waiting for them. Upon seeing the 9,000 years old present, the servants quickly distanced themselves, no one daring to approach and pry. The guards Qi had brought stood at attention, gripping their sword hilts, guarding the various pathways. Fang Zhongmiao emerged and surveyed the disarray on the ground, casually inquiring, "Why haven't you cleaned this place?" Qi, both amused and exasperated, turned back and retorted, "Fang Zhongmiao, do you truly see me as your little eunuch? Should I wash your clothes and tidy your boudoir as well?" Fang Zhongmiao promptly walked over to the side hall, retrieving a soiled red outer robe and tossing it toward him. "Here, take this dirty garment back to wash." Qi instinctively caught the robe. His expression a blend of anger, amusement, restraint, and twitching, a truly entertaining spectacle. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang erupted into another fit of suppressed laughter. Back when they first met, how arrogant the 9,000 years old was. Yet now she had him completely subdued. Qi inspected the outer robe, only to realize it was the very garment he had lent to Fang Zhongmiao. It was stained with blood, dirt, and grass juice. Yet it bore no foul odor, instead imbued with a unique fragrance that belonged solely to Fang Zhongmiao. This aroma was beyond Qishu's ability to describe, yet an image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The pristine white of the first snow in winter, gently falling and covering the wilderness. When brushed aside, vibrant green grass lay hidden beneath. The tips of the grass glimmered with a pale yellow hue, mingling in the icy chill, embodying this very scent, subtle yet not concealed, sweet yet slightly bitter, with a lingering aftertaste, teeming with life. Qishu clenched the outer robe tightly, his thoughts once again in turmoil. Growing increasingly tangled. As he stood in a daze, Fang Zhongmiao explained, "This robe is clearly a male garment. I cannot dispose of it, nor can I wash it. If someone were to see it, who knows how they would spin tales. You may take it back and deal with it as you see fit." Qishou snapped back to reality, his voice hoarse as he replied, "All right." Fang Zhongmiao instructed, "Call a few servants to tidy up this mess." Qishou obediently turned and went to summon the servants. After a few steps, he realized, gritting his teeth inwardly, "Fang Zhongmiao, are you summoning dogs?" But he still proceeded to the outer gate, personally calling for 2 servants. The servants entered, trembling and timid, and quickly cleaned up the mess, then brought in a new dining table and a steaming pile of breakfast. Fang Zhongmiao took her seat at the head and beckoned, "Come. Let us dine." Zhang Yuru, who had been hiding in the side hall, immediately rushed out, her voice sweet and delicate. "Oh dear, I've been so hungry, allow me to serve porridge to the young mistress." She fluttered her alluring eyes, attempting to charm Qishou. 9,000 years old, would you care for some porridge? I will serve you a bowl as well. Qishou regarded her as transparent. Picking up his chopsticks and taking a steamed dumpling, Zhang Yuru was unperturbed, cheerfully placing a bowl of porridge by Fang Zhongmiao's side. Yu Shuangshuang shot Zhang Yuru a glare, signaling her to refrain from acting coy in front of Qishou. The young mistress never harmed anyone, but Qishou was a ruthless man, merciless in his actions. The original text described that in the last battle of the chaotic era, Qishou refused to surrender, single-handedly slaying hundreds, carving a bloody path. Wei Yufeian had nearly lost his head at his hands, caught off guard. If it were not for Wei Yingyan arriving on horseback, shooting an arrow through Qishou's back, the outcome might have been drastically altered. The two of them ambushed one, and Wei Yingyan and Yufeian's victory was hardly honorable. Having witnessed this part of the narrative, Yu Shuangshuang's fear of Qishou was ingrained in her very bones. Unexpectedly, just as she was trembling inwardly, she heard Fang Zhongmiao say, "Shuanger, why haven't you brought the new style ledger you created to show your godfather, Yu Shuangshuang? What?" She stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. She had no godfather. Qishou paused in his dumpling eating, slamming his chopsticks on the table with a sardonic laugh. "I have no goddaughter." Fang Zhongmiao extended her delicate hand, pressing down on his chopsticks, leaning slightly closer to gaze into his eyes as she spoke slowly. "Now you do, and I declare it." Qishou was infuriated, laughing repeatedly. All right, is this yet another absurd obedience test? This time, he would have to comply." Qishou took a deep breath, retrieving a token from his sleeve and forcing a smile as he handed it to Yu Shuangshuang. "This is a gift from your godfather, take it. From now on, if you wish to see your godfather, bring this token to Qi Manor or the palace to find me. No one will dare stop you." Yu Shuangshuang took the token in a daze. Her eyes blinking in a daze, Zhang Yuru fiercely pinched her bottom, urging, "You little wretch, why are you still dawdling? Quickly bow to your godparents." Yu Shuangshuang suddenly turned to Zhang Yuru, her face twitching. Well, the young madam only asked her to acknowledge one godfather. Yet her own mother insisted she recognized two. Now she had both a godfather and a godmother, a remarkable second chance at life. Godfather and godmother, me and Fang Zhongmiao. Qishou tilted his head slightly, casually glancing at Fang Zhongmiao, and upon seeing her neither affirm nor deny, his feelings grew increasingly tumultuous. What on earth was this? Chapter 77, Fang Zhongmiao, you better be innocent with that horse servant. Fang Zhongmiao completely saw through Zhang Yuru's hidden thoughts but chose not to confront her. A gentle thought floated through the air. Parents love their children, thus they plan for the long term. In chaotic times, some abandon their children, some kill them, some even consume them. Yet despite being mired in difficulties, Zhang Yuru managed to raise 2 children so splendidly. It is because of her selfless maternal nature that, even if she harbors ulterior motives, I can tolerate it. Of course, Zhang Yuru could not hear these words, but Yu Shuangshuang could. She felt her eyes moisture unexpectedly, a warm surge filling her heart. It turned out that the young madam genuinely recognized her mother from the bottom of her heart. The young madam had already wholeheartedly accepted the 3 of them as a family. Yu Shuangshuang hurriedly jumped off the stool, knelt on the ground, and respectfully bowed 3 times to Qishou, exclaiming, "Shuanger pays her respects to her godfather." Qishou responded with a faint Why Yu Shuangshuang then turned while still kneeling to Fang Zhongmiao, bowed 3 times with fervor, and choked out, "Godmother." If Fang Zhongmiao smiled and helped her up. Daishi, pouting from the side, remarked, "Miss, she is your goddaughter. What am I to you?" Fang Zhongmiao ruffled her hair and said, "You are my little sister. By rights, Shuanger should address you as auntie." Daisha's pouted lips immediately broke into a grin as she playfully pinched Yu Shuangshuang's ears, cheerfully saying, "Yu Shuangshuang, quickly call me auntie." Why Yu Shuangshuang was infuriated, retaliating by pinching Daisha's waist, stubbornly declaring, "I refuse, I will call you the stone in the latrine." Daishi shot back, "I'll call you little ghost." The 2 children tugged at each other, frolicking from the dining table to the door, then from the door to the courtyard, their laughter ringing out intermittently. Fang Zhongmiao listened with her ear inclined, a gentle smile gracing her face. Qishou gazed at her intently, his voice low, "You are well aware of the reputation I hold outside By acknowledging me as your godfather, your future may not be so bright. Although others dare not insult her, they would secretly mock her, belittle her, and even exclude her from the circle of noble ladies. When she grows up, should you wish to marry her into a reputable family, it would be a formidable challenge. Only those who are mercenary, sycophantic, and insatiable would consider marrying her. Do you understand? Chi Xiu had never cared about how outsiders perceived him. Yet, at this moment, uttering such self-deprecating words before Fang Zhongmiao, he felt a sharp pang of pain. If Fang Zhongmiao picked up the chopsticks from the table, wiped them clean with her pristine embroidered handkerchief, and returned them to Chi Xiu, the delicate fragrance inevitably clung to the chopstick tips. Chi Xiu accepted the chopsticks, slowly picking up a steamed dumpling to savor it, the aroma permeating every corner. The tender sweetness on the grassy tip seemingly spreading within his mouth. His gaze darkened, his heart stirred with a mix of pain and excitement, a chaotic whirlwind of emotions. Who in the world doesn't he know? Chi Xiu is the chaotic demon disrupting the court, a treacherous minister wielding power, a villain oppressing the common people. The public respects and fears him outwardly, yet inwardly they curse, insult, and scorn him. Would Fang Zhongmiao feel the same? Chi Xiu instantly lost his appetite, forcing himself to swallow the food but reluctant to discard the chopsticks of Fang Zhongmiao set aside the oil-stained handkerchief and spoke softly. What noble ladies' circle should our goddaughter mingle in? Do those noble ladies even qualify? Just those simple two sentences struck a chord within Chi Xiu. One was the term our goddaughter, which sounded so affectionate, the other was the assertion that those noble ladies were unworthy. A sentiment Chi Xiu shared, bringing him immense relief. His previously sullen face brightened instantly, his thin lips unconsciously forming a smile. If she deems it unnecessary for her to mix with the noble ladies, then what circle should she be in? Chi Xiu's tone softened as he spoke. Zhang Yuru stared wide-eyed at Fang Zhongmiao, her breath quickening. She understood that this conversation was crucial for her daughter's future and was of great importance to their family. Fang Zhongmiao extended a finger to lightly tap the table, slowly stating, she will mingle in the circles of powerful ministers, the circles of nobility, the circles that belong to you. She was not a sheltered young lady confined to her home. She aspired to engage in business, navigate the political arena, traverse the world, amass wealth, and wield the power that only a select few men could possess. Marriage was not her destiny. Standing atop the heights and commanding the grandest vistas was her aim. With such ideals and talents, I shall propel her towards the clouds. Yu Xuanshuang, who had been holding Daishia's hand and running towards the door, coincidentally overheard these words, though she had long been aware of the young madam's plans for her. She was still profoundly shaken, her heart raced wildly, and her blood surged within her body. Sometimes, Yu Xuanshuang even questioned whether she truly lived in ancient times. Why had she never encountered such an exceptional superior in modern times? It turned out that there were indeed subordinates willing to dedicate their lives to follow such a person. She had received an education grounded in equality, yet suddenly found herself filled with such determination and passion. What was Yu Fein compared to this great man? In comparison to the young madam, he was merely a joke. Chi Xiu was equally taken aback by these words. Left speechless, he turned to glance at Yu Xuanshuang, whose eyes were red, and felt an inexplicable twinge of jealousy towards the little girl. If only he had encountered someone like Fang Zhongmiao during his most trying times, he could hardly imagine how happy he would have been. It felt as if a part of his heart was hollow, yet simultaneously filled with something warm. Chi Xiu slowly began to chuckle. He feigned disagreement, cautioning, by doing this, you will undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. Fang Zhongmiao scoffed lightly. What use is a good reputation? Can it be eaten or drunk? Each time the barbarians invade, you advocate for battle, while others willingly kneel as vassals. Only you wish for the subjects of Dezhou to stand and live. To raise military funds, how many local tyrants have you executed? How many corrupt officials have you beheaded, without your interventions to secure the Ministry of Revenue from imposing harsh taxes on the people? Could Dezhou's foundation have been preserved? Yet, after doing all this, have you ever gained a good reputation? Fang Zhongmiao extended her finger, lightly tapping Chi Xiu's forehead, and asked, what do you think I saw in your fate palace? Chi Xiu felt a warmth gathering at his brow, a tingly sensation spreading across his face. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, what did you see? Fang Zhongmiao gazed at him intently, her voice tender. I saw the golden light of virtue. I do not care how others evaluate you, nor do I concern myself with your reputation outside. I only believe in what I see. Chi Xiu gently touched his forehead, a complex expression crossing his features. He longed to laugh but did not wish for Fang Zhongmiao to witness it. His heart raced, and he was unwilling for her to hear it either. He could only take a deep breath. Feigning nonchalance as he remarked, Fang Zhongmiao, you are quite the orator. I admit I am moved by you very well. I shall certainly protect your goddaughter in every way possible and promote her whenever there is an opportunity. Will that satisfy you? Fang Zhongmiao extended her index finger to lightly tap the surface of the table before him, correcting, she is also your goddaughter. Chi Xiu fixated on her fingertips, which radiated a soft pink hue, and inexplicably found himself chuckling with delight. After laughing, he spoke meaningfully, you are right, she is our goddaughter. Yu Xuanshuang instantly became alert. What? Could this 9,000 years be toying with the young madam? However, Fang Zhongmiao remained oblivious to the unusualness. serving Chisho a steamed dumpling, saying furthermore, you will undoubtedly promote Schwanger's new accounting method. How many corrupt officials' financial paths will this sever? It is said that cutting off someone's financial resources is akin to killing their parents. Those individuals dare not touch you and will naturally vent their grievances on Schwanger. By having you acknowledge her as your goddaughter and bringing her into the realm of power early on. It also serves as a form of protection for her. Why Yu Shuangchuang was taken aback. She had truly not considered this aspect. Her master had thought of everything. She cast Yu Shuangchuang a sour glance. Zhang Yuru stared blankly for a moment before reacting, then placed her chopsticks down and knelt silently, forcefully bowing 3 times to Feng Zhongmiao. Young madam, thank you. I will say no more. Should you ever require my assistance? I am willing to do anything for you. Feng Zhongmiao waved her hand impatiently. Get up. I do not appreciate this formality. Chisho's lips twitched slightly, inwardly scoffing. No, you do appreciate it. If it were me kneeling, you would be overjoyed. Sensing the unspoken understanding, Chisho raised an eyebrow, saying, so, according to your thoughts, this matter of acknowledging godparents cannot be done hastily or in secrecy, it must be a grand affair. Lively and boisterous, Feng Zhongmiao smiled contentedly, whispering 9,000 years, we truly are of one mind. Chisho felt a warmth creeping up to his ears, inwardly cursing how could Feng Zhongmiao be so oblivious to the potential misunderstandings in her words. Never mind, why bother with such details? Chisho immediately stood up, saying, then I shall return to arrange this, and once you select an auspicious date, please inform me. Feng Zhongmiao reached out to stop him. 9,000 years, please stay, there is someone else here who needs your help to advance. Chisho lowered his gaze at her, asking, who? Feng Zhongmiao, a mere stable boy, expressed his desire to secure a position of substantial power within the military of Jinkang Prefecture. Chisho's face betrayed his astonishment. A stable boy aspires to be promoted to general. Feng Zhongmiao, do not overreach unexpectedly. At that moment, Zhang Yuro inquired with puzzlement, will you not keep that stable boy for yourself? Young lady, this assertion was indeed peculiar, causing Chisho's expression to darken immediately. Feng Zhongmiao, you better maintain a clear distance from that stable boy. Chapter 78, the twin dragons gathering. Noticing Chisho's countenance shift dramatically, his eyes smoldering with barely contained fury, Feng Zhongmiao slammed her chopsticks onto the table, a smirk dancing on her lips as she remarked, what is this? I've merely made a modest request. And you're already losing your patience? Her inner thoughts echoed in the air. Come, let us settle our debts of gratitude. I have saved your life, assisted in uncovering the truth behind your elder brother's demise, and stood against that shadowy adversary on your behalf. Even your nephew's life requires my constant vigilance, day in and day out. The sacred artifact left to me by my father, I intended to bestow upon your nephew as a talisman for his survival. And for merely 2 small requests, you turn your back on me? Her thoughts lingered, tinged with barely concealed ire. I truly wish to slap you across the face. Dai Shi and Yu Shuangchuang stealthily entered the room, inching along the wall, their eyes furtively gauging Chisho's reaction. Upon hearing this, one might expect the esteemed Lord Zhuqiansui to be enraged, yet Chisho appeared momentarily stunned before breaking into a soft chuckle. He seemed to possess a penchant for masochism, finding amusement in Feng Zhongmiao's mental musings about him, devoid of any resentment. A slap across the face. Feng Zhongmiao, you may very well try, he stated, tilting his chin towards the door. Come, let us see that stable boy. I am not impatient. Nearly taken aback seeing his warm smile and sincere eyes, Feng Zhongmiao finally set down her chopsticks and rose to follow him, convinced of his potential. Chisho's smile faded, his tone cooling somewhat. You hold him in such high regard. I am curious to witness it for myself. The duo exited the dining hall, with Dai Shi and Yu Shuangchuang hastily trailing behind. Zhang Yuro, clutching her skirts, pursued them from behind, whispering, young lady, there are 2 matters I must discuss with you. The first is that yesterday the clan leader sent his wife to visit you, subtly urging you to promptly recruit eminent scholars for the Yu clan's students. I took the liberty of agreeing to this. The second matter is that your mother-in-law, Miao, has recovered from her fever. Her mind remains intact, but she has lost her sight, since you did not provide her with gold for medicine. She sent someone to Huachuntang to incur a debt of 20,000 taels of gold to purchase a vial of revitalizing pills. The manager from Huachuntang came yesterday, pressing you to repay the debt swiftly. Should you fail to do so, they will seize your shops as collateral. I could not agree to this and sent him away. Zhang Yuro hastened her pace, leaning close to Feng Zhongmiao's ear, indignation evident in her voice. The manager from Huachuntang is exceedingly arrogant, claiming they have set their sights on your 3 shops on Imperial Street. If you do not sell them at a discount, they will publicly smear you for mistreating your mother-in-law. Feng Zhongmiao responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, her expression devoid of anger, yet her inner thoughts drifted like a chilling breeze through the air. In these times, there are indeed many who take advantage of others' misfortunes. You covet my possessions first, so do not blame me for ensnaring you later. This is the cycle of cause and effect, adhering to the natural order. You offer me revitalizing pills worth 10,000 taels, yet seek to sell them to me for 20,000. In that case, I shall ensure that this invaluable formula becomes as common as dirt. When it comes to healing and concocting medicine, before me, you all must kneel and call me Grandmaster. Shi Xiu's amused smile faltered. He had intended to extend a favor to Fang Zhongmiao by suppressing the insolent Hua Chuntang. Yet she had already devised her plan for retaliation in an instant. How dull indeed! Shi Xiu snorted coldly. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang, eager for revenge, were ready to teach Hua Chuntang a lesson. The group arrived at the stables. Pausing beneath the awning, not far ahead, a burly man was shoveling horse manure, his bare back glistening with sweat, muscles rippling with each movement, exuding raw strength and vitality. Zhang Yuro's cheeks flushed as she stared. Her gaze fixated, even moistening her lips with her tongue. Why Yu Shuangshuang quickly pinched her, urging her to suppress her longing expression. Shi Xiu, catching sight of the mother and daughter's antics, could not suppress a mocking laugh. This stable boy was indeed no ordinary man. While laboring, why shed his clothing? Who among them did not possess a robust physique? With a subtle effort to contain his amusement, Shi Xiu derided, "Is this what you deem a worthy candidate? I expected something remarkable, yet he appears merely average, with mediocre skills and strength, lacking decorum." Upon hearing this, Wei Yingyan turned swiftly, only to be taken aback upon recognizing Shi Xiu's face. The sight of an old adversary ignited a fury within him. Shi Xiu, sensing the animosity emanating from Wei Yingyan, released his own aura, the hem of his robe billowing, the air crackled with tension, ready to erupt into conflict. Just then, Fang Zhongmiao's thoughts reverberated through the air, casting an unsettling revelation. What is this? How could there suddenly be a flaming dragon in Wei Yingyan's destiny, roaring at Shi Xiu? Fang Zhongmiao's gaze shifted to Shi Xiu, her thoughts brimming with alarm. In Shi Xiu's destiny, a golden dragon also awakens, responding with a roar. She glanced back and forth between the two men, her eyes sparkling with intensity. Her thoughts loomed ominously overhead. The fiery dragon in Wei Yingyan's fate, tinged with gold, must have consumed a golden dragon to undergo such a transformation. Wei Yingyan is a reincarnate. The golden dragon he consumed could not possibly be Shi Xiu from his past life. Could it? Shi Xiu's expression subtly altered, his gaze towards Wei Yingyan now laced with venom. Wei Yingyan, drenched in sweat, felt turmoil within. Although he had witnessed Fang Zhongmiao's powers before, this encounter left him profoundly shaken. In his previous life, Shi Xiu had indeed perished at his hands, and he believed that only heaven and he knew of this secret. Yet, in a mere glance, Fang Zhongmiao had unraveled the celestial mystery, revealing past events. Could it be that Fang Zhongmiao was truly a celestial being? Would he be able to preserve his life this time? Wei Yingyan's bitter smile gave way to a bow, hands clasped in respect towards the esteemed company. Shi Xiu did not bid him to rise, merely observing him from his elevated position. A reincarnate, how intriguing! Had he truly met his end at Wei Yingyan's hands in the past? Then, should he take preemptive action this time? Yu Shuangshuang felt a wave of numbness wash over her. She wished to shout to the heavens, "Young lady, you are a true deity. You have not perused the original text. Yet you grasped the plot better than I, the one who traversed into this narrative." You are correct. Shi Xiu was indeed slain by Wei Yingyan. They are natural enemies. Only then did Fang Zhongmiao realize her misstep. Her thoughts, tinged with concern, floated through the air. Fire conquers metal, hence Wei Yingyan is Shi Xiu's mortal enemy. To bring them together was a lapse in my caution. Once Wei Yingyan grows stronger and wields military power, he and Shi Xiu will become inevitable foes. Wei Yingyan lowered his head, sweat glistening on his back. "Young lady, could you refrain from speaking so freely? I have only just been reborn. I do not wish to meet my end just yet." Shi Xiu's lips curled into a semblance of a smile, though the murderous intent in his eyes simmered fiercely. "Very well, this adversary must be eliminated today." Fang Zhongmiao's thoughts resonated with unwavering determination. The great Zhou is of fire, and Wei Yingyan is a fire dragon. They complement each other, thus granting him the power to stabilize the realm. That he may only perish on the battlefield, not due to courtly strife. I must send him to the military. Her thoughts paused momentarily, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes, her tone shifting to a chilling resolve. However, should Wei Yingyan become a pawn for Yufeian once more, while Shi Xiu remains under my complete command, I cannot allow any conflict between them. Regardless of whether Wei Yingyan is the nation's cornerstone or a pillar of support, I must obliterate him. With my discernment, it is not difficult to select a few, even a dozen capable warriors. Fang Zhongmiao scrutinized the two men with icy detachment, contemplating. I am acutely aware of the balance of power between these two, who is dear and who is expendable. My people shall not perish at his hands. In that moment, Shi Xiu's fury and murderous intent dissipated like smoke. Had it not been for his ironclad self-control, his lips would have almost curled into a smile. Wei Yingyan raised his gaze slightly, casting a penetrating look at Fang Zhongmiao. The young lady, who had previously vowed to spare him, was now ready to forsake her promise for another man. Such protection was a privilege he could only dream of. In his past life, he had served Yufeian, repeatedly risking his life for him, yet, whenever political sacrifices were necessary, Yufeian would always cast him aside. Had he ever encountered a leader as astute as Fang Zhongmiao? His thoughts drifted, leaving Wei Yingyan with a complex array of emotions. Yet, why did these few words manage to quell the murderous intent of Lord Zhuqiansui? He cast a sidelong glance at Qi Xiu. Noticing the hem of his robe no longer stirred with the fierce aura, a hint of amusement lingering at the corners of his mouth, leaving him perplexed. Chapter 79, My Cunning and Deceit. You must not know. Qi Xiu gazed down at Wei Yingyan, observing the flickering emotions in his eyes, and surmised that this man might also hear Fang Zhongmiao's thoughts for reasons unknown. He found this exceedingly displeasing. What trickery had the heavens played upon Fang Zhongmiao, allowing so many unworthy souls to pry into her innermost thoughts? Fire conquers metal. Qi Xiu refused to accept such a notion. As long as he could control the temperature of this fire, ensuring it neither burned too hot nor too cold, his steel blade could not be melted down. With this in mind, Qi Xiu maliciously remarked, "It seems I misjudged you earlier. It was only upon your turning that I noticed the martial spirit in your brow, the valor in your eyes, and your robust physique, which may indeed flourish with the right military training." Qi Xiu slowly paced in place, feigning contemplation, before solemnly stating, "You shall accompany me back to my residence today. Tomorrow, I shall host a banquet to recommend you to the officials of the Ministry of War. Subsequently, I will compose a letter, seal it with my insignia, and instruct you to deliver it to the Anfu envoy in Jiankang. He will assuredly arrange for you a position as a city gate commander." Daisher and Yu Xuanchuan gazed at Zhou Qiansui in astonishment. Were these two not sworn enemies? How could Zhou Qiansui not only refrain from suppressing Wei Yingyan but also make such meticulous arrangements for him? Wei Yingyan felt a twitch in his eyelid, already discerning Qi Xiu's scheme. Fang Zhongmiao faintly curled her lips, inwardly lamenting, "Zhou Qiansui, you are indeed cunning. By orchestrating this elaborate plan, you have branded Wei Yingyan with your mark, making him your direct subordinate. Once he enters the military, those who support him will undoubtedly be your trusted allies. If he seeks power, he can only extract it from within your system. If he strays beyond your sphere of influence, he will inevitably be besieged by your political adversaries, with no room for maneuver. You intend to bind him irrevocably to your ship." Qi Xiu slightly lowered his gaze, concealing the peculiarity within his eyes. In the past, he had despised the feeling of being seen through, yet with Fang Zhongmiao's insight, he felt no particular disquiet. Wei Yingyan, too, could fathom these implications, which is why he was so deeply troubled. Deep down, he harbored a profound aversion to Qi Xiu's arrangements and was resolutely unwilling to be tethered to him. Just then, Fang Zhongmiao's inner voice resonated in the air. "Wei Yingyan, having lived a lifetime, do you still not comprehend your path? If you bore no regrets in your previous life, you would not find yourself here now. A brand new road lies before you, and yet you lack the courage to even take the first step. Do you wish to repeat the mistakes of your past life, becoming a lovesick fool who succumbs to despair? After decades of struggle, will it all be for another's gain? The path we offer you is broader and more level than the one you traversed in your previous life." Qi Xiu is a proponent of war. As a general who has weathered storms, do you not wish to stand with the war faction, but rather side with the peace advocates, in their circle? Is there even a place for you? What of your bloodthirst? What of your ambitions? What of the ideals you could not realize in your previous life? Where have they been cast aside? I shall not provide you with any hints. I will merely stand here and observe your choice. Should you refuse, I can only say that you have disgraced the destiny that heaven has arranged for you, squandering this precious opportunity for rebirth. In this life, you shall remain a pawn for others. A dog's meat cannot grace the banquet table. If I cast even a glance your way henceforth, consider it a loss on my part." With this thought, Fang Zhongmiao turned her head aside, idly gazing at a few horses in the distance. Qi Xiu gently cleared his throat to suppress his amusement, hearing Fang Zhongmiao belittle Wei Yingyan in her heart. He could not fathom why it brought him such immense satisfaction. What enmity, what nemesis, merely an unambitious pawn. Wei Yingyan's blood surged, embarrassment surging forth, his dark skin faintly revealing a tinge of crimson. He yearned to rise. Stride forth to Fang Zhongmiao, and assert with every fiber of his being, "I am not Yu Feiyan's lackey. I am a man of integrity. I am not a cowardly wretch lacking in spirit. I too desire to forge a new path. Even if Qi Xiu seeks to suppress me at every turn, what is there to fear? In my past life, I could slay him. In this life, I can do so again. Fang Zhongmiao, await my rise. In the future, you shall no longer dare to dismiss me with such disdain." A fierce pride propelled Wei Yingyan to cast aside all reservations. Clasping his fists and bowing deeply, resolutely proclaiming, "I thank Zhou Qiansui for your support. I am willing to serve you with utmost loyalty." How peculiar it was. In his previous life, he had knelt countless times before his beloved, bowing to Yu Feiyan, yet never had he felt such torment and humiliation as he did now. If Fang Zhongmiao's dismissive remarks pierced his heart like a dagger, he thought that he would never forget the scene of this day. Qi Xiu silently reveled in Wei Yingyan's reluctant endurance, and after a prolonged moment, extended his hand to assist him to his feet. "Once you arrive in Jiankang, I hope you will perform admirably and achieve great feats. As long as you remain loyal and brave in battle, within 2 to 3 years, I shall ensure your steady ascent." Wei Yingyan lowered his head, solemnly acquiescing. When he raised his gaze, he found himself involuntarily looking at Fang Zhongmiao. Her attention, finally drawn back from the horses, met his with a hint of satisfaction gracing her lips. Her thoughts floated in the air. Rebirth is about living a different self. You still possess the courage to overturn everything. Very well, I have not misjudged you. Wei Yingyan's heart, steeped in humiliation, trembled profoundly, his face growing even redder. He hastily bowed, concealing his unusual expression, expressing gratitude for the support of the young lady. This favor he would remember for life. Fang Zhongmiao casually waved her hand, nonchalantly stating, "There is no need for gratitude, just remember our initial agreement." Qi Shou's eyes flickered, immediately inquiring, "Oh, what agreement? A mere horse servant, how could he possibly hold an agreement with someone of Fang Zhongmiao's stature? Did he deserve it?" Fang Zhongmiao smiled but offered no reply. Qi Shou, feeling vexed, was about to press further when a cold voice resonated from above. "I made a pact with him that should he rise to a high position and wield power, he must avoid me. If he is the earth, then I am the heavens. The heavens and the earth stand in opposition, forever unentangled." Qi Shou's frustration dissipated in an instant as he cast a sidelong glance at Wei Yingyan. Speaking in a softened tone, "Very well, you do not wish to disclose, nor shall I inquire further. I shall take this horse servant with me." Fang Zhongmiao instructed Wei Yingyan, "Go and prepare your belongings. You shall accompany Zhou Qiansui henceforth. May you achieve victory in every battle and a bright future ahead." Wei Yingyan remained lost in thought over the previous statement. The heavens and the earth stand in opposition, forever unentangled. To outsiders, the young lady seemed cold-hearted and devoid of emotion, unlike the person he yearned for, who appeared deeply devoted and unwavering to all. Struggling to articulate his feelings, he could only bow in response. Retreating to his quarters with a somewhat awkward gait, Fang Zhongmiao observed his departing figure, murmuring, after the audience, "Distribute that 40 million taels of silver. Zhou Qiansui must assist me with one more matter." Qi Shou raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What matter?" As long as it did not involve another horse servant for him to support, he had no objections. Fang Zhongmiao leaned in, whispering, "Yu Feiyan is still alive, you must help me eliminate him." Qi Shou feigned surprise, asking, "If you wish for his death, why did you marry him in the first place?" Fang Zhongmiao's infatuation with Yu Feiyan had stirred much gossip, leading to an uproar at the time. Fang Chenzi personally threatened Yu Feiyan and procured an imperial decree from the late emperor, which facilitated their marriage. During that time, all the noble ladies of the capital regarded Fang Zhongmiao as a laughingstock. Remembering this, Qi Shou frowned, feeling exceedingly displeased. Fang Zhongmiao shook her head, expressing helplessness. "Yu Feiyan covets my dowry and harbors malicious intent. If he does not perish, it will be I who meets my end." However, her inner voice resonated with unbridled arrogance. "Why would I reveal to you that I insisted on marrying Yu Feiyan solely because I coveted his latent fortune, by seizing his fortune? I can greatly enhance my own powers and ascend on an auspicious day. The benefits therein are beyond the comprehension of you mortals. Your nephew has also had his fortune taken. Naturally, I shall not allow you to know that I am of the same ilk. To prevent any treachery on your part, I must consistently maintain an image of integrity before you, so that you may trust, appreciate, and follow me. You will never uncover my insidious and cunning side." With this thought, Fang Zhongmiao cast a glance at Qi Shou, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her pupils. Qi Shou, "Very well, I now comprehend." Daisher and Yu Shuangchuan looked skyward, sighing inwardly, "Oh, Master, do refrain from such deviousness. Whenever you ponder." Zhou Qiansui bursts into laughter. Chapter 80, "You are but a horse servant. Do you deserve this?" Qi Shou held a deep apprehension of Fang Zhongmiao. Her capabilities were indeed extraordinary. Should he inadvertently provoke her, he might not even know how he met his demise. Yet, more bizarrely, upon hearing her manipulate her own schemes in her mind, Qi Shou found himself both irritated and amused. As if wooden beads were about to bounce off his face. "Fear that I might harbor ulterior motives, then should you not treat me with sincerity?" Noticing Daisher and Yu Shuangchuang stealing glances at him, worried that he might become irate and upend the table, Qi Shou shot them an annoyed glare. Fang Zhongmiao remarked, "Why are you glaring at them?" Qi Shou, genuinely amused, warned, "These two little girls are quite clever. Do be wary of them causing trouble for you outside." Fang Zhongmiao smiled lightly, one concern, "Let them wreak havoc as they please. Even if they puncture the heavens, I can manage the aftermath." Daisher and Yu Shuangchuang immediately raised their heads, showcasing their large nostrils. To Xiu. Be aligned with the right master felt like being born with a silver spoon, allowing them to hold their heads high for life. Qi Shou, with a half-smirk, coldly snorted, then turned away. Soon after, Wei Yingyan returned to the stable, carrying a simple bundle to bid farewell to Fang Zhongmiao. "Young lady, as I depart today, I know not when I may return to linen. This wooden carving is a piece I crafted with my own hands, a small gift for you to adorn your space. I hope you will not find it unworthy." He opened the bundle to reveal a wooden sculpture of a galloping horse, its muscular form captured with a sense of vitality, exuding a lifelike quality. Qi Shou felt displeased, his brow furrowing involuntarily. A mere horse servant, what right had he to gift something to Fang Zhongmiao? Did he deserve it? Yet Fang Zhongmiao accepted it without disdain, cradling the wooden carving in her hands, admiring it repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with joy as she generously praised, "It possesses a spirit remarkably lifelike." Wei Yingyan's tumultuous emotions finally settled at this moment. He bent down deeply to pay his respects, then proceeded to retie the opened package. Wait a moment, Fang Zhongmiao suddenly interrupted his actions. What is this? She pointed at a small porcelain bottle placed atop the garments. Wei Yingyan's face flushed crimson, his gaze flickering, and he hesitated to respond. Zhang Yuru, however, seemed to recognize the object, covering her mouth with a delicate laugh. This was sent to us by his beloved younger sister through connections, purportedly some kind of wound medicine. I've heard the servants in the manor discussing it. The woman who delivered the medicine is said to be exceedingly charming and dressed in exquisite finery. Akin to a young lady of a distinguished family. Wei Yingyan hastily clarified, not a young lady, but it's the young lady's maid, yet he could only forcefully swallow the latter half of his sentence. As he suddenly realized that such an explanation would only deepen the misunderstanding, what right did a young lady from a prominent family have to send a maid to deliver wound medicine to a mere horse servant? What was their relationship, after all? Furthermore, even if he refrained from clarifying, the young mistress was already well aware of the underlying circumstances. Indeed, a voice floated overhead whispering, this is the peach blossom calamity from his past life. Now pursuing him in this one. Wei Yingyan despised the term peach blossom calamity, his eyes flashing momentarily, and his expression turned cold. Fang Zhongmiao assumed he was merely embarrassed and reached out, saying, let me see the medicine. The voice murmured, I can tell by the scent that this medicine is no ordinary concoction. Wei Yingyan's heart jolted in surprise, and he promptly handed over the bottle. Not ordinary? Could it possibly be an elixir? Fang Zhongmiao uncorked the bottle and gently inhaled, pondering internally, tiger bone powder, blood ginseng, blood spiritual mushroom, rhinoceros horn powder, and the elusive adumbra flower that blooms only once every 10 years atop snow-capped peaks. She mentally enumerated 11 rare and precious herbs, contemplating, this formula is extraordinarily effective for both external and internal injuries, capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bone. If I am not mistaken, this must be the renowned reviving pill of Fang Zhongmiao slightly lifted her gaze, seemingly casually glancing at Wei Yingyan, and mused, this single vial is worth 10,000 taels of gold. What a lavish expenditure. Wei Yingyan was astonished within, yet dared not reveal it outwardly. When that maid delivered the medicine, she merely stated it was an ordinary wound remedy, worth but a trifle. He never anticipated that it was the legendary reviving pill, which was priceless. Why would such a precious gift be bestowed upon him? Wei Yingyan felt deeply moved, yet was further engulfed in confusion. At this moment, he and the one he cherished merely shared a fleeting acquaintance, making him unworthy of such a grand gesture. Fang Zhongmiao continued to examine the medicine bottle, murmuring to herself, the relationships between people may appear intricate, but when articulated, they boil down to 4 simple words: equivalent exchange. Daisha is willing to sacrifice herself for me. I shall reciprocate with my utmost sincerity. Yu Xuanxuan possesses a unique background and extraordinary talent. I shall invest all my efforts in nurturing her, as she may bring me great surprises in the future. Zhang Yuru and Yu Wenqing are leveraged to control Yu Xuanxuan. I can provide them with a place to stand and thrive. Yu Kanglin and Yu Jiangchuan are my pawns in controlling the Ningyuan Marquisate. Their success will benefit me as well. The relationship with Zhou Qiansui is mutually beneficial. My well-being is tied to his, and vice versa. Fang Zhongmiao returned the medicine bottle to Wei Yingyan, silently questioning, and you, Wei Yingyan, a mere horse servant, what can you possibly offer that peach blossom calamity in return? The value of this vial is 10,000 taels of gold. Can you match it? To put it bluntly, 10,000 taels of gold could buy 10,000 of you. Wei Yingyan accepted the medicine bottle and placed it back into the package, concealing his turmoil while a storm brewed within his mind. Yes, he understood. He was acutely aware of his position and worth. At present, he was of lowly birth, as insignificant as the dust beneath one's feet. A single vial of medicine was worth more than his life. I acknowledge my insignificance, young mistress. Are you satisfied now? The feeling of humiliation sliced through him like a knife, unbearable. Wei Yingyan lowered his head, his eyes slightly reddening. Fang Zhongmiao smiled softly. This is indeed an excellent medicine. The sender has put considerable thought into it. I suggest you keep it with you at all times. It may save your life in critical moments. She did not disclose the value and miraculous effects of the medicine, yet offered the most practical advice. Wei Yingyan replied in a muffled tone, pretending to organize the package without raising his gaze. Fang Zhongmiao fixed her eyes on his dark hair, coldly murmuring to herself, to send such a vial worth 10,000 gold pieces, it is evident that peach blossom calamity, like me, recognizes Wei Yingyan's worth. This Wei Yingyan, currently without a single coin to his name, will surely soar to great heights in the future. He is destined to be a king, the pillar of the nation. To compare him to 10,000 taels of gold is to insult him. Even knowing he will be Yu Feiyan's greatest support, potentially wielding a blade against me, I cannot bring myself to harm him. Precisely for this reason, suddenly Wei Yingyan's motion to organize the package halted, and his eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, glimmered fiercely. It turned out that the young mistress did not perceive him as lowly and insignificant. On the contrary, his value in her eyes was beyond mere words. The weight on his shoulders lifted, and the oppressive burden vanished. Wei Yingyan swiftly organized the package and stood upright. Qi Xiu's hands, which had been clasped behind his back, suddenly formed fists, his eyes filled with frost. What a pillar of the nation! If so, I shall use him as a stepping stone to reach my own pinnacle of Fang Zhongmiao. Mark my words, not all flames can conquer gold. Fang Zhongmiao lowered her gaze. Contemplating, and coldly chuckled, I can now ascertain that this peach blossom calamity is but a pawn of the hidden hand, specifically sent to seize Wei Yingyan's fortune. Without exceptional foresight, who could possibly know that a horse servant would achieve such greatness? Who would be willing to spend 10,000 taels of gold for a momentary sentiment that peach blossom calamity is the greatest hidden danger lurking beside Wei Yingyan, capable of destroying him at any moment? Fang Zhongmiao pondered silently before casting a glance at Wei Yingyan. Her thoughts gradually turned ruthless. Wei Yingyan's journey to Jinkong will undoubtedly involve a bloody battle, to prevent his psyche from being disturbed and to avoid his demise on the battlefield. I shall temporarily set this matter aside. Next year, if he does not oppose me, I shall guide him to avoid this calamity, and if he still chooses to serve Yufeian and stand against me, I shall facilitate a fateful encounter with the peach blossom calamity, sending him to his demise. Having devised her plan, Fang Zhongmiao finally regarded Wei Yingyan earnestly, gently instructing, this journey is fraught with peril. You must take care from this moment forth. You are no longer a horse servant of the Ningyuan Marquis. You are Wei the young general. May you return triumphant next year, flags waving in glory. With those words she instructed Daisher, Little Stone, go fetch the deed of sale for Wei Yingyan from the Marquis. If he refuses, simply say that Zhou Qiansui desires it. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang complied. Yet occasionally glanced back at Fang Zhongmiao with concern. Mistress, we acknowledge your cunning, but upon discerning your thoughts, your cunning becomes rather amusing. You are quite the strategist, being thus calculated while simultaneously being held in high regard and care. Wei Yingyan found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel anger or gratitude, yet he could clearly sense that he harbored no resentment, for all that Fang Zhongmiao did was based on her own self-interest. It was the right choice. Even if it harmed others, it was still under the premise of self-preservation. Were he in her position, Wei Yingyan would not dare to boast of possessing such noble thoughts and clean methods. Qi Xiu was initially quite displeased by the praise of being a pillar of the nation, but upon hearing the final remark about sending him to his demise, he could not help but stifle a laugh. Fang Zhongmiao, you truly are remarkable. Chapter 81, bowing for you. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang soon returned with the deed of sale. Fang Zhongmiao handed this thin piece of paper to Wei Yingyan, saying, take this to the official office to cancel your slave registration. From now on, I shall treat you as if I have never known you, and the Ningyuan Marquis has never had a horse servant named Wei Yingyan. Rest assured, as long as I give the order, no one in the manor will speak of you outside, nor will they associate you with anything. This was to clear Wei Yingyan's name and pave the way for him. Wei Yingyan received the deed with both hands, gazing deeply at Fang Zhongmiao before sincerely bowing deeply. He was filled with gratitude, yet could not find the words to express it. He opened his mouth but did not speak. Fang Zhongmiao had already lazily waved her hand. Enough with the formalities, do not waste breath, you may return with Zhou Qiansui. After 3 deep bows, Wei Yingyan finally straightened his back and silently walked to stand behind Qi Xiu. Observing his reluctant demeanor, Qi Xiu felt a surge of irritation, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Just then, a trembling servant woman in her 50s, peering anxiously, approached the stable. Upon seeing Fang Zhongmiao, her face lit up with joy, and she hurried a few steps forward but halted upon noticing Wei Yingyan standing at a distance. Fang Zhongmiao cast a glance, her heart murmuring with intrigue. Qi Foreign, how has she changed so drastically? Were it not for her unchanged bone structure, I would hardly recognize her. Qi Xiu was taken aback, following Fang Zhongmiao's gaze, yet he could not recognize the elderly woman, whose hair was gray, face wrinkled, and skin sallow. As his sister-in-law, Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang exchanged doubtful glances, stealing looks, Wei Yingyan had no knowledge of who Qi Foreign was, yet he understood he could not pry into the secret. The woman bore the surname Qi. Perhaps she had some connection to Zhou Qiansui. With this thought, he turned and entered the stable, bidding farewell to the horses. Fang Zhongmiao's voice carried a hint of delight as it floated through the air. What an exquisite disguise, far superior to Jiang Yuru's half-hearted attempts, truly the descendant of a family of imperial physicians. Qi Xiu suddenly understood, thinking carefully, he could not recall his sister-in-law ever having displayed such skills in the past. It appears that over the past 3 years, my sister-in-law has not squandered her time, having learned much amidst the valley. Yu Shuangshuang and Daisher gazed at Madame Qi with bright, sparkling eyes, noticing a stranger's horse attendant deliberately avoiding them. The elderly woman approached, kneeling and greeting, and softly said, young mistress, I am Ringduchi. Yuaner has awakened. Would you like to take a look? I feel uncertain. Only after you have seen him can I find peace of mind. Qi Yuan has awakened. Fang Zhongmiao did not hesitate, immediately responding, let us go. Qi Xiu also displayed a joyful countenance, striding forward with purpose. Daisher dashed into the stables, calling out to Wei Yingyan, please wait here. The Grand Minister has matters to discuss with our young lady. I shall return shortly to fetch you. Wei Yingyan promptly turned, feigning compliance, yet a ripple of unease stirred within him. The closeness between Qi Xiu and the young mistress was rather excessive. Fortunately, Qi Xiu was a eunuch, which posed no threat to the young mistress's reputation. Once his thoughts settled, Wei Yingyan discreetly touched the hard, unyielding medicine bottle concealed in his bundle, pondering, how could Shuehan be the peach blossom killer? Our meeting was born from a scheme, devoid of any bond. Wei Yingyan wished to cast aside suspicion, yet it clung to him, a venomous thorn firmly embedded in his already wounded heart. Fang Zhongmiao and her group evaded the household servants. Returning to the secret chamber of Zijou Pavilion, Zhang Yuro had been sent away, while Daisher and Yu Xuanshuang pretended to frolic in the courtyard, secretly keeping watch. Ringuqin removed a silver hairpin from her head. Gently adjusting the flames of the oil lamps on the wall, the wicks crackled, igniting a brighter light. Following the glow, Fang Zhongmiao beheld Qi Yuan sitting atop the bedding, his little legs crossed around his father's remains. His small hands tossing 3 copper coins back and forth. Those were the very coins Fang Zhongmiao had used during the lightning pursuit, coins that held extraordinary significance for him, having accompanied him across the suspension bridge to fulfill his obsession. Even the amulet hanging from his chest could not compare to these 3 coins. Ringuqin expressed her concern, saying, ever since he woke, he has taken these 3 coins from the box and continues to toss them without pause. When I spoke to him, he did not respond. When I urged him to eat, he ignored me. What should we do? Well, Fang Zhongmiao was taken aback, replying, did I not return these 3 coins to those 3 brothers? Ringuqin clarified, when they left last night, they placed the coins here, claiming them as a gift for you. Fang Zhongmiao was momentarily caught between laughter and tears, internally murmuring, 3 copper coins for a chest of gold bricks. Those clandestine merchants truly know how to conduct business. In that case, I can rest assured. It seems there is no illicit trade they cannot consume in linen. Engaging in illicit trade, Qi Xiu raised an eyebrow. Such a scheme suited that old rogue, and Ling, perfectly black consuming black. They were indeed professionals. The 3 approached Qi Yuan, cautious not to disturb him, silently waiting for him to give them a glance before they spoke. Qi Yuan caught a whiff of Fang Zhongmiao's scent and immediately looked up. He pointed at the 3 copper coins resting on the bedding and asked hoarsely, Miao Miao sister, are these good? Oh, Fang Zhongmiao knelt down and inquired. Do you know what these are? Qi Yuan nodded his little head, understanding that these were for divination. He was a prodigy, endowed with innate wisdom, so it was no surprise he recognized the coins could be used for fortune-telling. Fang Zhongmiao did not dwell on it, casting her gaze upon the arrangement of the coins, her pupils suddenly constricting. A thought loomed like dark clouds, a fatal omen, destiny severed, energy extinguished, connections dissolved, fortunes obliterated. Those who draw this hexagram are not meant to remain in this world. Ringuqin yearned to cover her son's ears but dared not move an inch. She quietly withdrew her hand. Concealing her trembling fingertips within her sleeve. Qi Xiu stood behind Fang Zhongmiao, openly displaying a mix of sorrow and anger. To casually draw a fatal hexagram. Did his nephew still have any hope of survival? His heart ached, and he dared not contemplate further. Fang Zhongmiao suddenly broke into a gentle smile, softly saying, this one doesn't count, toss again, and I will help you interpret. Qi Yuan gazed at her quietly. His small mouth pressed tightly, his complexion growing paler. After a considerable time, he finally picked up the 3 coins, shook them in his palm, and cautiously cast them once more. As the coins landed, he touched the remains of his father, trapped between his short legs, and murmured, Father, bless me, Yuaner. Seeing his adorableness, Ringuqin could not help but shed tears. Qi Xiu's eyes turned red, his resentment surging. He would seize that hidden mastermind and tear them to shreds. Fang Zhongmiao lowered her gaze to scrutinize the hexagram, her thoughts heavy with gravity. Still a fatal omen. She did not speak but commanded, toss again. Qi Yuan hesitated to grab the coins, softly stating, if I toss again, it won't count. Fang Zhongmiao smiled gently and reassured him, saying, as the saying goes, the way of the Tao is natural. If the hexagram does not align with your wishes, simply toss until it does. This is to abide by the natural law. Defying one's heart is to defy the way of the Tao, which is inadvisable. Persuaded, Qi Yuan picked up the 3 coins and continued to toss. However, each subsequent hexagram remained a fatal one. Such odds were virtually impossible. This clearly indicated the heavens' unwavering intent to eradicate Qi Yuan, the source of chaos. Qi Yuan could not survive. He had no glimmer of hope. Ringuqin's heart shattered, her tears long since dried. Qi Xiu clenched his hands behind his back, trembling, the veins on his hands threatening to burst at any moment. No one could fathom the despair that lay within them. How rare was the 1,000-year thunderwood! To acquire a piece every 3 days required immense fortune, and what of the world's most keen object? Where could it be found, even if a celestial being descended? It could not guarantee its acquisition. Qi Xiu took a deep breath, despairingly closing his eyes. Fang Zhongmiao urged Qi Yuan to continue tossing, persistently casting for dozens of times, until she suddenly gathered the 3 copper coins. Holding them in her palm and gently blowing on them, with a heart full of resignation, she sighed, this little child likely realizes the hexagram is unfavorable. His complexion is paler than window paper. Alas, I shall forfeit a year of cultivation to alter his fate. Fang Zhongmiao handed the coins, imbued with her spiritual essence, to Qi Yuan, casually saying, toss one last time. Qi Yuan stared at her in bewilderment. his eyes gradually glimmering with tears. Though he was young, he understood everything. A year's worth of cultivation was a precious thing, indeed. Qi Xiu's eyes sparkled with astonishment, followed by a surge of tumultuous emotions. A year's cultivation, Feng Zhongmiao, you truly are generous. Ren Guqin wished to kneel before Feng Zhongmiao right then and there. Qi Yuan carefully accepted the coins, tossing them to the ground with great seriousness. Feng Zhongmiao focused intently, and immediately smiled softly. This hexagram is named Fire Wind Ding. Despite countless hardships, it is still filled with vitality. She raised her hand, gently stroking Qi Yuan's head, her heart swelling with pride. My blessing to you is like divine assistance. With my protection you shall change your fate and reverse your fortunes. It shall be effortless. Then she spoke to Qi Yuan with unwavering certainty. This hexagram is highly auspicious. From now on you shall surely encounter smooth sailing and peace. Ren Guqin exhaled deeply, supporting herself against the bedding to avoid collapsing. Qi Xiu gazed intently at Feng Zhongmiao's silhouette, his expression shifting multiple times before finally settling into reluctant acquiescence. He suddenly knelt halfway down. Sighing inwardly, Feng Zhongmiao, did you not wish for me to serve you for a lifetime, to toil for you? Now, you have achieved your desire. Chapter 82, Feng Zhongmiao, I shall be your hound. This kneeling gesture by Qi Xiu was unseen by Feng Zhongmiao, who had her back turned. However, Ren Guqin witnessed it and deemed it only natural. To offer a year of spiritual cultivation on a whim, and to reverse fate for her son, could this not earn her brother-in-law's loyalty? That brother-in-law truly had a heart of a wolf and the liver of a dog. Such a person Ren Guqin held in disdain. Qi Xiu sighed deeply, his voice hoarse as he said, Feng Zhongmiao, thank you for comforting Yuan. Feng Zhongmiao turned to look at him. Qi Xiu immediately reached out to touch his nephew's forehead, pretending that his half-kneeling position was merely to check on his nephew's condition. Yes, the fever has subsided, he stated earnestly. Feng Zhongmiao, trusting him, also checked Qi Yuan's pulse, reassuring, he has completely recovered. You need not worry. Upon finishing her words, she asked, Grand Minister, you will arrange identities for them, correct? Once they have their identities, you can find a suitable opportunity to bring them into my residence so that I can look after Qi Yuan closely. With a great calamity every 3 days, it would be troublesome for Qi Yuan without my presence. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan slowly crawled up and quietly nestled into Feng Zhongmiao's embrace. She naturally held him close, smiling gently. Qi Xiu nodded, saying, I will arrange their identities. I will come to fetch them tonight. Feng Zhongmiao turned to Ren Guqin, asking, do you have any human skin masks? The mastermind lurks in the shadows. Should he encounter Qi Yuan, even if he no longer remembers his appearance, he could still discern Qi Yuan's features. A human skin mask would at least provide some concealment. Ren Guqin shook her head, troubled, then looked to Qi Xiu for assistance. Qi Xiu, possessing a wide array of talented individuals under his command, comforted her, I will find someone to make 2 masks for you. Human skin is easily procured. After reaching an agreement, Feng Zhongmiao instructed Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang to bring food to the secret chamber. She placed a steaming bun in Qi Yuan's hands, gently advising, if you are hungry, do not rush. Take small bites and chew carefully. From now on, whether eating or drinking, take your time. Do not choke, understand? Qi Yuan's fate was such that even a sip of water could lead to calamity. He obediently nodded, carefully nibbling a small piece of the bun, patiently chewing. Observing him eat like a little rabbit, Feng Zhongmiao could not help but chuckle softly. Yuan is truly adorable. This was the first time she spoke to Qi Yuan in such an affectionate tone. Qi Yuan's round eyes curved into 2 delicate crescents as he earnestly remarked, Sister Miao Miao, you are beautiful. Feng Zhongmiao's smile grew ever more gentle as she tenderly caressed Qi Yuan's hair. It was as if his tumultuous heart had finally found its anchor. Enveloped by an overwhelming sense of security, he glanced at his uncle and then at his mother, suddenly exclaiming, that person has no face. Feng Zhongmiao's smile faltered slightly. Qi Xiu and Ren Guqin's expressions changed dramatically, their hearts filled with trepidation. Could that person be the hidden mastermind? Feng Zhongmiao gently stroked Qi Yuan's back and softly inquired, why does he have no face? Qi Yuan dropped his bun and clutched 3 copper coins tightly in his palm. Fearfully burrowing into Feng Zhongmiao's embrace, she held him close, covering his eyes with one hand. Only then did Qi Yuan whisper, his face is white, smooth, and glistening, with 5 black holes. 2 are eyes, 2 are nostrils, and 1 is a mouth. Feng Zhongmiao attempted to conjure such a face in her mind, skin whiter than that of the dead, devoid of eyebrows, beard, or any signs of gender, with 5 features that were mere black voids, utterly horrifying. What 3-year-old child would not be terrified to behold such a visage? Feng Zhongmiao tightened her embrace around Qi Yuan, tenderly patting his back. Qi Xiu and Ren Guqin stood in stunned silence. How could such an appearance be deemed human? Could it be that he wore a mask? Qi Xiu immediately voiced his suspicion. If Feng Zhongmiao lowered her gaze to Qi Yuan, he looked up at her and slowly shook his head. When he caught me, I scratched his face. His skin is soft. Qi Xiu took a deep breath, his heart racing uncontrollably. Softness implied it was not a mask, but a true face. How could a person take such a form? And what did he intend to do with Yuan? Qi Xiu pressed on. What did he do to you? Qi Yuan clutched his father's remains, tears streaming down his cheeks. Feng Zhongmiao gently wiped his tears with her fingertip. comforting him, "Do not be afraid, Sister Meow Meow is here. Sister Meow Meow is the most formidable person in the world and will surely protect you." Such words spoken by an ordinary person would merely be self-praise. Yet Qi Yuan understood that Sister Meow Meow spoke no falsehood. She truly was the most powerful person in the world. He buried his head into Fang Zhongmiao's embrace, mumbling, he took out Daddy's heart, crushed it into black blood mud, and smeared it on my face." Upon uttering that last phrase, Qi Yuan could no longer contain himself, clutching his father's remains and sobbing aloud. This was his first weeping in 3 years. Fang Zhongmiao gently patted his trembling back, not urging him to stop crying, but rather whispering, "Cry, let it out loudly, only by releasing all pain, sorrow, and fear can you begin to heal." Qi Yuan stifled his sobs. Gazing blankly at Fang Zhongmiao before he began to wail, Ring Guqin could no longer bear it, collapsing to the ground and embracing her son, joining him in sorrowful cries. How could her husband's heart have been ripped out and ground into mud? Smeared upon their child's face, he deserved to die. Let the heavens unleash their wrath upon him, such a vile creature. Just wait. Qi Shou's heart was consumed by murderous intent, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying. As Qi Yuan cried, he eventually fell asleep, his complexion noticeably more vibrant, the anguish in his brow easing considerably. Fang Zhongmiao gently tucked him into the bedding and quietly advised Ren Guqin, "When he wakes, please fetch him something warm to eat from the kitchen. I will have the chef keep the buns and dishes warm in the steamer." Ren Guqin nodded repeatedly, silently mouthing her gratitude. Fang Zhongmiao rose and cast a glance at Qi Xiu. He nodded silently, accompanying her as they exited the dim room. The two emerged onto the corridor, quietly observing Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang playing in the yard. The blazing sun bathed them in warmth, dispelling the chilling coldness and restoring a sense of reality. Qi Xiu murmured, "Is he using such methods to transfer the broken face onto my nephew?" Fang Zhongmiao looked at him with pity. The blood of a loved one, filled with grievances, pain, fear, and hatred, is the dirtiest substance in the world. It could be used to wield all forms of dark sorcery. Understanding. Qi Xiu grasped her meaning, coldly laughing. "So my brother must have endured unimaginable torment before his death, otherwise, where would the grievances, pain, fear, and hatred come from?" Fang Zhongmiao fell silent. Qi Xiu fixated on her, suddenly declaring, "Fang Zhongmiao, find that hidden figure. I will be your hound." Chapter 83, Wei Yingyan's ambitions. Upon hearing Qi Xiu utter such a self-deprecating remark, Fang Zhongmiao displayed a look of astonishment. At that moment, Wei Yingyan entered the courtyard, accompanied by a servant, halting beneath the floral archway. His expression equally astonished. In the previous life, he had witnessed Qi Xiu's arrogance, malice, and desperation, but he had never seen him reduced to such a pitiful state. Yet, observing Fang Zhongmiao standing proudly in the sunlight while Qi Xiu lingered a step behind, his eyes reddened and helplessly turned toward her. Wei Yingyan felt that this was how it should be. Daisher, with her remarkable hearing, stumbled upon hearing those words. Following closely behind, Yu Shuangshuang fell onto her, complaining, "Aren't you a master? How can you trip while playing hopscotch, as if your brain is underdeveloped?" Daisher raised her finger to her lips, whispering, "Shoot, the 9,000 years said he wants to be our master's hound." "Really, is that true?" Yu Shuangshuang gasped in shock, quickly turning to look at the two by the corridor. By this time, Fang Zhongmiao had gradually composed herself, scrutinizing Qi Xiu from head to toe. She softly asked, "Do you know what kind of partner I need?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Xiu replied, "One who is loyal to you, who will heed your every command and serve you diligently." A Fang Zhongmiao circled around Qi Xiu, slowly stating, "You are mistaken. Those who are not loyal to me, who do not heed my command, and do not serve me diligently can still be my partners. As long as they harbor no ill will towards me and share my goals, we can still walk together." Qi Xiu furrowed his brow and asked, "Then what do you need? What you desire, I can provide, as long as you help me uncover that hidden figure." A faceless being who has lived for centuries, with connections spread across the world, wielding immense power and possessing profound dark sorcery, he understood that he could never uncover such a figure with his own capabilities. In all the world, only Fang Zhongmiao could assist him. Fang Zhongmiao moved past Qi Xiu, ascending the high steps, gazing down at Daisher in the courtyard, softly saying, "I need a keen-eyed leopard." Then she turned to Yu Shuangshuang and declared, "I also need a golden eagle that soars through the skies." She lifted her gaze toward the horizon and murmured, "I require a fierce tiger lurking in the shadows." Finally, she looked at Wei Yingyan, then returned her gaze to Qi Xiu, stating solemnly, "But what I need most is a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens." Those who are weak yet oblivious to their own frailty raise a pack of hounds, reveling in displays of power and oppressing the weak. Yet true strength requires nothing. True strength is surrounded by stars. Qi Xiu stood in stunned silence, waves of emotion surging within him. Wei Yingyan remained frozen, his hands clenched into fists. Fang Zhongmiao's sentiments resonated deeper than her spoken words. "I do not need to borrow your light, for I am the blazing sun. Do you understand?" Understanding. Qi Xiu lowered his head, remaining silent for a long while. When he lifted it again, the murderous intent and the bloodshot gaze had faded, replaced by a relieved smile of Fang Zhongmiao. "I have been mistaken about you from the beginning. I thought you were taming me, but in truth, you have been guiding me." Taming and guiding may appear similar, Yet they are entirely different approaches. Fang Zhongmiao, if you don the dragon robe, you would resemble an emperor more than Zhao Zhang. Your father should have pushed you into power back in the day. Imagining Fang Zhongmiao clad in a dragon robe, Qishou couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Her serene yet proud visage would pair exquisitely with the bright yellow. Wei Yingyan's clenched fists gradually relaxed as he released a heavy sigh. He thought of his past life. Inwardly he murmured, Yufeian, you should be here to hear what the young lady has to say. You treated us founding figures as hounds, as mules, as threats to be eliminated. Cleverly stripping us of our military power. At that time, I understood you and obeyed you, and now, I find myself looking down upon you. You are weak and oblivious to it. You cannot tame the fierce generals under your command. After my death, relying on those who only know how to talk, you will surely repeat Zhao Zhang's mistakes. The lands of the Middle Kingdom will once again fall into the hands of barbarians. Compared to the young lady, you are unworthy of being emperor. Feeling a crack forming in his heart, Wei Yingyan realized that he could never return to the previous life with Yufeian. He could never be Yufeian's hound or mule in this life. Seeing Fang Zhongmiao gaze in his direction, Wei Yingyan suddenly felt a wave of anxiety, his face tensed, and he instinctively held his breath before deeply bowing. Offering a salute, young lady, 9,000 years, I have come to inform you that the carriage is ready and can depart at any time. Fang Zhongmiao descended the steps, slowly stepping into the sunlight. Her skin was fair, her visage beautiful, radiating a brilliant glow. Just as she claimed, she was indeed the blazing sun. Qishou squinted, feeling a hint of dizziness. Wei Yingyan stared intently, his suddenly released breath heavy and labored. Fang Zhongmiao glanced back at Qishou, then turned her gaze towards Wei Yingyan, and suddenly broke into a smile. She did not explain the reason for her laughter, but her inner thoughts flowed like a gentle stream, winding gracefully through the air. In this era of great strife as dragons soar, how fortunate I am to witness it all. She then looked towards Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang, beckoning with her fingers. Let us go to Chongming Street to visit the esteemed scholars and see if they would be willing to teach the children of the Yu clan at the Ningyuan Marquis residence. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang hurried over, their cheeks flushed and their eyes sparkling with excitement. They understood that the cheetah and the golden eagle were metaphors for themselves. When Wei Yingyan saw Fang Zhongmiao walking directly towards him, he felt a trickle of sweat form in his palms. Stepping back 2 paces, he moved aside, his gaze fixed on the side profile of the young mistress as she strolled by, her enchanting fragrance leaving him momentarily entranced. He hastily lowered his head to conceal his awkward expression. Noticing Wei Yingyan's slightly flustered demeanor, Qishou snapped back to reality from his turbulent feelings. The longing on his face instantly transformed into a dark scowl as he strode towards the drooping flower gate, his venomous gaze sweeping over Wei Yingyan's neck. Sensing the murderous intent, Wei Yingyan surprisingly felt unperturbed and returned the gaze. Both men stood tall and robust, one exuding an intimidating aura, the other a majestic presence. Seemingly evenly matched. Qishou scrutinized Wei Yingyan from head to toe, leaning in with an oppressive demeanor to whisper, do not covet what you should not, you are far better suited to that peach blossom death. Wei Yingyan shot a glance at Qishou's lower half and retorted, it's futile for you to think otherwise. Qishou was momentarily taken aback, then laughed in incredulity. However, he could not reveal to Wei Yingyan that he was merely a pretender to the title of eunuch, so he could only cast a scornful glance before hastily pursuing Fang Zhongmiao's retreating figure. Wei Yingyan immediately turned and followed suit, his fists clenched tightly. He would not remain in a subordinate position forever. At that very moment, an uncontrollable ambition surged within him, akin to a sword pointing towards the heavens, reminiscent of Mount Tai's sacrificial rites. Chapter 84. This is not fighting, this is reward. In front of the gate, 2 carriages were parked. Fang Zhongmiao approached the carriage emblazoned with the Ningyuan Marquis crest. Qishou followed closely but suddenly halted at the doorway, turning back to Yu Shuangshuang with a smile, saying, I forgot the clothes your master asked me to wash in the side hall. My goddaughter, could you kindly fetch them for me? Yu Shuangshuang cheerfully agreed. Of course, godfather. Just a moment. She turned and walked away, with Daisher promptly trailing behind. The 2 skipped joyfully, carefree and light-hearted. Fang Zhongmiao glanced back, somewhat displeased. Can't you go fetch them yourself? Qishou shrugged. This is not my home. Without a second thought, Fang Zhongmiao replied, you can treat it as your own. Upon saying this, she felt something amiss, her brow slightly furrowing before she turned and climbed into the carriage. Qishou could not help but chuckle softly. Stepping forward to lift the sole of Fang Zhongmiao's shoe, she deliberately stomped down, realizing that his palm was sturdier and more stable than the step, and relented. Qishou placed his hands behind his back, savoring the fleeting weight from earlier, a smile ever present on his lips. Fang Zhongmiao shot him a sidelong glance and drew the carriage curtain closed. Qishou shook his head and returned to his carriage. Wei Yingyan was already seated inside, his expression grave, his gaze sharp, exuding an imposing aura. In that moment, he bore a hint of the elegance from a past life. I am dead. What of Zhao Zhang? Once settled? Qishou casually inquired. Wei Yingyan did not feign ignorance. Replying straightforwardly, he signed the abdication document and was sent on the road to the underworld by Yufeian's poison. Qishou scoffed derisively, a spineless creature. Wei Yingyan remained silent. Qishou then asked, did Yufeian ascend to the throne? Wei Yingyan gave a slight nod. Qishou could not help but sneer, asking, How did you manage to kill me? Your martial prowess is beneath mine. It cannot have been easy. You must have employed some means, right, to poison, assassination, group attack, ambush. Wei Yingyan remained mute, but when he heard the words group attack and ambush, a flicker of light passed through his eyes. Qishou understood everything then. He held back, but ultimately could not restrain himself, pulling from his broad sleeve a dry stalk of yarrow, pointing at the 2 teacups on the table, and whispering with a smile, "This yarrow is used by Feng Zhongmiao for divination. The cup on the left represents life, and the one on the right represents death. I will toss the yarrow onto the table. Whichever direction it points will signify your fate." Wei Yingyan tensed, his eyes wide with fury. He knew Qishou would not easily let him off. Just then, the carriage curtain was lifted, and Yu Shuangchuang stood outside, holding a robe, looking somewhat awkward as she seemed to have overheard the previous conversation. Qishou did not shy away from her presence, continuing to address Wei Yingyan. "I cannot fathom why, but the moment I lay eyes on you, I am filled with an overwhelming dislike. And my murderous intent is difficult to suppress. For some inexplicable reason, I feel you will be my calamity. Let us allow the heavens to decide whether our fates should intersect." Wei Yingyan half rose, one knee pressing against the wooden carriage floor, the other leg bent, akin to a tiger poised to pounce. He remained silent, merely glaring fiercely at Qishou. Qishou smiled and tossed the yarrow. Yu Shuangchuang widened her eyes in anticipation. The stalk landed on the table, pointing to the right. Qishou smiled gently and murmured, "Your fate is death. It seems the heavens are unwilling to assist you." Wei Yingyan abruptly overturned the table. Qishou pressed down with both hands, and the table merely shook before being firmly restrained in place. The 2 men resembled fierce beasts, their eyes ablaze with fury, their blood surging, ready to engage in battle. At that moment, Daisher tugged at Feng Zhongmiao, rushing over to report. "Miss Zhiqing said he finds Wei Yingyan detestable and wishes to kill him. You must intervene. For Wei Yingyan is the one you wish to promote." Feng Zhongmiao quickened her pace, her inner voice tinged with displeasure as it floated through the air. "Fire overcomes metal. Qishou belongs to metal, while Wei Yingyan is of fire, creating a discordant aura between them. If they come together, any slight misstep could ignite conflict. I must admonish Qishou, ensuring he does not jeopardize my plans. The calamity in Jiankang is imminent, and I require a stabilizing force. To reprimand me for a mere horse servant, Feng Zhongmiao, you truly excel." Qishou found it laughable, reluctantly retracting his hands from the table. Wei Yingyan likewise returned his hand to his knee. Shifting from a half-kneeling position to a more upright stance, the 2 men turned their attention to Feng Zhongmiao, simultaneously revealing serene and peaceful smiles. Feng Zhongmiao scrutinized the 2, then glanced at the yarrow on the table. Yu Shuangchuang immediately chimed in. "Godfather said the 2 cups on the table, the one on the left signifies life, the one on the right signifies death. Whichever direction the yarrow points determines Wei Yingyan's fate. Earlier he tossed it, and it pointed to the right, indicating he desires Wei Yingyan's demise." Qishou shot Yu Shuangchuang a glare, thinking to himself that this goddaughter might be more trouble than she's worth. Feng Zhongmiao instantly shot a glare back at him, then lifted her skirt to step into the carriage, pulling the curtain aside to sit opposite the 2 men. "How can divination be complete without me? The Feng family specializes in this." She extended her delicate fingers, grasping the slender yarrow, her gaze swirling like water as she cast a sidelong glance at Qishou, followed by another at Wei Yingyan. The 2 men involuntarily lowered their heads. Feng Zhongmiao chuckled lightly. "May I perform a divination?" Qishou lifted his head, extending his hand. "Please." Feng Zhongmiao gently tossed the yarrow, and the stalk pointed to the left. Wei Yingyan's fate was life. Qishou had anticipated this outcome, lazily leaning against the carriage wall, spreading his hands as he said, "Your divination result is the accurate one. I am merely a pretender here for amusement." Feng Zhongmiao shot him a sidelong glance, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Then I shall have my fun. I will toss it again. If the yarrow points left, I shall slap you once. If it points right, I shall slap you twice. What say you?" "Qishou." Feng Zhongmiao, you truly have a way about you. Could you not be fair, giving each of us a slap instead? You speak of reprimanding, but you truly do it." Before he could protest, Feng Zhongmiao had already tossed the yarrow. This time, the stalk still pointed to the right. Feng Zhongmiao leaned forward, delivering 2 light yet resounding slaps to Qishou's exquisitely beautiful face. They were not hard, yet they echoed loudly, leaving Qishou stunned in place, momentarily at a loss for words. Feng Zhongmiao lowered her voice in warning, "Do not disrupt my affairs, or yours will not come to fruition either." With that, she turned and leaped down from the carriage, her skirt billowing as she swiftly departed. Daisher and Yu Shuangchuang stood there, dumbfounded. "My heavens, how domineering our mistress is!" Qishou finally regained his senses. His cheeks inexplicably flushed, glancing at the 2 wooden posts outside the carriage, he said irritably, "What are you 2 still doing there? Hurry back and serve your mistress." Only then did Daisher and Yu Shuangchuang snap back to reality, racing away while giggling, their expressions brimming with mischievous glee. Qishou fiercely pulled down the carriage curtain, glaring at the empty air ahead. Wei Yingyan could not help but lift the corners of his mouth, a mocking smile evident on his face. Qishou, in a moment of impulse, blurted out, "You know nothing. This is not called a beating. This is a reward." Wei Yingyan's smile froze, his expression shifting from mocking to disdainful. Qi Xiu, true to his role as the current chief eunuch, possessed a thick skin. Qi Xiu himself was taken aback, then inwardly cursed. What the devil, he had indeed begun to regard Fang Zhongmiao as a legitimate master. Chapter 85, Venus covers the moon. Qi Xiu and Wei Yingyan sat opposite each other, both eyes filled with murderous intent due to the imposing presence of a great Buddha outside. Neither dared to create a disturbance. Suddenly, Daisher's puzzled voice came from outside the carriage. "Miss, why are you standing here looking at the sky instead of getting in the carriage?" Fang Zhongmiao's voice was soft. "Hush, I am observing the celestial phenomena." Yu Shuang exclaimed, "Oh my, how is the moon appearing in broad daylight?" Daisher shouted excitedly, "It's true, the moon is so faint, yet it is indeed visible. As if in perfect synchrony." Qi Xiu and Wei Yingyan lifted the carriage curtains, leaped down from the horse-drawn carriage and approached Fang Zhongmiao. Following their gaze skyward, they indeed beheld a faint crescent moon hanging in the heavens. The two drivers, equally captivated, expressed their astonishment with murmurs of intrigue. The expressions of all were one of rapture. The simultaneous brilliance of the sun and moon was a rare spectacle to behold, yet Fang Zhongmiao's countenance remained grave, her brows furrowed in deep concern. Her inner voice loomed like dark clouds. "This celestial phenomenon is known as the occultation of Venus by the moon. The dark moon is an ominous sign, while Venus may herald calamity or fortune. With the moon obscuring Venus, such an event suggests that great upheaval is imminent in the Great Zhou, concealed and unreported by certain individuals or factions." Fang Zhongmiao lowered her head, her fingers deftly calculating. Her brow tightening further, her thoughts weighed heavily like droplets of water. Today is the 29th of July, a day fraught with prohibitions and ill omens. The appearance of Venus being obscured by the moon today signifies that the concealed calamity is far from benign. What in these times could befall the Great Zhou that is not dire? A flicker of realization sparked in her eyes as two words sprang forth in her mind: war. Raising her gaze once more, she stared at the pale moon and the azure sky, murmuring to herself, "War has erupted in the Great Zhou, yet it has been shrouded from public knowledge by certain individuals. The barbarian hordes lay siege to our cities, while the court remains utterly oblivious, thus failing to dispatch aid. In but a short time, the barbarian cavalry will surge forth without restraint. It is no wonder that the city of Jiankang is on the verge of a massacre. The roots of disaster have already been sown." Fang Zhongmiao cast a somber glance at Wei Yingyan, then at Qi Xiu, her inner voice tinged with resignation. "War has already transpired and has been concealed for days. It is now too late. The Great Zhou boasts countless heroes, yet they cannot stave off the melancholy twilight of a setting sun." Qi Xiu and Wei Yingyan seethed with indignation, but could not manifest their ire before Fang Zhongmiao. Instead, casting somber gazes toward the moon on the horizon, suddenly Qi Xiu seemed to recall something and turned to Fang Zhongmiao, urging, "It is merely the moon appearing in the daytime. There is nothing remarkable about it. Let us depart." Fang Zhongmiao said nothing further and turned to step back into the carriage. Qi Xiu and Wei Yingyan returned to the second carriage and seated themselves across from one another. "Speak," Qi Xiu commanded. The three words, seemingly disjointed, were understood by Wei Yingyan, who knew precisely what Qi Xiu inquired about. The barbarian forces had attacked Shenyang, and the Right Chancellor Yi Jagushuan had been ordered to oversee the defense. Commanding an elite army of 130,000, he could have sent reinforcements but chose to flee in fear of battle, resulting in the fall of Shenyang and the massacre of countless soldiers and civilians. Fearing retribution from the court, Jagushuan intercepted the battle reports and clandestinely negotiated with the barbarians, becoming a spy embedded within the Great Zhou. His repeated betrayal of defense strategies led to the Great Zhou's successive defeats, plunging it into the abyss of ruin. Qi Xiu scoffed derisively, asking, "Has he truly suffered no repercussions? Such a monumental event as the fall of Shenyang has gone unaccounted for, and he is still permitted to meddle in military affairs? What of me? Did I perish in my previous life?" Wei Yingyan clenched his fists and replied. After the news of Shenyang's fall could no longer be concealed, he submitted a memorial claiming he had fought valiantly despite repeated defeats, stating that the barbarian forces were too strong. To preserve the strength of the Great Zhou and for the sake of peace, he chose to sign a truce with the barbarians, conceding territory and paying reparations. The barbarians had conspired with him to stage a fête of peace, allowing the emperor to retain his throne, which naturally pleased him. Rather than facing punishment, Jagushuan was lavishly rewarded, while you, having repeatedly impeached him, found yourself distanced by the emperor. Subsequently, Yufeian returned, rising in prominence. Jagushuan gradually supplanted your position in the military, and with Yufeian allying with the barbarians and Jagushuan, you were besieged on all sides, ultimately meeting your demise in battle. As he spoke, a breath of unrest escaped Wei Yingyan as he closed his eyes. Reflecting on his past life, he realized that he was not entirely blameless. To assist Yufeian in ascending to power, he had committed numerous acts that contributed to tyranny. He opened his eyes and stated, word by word, "The Great Zhou is beyond salvation." Qi Xiu sneered. muttering, who is unaware of this, it is precisely because of individuals like you, who are solely driven by self-interest, that the great Joe has fallen to such ruin, is it not? Indeed, it is precisely our kind that hastens the demise of the great Joe. While Chi Shou has always remained a steadfast patriot, Wei Yingyan fell silent. It is said that great loyalty can often resemble treachery, such is the nature of the world. Chi Shou rapped on the table, his voice laced with intent. Jia Gushuan must die. Wei Yingyan nodded in agreement, the first instance of consensus shared with Chi Xiu. At that moment, the driver suddenly called out, halting the carriage. Chi Shou inquired solemnly, "What is amiss outside?" The driver promptly replied, "I report to you, esteemed lord, the carriage of the young lady has accidentally collided with an elderly man, who is now making quite the scene." Chi Shou lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside, his expression of concern instantly fading. The elderly man was none other than Ling Daisher and Yu Xuanshuang were assisting the injured Ling onto a carriage, stating they would take him to the nearby clinic for medical attention. The onlookers showed little concern, dispersing after a brief moment of curiosity. The clinic was not far ahead, and since the young lady had caused the man's injury, it was only proper to offer him a ride. It could hardly be deemed an infringement of propriety. Chi Shou lowered the curtain and resumed his seat. Wei Yingyan speculated, "Is that elder one of your people?" Chi Shou replied with a knowing smile, "He is the tiger lurking in the night, as Fang Zhongmiao described. Do not entertain thoughts of harming him, even among the masters, he is among the elite." Wei Yingyan responded solemnly, "Believe it or not, I have never considered opposing the young lady." Chi Shou raised an eyebrow. "Oh, can you truly adhere to your agreement with her? She is akin to the heavens. Will you never lift your gaze toward the sky, never lifting one's gaze to the sky for a lifetime? How could that be possible, in times of sorrow, solitude, despair, or even exuberance, who has not subconsciously looked skyward?" Wei Yingyan pressed his lips tightly, remaining silent. Chi Shou let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of disdain evident on his face. In the carriage ahead, Ling placed a list upon the table. Of Fang Zhongmiao picked it up and, with a playful tone, inquired, "Is Long Tu a name you have chosen for yourself?" And Ling nodded slightly, after a moment of contemplation. Fang Zhongmiao smiled. "Long Tu cannot possibly be a reverse spelling of Dragon Slayer, can it?" And Ling broke into a wide grin. Fang Zhongmiao folded the list neatly and tucked it into her sleeve, curiously asking, "In just one night, your animosity toward that person seems to have intensified several-fold. What transpired?" She gestured towards the direction of the imperial city. "The identity of that person was unmistakable." Ling snorted coldly, "I have uncovered the truth. Our pay has indeed been withheld by the emperor's chief eunuch. We did not perish in battle but rather fell victim to self-inflicted wounds after being poisoned. Meanwhile, the emperor indulges in feasting and revelry, living a life of utmost luxury. Serving him is truly the most unprofitable venture in the world." Fang Zhongmiao shook her head, inwardly affirming the truth of his words. She then asked, "Long Tu, where are you currently stationed?" Long Tu cast a pleased glance at his mistress. The name sounded delightful indeed. He respectfully replied, "We dealt with the beggar's sect last night and are now settled in the refugee camp. Should you wish to gather information, you may find me there. There is nothing in Linen that we do not know of." Fang Zhongmiao nodded in satisfaction, commending, "The beggar's sect has the largest territory and the most members. Yet their power is the weakest. Using them as a breakthrough point is quite fitting. They lack funds, and you possess ample wealth. A modest remuneration of a few hundred copper coins per person each month, along with occasional food supplies, will suffice. With war raging outside, and the populace displaced, your followers will only increase. This is a venture with minimal investment and substantial returns. You have done well." Long Tu quickly clasped his hands together, humbly stating, "Without your grace saving us from dire straits, we would not be where we are today. Regardless of our power, our loyalty lies solely with you. I have also left 20 capable hands by your side, lurking in the shadows to protect you. Should danger arise, they will appear at once." Fang Zhongmiao expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her smile one of contentment. While she held little faith in humanity, she trusted her own discernment. The loyalty of Long Tu's servant radiated a faint azure thread, connecting to her, resonating with her spirit. Long Tu's fidelity was genuine. She waved her hand, informed the esteemed lord of the matter concerning the chief eunuch. "Should Zhao Zhang become curious and inquire about you, it would raise suspicions if the chief eunuch dispatches someone to deliver supplies to placate him. That would be stirring the grass and startling the snake. Only with the esteemed lord's vigilance can you conceal the truth from the heavens." Long Tu wholeheartedly agreed, halting the carriage and limping towards the rear, ingratiatingly stating, "There are only female passengers ahead. This old man feels quite embarrassed to intrude. May I squeeze in with the two esteemed lords?" Chi Shou impatiently gestured for him to board the carriage. Upon seeing Wei Yingyan, Long Tu hesitated. Chi Shou clarified, "He is a guest of your mistress." Wei Yingyan replied, "That seems reasonable." Long Tu then half-concealedly stated, "The chief eunuch has embezzled our pay. My mistress requests your assistance in addressing this matter." Chi Shou understood his intent and nodded, "With my oversight, there shall be no missteps." Long Tu felt reassured and added, "I report to you, esteemed lord, my name is Long Tu." Chi Shou raised an eyebrow at the elderly man, whose hair was completely white, noticing the satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. and could not help but smile. He then softly praised Longtu, a splendid name. Longtu stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Having lived half a lifetime, he finally felt he had achieved something worthwhile. How could he not feel elated? As Qi Xiu chatted with Longtu, Wei Yingyan, recognizing the elder's remarkable background, engaged him in conversation as well, and the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial. Soon after, the driver halted the carriage once more, reporting, "Esteemed lord, the young lady's carriage has been stopped by the manager of the Huachuntang. The young lady wishes to leave, yet the servant from Huachuntang has pulled down the driver and is causing quite the ruckus in the street. Would you like to go and take a look?" Huachuntang, the individual attempting to extort Fang Zhongmiao by means of a vial of medicine. Qi Xiu, intrigued, couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring, "When there is a path to heaven, you choose not to tread upon it. Yet, you dare intrude upon the gates of hell. This shall make for quite the spectacle." Chapter 86, Extermination of Demons and Elimination of Evil. Qi Xiu lifted the curtain of the carriage, disembarked, and approached Fang Zhongmiao. The assault on the coachman by the Rejuvenation Hall persisted unabated. Wei Yingyan followed closely behind, whispering, "The proprietor of the Rejuvenation Hall is named Tang Yuhong, a mere pawn in Jia Gushuan's schemes. Tang Yuhong has a daughter named Tang Panner, whose beauty is akin to that of a celestial being, captivating the hearts of many. Jia Gushuan offered her to the emperor, after which Tang Panner became the favored consort in the harem. The emperor obeying her every command. Your significant power has shifted into the hands of Jia Gushuan, thanks in part to Tang Panner's influence." Qi Xiu remained unmoved. Continuing forward, Wei Yingyan elaborated, "Though the emperor outwardly relies on you, his true favoritism lies with Jia Gushuan, the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall. With Jia Gushuan as his backing, fears no one. Thus, it would be wise to employ more subtle tactics against him, given Jia Gushuan's current favor with the court." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu chuckled softly. He gestured towards Fang Zhongmiao, who was descending from the carriage, saying, "Subtle, you might as well relay that to your master and see if she concedes." Wei Yingyan fell silent. Instinctively aware that someone as proud as Fang Zhongmiao would never bow down to a mere owner of a medical hall, Long Tu limped behind, resembling an eager commoner yearning for the unfolding drama. Hearing the conversation between the two, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. If one could not confront openly, there were countless covert methods available. If Fang Zhongmiao commanded the attendants of the Rejuvenation Hall to cease their actions, but they only intensified their assault. Daisher charged forward, kicking them away with ease. Tang Yuhong, observing the fray, darkened in countenance, sneering, "Madam, your maidservant appears to be rather excessive in her application of force." Fang Zhongmiao raised her gaze to appraise him, her heart already as frigid as frost. In the fate palace of the common folk of the Great Zhou, a thread of national fortune is preserved. Yet in this man's fate palace, that fortune has morphed from golden aura to ominous mist, coalescing into a grotesque beast. This man is peculiar. With that thought, Fang Zhongmiao stepped forward. Speaking slowly, "Master Tang, let us converse civilly. Why resort to violence against my coachman upon your arrival?" She scrutinized him closely, her heart growing colder still. The beast in his fate palace is indeed a hound. The Great Zhou, as the legitimate eastern realm, bears the dragon as its totem. The hound feasts upon dragon brains. This man is undoubtedly a spy planted in the Great Zhou by the barbarian tribes. Qi Xiu paused, instinctively glancing at Wei Yingyan. Wei Yingyan subtly shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the matter. He whispered quickly, "When the Great Zhou falls, Tang Panner will enter Yufeian's harem, continuing her life of luxury, while the Tang family remains prosperous. Conversely, Jia Gushuan, due to treasonous dealings, will face severe punishment." Qi Xiu let out a light laugh, mockingly stating, "The Tang family is but a lapdog of Jia Gushuan. Can they possibly be clean? Their treachery must surely have been concealed by Yufeihan. To forsake the nation for mere beauty, you have chosen a most fortunate master." Wei Yingyan fell into silence, his complexion growing increasingly flushed. He had always believed that Yufeian was the one destined to overthrow the decayed Great Zhou, yet now, the image of Yufeian appeared utterly unworthy. To speak bluntly, what difference was there between him and Zhao Zhang? The two arrived at the entrance of the Rejuvenation Hall, their expressions decidedly grim. Fang Zhongmiao smiled gently at Tang Yuhong, gesturing towards Long Tu, who limped towards them. "By chance, I accidentally bumped into someone on my way. Master, could you examine his leg? We can discuss matters inside." Tang Yuhong assumed she was subtly yielding, a look of disdain creeping across his face. "Very well, let us proceed." Tang Yuhong led the way into the establishment, feigning surprise upon noticing Qi Xiu, who was present. "If at Isnt the esteemed ninth prince, would you care to join us for some tea?" It was common knowledge that the ninth prince had extorted a bridal dowry from Fang Zhongmiao on behalf of the emperor, so Tang Yuhong did not suspect anything amiss. The group followed him into the back courtyard. A water channel ran through the central courtyard, fed by the Qiantang River. Numerous female workers were busy washing herbs nearby. A richly dressed young girl squatted by the water channel, splashing water playfully. A wet nurse stood nearby, speaking soothingly to her. Tang Yuhong's expression shifted as he rushed over, urgently pulling the girl aside. "I warned you not to let the young miss near the water channel these days. Did you not hear? If you wish to keep your ears, I can assist you in removing them. Tang Yuheng seethed with rage. The young girl cried out, "Father," her voice filled with grievance. The wet nurse stammered, "But the water isn't deep. I thought it was safe to let the young miss play for a little while. I was watching closely. Nothing would happen." Tang Yuheng's face was ashen as he retorted, "This is not merely a question of safety." "What then is it?" The wet nurse was filled with confusion yet did not dare to inquire further. Fang Zhongmiao's gaze remained fixed on the water channel, her heart whispering like a chilling wind, "This is not merely about safety. This is a matter of malevolent energy eroding bones. What you perceive as a gentle stream I see as vengeful souls gathering in this courtyard, coalescing into a black mist as thick as ink." Fang Zhongmiao turned her gaze upon Tang Yuheng, a sharp glint in her eyes, her heart brimmed with murderous intent. "These vengeful souls are the citizens of the Great Zhou, so numerous that I cannot even count them. Master Tang, circumstances have changed. I no longer desire your priceless prescription, but rather, your life." A chill ran down Tang Yuheng's spine, compelling him to glance back. Fang Zhongmiao offered a slight nod, her smile deceptively gentle. He turned back, resuming his scolding of the wet nurse. Qi Xiu, Wei Yingyan, Daisher, Yushuanshuang, and Long Tu subtly distanced themselves from the water channel, thick as ink, the black mist. So, in Fang Zhongmiao's eyes, this entire courtyard appeared to be engulfed in darkness. How terrifying! As they speculated in silence, startled gasps arose from the street outside. Fang Zhongmiao turned to look, witnessing a servant rush into the courtyard. Stammering, No, do not wash herbs in this water channel, go see for yourselves at the Qiantang River. Many bloated corpses are floating downstream, reeking horrifically." The workers gasped collectively, fleeing the water channel in panic. Fang Zhongmiao swiftly navigated through the courtyard, reaching the back street of the rejuvenation hall. There, she beheld dozens of decayed corpses bobbing along the turbulent waters of the Qiantang River, the stench so foul it was nauseating. The vengeful souls wafted from the corpses, manifesting as tendrils of black smoke that hung in the air. Tang Yuheng approached the riverbank, casting a casual glance at the scene, feigning sympathy as he sighed. "I wonder where these fleeing refugees attempted to swim into Linen City and met their demise. Such occurrences are common, the authorities are already accustomed to them. Once the bodies drift away, no one will remember, nor will anyone pursue the matter." Fang Zhongmiao raised her gaze to the black smoke, noticing how it clung to Tang Yuheng, yet this ominous energy seemed unable to harm him in the slightest. The hound residing in his fate palace voraciously consumed the malevolent energy, akin to a bottomless pit. The barbarian's ambition to annihilate the Great Zhou is thus revealed. Tang Yuheng's cruelty and ruthlessness become evident. Fang Zhongmiao's heart whispered coldly, "You prevent your daughter from playing in the water channel because you are aware that corpses will soon float downstream. Correct? Are they all you're doing? How many corpses float upon the surface? Dozens, hundreds, thousands?" Feigning terror, Fang Zhongmiao staggered back, her complexion pale as she fled into the rejuvenation hall. Tang Yuheng glanced back at her, a scornful smile gracing his lips. If she were to learn that the corpses in the river were the fruits of her own labor, she would surely be terrified beyond measure. Truly, she was a timid woman. With a slight intimidation, perhaps she could be coerced into surrendering a few more shops. The emperor's coveted industries were untouchable by others, and Jia Qingxiang sought to partake in the spoils without difficulty. Jia Qingxiang's favor surpassed even that of the ninth prince. Contemplating this, Tang Yuheng couldn't help but beam with pride. Fang Zhongmiao retreated along the corridor to the front street of the rejuvenation hall. Feigning relief, her gaze sweeping casually before hardening again, her heart chuckled coldly. The pawnshop owner across the street harbors a hound in his fate palace, the grain shop owner next door does as well. And the dental clinic, the escort agency, she counted 6 establishments in succession encompassing all aspects of livelihood, with their proprietors being spies for the barbarians. Fang Zhongmiao could not help but close her eyes, suppressing the fury within as she murmured, "So the barbarians have infiltrated the Great Zhou so deeply. Once war breaks out between the two nations, these individuals will sell intelligence to the barbarians, guide them, and even willingly open the city gates to allow the enemy's cavalry to slaughter the innocent populace." Fang Zhongmiao opened her eyes, her gaze electric, her heart thundering. "If I wish to establish my celestial dojo, the foremost task is to eradicate the demons and eliminate the evil. Every spy on this street, without exception, must not survive this day." With this thought, Fang Zhongmiao turned to Long Tu, a seemingly gentle yet lethal smile gracing her lips. Her heart whispered conspiratorially, "A grand enterprise is about to unfold. 100 taels of silver for each head. Long Tu, how many can you collect?" Long Tu maintained a grim expression, as if he had heard nothing. Yet the blood within him surged with excitement. "Excellent, a grand slaughter with monetary reward. It is precisely what I favor." Fang Zhongmiao shifted her gaze to Tang Yuheng, who followed closely behind, her heart icy, as a practitioner of the Tao. "I cannot recklessly slay innocents and incur karmic retribution. However, it is of little consequence. As long as I set the wheels of causation in motion, I may strike with impunity." Qi Xiu and Wei Yingyan approached with purposeful strides, their gazes flickering slightly. "What is the law of causation?" The heartfelt voice offered an answer. At present, my sole endeavor is to incite all the spies on this street, compelling them to take my life. Their intent to kill me is the cause, and my retaliation is merely the effect. The laws of heaven are devoid of compassion, treating all living beings as mere fodder, yet the heavens are most just, and will surely absolve me of my karmic burdens. Qi Xiu and Wei Yingyan felt a tension in their hearts, secretly pondering the daunting challenge of provoking every spy on this street simultaneously. What means could possibly achieve such an audacious feat? Their imaginations fell short. Chapter 87, Extortion. Upon seeing Fang Zhongmiao lingering at the doorway as if contemplating departure, Tang Yuhuang hastily called her back. Young madam, please wait, shall we discuss the matter of your mother-in-law's outstanding medical fees inside? Upon uttering these words, Tang Yuhuang bowed deeply to Ji Qiansui and feigning reluctance, continued, this issue has been entrusted to me by Prime Minister Jia, and it requires prompt resolution. I beseech Ji Qiansui to take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea while I converse with the young madam, after which I shall attend to you. His deliberate mention of Prime Minister Jia was intended to intimidate Qi Xiu and to instill fear in Fang Zhongmiao. Once the emperor had depleted Fang Zhongmiao's dowry, they could expect no share of the spoils. Thus time was of the essence. His seemingly respectful yet haughty demeanor was evident to all. Daring to leave Ji Qiansui unattended, his backing was evidently formidable. Qi Xiu cast him a sidelong glance, maintaining a calm demeanor. What harm is there in my waiting for a moment? Tang Yuhuang repeatedly expressed his apologies as he led the group to the discussion hall in the rear courtyard. Teas, fruits, and pastries were laid out on the table, and Qi Xiu extended his hand to help Yu Shuangshuang onto a stool, while Wei Yingyan stood by as a guard. Tang Yuhuang regarded Yu Shuangshuang with a penetrating gaze and remarked with a smile, so this is the renowned calculating grass. I have heard she is a prodigy in mathematics, exceptionally skilled in auditing accounts, having been involved in state affairs since the tender age of 4 or 5. Under Ji Qiansui's tutelage. Yu Shuangshuang lowered her head to sip her tea, her toes digging into the ground out of embarrassment. Qi Xiu affectionately ruffled Yu Shuangshuang's hair, introducing her, Yu Shuangshuang, my goddaughter. Do not be deceived by her youth, she is already my right hand. Tang Yuhuang had long been aware of this arrangement, hence he did not underestimate Yu Shuangshuang due to her age. He offered a few flattering remarks and then had a steward present a richly adorned jade pendant as a token of their meeting. Yu Shuangshuang nearly turned to gauge Fang Zhongmiao's reaction, but realizing her identity, she awkwardly turned her neck to look at Qi Xiu. Nodding in acknowledgement, she accepted the pendant and expressed her gratitude. Once Tang Yuhuang had finished attending to Ji Qiansui, he extended his hand towards Fang Zhongmiao. Young madam, please take a seat. Fang Zhongmiao sat down across from him, with Dai Shi and Long Tu standing behind her. Tang Yuhuang lifted his teacup and, with an assertive tone, stated, young madam, if Prime Minister Jia inquires about your mother-in-law's deficit, I shall find it difficult to provide an explanation. 20,000 taels of gold is no trifling matter. Fang Zhongmiao tapped her index finger lightly on the table, her tone equally haughty. Master Tang, why is it that others purchase for 10,000 taels, yet when it comes to my Ningyuan marquis household, it is 20,000 taels? This is extortion. Tang Yuhuang chuckled, his demeanor unwavering. Young madam, I seek but a single response from you. I have no desire to engage in debate. You must provide an explanation today. Will you pay in cash or offer your shops? Fang Zhongmiao remained silent for a moment before replying, Master Tang, I possess a modicum of medical knowledge. I understand that even at its finest, a bottle of your rejuvenating pill cannot cost more than a few hundred taels of silver. Are you truly exchanging a few hundred taels for 3 prosperous shops on the Imperial Street? How does this differ from robbery? Tang Yuhuang reiterated his previous statement. Young madam, the Prime Minister is pressing for a swift repayment. I advise you to return the funds immediately, otherwise, your Ningyuan marquis household shall find itself in dire straits. Do you comprehend? This had escalated from the realm of property extortion to a direct threat to personal safety. Yu Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang clenched their fists in anger, yet Tang Yuhuang was far from finished. He scrutinized Fang Zhongmiao with a lecherous grin. If the young madam wishes to alleviate some of her debts, it is not out of the question. How about this? Once Prime Minister Jia returns in triumph, I shall escort you to his residence. He is quite amiable and I am sure he would be willing to speak with you personally. If you can satisfy him, you may even receive some benefits. The emphasis on the word benefits carried a significant weight, laden with implications. This Qi Xiu's expression turned frigid. Upon hearing the term triumph, Wei Yingyan felt a surge of indignation. Jia Gushuan had already suffered defeat in Shangyang, seeking refuge among the barbarians. Having become a spy, what victory could he possibly claim? Was it at the cost of the lives of countless citizens of Shangyang? Fang Zhongmiao, subjected to repeated threats and humiliations, had lost her patience for any further negotiations. She tapped her fingertips on the tabletop and declared, what medicine is worth 20,000 taels of gold? Perhaps you could show it to me? Tang Yuhuang, unperturbed by the prospect of her reneging on the deal, knew that once they were here, they could not simply bleed them dry and leave. Even with Ji Qiansui present, no one dared interfere with Prime Minister Jia's affairs. Bring the rejuvenating pill for the young madam to examine. A steward presented a vial of medicine to Fang Zhongmiao. She uncorked the bottle and gently inhaled its contents, then addressed Tang Yuheng. I have injured this old man. Could I trouble you to assist in his treatment at your rejuvenation hall? With the shop nearly within his grasp, Tang Yuheng chose not to dwell on trivial matters. He summoned a physician, who instructed Long Tu to sit and extend his leg. Long Tu cheerfully removed his tattered cloth shoes, revealing a sock riddled with holes. The blackened, damp sole exuded a nauseating stench, and a large toe poked out. Writhing restlessly, the physician, squatting down to examine the injury, immediately retched and fell backward. Daisher and Yushuangshuang hurriedly covered their noses, their faces turning crimson. Qi Xiao and Wei Yingyan struggled to maintain composed expressions, their stomachs churning at the sight of the pastries laid bare to the foul odor. Tang Yuheng's triumphant facade faltered for a moment, his features twitching violently. Whether intentional or not, Fang Zhongmiao's act of bringing such a shabby individual before him was an affront. He slammed his teacup down with a resounding thud, preparing to command the expulsion of Long Tu, but Fang Zhongmiao's voice rang out softly. 3 taels of tiger bone powder, 6 taels of blood ginseng, half a blossom of blood rasher, 3 taels of rhinoceros horn powder, and 1 blossom of adumbra that blooms only once every 10 years on the snowy peaks. Tang Yuheng's hand trembled, causing his teacup to topple onto the floor with a shattering crash that startled all. His eyelids twitched as he turned to Fang Zhongmiao, for the ingredients she enumerated were precisely those that composed the rejuvenating pill. Each of the 11 medicinal ingredients was accurately identified by her, along with their respective dosages, methods of preparation, boiling procedures, timings, and steps, all articulated with clarity. Fang Zhongmiao set the vial down, a scornful smile gracing her lips as she stated, Master Tang, you are aware that I am currently unable to procure 20,000 taels of gold. Nor will I ever sell any shop at a discounted price, nor will I ever trouble myself with the Prime Minister's residence. I have already grasped the formula for your rejuvenating pill. How about this? I shall sell it to your competitors outside. If one shop cannot amass 20,000 taels, surely 10 or 20 can. Please wait a moment, I shall return shortly. Rest assured, I shall not renege on my word. It was the old adage, to sever a man's means of livelihood is akin to murdering his parents. Should Fang Zhongmiao truly proceed with such a course of action, it would effectively sever the financial lifeline of the rejuvenation hall. Not to mention how Tang Yuheng would react in a frenzy. Even the cunning Jia Gushuan would be filled with wrath. Tang Yuheng, already nauseated by the foul stench, felt his face flush a deep shade of purple upon hearing her words. He slammed the table, his voice sharp as he commanded, Stop her. 2 attendants rushed forward, only to be sent flying by Daisher's swift kicks. Fang Zhongmiao spun around and delivered a resounding slap, twisting Tang Yuheng's contorted face as she spoke with unparalleled bravado. When you sought to deprive me of my livelihood, you ought to have anticipated that I would sever your financial routes as well. If you possess the audacity, then kill me here. The rejuvenation hall is indeed valuable. Do you believe the emperor has never coveted this enterprise? Jia Gushuan may be the prime minister, but you are not. Should you slay the marquis's wife, would that not provide ample justification for the emperor to execute you? Would that not suffice for Jia Gushuan to offer this establishment to the emperor as an apology? Fang Zhongmiao lightly patted Tang Yuheng's swollen face, mocking, Since you are but a lackey, do not harbor delusions of riding atop the backs of the nobility. Retrieving a pristine white handkerchief from her sleeve, she meticulously wiped her soiled hands before turning to leave. The stewards, physician, and attendants in the discussion hall did not dare to impede her departure. Tang Yuheng's eyes radiated malice, yet he remained rooted in place, refraining from pursuing her. He understood that Fang Zhongmiao spoke truthfully. Were he to dare murder the esteemed marquis's wife within the rejuvenation hall, even Prime Minister Jia could not shield him. Tang Yuheng glared around, and a young servant swiftly darted out to follow Fang Zhongmiao. He could only hope that her earlier words were merely a ploy to evade payment, a mere display of bravado, should she be foolish enough to sell the secrets of the rejuvenation hall. He would not hesitate to resort to lethal measures to silence her. Chapter 88, Citywide Manhunt. Long Tu hurriedly donned his tattered shoes, slipping away as if oil had been applied to his soles. Qi Xiao stood holding Yushuangshuang's hand, rising in silence, a mocking smile gracing his lips before he strolled away. Wei Yingyan rushed to keep pace. Upon exiting the rejuvenation hall, Fang Zhongmiao made her way directly to the medical hall across the street. Inscribing the formula for the rejuvenating pill, the proprietor, spotting the first line of text, hastily shielded his eyes, unwilling to gaze further, and implored Fang Zhongmiao to leave quickly. He could not afford to offend Prime Minister Jia. Fang Zhongmiao casually tossed the formula onto the counter, departing leisurely without seeking any financial recompense. She traversed the entirety of the street's apothecaries. Some viewed the formula with trepidation, wary of their insufficient backing. However, several apothecaries owned by royal relatives welcomed it with open arms. No matter how formidable Jia Gushuan's influence, would he dare wield a blade against the Zhao royal family? Did he wish to court death? The young servant from the rejuvenation hall trailed behind, his complexion growing increasingly pale. He hurried back to relay the events he had witnessed in their entirety. From that point onward, the rejuvenating pill from the rejuvenation hall became a common commodity. its price swiftly plummeting, yet due to its production costs and efficacy, it would not diminish to an absurdly low figure. The shops acquiring the formula would still stand to profit handsomely. The rejuvenation hall has indeed been struck down by Fang Zhongmiao, losing its greatest source of income and rendering it incapable of serving as the treasury for Prime Minister Jia. Tang Yuhang sat in silence on his chair, his heart filled with venomous hatred for Fang Zhongmiao. He slowly lowered his gaze and spoke to the servant kneeling at his feet, saying, "Go find someone to eliminate Fang Zhongmiao. Make sure she doesn't die too quickly, slice her flesh piece by piece and prepare a soup for me." The servant accepted the order and departed. Meanwhile, Fang Zhongmiao entered a pawnshop, stepped onto the tiled floor, and addressed the smiling pawnbroker. "I heard that the little son of the Minister of Justice went missing a few days ago. He wouldn't happen to be locked up in your cellar, would he?" The pawnbroker's smile froze on her face. Fang Zhongmiao turned on her heel and walked away. Arriving at a grain shop, she picked up a grain of rice, chewed it thoughtfully, and remarked, "Shopkeeper, you are quite unscrupulous. This rice has clearly been bleached after going moldy, yet you sell it as premium rice to wealthy families. I've heard that the matriarch of the Pingjiang Marquisate is suffering from edema and bedridden, likely due to the moldy rice you provide her daily. I must go speak with the Marquis about this." She casually sifted through the grains in the wooden barrel and left with a faint smile. The grain shop owner's face turned ashen, fists clenched tightly. Fang Zhongmiao then entered a security agency and addressed the incoming escort leader. "Good sir, is it true that the large sum of silver buried in the immortal valley of Chifeng Mountain belongs to you? I suspect its origins are rather unsavory. If you don't want it, I might just dig it up myself." The escort leader stood dumbfounded. Fang Zhongmiao scrutinized him with a playful smile before departing. Much of this intelligence was gleaned from her observations, some provided by Longtu, and others were mere conjectures. Such a wealth of incriminating evidence could not only provoke this gang of spies but could also drive them to madness. Upon returning to the alley where her carriage was parked, she extended her hand towards Longtu, requesting 3 copper coins. Longtu bent down to remove his shoes and extracted 3 coins from his foul-smelling socks. Fang Zhongmiao, never mind." Shortly after, Qishou placed the 3 coins in her palm. She tossed the coins into the carriage and caught them on the back of her hand. Upon closer inspection, she chuckled softly. "This divination is known as Earth Watermaster, signifying that war has already begun." Wei Yingyan promptly approached to inspect the carriage, suppressing his anger as he said, "The wheel hub has been loosened." Qishou examined the 2 horses, retrieving several silver needles from their reins. Fang Zhongmiao took a few slow steps, finally turning to Longtu and whispering, "If others wish to kill me, I certainly cannot be the meat on the chopping block. Did you not bring a box of crescent-shaped sabers from the cave? Tonight, take these sabers and wipe out that group of spies, framing it as an attack by barbarian stragglers. I will pay you 100 taels of silver for each head." An eager Dark Zero rubbed his twitching eyelid, cheerily exclaiming, "My lord, I knew that old man would strike it rich tonight." Qishou and Wei Yingyan exchanged glances, their hearts in turmoil. Fang Zhongmiao had indeed offended an entire street of spies in one fell swoop. Her methods were so swift and ruthless that, not only among women but even among men, few could match her. Fang Zhongmiao turned her sparkling eyes toward Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang, inquiring, "I have offended too many people today. Soon a steady stream of assassins will come to kill us. Are you too afraid?" Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang quickly shook their heads, their voices loud. "We are not afraid." Yet Fang Zhongmiao pressed her hand to her chest and frowned, saying, "But I am quite afraid." Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang, "My lord, are you jesting with us?" In an instant Fang Zhongmiao broke into a radiant smile. She strolled toward the street corner, beckoning Qishou and Wei Yingyan. "Ninth lord, you walk in front of me and act as a meat shield." Wei Yingyan, "You walk behind me and help shield me from any hidden arrows. We shall not take the carriage. Instead, we will walk to Chongming Street. I wish to see if these madmen dare to kill in broad daylight." Qishou and Wei Yingyan found themselves both amused and bewildered. The young lady spoke of using others so openly, and it sounded rather pleasant. It was indeed a remarkable skill. The 2 obediently walked ahead, willingly becoming human shields. Fang Zhongmiao turned back to point at Longtu. "Old man, since I have run into you, I shall take responsibility to the end. Where is your home? I shall escort you part way." Longtu hobbled along, chuckling as he said, "What a coincidence, old man's home is right on Chongming Street." Fang Zhongmiao waved her hand lightly. "Let us go." The group emerged from the dark alley and stepped onto the bustling Royal Street, making their way slowly toward Chongming Street. For some unknown reason, many young children had appeared along the sides of the road, laughing and playing, creating quite a ruckus. Strangely, there were no parents in sight to supervise them. Fang Zhongmiao merely glanced and understood everything. Under the cover of the cacophony, she whispered to her entourage, "If I were to come barreling out in an uncontrollable carriage, I would not know how many children I might hit. If the carriage were to collapse, I might well fall to my death. Even if I survive, the bereaved parents would bring me to court, and that would be enough to land me in deep trouble." Qishou turned to glance at her, chuckling, "Indeed. If you wish to be rescued from jail, even the late emperor's private treasury would not suffice to fill this pit, once your money is drained by the emperor and those corrupt officials. Your life will be forfeit, Wei Yingyan scoffed, framing people for imprisonment to extract wealth. Is this not a common tactic of the Ninth Lord? Shishou shot Wei Yingyan a glare, then turned back to Fang Zhongmiao. Noting her lack of adverse reaction, before pretending to be nonchalant and gazing ahead, Wei Yingyan felt a sense of relief. Fang Zhongmiao surveyed the streets on either side, unable to suppress a smile. Her inner voice drifted through the air. What a grand show! The blood light in the center of the brow is darkly red, each one exudes a murderous aura, brimming with malevolence. Do they think I am blind to it? 1 2 3 4 5. As a weak woman, do I truly warrant the attention of dozens of assassins? The woman in the blue dress, the lady in pink, the peddler with the burden. Even that 9-year-old child with a runny nose. Licking a candied hawthorn is an assassin. It seems these spies have been lurking for years, with profound depths. Fang Zhongmiao observed each one, naming them in her mind, finally looking towards Longtu and asking, "Can you discern who among this street is your colleague?" Longtu could recognize the vast majority but was unaware that even the child with the candied hawthorn was an assassin. However, he could not allow himself to lose face in front of the master. So he simply regurgitated the answer. Naturally, the woman in the blue dress, the lady in pink, the peddler with the burden. And yes, that snotty child as well. Shishou and Wei Yingyan shot Longtu disdainful glances. Daisher and Yushuangshuang lowered their heads, pouting. Fang Zhongmiao regarded Longtu with a deep gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, her inner voice fell silent. Longtu anxiously inquired, "Did I say something wrong?" Fang Zhongmiao beamed and replied, "You are correct. Since these individuals are all targeting me, I must see their heads tonight. I will remember their faces, and you should too. Not a single one can be spared. Do you understand?" Longtu quickly assented, unable to suppress the sweat beading on his forehead. He had a feeling that, for that brief moment, the master seemed to see through him entirely. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Chapter 89, The Shield Against Arrows. A multitude of assassins followed closely behind Fang Zhongmiao. The surroundings were filled with raucous voices, while a palpable sense of murderous intent loomed in the shadows. Some concealed poison hooks in their sleeves, others had steel needles and twine in their hair. Some bore short blades at their waists, and others hid sharp edges in their soles. Pairs of blood-red eyes lurked, and icy gazes flickered. The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, causing the heated air to shimmer. Yet the temperature on the royal street seemed to plummet to a wintry chill. Longtu smacked his lips, speaking through his thoughts. "My lord, this situation is quite prickly." Fang Zhongmiao strode forward, seemingly oblivious. Shishou scanned the area, his expression grave. The number of assassins continued to swell, and the ordinary pedestrians on the road seemed to sense the danger, gradually dispersing. Street vendors hastily packed up, the sounds of hawking ceased, and the playful children were forcibly dragged away by their terrified parents. Despite the summer heat, Shishou found himself drenched in cold sweat during the escape with Xiao Zhang from the Kaifeng prefecture to the Linen prefecture. He had never encountered such an overwhelming scene. Today's royal street resembled a battlefield fraught with peril. The enemy's numbers were steadily increasing, while their own side consisted of only 6 individuals. Perhaps Longtu's subordinates were lurking in the shadows. But their numbers could not compare to these spies. Wei Yingyan sighed deeply within. He knew that one misstep today could cost him the second chance at life he had so painstakingly earned. The young lady was truly audacious. Daisher's fingertips trembled slightly as a strong killing intent surged from all directions, piercing her skin painfully. While Yushuangshuang gripped Shishou's hand tightly, timidly calling out, "Daddy." Shishou suddenly halted, turning to Fang Zhongmiao and said, "We won't move any further. You should visit the rouge shop called Drunken Linglong to buy some cosmetics and try to buy time. I will make a trip to the military camp to bring a team of Feiyu guards to escort you." Fang Zhongmiao raised an eyebrow and asked, "What significance does this rouge shop hold?" Shishou replied, "That is the shop of the Grand Princess. No one dares to act violently within." Fang Zhongmiao had no memory of the Grand Princess's power and was unaware of how she could suppress so many evildoers. However, she did not inquire further and had no intention of following Shishou's suggestion. Her inner voice murmured, "At times like this, I trust no one but myself." 3 copper coins were tossed into the air and gracefully caught by her fair hand. A smile broke upon her lips, gaily drifting through the air. This divination indicates that offerings of food and drink are auspicious, embodying righteousness. With this omen, even if death is nigh, there remains a glimmer of hope. The emperor's use of food and drink is not for sustenance, but to perform sacrificial rites. Fang Zhongmiao's gaze subtly shifted, and she had already made up her mind. Respecting rituals, emphasizing sacrifices, serving the Son of Heaven, these are the very skills that the literati excel at. Are they not? Chongming Street is a place where the great Confucian scholars congregate. Naturally, venturing towards Chongming Street will yield a sense of vitality. With this thought, Fang Zhongmiao decisively commanded, "Do not linger. Quicken our pace towards Chongming Street." All around them were assassins, and even the few shops established by royal relatives sensed impending doom, hastily boarding up their entrances in preparation to close early. The urgency of the situation was thus made manifest, yet no one questioned Fang Zhongmiao's decision. Everyone instinctively quickened their steps. Fang Zhongmiao's deep gaze swept across the faces of Shishou and the others. His expression inscrutable. Chongming Street was already adjacent to the Imperial Street. As the group turned a corner, they beheld a grand archway ahead, adorned with a plaque inscribed with the words Chongming Street. The assassins continued to pursue relentlessly, their numbers having increased. Even those dark agents, characterized by high noses and deep-set eyes, with beards twisted like vines, bearing distinct barbarian traits, made their appearance. To eliminate Fang Zhongmiao. A mere woman, this horde of fiends was truly determined. Qishou scanned his surroundings, realizing their escape routes were all blocked, and began to doubt Fang Zhongmiao's judgment. Today's actions were indeed reckless. Who would have thought Fang Zhongmiao could miscalculate? Where to now? Qishou asked, his tone taut. Without hesitation, Fang Zhongmiao replied, to the tavern most frequented by scholars. Qishou replied, it's not far, just a left turn will take us there. However, before he could lead the way, a panting eunuch rushed towards them, holding a decree in hand, urgently stating, Your Excellency, His Majesty wishes to discuss an important matter with you. Please come with me to the palace at once. Lest you keep His Majesty waiting. At that moment, Qishou suddenly recalled the scene from the 7th day of mourning for his elder brother. On that very day, Zhao Zhang had unexpectedly sent him away, resulting in Qi Yuan being left in a dire predicament. Now, these specters of misfortune were once again scheming against Fang Zhongmiao, igniting a surge of anger within him. He hastened forward, reaching out to grasp the eunuch by the throat. Just then, Fang Zhongmiao had already bypassed him, veering left towards a tavern adorned with scrolls and calligraphy. Tossing 3 copper coins into the air, Fang Zhongmiao caught them deftly with the back of her hand. Glancing down with a light laugh, her thoughts drifted lazily. The hexagram is favorable. Success is assured. Qishou shook off the eunuch and peered into the tavern, his heart instantly settling. What a coincidence! Among the merry crowd of scholars sat Shi Zhangqing, the legitimate grandson of the Shi family from Siming. The Shi family boasted 2 kings, 3 chancellors, 4 ministers, 5 secretaries, and 72 successful candidates in the imperial examinations, with half of the court civil and military ranks arising from their lineage. They were firmly rooted in the south, possessing vast lands and maintaining a private army, controlling a portion of the salt and iron trade, their financial resources exceedingly robust, truly a local power capable of overshadowing the imperial authority. Shi Zhangqing had already achieved the top rank in the imperial examinations but chose to resign and retreat into seclusion, disillusioned by the rampant corruption of the great Zhou's bureaucracy, with his grandfather and father incapacitated by illness. The Shi family gradually faded from the court's affairs. However, should Shi Zhangqing become embroiled in this turmoil and fall victim to the hidden agents, the Shi family's private army, wealth, connections, and resources would be mercilessly mobilized against the barbarian invaders. This would be a significant variable in their plans to invade the Central Plains. The high-nosed, deep-eyed barbarian agents immediately concealed themselves among the crowd, hastily retreating. The remaining assassins either stood still, averted their gazes, or quietly withdrew. At this moment, Shi Zhangqing was an untouchable figure. Qishou stood in a daze for a while before shaking his head and smiling. He had been mistaken. If even the heavens could be deciphered, how could Fang Zhongmiao miscalculate? Wei Yingyan also recognized the illustrious Shi Zhangqing. He saw the man lounging among the scholars, his garments loosened, encircled by beauties, raising a wine cup and engaging in animated discourse. Exuding an air of debauchery, everyone surrounded him, akin to stars encircling the moon. Though his extraordinarily handsome face wore a frivolous smile, the glint in his eyes was cold and weary. Fang Zhongmiao merely cast a cursory glance and immediately understood that it was this disheveled youth who had compelled so many assassins to retreat. Her thoughts reverberated with admiration. What a striking visage, what admirable features! Qishou couldn't help but touch his own face. He remembered how Fang Zhongmiao had once praised him for his good looks. Compared to Shi Zhangqing, how did he measure up? His thoughts murmured softly, this man is destined for a life without wife or concubine, without child or daughter. Yet in his realms of wealth, fortune, parental blessings, official career, and servitude, he is surrounded by a radiant purple aura, truly blessed and exceedingly wealthy. It turns out the more effective shield is this jovial reveler. Fang Zhongmiao stepped forward, her eyes shimmering with determination. Her thoughts rang resolutely. It's decided. I shall invite him to serve as a tutor at the Ningyuan Marquis' residence. No other scholar, no matter how learned, can compare. I want him alone. Qishou and Wei Yingyan exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. Would Shi Zhangqing really accept a position at a mere Marquis' residence, unless the sun were to rise in the west? The reveling Shi Zhangqing's smile faltered slightly, a flicker of dark intrigue crossing his gaze. What was that voice? This woman is exceedingly arrogant. Chapter 90, Fang Qinzi's coffin lid threatens to burst. Fang Zhongmiao and her companions suddenly appeared at the tavern's entrance, drawing the gaze of many. Qishou, clad in a red robe and standing tall, was quite the sight. Yet, even more striking was Fang Zhongmiao, draped in swirling white veils, exuding an ethereal beauty. She offered a slight nod to the gathered crowd in the main hall, her expression cool and aloof, her profound gaze gradually settling on Shi Zhangqing, leaning back lazily against his chair. Shi Zhangqing embraced 2 enchanting women, his narrowed eyes scrutinizing Fang Zhongmiao, a vague smirk curling his thin lips. A scholar seated beside him, aware of his preferences, promptly remarked, "Your Excellency, we do not welcome the courthounds here." This remark was quite rude, yet Chi Xiu had grown accustomed to it. His notorious reputation was entirely due to these literati who only knew how to wield their tongues. The summoned eunuch hastily interjected, "Your Excellency, His Majesty is still waiting for you in the palace. Please come with me at once." Chi Xiu stood still, instinctively glancing at Fang Zhongmiao. She raised a hand, gently waving it, signaling that he could leave. She had found a new meat shield. Turning back, she instructed, "Retrieve the floating corpses from the Qiantang River. They are not mere refugees, and this case is of great consequence." Discarding them once used, "Fang Zhongmiao, you truly are remarkable." Chi Xiu smirked coldly, remaining unmoved. Fang Zhongmiao cast a sidelong glance at him, revealing a hint of impatience, prompting him to meaningfully glance at Shi Zhengqing before sweeping away. With Fang Zhongmiao having already divined a favorable outcome, what could he possibly worry about? Even the heavens could not contend with Fang Zhongmiao. Those assassins were naturally powerless against her. Fang Zhongmiao turned her gaze to Wei Yingyan, gesturing for him to leave as well. Wei Yingyan replied, "I can now understand Chi Xiu's feelings. Young madam, you truly embody the essence of burning bridges." After crossing them, Wei Yingyan shot a deep look at Shi Zhengqing before trailing after Chi Xiu. Long Tu, in a hushed voice, murmured, "My lord, please do not drive me away. The wine they are drinking smells exquisite, tantalizing my senses. Let me indulge a bit before I go. I assure you it won't hinder your affairs." Fang Zhongmiao turned to him, whispering, "I have no intention of sending you away at first. Tell me who this man is." Long Tu replied, "Shi Zhengqing, the legitimate grandson of the Simingshi family." Having perused the unofficial histories of the great Zhou, Fang Zhongmiao certainly understood the weight of the Shi family name. A look of realization dawned on her face, her gaze lightly sweeping over Shi Zhengqing. Her thoughts floated gently, a figure of prominence, brimming with pride. "I should have guessed he was the one who topped the imperial examinations and voluntarily resigned." His pride is both his strength and his greatest flaw. His successes and failures all hinge upon this one trait. Shi Zhengqing tilted his head slightly, draining his cup, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his half-closed eyes. Though the peculiarity of this woman warranted investigation, her arrogant and shallow demeanor was genuinely off-putting. Long Tu discerned that Shi Zhengqing could hear his lord's thoughts, yet he felt little concerned that I in this world, who could humble their lord. He stepped into the tavern, cheerfully declaring, "Today, I shall drink to my heart's content." As he prepared to indulge, a server rushed out, shouting, "Who is this beggar? Get lost!" A scholar mocked, "Even your excellency cannot enter our establishment. How dare you, a beggar, show up? Be sensible and leave, or we shall have you thrown out." Long Tu had one foot in the door and the other on the threshold, his drooping eyelids twitching slightly. Damn it, it turns out that suppressing the urge to strike someone is even harder than enduring poison. Shi Zhengqing set his cup down on the table, and the beauty in his arms immediately refilled it. Propping his chin on his hand, he smiled at Fang Zhongmiao and inquired, "And you are?" Fang Zhongmiao curtsied gracefully, "I am Fang Zhongmiao, daughter of Fang Qinzi." The revelers in the hall fell silent. Shi Zhengqing's frivolous smile instantly morphed into a cold, disdainful glare. So it was the daughter of that sorceress. "What brings you here?" Yu Feian went missing in the river, but he did not vanish here. His words dripped with malice, more pungent than the surrounding aroma of wine. The crowd of scholars erupted in mocking laughter, with a few drunken patrons brazenly jesting, "Perhaps she seeks another man to alleviate her loneliness." Fang Zhongmiao remained unfazed, directly stating, "I have come to invite you to serve as a tutor at the Ningyuan Marquis' residence." Shi Zhengqing feigned shock before bursting into laughter. In the next moment, those around him joined in guffawing. Someone raised their voice, "Yin Hui, Shi Zhengqing's courtesy name. Did I hear that correctly? She wishes to invite you to be a tutor at the Ningyuan Marquis' residence." "Ha ha!" Another mocked. "How bold of her to make such a proposal. Where does this ignorant woman come from? Did you not have parents to teach you since childhood? What good could her father, Fang Qinzi, possibly impart to her? Truly, it's like a toad yawning, boasting such audacity." "Yen Hui, this matter is enough to amuse me for an entire year." Ha! The laughter of mockery echoed throughout the tavern, drawing the curious glances of passers-by. Assassins lurked within the crowd, observing from the shadows. It seemed that Fang Zhongmiao would soon be driven away by Shi Zhengqing, and the moment to act would arrive swiftly. Daisher and Yu Shuang's faces flushed with anger. Long Tu sat on the threshold, silently removing his tattered shoes and extending his feet. The indescribable stench caused the literati to cover their noses, abruptly halting their laughter. Fang Zhongmiao cast an appreciative glance at Long Tu and quietly held her breath, saying, "Young Master Shi, you wish to alter the political landscape, yet you lack the capability. You aspire to quell the chaos of the world, but still, you are powerless. Thus, you choose to evade." Shi Zhengqing, brushing aside the strands of hair of the beauty in his arms, gently scratched his prominent nose. The fragrance wafting from her hair brought him some comfort. He did not even glance at Fang Zhongmiao, much less heed her provocations. This was sheer disdain. Fang Zhongmiao smiled faintly and remarked, "Young Master Shi, if I could indeed change the political situation and pacify the tumultuous world, would you then agree to serve as a teacher at my Ningyuan Marquis mansion?" Shi Zhengqing paused momentarily in his action of twirling the strands of hair with his fingertips, And his expression finally shifted. He turned to Fang Zhongmiao, narrowing his eyes slightly before bursting into laughter. In response, the surrounding scholars joined in, clapping their hands in mockery. Long Tu flung his dark socks into the hall, and the raucous laughter immediately transformed into a chorus of coughs. Shi Jinqing's momentum diminished instantly. Pushing aside the two beauties in his embrace, he shot a glare at a nearby servant. The servant hurriedly pinched his nose and rushed forward, pinching Long Tu's socks between two fingers before sprinting into the kitchen, tossing them into the roaring flames of the stove. Only then did Shi Jinqing take a shallow breath and contemptuously say, "Fang Zhongmiao, do you even realize what you are saying? Whether you comprehend it or not, I suggest you turn right ahead and walk half a mile to the Huichun Hall to have a doctor check your pulse. You seem to have lost your senses." Fang Zhongmiao spread her hands and replied with a calm demeanor, "Young Master Shi, I only ask you, if I succeed, would you be willing to come to the Marquis Mansion as a teacher?" Shi Jinqing regarded her silently for a moment before mockingly saying, "If you succeed, I shall bet my entire fortune on it. Not only will I be your teacher, but I will also cover all expenses for the children of the Yu family, including ink, paper, and brushes, using only the finest materials. I will invite every renowned scholar of the Great Zhou to teach them, one each day, without repetition." He made such a bold promise because he knew Fang Zhongmiao could never achieve it. Suddenly Fang Zhongmiao clapped her hands, exclaiming loudly, "Good, young Master Shi is indeed a man of great stature. Then let us seal this agreement." Shi Jinqing's face was a mask of disdain and contempt as he waved his hand dismissively. "Come find me when you have altered the political landscape and quelled the chaos of the world. You may leave now, this is no place for an ignorant woman like you." Several scholars nearby chimed in immediately, urging her to depart. "Be gone, take this beggar with you, Yan Hui, do not mind her. Let us play chess. Today's prize is the renowned painting Mountain Dwelling." As we agreed, the crowd grew enthusiastic, pulling out their purses, shouting, "Let us make a small wager, come everyone, place your bets." The two beauties promptly brought forth the chessboard in pieces. Setting them on the table, the tavern keeper rushed forward with a broom, intent on ushering them out. With countless assassins lurking outside, how could Fang Zhongmiao possibly leave? She cast a glance at Dai Shi, who instantly subdued the tavern keeper. Fang Zhongmiao took Yu Shuangshuang's hand and slowly walked into the hall, saying lightly, "I too wish to place a wager." 3 copper coins soared into the air. Caught deftly by her palm, she whispered to herself, "This hexagram is named Original Spirit Resting in Trouble. It appears Shi Jinqing will lose." With that thought, she tossed a coin onto the chessboard, confidently stating, "I bet on young Master Shi's defeat. If he truly loses, I do not wish for your silver. I only require one promise from young Master Shi." All fell silent and then collectively looked up at Fang Zhongmiao with disbelief. One person, half smiling, said, "Do you know what rank Yan Hui's chess skills hold?" Fang Zhongmiao replied nonchalantly, "I need not know his rank. I only know that in this match, he will undoubtedly lose." The tavern was enveloped in silence. Moments later, Shi Jinqing, embracing the two alluring women, erupted into hearty laughter. He shook his head lightly, with a hint of derision, saying, "If you lose, I shall demand that you take down the plaque of the Ningyuan Marquis Mansion and replace it with one I shall have custom made, inscribed in gilded characters with these words, 'My father Fang Chenzi is a calamity to the nation and a demon.' Should such a plaque truly hang at the Marquis Mansion's entrance, all of Fang Chenzi's reputation would be ruined. Perhaps even centuries later, history would judge him by this phrase. It would be a profound humiliation if Fang Zhongmiao dares to agree. Not even Fang Chenzi's coffin could contain it." Yet Fang Zhongmiao stepped forward boldly, kneeling at the edge of the chessboard, extending her hand to invite the two players. "Come." Chapter 91, Destiny is not unchangeable. Fang Zhongmiao sat at the center of the chessboard, with Shi Jinqing and his friend on either side. Both regarded her with mocking glances. Dai Shi glanced at the mountain-dwelling painting hanging high above, then scrutinized Shi Jinqing's opponent, her face revealing a moment of realization. She quickly bent down, leaning close to Fang Zhongmiao's ear, whispering hurriedly, "Miss Shi Jinqing has never lost a match since he was 12, earning the title of chess sage. His opponent must be Li Liankai, a scion of a prominent family and a disciple of the great scholar Lu. He desires this mountain-dwelling painting so much that he has played with Shi Jinqing 1,008 times, losing every single time. You must not bet on him winning. He is notorious for only losing, never winning." Li Liankai coughed lightly, resting his fist against his lips. "Little girl, you could speak a bit louder." Laughter erupted among the surrounding scholars. Fang Zhongmiao remained unfazed, extending her hand and inviting, "Gentlemen, please make your moves." Shi Jinqing turned to her, his eyes narrowing, and with a hint of a smile, asked, "Are you truly Fang Chenzi's biological daughter? If you are, you should not partake in such a ridiculous wager." Fang Zhongmiao pointed at the chessboard with her index finger and stated deliberately, "I bet you will surely lose." Shi Jinqing was finally provoked, his smiling lips slowly pressed together, his expression turning exceptionally contemptuous. He picked up a black piece and placed it on the board, taunting, "Very well, since you wish for your father to be remembered in infamy, how could I not grant your wish? You are quite filial." Li Liankai chuckled derisively and placed a white piece. The surrounding scholars eagerly placed their bets on Shi Jinqing. One raised his voice, saying, "Madam of the loyal and brave Marquis, You are likely unaware. We only bet for amusement. No one truly believes Yen Hui will lose, another chimed in. Students coming to Linen to take the imperial examination often find themselves short on funds and come to us. Upon encountering them, Yen Hui invariably plays chess with Liang Kai. We bet on Yen Hui losing, while the students bet on Liang Kai losing, thus enabling us to win back funds for their examination preparations. This wager is essentially a charitable endeavor aiding students in hardship and has nothing to do with gambling. A person at the back added, there has never been a different outcome in our wagers. Yen Hui's reputation as a generous benefactor arose from this. When we bet on Yen Hui losing, it is in jest. However, your bet against Yen Hui is born of greed and malice. You, madam, are truly shallow to make such a grand spectacle of yourself. The crowd erupted in mockery. Within a day, your foolish reputation will spread throughout Linen. I suggest you refrain from venturing out, lest you become a laughingstock. If you must go out, it would be wise to wear a veil to hide your shame. Laughter rang out in waves, resounding throughout the tavern, and Fang Zhongmiao became their greatest source of ridicule. Daisher, still not adept in her training, felt her face flush. While Yu Xuanshuang managed to remain composed. Though her teeth began to itch, Long Tu, seated at a nearby table, grabbed a jug of wine previously consumed by others and drank deeply while devouring leftover dishes. Why not enjoy a free feast? He thought, laugh all you want, wait until that fool truly loses, and see if you can still laugh. My master's divination has never been wrong. Faced with such derision and humiliation, most women would have long covered their faces with their sleeves and fled in disgrace. Yet Fang Zhongmiao remained composed, her hands resting calmly on her knees. She watched the match between Shi Zhengqing and Li Liankai, her thoughts tranquil. Daisher and Yu Xuanshuang could not comprehend the chess game. Unaware of who held the advantage, they attempted to glean Fang Zhongmiao's thoughts to ascertain the progress but overheard nothing. Gradually, however, beads of sweat appeared on Li Liangsai's forehead while Shi Zhengqing lounged in his chair. Casually toying with a black piece between his long fingers, his languid demeanor indicated he felt entirely secure in victory. The crowd continued to praise Shi Zhengqing's remarkable chess skills. Daisher and Yu Xuanshuang frequently glanced at Fang Zhongmiao, anxiety brewing within them. Surely their master had not made a miscalculation. The white pieces had been consistently captured by the black ones. From any perspective, it seemed Shi Zhengqing could not possibly lose. As the 39th move unfolded, Fang Zhongmiao's thoughts suddenly echoed. The black pieces should ignore the white pieces' advances and position themselves on the second row. As Shi Zhengqing raised his hand, poised to place the black piece on the second line, he suddenly halted his motion. Though anger flickered in his eyes, it was a sentiment he could not express. Had he not heard the saying, a true gentleman observes the game in silence? Yet Fang Zhongmiao only pondered this in his heart, refraining from voicing it, thus not overstepping any bounds. Shi Zhengqing shifted his fingertips, placing the black piece elsewhere, dismissing the path revealed by Fang Zhongmiao. Upon discerning the landing point of the black piece, a fleeting glimmer of amusement, imperceptible to anyone else, flashed in Fang Zhongmiao's gaze. Opposite him, Li Liangsai's fingertip trembled, his heart gripped by astonishment. Had he just exposed a flaw that Yen Hui failed to capitalize on? Such a rare opportunity must not be squandered. He would retaliate fiercely. Having played thousands of games against Shi Zhengqing, although he often lost, Li Liangsai's skills had already reached a remarkable level that he pursued relentlessly, his style increasingly aggressive. By the 62nd move, the tides of the game had astonishingly turned. By the 71st move, Shi Zhengqing's hand, clutching the black piece, lingered above the board, unmoving for an extended moment. Laughter, discussions, and praises from the surrounding literati faded into an eerie silence within the hall. The mountain-dwelling painting hanging high swayed in the breeze, producing a rustling sound. Fang Zhongmiao's inner voice resonated in the air. Had Shi Zhengqing placed the piece on the second line during the 39th move, severing the white pieces, the 71st move would have been the pivotal stroke. A single piece resolving two threats, the white pieces would have crumbled in an instant, and this game would have been immortalized as a masterstroke. Alas, what a pity! Such is the fate of a single misstep. Fang Zhongmiao turned to Shi Zhengqing, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke slowly. Young Master Shi, you have lost. The surrounding crowd fell into a stunned silence, including Li Liankai, who believed victory was assured. Shi Zhengqing stared at the chessboard for a long time before lifting his gaze to scrutinize Fang Zhongmiao with newfound seriousness. The 39th move. He had already calculated the current position. His analytical prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals by hundreds of times. He had believed himself to be the best, yet it was evident that Fang Qinzi's daughter possessed equal analytical skill. He prided himself on his chess abilities, having forsaken the winning move, only to face utter defeat. He had overestimated himself and underestimated Li Liankai. Withdrawing his gaze, he tossed the black piece into the chess box and calmly declared, I concede, Liankai, the mountain-dwelling painting is yours. Li Liankai stood in stunned silence for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. The onlookers were uncertain whether to join in, their expressions peculiar. Daisher and Yu Xuanshuang could not contain their excitement, jumping up and exclaiming, my lady has won, ha, my godmother has triumphed. He, Long Tu, smirked, wearing an expression that suggested he had anticipated this outcome. Shi Zhengqing rose, looking down at Fang Zhongmiao, and inquired, what conditions do you wish to propose? You wouldn't want me to go to the Ningyuan Marquis' residence as a tutor, would you? Wu Fong Zhongmiao shook his head, asserting that an agreement is an agreement, and a wager is a wager. My condition is that you immediately send someone back to the Shi family to procure the most luxurious carriage and the finest private soldiers to escort me to the Ningyuan Marquis' residence. You must personally accompany me on this journey, Shi Zhengqing. This condition took him by surprise, yet upon reflection it seemed reasonable. Could it be that Fong Zhongmiao had taken a liking to him and wished for a marriage proposal? The surrounding crowd erupted in hushed whispers, casting irreverent glances at Fong Zhongmiao. Unfazed, Fong Zhongmiao's heart echoed with disdainful laughter. Were it not for the pursuit of barbarian spies, I would not have sought you out. Do not misunderstand, you are merely a meat shield, Shi Zhengqing. Ahem, I truly misjudged. He cast a deep glance at Fong Zhongmiao and instructed, wait here, I will send someone to arrange for the Shi family's carriage and guards. Fong Zhongmiao patted his stomach, silently contemplating, I am somewhat hungry, should I order a few dishes? The carriage from the Shi family will take some time to arrive. Yu Xuanchuang expressed her eagerness to assist. Exclaiming, Godmother, it is already noon, you must be hungry. I will go to the kitchen and order some dishes. Shi chimed in, I will go with you, I know what my lady enjoys in such taverns. There is usually no menu, whatever ingredients are available that day can be chosen by the guests in the kitchen, ensuring the freshest offerings. The two girls, hand in hand, ran off, while Fong Zhongmiao turned to watch their retreating figures. His gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts, his heart enveloped in silence. Long Tu continued to drink, his belly round with satisfaction. Fong Zhongmiao tossed him a piece of silver, saying, old man, it was my fault to have injured you. Take this 5 taels of silver to find a doctor. Long Tu, not one to dally, pocketed the 5 taels and sneakily stashed a flask of fine wine, cheerfully departing with the air of the Shi family and private soldiers for protection. Safety was assured. The literati, finding it inappropriate to linger around a lady, gradually dispersed to other tables. With no one around, Fong Zhongmiao finally placed 3 copper coins on the table and mused playfully. This hexagram does not signify the restless spirit, but rather a single piece determining the fate of the universe. Shi Zhengqing, you could have won. I have always said that your arrogance is your greatest weakness. Chapter 92. In this round, the heart remained steadfast. The tavern attendant brought a table laden with food and drink, and Fong Zhongmiao beckoned Shi and Yu Xuanchuang to join her. Li Liangkai had the waiter bring a ladder, climbing up to retrieve the mountain-dwelling painting, examining it with keen eyes before bursting into laughter. A group of literati gathered beneath the ladder, offering congratulations with polite gestures. Li Liangkai, increasingly elated, waved his hand grandly, declaring, today's feast is on me. Tavern keeper, bring forth the finest food and drink for my esteemed friends to enjoy. The tavern keeper hurriedly bowed in gratitude. The rest cheered, clapped, and laughed, creating a lively atmosphere. At that moment, Shi Zhengqing entered, casting his gaze upon Li Liangkai perched on the ladder. The jubilant noise ceased abruptly, plunging the tavern into silence. Li Liangkai quickly rolled up the mountain-dwelling painting and tucked it into his sleeve. Shi Zhengqing shook his head, speaking languidly, laugh if you wish, make noise if you like. It is just a painting, after all. I am not so attached to it. The crowd, seeing his genuine indifference, resumed their smiles. The 2 lovely ladies approached him, swaying their slender waists, wrapping their arms around his, and gently caressing his chest. With his long hair cascading and his robe open, his handsome face bore a carefree smile. Yu Xuanchuang and Shi exchanged glances, marveling inwardly. No wonder this man captivates so many ladies' hearts. Fong Zhongmiao cast a glance, silently admiring. This man is akin to the moon in the sky. Shi Zhengqing's ears perked slightly, a smirk forming at the corners of his lips as he playfully embraced the 2 ladies and approached Fong Zhongmiao. Let us go. I will escort you back to the Ningyuan Marquis' residence. He had already dispatched someone to investigate, and indeed, there were barbarian spies lurking outside the tavern. Fong Zhongmiao's concerns were not unfounded. Fong Zhongmiao stood up, accepting the handkerchief Shi offered to wipe her hands. She surveyed the 2 enchanting women and inquired, will they be accompanying us as well? Shi Zhengqing planted kisses on the cheeks of the 2 ladies, casting a sidelong glance at Fong Zhongmiao and teasingly challenging. Indeed, we shall all go together. If the lady of the loyal and brave marquis has any objections, she may return alone. Fong Zhongmiao shook her head, smiled, and walked forward, her inner voice light as air, with 2 more people to shield me from arrows. What is there to mind? Shi and Yu Xuanchuang giggled, hurrying to catch up. Shi Zhengqing's carefree demeanor faltered, and after standing still for a moment, he lazily pushed away the 2 ladies and strolled toward the entrance. A lavish carriage awaited at the roadside, surrounded by 100 private soldiers clad in dark blue uniforms, armed with long spears. The lurking assassins had long since departed, leaving only a few watching from the shadows. A strikingly handsome youth, brimming with arrogance, rode up on horseback, casting an unabashed gaze at Fong Zhongmiao. He tugged at the reins, guiding his horse closer, leaning down to fixate on Fong Zhongmiao's eyes, and whispered, Lady of the loyal and brave marquis, why must you insist on my brother's escort? Let me tell you, do not employ the same entanglements with Yufeian on my brother. Our Shi family will not allow a widow to enter our doors. Fong Zhongmiao paid no heed to the youth, instead glancing back at Shi Zhengqing, a hint of mockery gracing her lips. Her inner voice teased, if only you knew that in my eyes. Your brother is merely a human shield serving only to shield me from blades. Would you weep for your brother's plight? Shi Zhangqing, approaching, nearly lost his carefree demeanor. Though he had a thick skin, he felt his ears burning with embarrassment. He quickened his pace, urging, "This is my younger brother, Sir Gillen. He is Na'vi, so do not hold it against him. Let us board the carriage. It is getting late, brother. Why are you protecting her?" Sir Gillen's disbelief heightened. His voice inadvertently rising, Shi Zhangqing shot him a glare, signaling the servant to lower the short ladder for Fang Zhongmiao to board the carriage. Inside the spacious carriage, a table and a chessboard were set up. Fang Zhongmiao took the seat of honor, with Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang flanking her. Shi Zhangqing felt it inappropriate to be among three women, so he made his way toward a magnificent black horse. However, Fang Zhongmiao called out to him, "Come inside and sit with me." Shi Zhangqing frowned. "This is not proper." Shi Gillen snorted disdainfully, his face contorted with contempt. He could tolerate his brother's frivolity with women of ill repute. But Fang Zhongmiao was a respectable lady. If her reputation were tarnished, his brother might be compelled to marry her, which was absolutely unacceptable. Shi Zhangqing continued toward the black horse. Shi Gillen tightened his grip on the reins. Advancing on horseback, Fang Zhongmiao, with a firm tone, declared, "Young master Shi, are you unable to accept defeat?" Shi Zhangqing recalled the earlier chess game and relented, turning back to say, "Since you do not care for your reputation, what do I have to fear?" He mounted the carriage, bending low to enter. Fang Zhongmiao commanded, "Close the car windows and curtains, ensuring that the outside world cannot glimpse the interior." Shi Zhangqing furrowed his brow slightly. Shi Gillen abruptly turned around, hissing in anger, "Fang Zhongmiao, what do you intend to do with my brother? It is already improper for a man and a woman to be alone together, and now you wish to further shut the doors and windows. Have you no shame?" Unperturbed by Shi Gillen's outburst, Fang Zhongmiao reiterated her order to Shi Zhangqing, "Draw the curtains tightly, leaving not a single gap." The windows on both sides had already been closed by Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang. Shi Zhangqing pondered silently. Once the doors and windows were shut, what would others speculate about his notorious reputation? In less than half a day, the entire city would be rife with scandalous rumors regarding his association with Fang Zhongmiao. The truth of her being pursued was one thing, her desire to cling to him was perhaps equally true. After all, she was currently in possession of great treasure, alone and vulnerable, desperately needing a protector. Contemplating this, Shi Zhangqing raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a smirk of disdain. If Fang Zhongmiao's inner thoughts floated above him, if Shi Zhangqing were to ride outside, those assassins would shoot all their arrows into the carriage, leaving me nowhere to hide. Therefore, Shi Zhangqing must remain with me. By tightly closing the curtains and windows, the assassins will be unaware of our precise location, rendering their hidden weapons ineffective. Regardless, I must firmly hold on to Shi Zhangqing, this human shield, until we return to the Marquis's residence. He must not leave my side. The smirk on Shi Zhangqing's lips froze, and he instinctively scratched his nose, then lowered his head. It could only be said that he was fortunate Fang Zhongmiao could not hear his thoughts. Otherwise, the situation would indeed be awkward. Shi Zhangqing promptly pulled the curtains tight, without uttering a single word. Outside, Shi Gillen's voice erupted in frustration. "Brother, do you really listen to her? Tomorrow, the entire city of Linen will be abuzz with rumors of your affair with the widow of the loyal and brave Marquis. Do you still wish to marry?" Shi Zhangqing snapped back. Silence. He then commanded a coachman, "Drive faster." The carriage began to move slowly, and Shi Zhangqing turned to Fang Zhongmiao, asking, "Which route shall we take?" Fang Zhongmiao extended her index finger to tap the table, commanding, "You and I shall switch places." Shi Zhangqing replied, "You truly make complete use of me as your human shield." Defeated, he had no choice but to exchange positions with Fang Zhongmiao. Once seated, she mused inwardly, "Sitting here, if arrows come from the front, Shi Zhangqing will help block them. If arrows come from behind, Shi Gillen will help block them." Quite safe indeed. Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang suppressed their laughter. Shi Zhangqing's deep cultivation nearly faltered. Anyone who fell into this woman's hands would be reduced to nothing more than bones. Shi Zhangqing leaned back, attempting to calm the tumultuous emotions within, and then inquired, "Which way shall we go?" Fang Zhongmiao smiled lightly, her tone playful. "Naturally, we shall proceed straight down the Imperial Street." Shi Zhangqing was taken aback. While arranging the carriage, he had casually checked and learned that Fang Zhongmiao had recklessly given the prescription of the revival hall to all the pharmacies on the street, thereby inviting disaster. And now not only did she not avoid Imperial Street, but she also intended to traverse it. How could she be so brazen? The Shi family had indeed become her tiger skin and shield. For reasons unknown, Shi Zhangqing found himself chuckling softly. He called out to the outside, "Proceed along Imperial Street." Such a libertine would hardly regard this minor danger with any seriousness. Today's events were exceedingly amusing. The convoy passed through Imperial Street in grand fashion. Fang Zhongmiao instructed the coachman, "When we reach the revival hall, please inform me." The coachman acknowledged from outside. Before long, they arrived at the revival hall. Fang Zhongmiao turned to Shi Zhangqing, quietly commanding, "You may open the window." Shi Zhangqing complied, and Fang Zhongmiao leaped over the low table to stand behind him, resting a hand on his shoulder while half her head peeked out, offering a slight smile to Tang Yuhong, who stood at the entrance of the revival hall. This was a blatant provocation, a clear declaration of war. Tang Yuhong fixed his gaze on Fang Zhongmiao. His face, marked by a palm print, twitched uncontrollably, his eyes flashing with venomous fury. Despite his extreme rage, he could do nothing but stand at a distance and watch. From this day forth, Fang Zhongmiao had become the person he despised most. Unless he eliminated her, he would find no peace at night. As the carriage passed the revival hall, Fang Zhongmiao softly said, "All right, you may close the window now." Shi Zhengqing gently shut the window, casting a meaningful glance at the delicate, pale hand resting on his shoulder. He understood clearly that Fang Zhongmiao's touch was not a gesture of intimacy, but rather a means to pull him aside as a shield against arrows. This woman was indeed ruthless. Fang Zhongmiao returned to her previous position, propping her elbow on the table, her palm resting against her forehead, lazily chuckling. Her inner thoughts floated joyfully. Seeing Tang Yuhuang nearly spitting blood in rage brings me great satisfaction. This round, my resolve is solidified. Shi Zhengqing, Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang turned their heads away to stifle their laughter. Chapter 93, the Shi family is mine for the taking. The convoy smoothly traversed Imperial Street. Fang Zhongmiao commanded to the residence of the Dali Temple's minister. Shi Gilan's impatient voice rang out from outside. "Why are you so meddlesome?" Fang Zhongmiao shot an admonishing glance at Shi Zhengqing. Shi Zhengqing sighed in resignation and called out, "When I tell you to go, you go. Why so many questions?" Shi Gilan protested. "Brother, are you still my brother? Have you truly been enchanted by this sorceress?" Shi Zhengqing, increasingly exasperated, replied in a hushed tone, "You could shout a little louder." "So the entire city knows I have been bewitched by the daughter of the sorcerer Fang Qinzi." After a moment of silence outside, Shi Gilan's disgruntled voice finally replied, "To the residence of the Dali Temple's minister." The convoy gradually changed direction. Fang Zhongmiao tapped the chessboard lightly with her index finger, inquiring, "Do you dislike my father?" Shi Zhengqing retrieved 2 chess boxes from the drawer, suggesting, "Let us engage in a game." Fang Zhongmiao picked up a black piece, reiterating her question, "Why do you dislike my father? Is that even a question? The plaque I crafted for your Fang family has long made everything clear." Shi Zhengqing replied with a half-smile, unwilling to answer such a pointless inquiry. His inner thoughts drifted through the air. "If I ask you a question and you refuse to answer, why should I satisfy you?" With a flick of his wrist, Fang Zhongmiao tossed the black piece back into the box. "Master Shi, play with yourself." Shi Zhengqing clenched the white piece, his frustration bubbling to the surface. Being toyed with and coerced repeatedly without any recourse was a novel experience for him. He set down the white piece, suppressing his anger as he spoke. "I am close friends with the former crown prince and Lu Yunin." Fang Zhongmiao was momentarily taken aback, inwardly contemplating, the former crown prince again. It seems my father must have made quite a few enemies over this matter. Knowing the risks involved in abolishing the crown prince, and that Zhao Zhang is a fool, why would he take such a significant risk? From a public perspective, while the late emperor was not a conqueror, he was indeed a wise ruler. What were those two thinking? Shi Zhengqing secretly scoffed. Fang Qinzi was undoubtedly acting out of self-interest. Zhao Zhang served him as though he were a father, being exceedingly diligent to maintain his wealth and status. Fang Qinzi would certainly seek to elevate the compliant Zhao Zhang. Seething with indignation, Shi Zhengqing spoke gravely. "For the sake of wealth and power, your father caused the demise of the former crown prince and brought great suffering to Lu Yunin. Tell me, should I not loathe him, even if I were to blame you?" "It would be entirely reasonable if," Fang Zhongmiao inwardly scoffed, "my father would abolish the crown prince for wealth and power. That is the greatest joke in the world." She cast a glance at Shi Zhengqing, her thoughts resonating softly. "My cultivation is profound and unfathomable, and my father's skills surpass even mine. We have both transcended the mundane. Wealth and power are easily within our grasp, mere trifles of little significance. My father must have had reasons beyond ordinary understanding for abolishing the former crown prince. I must investigate further." Daisher and Yu Shuangshuang nodded in agreement. Shi Zhengqing lowered his head, concealing the disdain in his eyes. Fang Zhongmiao was indeed somewhat peculiar, yet she was far from being unfathomable. She lacked the capital for arrogance, yet engaged in arrogant behavior, ultimately becoming a source of ridicule. There was nothing to investigate regarding the events of that year. The crown prince had died spitting blood, calling out Fang Qinzi's name in deep hatred. He had witnessed that scene with his own eyes. Shi Zhengqing closed the chess boxes, his expression dark as water. Fang Zhongmiao asked, "Who is Lu Yunin?" Shi Zhengqing looked at her, surprised. How could Fang Zhongmiao be unaware of the deep enmity between Lu Yunin and the Fang family? Daisher quickly leaned in to whisper to her. Lu Yunin was the former crown prince's companion, sharing a bond that was anything but ordinary. When they were discovered by a concubine during their intimate moments, it was reported to the court. The late emperor, furious, ordered Lu Yunin's patella to be removed, stripping him of his titles and imprisoning him in the dungeons. The former crown prince, deeply devoted to Lu Yunin, stormed into the dungeons to rescue him. The late emperor, profoundly disappointed, issued the decree to abolish the crown prince that very night. In his struggle against the late emperor, the former crown prince ultimately perished in Lu Yunin's embrace. The grand princess, Lu Yunin's maternal uncle, doted on him greatly, doing everything in her power to assist him. After the former crown prince's death, the late emperor, heartbroken and devoid of spirit, released Lu Yunin back into the world. Fang Zhongmiao raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. She had not anticipated that the court struggles of that year harbored such intricate love and hatred. Shi Zhengqing coldly remarked, Lu Yunin had no romantic involvement with the former crown prince. Your father, Fang Qinzi, is the one who ensnared them. Your father committed numerous sins back then, making many enemies. Now that Zhu Feiyan has passed away, you have lost your final ally. It would be wise to exercise caution as you venture forth. Your father's political adversaries will undoubtedly seek to retaliate against you with unrelenting ferocity. Fang Zhongmiao lightly tapped her fingertips against the table, contemplating. So, the Shi family, the Grand Princess, the Lu family of Lu Yunin, and the remnants of the former Crown Prince's faction are all my sworn enemies? Shi Zhengqing replied with gravitas. Not merely them. Do not forget that the Qi family was also ruined by your father. Fang Zhongmiao suddenly realized, and there's also Zhu Qiansui. Are you afraid? Shi Zhengqing mused with a semblance of a smile. Just then Fang Zhongmiao's languid voice echoed in the air. But Qi Xiu has become a weapon in my grasp. And you, Shi Gongzi, are currently serving as my human shield, are you not? Shi Zhengqing's smile faltered. Dai Shi and Yu Xuanchuan lowered their heads, grinning quietly. Ha, you are indeed audacious, no matter how bold you are. You cannot escape the grasp of our lord. At that moment, Shi Gilan's impatient voice broke through. Master Luo Renzhong of the Dali Temple has arrived. Fang Zhongmiao remained seated, merely instructing. Inform the doorman at the Luo residence that their young master has been captured by the Yongxing tea house on the Royal Street. I inadvertently stumbled upon this matter earlier and barely managed to escape the clutches of the tea house's pursuers. Urge them to send someone quickly to rescue him, otherwise, the child may never be found again. Although Shi Gilan held a disdain for Fang Zhongmiao, he discerned the gravity of the situation. He promptly relayed her words to the doorman at the Luo residence. The doorman's expression changed dramatically as he dashed away. Fang Zhongmiao listened to the chaotic sounds outside, pondering to herself, the child will naturally be found. I have already dispatched someone to intercept and protect him. I am merely awaiting the Luo family to act. Shi Zhengqing gazed at her, raising an eyebrow. How many people have you offended today? Fang Zhongmiao simply smiled, offering no reply. Her thoughts flowed lazily. Not many, just every spy in the city. Shi Zhengqing, you certainly possess remarkable abilities. As his inner turmoil gradually subsided, Shi Zhengqing could not help but acknowledge that Fang Zhongmiao was far more principled than Fang Qinzi. Suddenly Fang Zhongmiao inquired, is Master Luo an ally of the former crown prince? Indeed, Shi Zhengqing confirmed. Fang Zhongmiao recalled the intelligence provided by Long Tu and further asked, isn't Master Luo's wife, Lady Lu, the sole daughter of General Lu Hu? Is General Lu not a supporter of the former crown prince? General Lu, leading the Jinchi army, had repeatedly vanquished barbarian cavalry, serving as a stabilizing force for the Great Zhou. Capturing his beloved grandson would enable the barbarians to seize Zhenjiang and Diaoyu City, thereby completing their invasion of the Central Plains. Shi Zhengqing, seemingly recalling something, slightly changed color and nodded. Yes. Fang Zhongmiao spread her hands, smiling slowly. You see, after today, I shall have eliminated 2 formidable foes and gained 2 grateful allies. Day by day, my enemies will dwindle and my friends will multiply. Shi Gongzi, shall we wait and see? Her thoughts resonated with pride. The Shi family shall undoubtedly be mine. Shi Zhengqing's gaze flickered, finding the notion amusing. Could a shallow and arrogant woman truly control the venerable Shi family, which had been passed down for centuries? As the caravan gradually departed from the Luo residence, they encountered an increased presence of Faiyue and Longjinwei near the streets leading to the Ningyuan Marquis' residence. Hundreds of infantrymen wielding long spears rushed forth, their eyes ablaze with fury and their faces etched with menace. Every carriage and suspicious pedestrian was halted for inspection. Those who bore children became prime targets for scrutiny. Upon sighting the Shi family's convoy, the soldiers seemed to have received some directive and immediately parted to the sides of the road, bowing deeply in respect. The overwhelming mass of heads and the forest of spear tips created a scene both intimidating and perilous. It was well known that General Lu, whose most elite troops were the long spear infantry, their nemesis being the barbarian cavalry. To rescue his only grandson, General Lu, risking Zhao Zhang's suspicion, had surreptitiously dispatched his troops into the city. Subsequently, he would certainly seek to atone for this transgression at the palace. The atmosphere in Linen was thick with a sense of impending violence. Shi Gilan gazed in astonishment at the soldiers who displayed such deference. Had the Shi family's influence grown so formidable that even the Faiyue and Jinchi army bowed to them? Fang Zhongmiao gently lifted the curtain, observing the soldiers with bowed heads. They are paying their respects to me, she murmured with satisfaction. Shi Zhengqing clenched his fist, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. This woman seemed to possess a certain audacity. At the very least, her actions today had indeed neutralized 2 potential enemies and garnered considerable support. General Lu cherished his daughter fiercely and held an even deeper affection for his only grandson. Saving the young Master Luo would earn him more gratitude than rescuing General Lu himself.